The luxurious and festive room was somewhat messy. The gorgeous wedding dress lay crumpled and huddled by the bed, as if it had been brutally trampled. There was an ambiguous, indescribable smell in the air. Lin Yun has been awake for quite a while. He was shirtless, holding Su Yingxue, who was also completely naked, in his arms. Su Yingxue, her name reflects her character. She's so beautiful, like she stepped out of a painting. She leaned against Lin Yun's chest, her fit and slender arms resting on his chest. Even a silk quilt couldn't hide her perfect curves. Lin Yun looked at the ceiling, feeling the swaying touch in his arms. I never imagined I'd get married so early in this life. 18 years ago, Lin Yun was reborn into this interstellar high martial arts world and became a third-generation rich kid. In this world where high-level martial artists can destroy stars, Lin Yun was extremely excited and had been devoted to martial arts since childhood. Unfortunately, his talent was extremely poor. Despite spending countless resources, his chi and blood value was only 48 points, 10 points for an average adult male, which did not even meet the minimum requirement of 100 for martial arts universities. Fortunately, there's always a way out, and the many children, many blessings system arrived just in time. Marrying and having children will enhance your martial arts talent and grant you various rewards. As Lin Yun was lost in thought, the person in his arms stirred and let out a sweet moan. Those tightly closed eyelashes trembled slightly and slowly opened. What a nice view. Lin Yun's heart was filled with excitement. Her once cool and aloof eyes were now alluring and watery, their captivating gaze seemingly capable of stealing one's soul. The dazed feeling upon waking added a touch of naivety to her appearance, and the morning light made her skin appear even more like porcelain, fair and rosy. Su Yingxue noticed Lin Yun staring at her blankly, and her face instantly flushed pink, the blush spreading all the way to her ears, making her incredibly alluring. Lin Yun's Adam's apple bobbed, and his mouth felt dry. Is this the school beauty of Jiangxing No. 4 Middle School? She was indeed stunningly beautiful. When I was at Jiangxing No. 1 High School, I heard other people say this countless times. Su Yingxue, the school beauty of No. 4 Middle School, is stunningly beautiful. I didn't believe it at the time. How beautiful can it be? Can she be more beautiful than Lin Qianxi, the school beauty of No. 1 High School? You should know that Lin Qianxi is more beautiful than Lu Yifei, the celestial beauty from her hometown on Earth. He was immediately struck by Lin Qianxi's beauty when he first met her. How can someone be this beautiful? And now you're saying there's someone even more beautiful than Lin Qianxi? Lin Yun was extremely skeptical. This disbelief persisted until 3 days ago. Yes, Lin Yun had only met Su Yingxue for the first time 3 days ago. Lin Yun's marriage and procreation system has very high requirements for the brides he marries. The system will rate the characters, and the higher the rating, the greater the reward for getting married and having children. The rating system is divided into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow. Each level is further divided into top grade, upper grade, middle grade, and lower grade. Therefore, the minimum requirement for a bride is a score of Yellow level lower grade. Don't underestimate this low-grade Yellow level item. The requirements are quite high. First, one must be an adult. Second, she must be a virgin. Third, appearance must be above 85 points. You should know that when Lin Yun asked the system to rate the appearance of Lu Yifei, a celestial beauty from his hometown, at 18 years old, the system only gave her 85 points. Fourth, one needs to have martial arts talent, with the lowest level being Yellow grade low. In addition to meeting these 4 conditions, a proper marriage is required, and rewards can only be received after entering the bridal chamber. Husband, my lord. The beauty in his arms called out softly. Her voice was soft and charming. Lin Yun's heart tingled with pleasure upon hearing this. How can it sound so good, so tempting? I was truly blinded by greed before, focusing solely on martial arts and having no intention of getting married. Su Yingxue's expression was so adorable, completely different from her usual aloof demeanor. Lin Yun couldn't help but hug her and kiss her hard. This kiss made Su Yingxue feel weak all over. Her already rosy cheeks turned even redder, like ripe peaches, as if they could drip water at the slightest touch. She shyly buried her face in Lin Yun's chest, her slender fingers unconsciously scratching at his chest. This coy and alluring look was incredibly captivating. Lin Yun offered a hefty dowry to marry this beauty. The system requirements are really too high. Lin Yun finally managed to transmigrate to this world of high martial arts, dreaming that one day he could fly through the sky and travel freely among the stars. I thought the path of martial arts was over. After the system appeared, Lin Yun immediately asked the head maid to collect the information. Jiangxing has a population of over 6 million. There aren't many unmarried people who are 85 points or higher in looks. Adding to the fact that martial arts talent is required, the number of people is even smaller. There are fewer than 5 who meet the requirements. Lin Yun's school beauty, Lin Qianxi, meets 2, 3, and 4 criteria, but not the first one. Lin Xianxi is in second grade this year and won't turn 18 until next year, so it's not possible. Others who meet the criteria don't want to get married so early. Even though Lin Yun's family is the richest in Jiangxing, and Lin Yun himself is handsome. However, she wanted to continue pursuing martial arts and didn't want to get married and have children so early, as it would affect her cultivation. In the world of high-level martial arts, the dream of martial arts is just that alluring. Su Yingxue was the same. She didn't want to get married and have children, so Su Yingxue let out a soft cry, and then her lips were sealed by a gentle kiss. The tenderness of the morning carried a greater sense of understanding than that of the night before. Su Yingshue's awkward but earnest response stirred up boundless affection in Lin Yun's heart. 2 hours of morning time passed quietly in the soft murmur of the music. When the sunlight filled half the room, Su Yingxue was already limp and hanging on Lin Yun, too weak to even lift a finger. Husband, I feel sticky and uncomfortable. Can you carry me to take a bath? Su Yingshue's voice was soft and sweet, with a hint of coquetry. Lin Yun laughed and immediately planted a kiss on her forehead. He easily lifted her up in a princess carry and strode towards the bathroom. Su Yingxue buried her face in his chest, feeling her husband's steady and powerful heartbeat. The bathroom was filled with steam. Lin Yun carefully placed her in the water and picked up a bath towel to wash her. The water temperature was just right. Su Yingxue didn't dare to look at him the whole time, keeping her eyes tightly closed and letting him do as he pleased. That stunningly beautiful face was rosy pink from head to toe. This feeling is so embarrassing. My husband. Su Yingxue suddenly opened her eyes, her voice tinged with confusion and shyness. I clearly have 89 points of qi and blood, while you only have 48 points. How could you? Be stronger than me. She didn't dare to say it all, but Lin Yun immediately understood what she meant. In their passionate embrace, she, who was about to become a martial artist, was no match for her husband at all, and her repeated pleas for mercy were ignored. Lin Yun chuckled inwardly, but feigned profundity on the surface. You don't understand. Some abilities have nothing to do with qi and blood. Your husband is born strong. He naturally wouldn't reveal the system's secrets, but what he said wasn't entirely a lie. The sacred body of fertility does indeed give him abilities far beyond those of ordinary people in certain aspects. Even if only 1% of it is activated, it is still beyond the reach of ordinary martial artists. Lin Yun became increasingly satisfied with the system. The born body, from the newbie gift pack, though lacking any combat abilities, will be crucial for him to complete system missions later on. In this world of high martial arts, the higher a martial artist's rank, the lower the probability of having offspring. Legend has it that those powerful beings who can destroy stars often have difficulty having offspring for tens of thousands of years. With the sacred body of fertility, Lin Yun no longer needs to worry about this issue. Really? Su Yingxue blinked her big, watery eyes, half believing and half doubting. Certainly. Lin Yun grinned mischievously and leaned close to her ear. Didn't my wife just experience it for herself? The warm water and her husband's gentle touch gradually helped Su Yingxue regain some strength. Her face flushed, she said softly, Husband, turn around. I'll wash you. Lin Yun raised an eyebrow. Oh, my wife has gained strength. Su Yingxue playfully slapped him. Turn around. Lin Yun smiled, turned around, and sat in the bathtub with his back to her. Su Yingxue carefully stood up, picked up a bath towel, and began to wash him. Her movements were awkward yet gentle, her fingertips occasionally brushing against Lin Yun's back, bringing waves of tingling sensation. This should have been a quick process, but when Su Yingxue turned to face Lin Yun and saw his smiling eyes and muscular chest, her hands suddenly trembled, and the bath towel fell into the water. She hurriedly tried to bend down to pick it up, but Lin Yun pulled her into his arms. Water splashed everywhere. Husband, the water has splashed out. Su Yingxue exclaimed in surprise, but she was already being kissed. Thus, what was originally a simple cleaning turned into another passionate encounter. When the two finally came out of the bathroom, it was already noon. It's all your fault. We clearly agreed it was just a bath. Su Yingshue's voice was so soft it was almost melting as Lin Yun wrapped her in a bath towel and carried her out of the bathroom. Lin Yun smiled and placed her on the edge of the bed. It's my fault. But who can blame me when my wife is so alluring? A soft knock came at the door, and then two maids pushed in a clothes rack. Two brand new sets of clothes were hanging on the clothes rack. A men's casual outfit and a women's white dress. Young master, young madam, the master is already waiting in the restaurant. The older maid spoke respectfully, but her eyes held an undisguised smile. Su Yingxue wasn't used to being helped with dressing, especially since some of the noise from earlier might have been overheard. She shyly shrank behind Lin Yun. Lin Yun understood and said to the maids, "Put the clothes down. We'll do it ourselves. The maids bowed and withdrew, gently closing the door behind them. Su Yingxue finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Yun picked up the white dress and examined it carefully. This is a popular style in the interstellar era. Although it is a world of high martial arts, the clothing is surprisingly conservative. The dress features an elegant cut, long sleeves, and an ankle-length hem, adorned only with delicate silver embroidery at the neckline and cuffs. Come on, raise your hand, Lin Yun said softly. Su Yingxue obediently raised her arm, letting her husband dress her. The dress was made of soft, smooth fabric, which made her look even more elegant and refined. The white color made her skin look as white as snow, and the simple design highlighted her cool and elegant temperament. Her skirt swayed gently with her movements, as if she possessed an ethereal aura. Is it pretty? Su Yingxue asked somewhat uneasily. Lin Yun looked at it carefully for a while, then suddenly said, let's turn around. Su Yingxue turned around as instructed. However, after taking only 2 steps, her legs gave way. She was simply too exhausted. Lin Yun quickly caught her. Although the maids had already left the room, the commotion still made them chuckle softly outside the door. Su Yingxue's face flushed crimson, and she glared at Lin Yun reproachfully before whispering in his arms, it's all my husband's fault. I was already washed up. Lin Yun smiled and hugged her tightly, then said towards the door, bring lunch to the room. No. Su Yingxue gently pushed him away. It's not proper to formally pay respects to the elders yet. Lin Yun knew that she was a proper girl at heart, so he didn't insist anymore. Can we walk? I'll carry you over. No. Su Yingxue quickly refused. What would it look like if someone saw us? I'll just walk slowly. Lin Yun couldn't refuse her, so he put his arm around her waist and half carried her towards the restaurant. In the corridor, Su Yingxue tried her best to make her steps look normal, but her slightly trembling legs still gave her away. Smelling the fresh scent of the girl in his arms, Lin Yun finally had time to check the rewards issued by the system. The system interface appears, and several lines of golden text emerge. First marriage reward has been issued. Reward 1. Martial arts talent upgraded from none to mid-grade yellow level. Reward 2 10 chi and blood pills. Reward 3. Yellow grade top quality guiding technique, 5 hearts, towards heaven. Lin Yun was extremely excited. Martial arts talent. He finally has a talent for martial arts. Moreover, it's a mid-grade yellow-level martial arts talent. Recalling the hardships of the past 18 years, Lin Yun almost burst into tears. From a young age, he knew that this was a world where martial arts reigned supreme, and that high-level experts could fly through the air and blast stars with their fists. He longed to become that kind of person and made efforts that are unimaginable to ordinary people. While others practice for 1 hour, he practices for 3 hours. While others were resting, he was practicing extra. Grandpa Lin Jintian bought him countless resources, and he ate qi and blood pills like candy and soaked in medicinal baths until his skin wrinkled. Even so, his health points were still increasing at a frustratingly slow pace. An ordinary person can gain at least 10 points of qi and blood by taking 1 qi and blood pill, but he can only gain 0.5 points by taking 1, and sometimes there is no effect at all. Young master, perhaps the path of martial arts is not suitable for you. A score of 96 for appearance is really too low. It's important to know that the system has extremely high standards for judging appearance. In Lin Yun's memory, most of the top female stars on Earth only scored 75-85 points in the system's eyes. Su Yingxue's score of 96 points is almost the pinnacle of ordinary people's looks. Moreover, she possesses the special physique of ice skin and jade bones. Although it is not yet awakened, once it is successfully awakened, her martial arts talent will at least increase by 1 level. I've struck gold. Lin Yun was secretly delighted and tightened his grip on Su Yingxue's arm. Chapter 3. The Guardian of the Lin Family. A mature and sophisticated woman, Wen Yin. The two arrived at the restaurant. In the main seat, an elderly man with white hair but a vigorous spirit sat upright. It was Lin Yun's grandfather, Lin Jintian. To Lin Yun's surprise, a woman with a unique temperament was sitting on the other side of the dining table. Wen Yin, the guardian of the Lin family. Grandpa, Aunt One. Lin Yun led Su Yingxue into the dining room and bowed respectfully. Su Yingxue followed suit and bowed, but her gaze was drawn to Wen Yin. This guardian deity of the Lin family looks to be only 27 or 28 years old. Her long, jet black hair was tied into a neat high ponytail, revealing her smooth forehead and delicate features. She has striking features, a high nose bridge, and rosy lips. Her overall profile is well defined yet retains a feminine softness. What's most striking is her figure. Even though she was wearing a tight-fitting black training uniform, her amazing curves were still impossible to hide. Her breasts are full and firm, her waist is slender and willow-like, and even when she is sitting, you can see that her hips and legs are firm and strong. She exudes a powerful aura of a mature and sophisticated woman, both heroic and charming. Lin Yun glanced at the system panel. Name, Wen Yan. Cultivation level, second stage perfection. Appearance rating, 92. Martial arts talent, mid-grade profound. System rating, high-grade mystic. It's rated as a top-grade Xian level item. Lin Yun sighed inwardly. This is the highest rating he has ever seen. Although her appearance score of 92 is lower than Su Yingshue's, her overall score is naturally higher due to her perfect second-tier cultivation and mid-grade Xian level martial arts talent. Lin Yun recalled the first foolish thing he did after obtaining the system. He excitedly ran to the training room to find Wen Yin and immediately told her that he wanted to marry her. As a result, Wen Yin threw him out like a chick. Little guy, you haven't even grown all your fur yet, and you're already proposing marriage? Wen Yin was leaning against the door frame, looking at him with a half smile. We'll talk when you can beat me. That happened 3 days ago. Even now, thinking about it, Lin Yun's face still feels a little hot. I was indeed too impulsive at the time, and I underestimated the difficulty of the system task. Yuner, Yingxue, sit down quickly. Lin Jintian greeted him with a smile. His voice, though aged, was full of energy. Lin Yun pulled Su Yingxue to sit down next to her grandfather. The old man carefully examined his granddaughter-in-law, becoming more and more satisfied with her. Good, good. My Yuner is so lucky to have married such a beautiful girl. As he spoke, he took out an antique wooden box from his pocket and pushed it in front of Su Yingxue. This is a gift from Grandpa to you. Open it and take a look. Su Yingxue looked at Lin Yun somewhat at a loss, and only after he nodded did she carefully open the wooden box. Inside the box lay a yellowed ancient book with 3 elegant characters written on the cover. The Art of Water and Clouds. Lin Jintian explained. This is the yellow grade superior guiding technique, water cloud technique, which is suitable for martial artists with water attributes or yin-type physiques to cultivate. I heard that, Yingxue, you follow the feminine path. This technique should suit you. Su Yingxue gasped. Yellow grade superior guide technique. This is worth at least tens of millions on the market, and often there is no market for it. Although the Lin family is wealthy, such a gift is far too expensive. Grandpa, this is too precious. I can't accept it. Su Yingxue quickly declined. Lin Jintian waved his hand. Take it. We're all family now. This guiding manual is just gathering dust in the armory. It's rare to find a suitable person to cultivate it. Lin Yun leaned close to Su Yingshue's ear and whispered, Take it. It's Grandpa's gift. If you don't accept it, he'll be unhappy. Su Yingxue blushed as she accepted the wooden box, stood up, and bowed, saying, Thank you, Grandpa. Okay. Sit down and eat. Lin Jintian said good 3 times in a row, and the wrinkles on his face smoothed out. Lin Yun knew why his grandfather was so happy. The 90-year-old man built the Lin family business from scratch, but suffered the blows of his son and daughter-in-law being murdered and his grandson's martial arts career being hopeless. Although he always supported Lin Yun's martial arts training, deep down, he also hoped that Lin Yun would settle down and start a family as soon as possible to continue the family line. After the martial arts college entrance exam, Lin Yun suddenly changed his mind and said he wanted to get married and have children. His grandfather was so happy that he almost stood up from his wheelchair. Yes, Lin Jintian usually needs to use a wheelchair, but today he specially changed into formal attire to see his granddaughter-in-law and insisted on sitting in a chair. Kid, where's this? Wan Yin suddenly spoke, her voice cool yet tinged with a hint of languor. Lin Yun then realized what was happening and quickly pulled Su Yingxue to Wan Yin, bowing respectfully. Hello, Aunt Wan. Su Yingxue also bowed, saying, Hello, Aunt Wan. Wan Yin watched the newlyweds with great interest, his gaze lingering on Su Yingxue for a moment before he nodded. She's definitely got the makings of a beauty. No wonder you suddenly became so perceptive. As she spoke, she took out a beautifully bound notebook from her bosom and handed it to Su Yingxue. This is a small gift for you two. I heard from Lin Yun that you will continue to pursue martial arts in the future. Although he doesn't need this, it is very suitable for you. Lin Yun's eyes lit up. It was Wen Yan's martial arts insights. The cultivation experience of a second-stage perfect martial artist is even more valuable than a high-grade yellow-level guiding technique. This is a truly priceless legacy of experience. Hurry up and thank Aunt Wan. Lin Yun took the notebook from Su Yingxue by holding her small hand. Although Su Yingxue didn't know how valuable the notebook was, she understood its extraordinary nature from Lin Yun's reaction and quickly bowed. Thank you, Aunt Wan. Seeing his eager look, Wen Yin couldn't help but tease him. Look at you, so pathetic. The notes are for Yingxue, and you have no talent for martial arts, so it's a waste of your time to look at them. If these words had been said before, Lin Yun might have been secretly saddened. But things are different now. He has a mid-grade yellow-level talent and a system by his side, so his future is promising. Aunt Wan, Do you still stand by what you said before? Lin Yun suddenly asked. Wen Yin raised an eyebrow. Oh? What did you say? Lin Yun looked directly into Wen Yan's eyes. You said before that if I ever beat you, you would marry me. Do you still agree with that statement? The restaurant fell silent for a moment after he said that. Lin Jintian stopped using his chopsticks, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. He also hoped that his grandson could marry Wen Yin. If Wen Yin can marry into the Lin family, then the Lin family will be the richest family in Jiangcheng for the next 300 or 400 years, or even 800 years. An ordinary person's lifespan ends at 100 years, while a first-level martial artist is guaranteed at least 200. There are 400 second-tier martial artists and 800 third-tier martial artists. Wen Yin is already at the second stage of perfection, and he is still young, so he is almost certain to break through to the third stage. Su Yingxue looked at Lin Yun in surprise, then at Wen Yin, her small mouth slightly open. Wen Yin was taken aback at first, then chuckled softly. You little rascal, you still given up? On the second day of your marriage, you're telling your wife you want to marry another woman. Lin Yun remained unfazed. In this world, the strong are respected, so isn't it normal to have multiple wives? Besides, I'm saying if I can defeat you. Wen Yin stood up and looked down at Lin Yun. She is nearly 1.75 meters tall, and with her 10-centimeter high heels, she is almost eye to eye with Lin Yun. Her black training clothes tightened slightly with her movements, outlining her breathtaking curves. A playful smile appeared on Wen Yan's lips. Okay, I mean what I say. If you can really defeat me, why not marry me? The problem is, she stretched out her finger and gently tapped Lin Yun's chest. Can you do it? The fingers seemed to tap lightly, but it contained a powerful force. Lin Yun felt a tightness in his chest and took 2 steps back before he could regain his footing. A second-tier, perfected martial artist, that's terrifying. Su Yingxue quickly helped Lin Yun up, and her gaze towards Wen Yin held a newfound respect. Don't worry, Aunt Wen, I will try my best. Lin Yun steadied himself and said seriously. Wen Yin sat down again and picked up her chopsticks. We'll talk about that after you've done it. Now let's eat. Chapter 4. Su Yingxue's changes in mindset. Her martial arts talent begins to emerge. The atmosphere eased again. The servants continued serving dishes, and one exquisite medicinal meal after another filled the table. Lin Jintian smiled and smoothed things over. It's good that Yuner has ambition, but we have to take things one step at a time. Yingxue, don't mind him. This kid has always been like this. Once he has made up his mind, nothing can change it. This may sound blunt, but it's the truth. Although Wen Yin is the guardian of the Lin family, he is ultimately an outsider. The Lin family needs a martial artist of their own to truly gain a foothold in Jiangcheng. Lin Jintian looked at Wen Yin gratefully. I'm sorry to trouble you again. It's only right to do things when you're paid. Wen Yin spoke casually, but Lin Yun knew that if it weren't for Wen Yan's genuine help over the years, the Lin family would have been swallowed up by other forces long ago. After the meal, Lin Jintian needed to rest due to health reasons and left first. Wen Yin led Su Yingxue to the training room, and Lin Yun naturally followed. The training room is located on the west side of the manor, covering a large area and equipped with all kinds of training equipment. Su Yingxue's qi and blood value has reached 89 points, which is nearly 9 times that of an average adult male. After having a carefully prepared medicinal meal at noon, she had fully recovered and showed no signs of the embarrassment she had when she came out of the room. She changed into a well-fitting black training uniform, her long hair tied in a ponytail, making her look clean and neat. The apprenticeship period mainly focuses on honing one's qi and blood. Only when one reaches 100 points can one sense the energy of the universe. Only then can one cultivate the guiding technique and truly embark on the path of a martial artist. Wen Yin said as he walked toward the training area. Yingxue, what are you practicing now? Aunt Wen, I mainly practice a soft palm technique called flowing cloud palmed. Su Yingxue answered respectfully. Type it out for me to see. Su Yingxue nodded, walked to the center of the training area, and got into a fighting stance. Her movements were initially slow, like clouds rising and mist swirling, gentle and ethereal. But as the palm technique unfolded, the movements became faster and faster, combining softness with strength, and the whistling palm wind even brought a chill. Lin Yun found it a delightful sight. Su Yingxue's palm technique was not only exquisite, but her posture was also graceful, like a dance. Her black training clothes outlined her graceful curves as she moved, her long hair flowing in the wind, a perfect blend of heroism and gentleness. Smack! Wen Yin slapped Lin Yun on the back of the head. What are you looking at, you brat? I brought you here to observe and learn, not to look at pretty girls. And don't just stand there. Go and practice a set of fierce tiger fist. Lin Yun winced in pain, rubbing his head. Aunt Wen, be gentle. What if you make her stupid? With your brain, you might actually become smarter if you were stupid. Wen Yin rolled her eyes at him. Lin Yun dared not refute, and obediently walked to another open space, assuming the starting stance of the fierce tiger fist. He has practiced this set of boxing techniques since he was a child, for more than 10 years, and he knows every movement by heart. But today, when he actually started practicing, he had a completely new feeling. When I practiced this set of boxing before, I always felt a bit sluggish, as if my body couldn't keep up with the rhythm of my mind. But things are different now. His punches and kicks moved with ease and fluidity, his power flowed smoothly, and there was even a faint sound of a tiger's roar in each move. His blood and chi circulated with the movements of the fist techniques, surging endlessly within his body, and he was intoxicated by the exhilarating feeling. Is this the martial arts talent of a mid-grade yellow level? Lin Yun was extremely excited. He could clearly feel that the same punching technique was now at least 20% more powerful. Moreover, the control over the body is more precise, and many subtle adjustments that were impossible before can now be easily made. He was completely immersed in the boxing technique, practicing with complete absorption. A tiger emerges from its den, roars through the mountains, a hungry tiger pounces on its prey. As he unleashed his powerful and fierce punches, he resembled a real tiger, exuding an imposing aura. After finishing the set of exercises, Lin Yun stood up, feeling his blood and energy surging, and his whole body feeling refreshed. He then realized that Wen Yin and Su Yingxue had stopped practicing at some point and were watching him together. Wen Yin crossed her arms, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Wow, kid, what kind of magic pill have you taken? You've improved so much. Lin Yun grinned. I have to work hard so I can marry you. Get lost, Wen Yin said with a laugh. If you keep talking so glibly, I'll throw you out, believe it or not. Believe it, believe it, believe it. Lin Yun quickly raised his hands in surrender. Aunt Wen, please calm down. I was just joking. Wen Yin snorted, ignoring him, and turned to continue instructing Su Yingxue. Your flowing cloud palm has too much softness and not enough hardness. Palm techniques emphasize the balance of strength and gentleness. Right now, you're like a still pond, you need to learn how to create ripples. As she spoke, Wen Yin personally demonstrated a move. It's the same starting stance of the flowing cloud palm, but her movements have an added sharp and fierce aura. With a single palm strike, the air in the training area exploded with a loud bang, and the force target 3 meters away shook violently. An astonishing number popped up on the screen, 1850 kilograms. Su Yingxue gasped. This is the true power of a martial artist. Did you see it clearly? Wen Yin finished speaking. It's not about changing your style, but about concealing strength within gentleness. The most terrifying aspect of yin-yang palm techniques is that the enemy often cannot detect when the fatal blow will arrive. Su Yingxue seemed to understand something and began practicing again. Chapter 5. 100% absorption of medicinal power, resulting in a 10-point increase in health and mana. This time, her palm technique had a subtle, yet powerful edge. Although it is still very weak, it has already taken shape. Yes, that's it. Wen Yin nodded. Keep practicing and memorize this feeling. Su Yingxue practiced it 7 or 8 times in a row, and each time she made progress. She became more and more excited as she practiced. Such high-level guidance was simply unavailable at school. Most of the school's teachers are newly advanced first-level martial artists. Only top-tier martial arts schools have a second-level martial artist as a teacher. You can't even dream of that in a small place like Jiangqing. Thank you, Aunt Wen. When Su Yingxue stopped, her forehead was already covered in sweat, but her eyes were full of excitement. Don't thank me yet. This is just the beginning. Wen Yin pointed to the training equipment next to her. Now use those devices to better refine your chi and blood. Remember, the more solid your foundation is during your apprenticeship, the greater your potential for growth after breaking through to become a martial artist. Su Yingxue followed his instructions and headed towards the training area. This place has a variety of advanced equipment. Gravity-adjustable treadmill, electromagnetic weighted squat rack, high-frequency vibration strength training machine. Each one is very valuable. She tried out a strength training machine and started exercising according to Wen Yan's instructions. As the device started, Su Yingxue felt all her muscles being activated, and her blood and chi circulating rapidly throughout her body. This efficiency is more than 10 times higher than the school's outdated equipment. That's amazing, she thought to herself. The conditions here are even better than she imagined. She can cultivate in such an environment and receive personal guidance from a second-level martial artist. She could hardly believe that she had previously hesitated about whether or not to marry him. She's skilled in martial arts, and her husband is so handsome and wonderful. As Su Yingxue thought about it, a blush appeared on her face. I can't believe I thought about it for so long. Meanwhile, Lin Yun had already entered the gravity chamber. This is a completely enclosed room made entirely of metal, with intricate energy patterns covering the walls. Gravity chambers are powerful tools for martial arts training, capable of affecting every cell in the body. Cultivating in a gravity environment not only strengthens the body, but also greatly improves the absorption efficiency of elixirs. Double gravity, activate. Lin Yun spoke to the control panel. Buzz. With a low hum, Lin Yun felt his body suddenly sink, as if another person was pressing down on him. Lin Yun adjusted his breathing and, after a few minutes, took out a qi and blood pill and swallowed it. The pill melted upon entering the mouth, transforming into a warm current that flowed into the abdomen. Lin Yun dared not delay and immediately began practicing the fierce tiger fist. Under double gravity, every movement is several times more difficult than usual, but the stimulation to blood and qi is also stronger. He felt the heat in his body being rapidly absorbed as he practiced his boxing techniques. The blood and qi are boiling and increasing. After finishing a set of boxing techniques, Lin Yun stood up and carefully felt the changes in his body. A look of surprise flashed in his eyes. It's increased by at least 5 points. In the past, taking one qi and blood pill would only increase one's qi and blood by 0.5 points, and sometimes there was no effect at all. Now, with the combination of the gravity chamber and the fist technique, it has actually increased by 5 points in one go. This is an effect I never dared to imagine before. Lin Yun suppressed his excitement and continued cultivating. He dared not waste this precious time and practiced Tiger Fist repeatedly in the gravity chamber. After completing the 4 sets of boxing techniques, the medicinal power of the qi and blood pill was fully absorbed. Lin Yun felt his blood and qi surging like a tide, making him much stronger than before. Check your qi and blood. He spoke to the indoor monitoring system. The screen displays the data, 58 points. 10 points. It went up a full 10 points. Lin Yun clenched his fists, a surge of indescribable excitement welling up inside him. From 48 points to 58 points, it only took 1 qi and blood pill and 2 hours of cultivation. At this rate, he has a real chance to break through to 100 points within a month and become a martial artist. When Lin Yun stepped out of the gravity chamber, he was drenched in sweat, but his spirits were exceptionally high. He looked towards the training area and saw Su Yingxue practicing her movements in the movement technique practice area. It was a transparent glass room with dozens of launch ports inside. Wearing a specially designed weighted suit, Su Yingxue moved quickly around the room, with soft rubber bullets constantly being fired at her from all directions. She had a very difficult time dodging and was hit every now and then, making a snap sound. 5 minutes later, the training ended. Su Yingxue walked out of the room, her whole body soaked. Her black training clothes clung tightly to her body, outlining her curves in a way that made people itch with desire. She was panting, but her eyes were full of excitement. The reaction speed is still a bit slow, Wen Yin commented. Your predictive ability needs improvement. Don't wait until the rubber bullets are launched before you dodge. Look at the charging light effect at the launch port and predict it in advance. Yes, Aunt One. Su Yingxue wrote it down carefully. Lin Yun leaned closer and, after Su Yingxue had calmed her breathing slightly, quickly said, Yingxue, go to the gravity chamber to cultivate now, and take the qi and blood pill while you're at it. Su Yingxue shook her head. Husband, I need to calm down a bit more. Sister Wen Yin just pointed out many problems with me. My foundation is not solid enough. If I rashly use qi and blood pills to forcibly improve it now, it will be more harmful than helpful. Lin Yun's eyes lit up when he heard Su Yingxue address him as Sister Wen Yin. Yes, I've been used to calling her Aunt Wen since I was a child, but now that I want to marry her, wouldn't it seem too distant to call her Aunt Wen again? It must be that title that upset her. She just threw herself out last time. Thinking of this, Lin Yun immediately turned to Wen Yin and called out, Sister Wen Yin. Wen Yin rolled her eyes at him but didn't object to the address, simply saying, What? You're not calling me Aunt Wen anymore. Doesn't that make you look younger? Lin Yun said with a grin. Wen Yin sounds so approachable. Glib talker. Wen Yin snorted, but the corners of her mouth turned up slightly. After finishing their training, the two took a shower in the shower room of the training room. Because Wen Yin was still waiting outside, Lin Yun had no choice but to suppress his romantic thoughts and quickly shower with Su Yingxue before coming out. When they came out of the shower room, the two found that Wen Yin was no longer in the practice room. Sister Wen Yin should have gone back. Let's go back too. Today's training was quite intense, so we need to rest well. Su Yingxue nodded, her face still flushed from exercise, making her look exceptionally beautiful. As the two walked out of the training room side by side, the afterglow of the setting sun shone on the paths of the manor. Su Yingxue suddenly whispered, Husband, thank you. Thank me for what? Lin Yun asked, puzzled. Thank you for sharing such a great resource with me. Su Yingxue looked at him earnestly. Thank you for respecting my wish to continue pursuing martial arts. Lin Yun smiled and put his arm around her shoulder. Silly girl, you're my wife. If I'm not good to you, who will I be good to? And the stronger you are, won't your future babies be even stronger? Su Yingxue blushed, but did not dodge, letting Lin Yun put his arm around her and walk back. At that moment, a warm feeling welled up in her heart. Perhaps, marrying Lin Yun was truly the best decision she ever made. Chapter 6. Wen Yin's Inner Thoughts, Private Moments Between Husband and Wife. Meanwhile, Wen Yin had already returned to her room. This is a secluded courtyard located on the east side of the manor. The environment is quiet and the decoration is simple but exquisite in every detail. Wen Yin kicked off her high heels and walked barefoot to the window. Looking at the darkening sky outside, she felt a little confused. What's wrong with me these past 2 days? She murmured to herself. Today, I inexplicably wore high heels to the restaurant, something that would have been absolutely impossible before. She usually wears either her practice clothes or casual clothes that allow for easy movement. She hadn't touched high heels, shoes that were purely for aesthetic purposes, for many years. Could it be that I really have feelings for that kid Lin Yun? Wen Yin frowned. That shouldn't be the case. She was over 20 years older than Lin Yun and watched him grow from a snotty-nosed little kid into the young man he is today. Although Lin Yun is indeed handsome and has a good personality, the gap between the two is too great. It's not just about age, but more importantly, about martial arts skills. Wen Yin had been at the second stage of perfection for a long time, but had been stuck at this bottleneck for 3 years. Although the Lin family has abundant resources, they are no longer sufficient to meet the cultivation needs of a martial artist of her level. She felt safe staying here. The Lin family treated her very well and regarded her as family, but she knew she would have to leave sooner or later. I want to continue my martial arts journey. Staying here will only lead to stagnation. Once Yingxue becomes a martial artist and can stand on her own, I should leave. As for Lin Yun's statement about defeating her and then marrying her, Wen Yin shook her head, banishing the unrealistic idea from her mind. His talent is so poor, he's not even a martial artist. He'll live for at most 100 years. I have a lifespan of 400 years at the second rank, and if I can break through to the third rank, I will have a lifespan of 800 years. Marry him. Forget it. I don't want to be a widow. Wen Yin lay down on the bed and stared blankly at the ceiling. But for some reason, Lin Yun's performance in the training room today came back to mind. That tiger fist routine was really well done. It was a huge improvement over before. Moreover, when he came out of the gravity chamber, his energy and blood were noticeably stronger. Is it just my imagination? Wen Yin frowned. No, it shouldn't be. He has indeed become stronger, and the change is quite obvious. But then she thought about it again and felt relieved. Forget it. How much stronger can I become? With his foundation, no matter how much he practices, he can never reach my level of skill. We are ultimately from different worlds. Wen Yin closed her eyes, forcing herself to stop thinking about these things. However, deep in her mind, the image of that boy earnestly saying, "I want to marry you," could not be erased. Outside the window, night had completely fallen, and the stars began to twinkle in the sky. The lights in the manor gradually came on, and the brightest one was the new room of Lin Yun and Su Yingxue. Su Yingxue was shy and wanted to turn off the light, but Lin Yun wouldn't let her. Just as she reached for the bedside lamp switch, Lin Yun gently grasped her hand. "Don't turn it off." Lin Yun's voice was exceptionally gentle in the night. "I want to watch over you." "Husband." Su Yingxue's face flushed, her skin glowing pink. "It's too bright." Lin Yun chuckled and pulled her back into his arms. "Where is the light? This brightness is just right. Let me take a good look at my wife." After a gentle struggle, Su Yingxue finally gave in and had no choice but to comply with her husband's wishes. The moonlight, like water, cast their intertwined shadows onto the wall, rising and falling with their breaths. She turned her face away shyly, but Lin Yun gently turned her back. When their eyes met, all her reserve turned into tenderness. The lights in the new house didn't go out until late at night. No, to be precise, it was only after Lin Yun finally let go of Su Yingxue, who was so tired she could barely keep her eyes open, that he reached out and turned off the bedside lamp. The following days were spent in this manner. During the day, the two practiced martial arts with Wen Yin in the training room. Although Wen Yin didn't say it, he became increasingly attentive to Su Yingxue's guidance. He imparted to her many skills and insights that even Lin Yun had never seen before, without reservation. Evenings are the couple's private time. At first, Su Yingxue was a little shy and reserved, but under Lin Yun's gentle guidance, she gradually learned to respond and even took the initiative occasionally. The couple's cooperation became increasingly seamless, and their relationship quickly warmed up in this intimate way. Lin Yun's progress can be described as rapid, taking one qi and blood pill every 3 days, combined with the gravity chamber and the fierce tiger fist, ensures 100% absorption of the medicinal power each time. resulting in a stable increase of 10 points in qi and blood value. 10 days later, when Lin Yun walked out of the gravity chamber again, Wen Yin personally conducted a test for him. 88 points. Wen Yin stared at the data on the screen, her eyes filled with undisguised shock. 10 days, from 48 points to 88 points, a full 40-point increase. Kid, how did you do that? Lin Yun wiped his sweat and grinned. Maybe he's become more perceptive after getting married. Wen Yin stared at him for a long time, and finally just shook her head. Never mind, everyone has their own destiny. But I must remind you that rapid advancement is not necessarily a good thing. An unstable foundation will lead to great losses in the future. I understand, Sister Wen Yin. Lin Yun nodded seriously. That's why I spend time consolidating my progress every time I improve, and I never dare to be reckless. Wen Yin nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. On the other hand, Su Yingxue still hasn't taken the qi and blood pill in the past 10 days. Every time Lin Yun tried to persuade her, she would smile and shake her head. Husband, I still need to polish myself a bit more. Although he didn't take any elixirs, he benefited from the superior diet provided by the Lin family. Every day, there is a carefully prepared serving of monster meat, paired with various rare medicinal herbs. Her qi and blood value still increased by 2 points naturally, reaching 90 points. Under Wen Yan's guidance, she also made considerable progress. He had mastered the flowing cloud palm technique to perfection, achieving a perfect balance of strength and gentleness, and the wind from his palm sent chills down his spine. His agility has also improved significantly. He can now easily dodge more than 80% of rubber bullet attacks in the training room. Late at night, the lights in the new house went out again. Su Yingxue nestled in Lin Yun's arms, her cheek pressed against his warm chest, listening to his strong heartbeat. The afterglow of exercise left her feeling weak all over, not even wanting to move a finger. Lin Yun gently stroked her long hair and asked again. Yingxue, Sister Wen Yin, said that your foundation has been honed to perfection, so why aren't you taking qi and blood pills yet? Su Yingxue's body stiffened slightly, and she tried to brush it off as usual. But when she looked up and met Lin Yun's bright eyes in the moonlight, the excuses she had prepared suddenly became impossible to utter. Those eyes were so clear and sincere that she couldn't bear to deceive them. My husband. Su Yingxue bit her pink lips, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. I wanted to wait until I got pregnant and gave birth before I started taking qi and blood pills to cultivate. Chapter 7. A pregnancy explosion. Su Yingxue gets pregnant on her first ovulation. Lin Yun was taken aback. Why? Su Yingxue's face turned even redder, but she still mustered her courage and said, after becoming a martial artist, the body undergoes a qualitative change, making it much more difficult to get pregnant than for an apprentice. Didn't my husband want to hold the babies soon? I want to have a child with my husband first. Lin Yun was completely stunned. He always thought that Su Yingxue didn't take the qi and blood pills because she didn't want to owe the Lin family too much. After all, the two initially got married because they each got what they wanted. After spending the last 10 days or so together, Lin Yun had long since stopped taking their initial agreement to heart. In his heart, Su Yingxue was his lawfully wedded wife, the one he was to spend his life with. Cultivation resources? Let her use it as she pleases. The Lin family doesn't lack these things. But he never expected that Su Yingxue had such considerations. You? Lin Yun's voice choked with emotion. How could you be so foolish? Su Yingxue felt a surge of tenderness as she looked at Lin Yun's stunned expression. She, too, had fallen in love with the man before her. Initially, she only wanted to have children for him as agreed. But now, she genuinely wants to bear offspring for her husband. My husband definitely wants my grandfather to hold his great-grandson before he passes away. Su Yingxue said softly, her fingers unconsciously drawing circles on Lin Yun's chest. Grandpa is over 90 years old and suffered a serious injury in his early years. Although Sister Wen Yin, a second-level martial artist, used her blood and qi to prolong his life, his days were numbered. How can I let my martial arts training interfere with my husband's filial piety? After he finished speaking, the room fell silent for a moment. Then, Lin Yun suddenly hugged her tightly, so tightly that Su Yingxue almost couldn't breathe. You silly girl. Lin Yun's voice trembled. Who told you that it's difficult for martial artists to get pregnant? Who am I, your husband? I'm the man who's going to marry Sister Wen Yin. I dare to say I want to marry even a second-stage perfect martial artist, so why would I be afraid you won't get pregnant? Su Yingxue was amused by his words, but tears welled up in her eyes. Tomorrow, Lin Yun cupped her face in his hands and said earnestly, give me the qi and blood pill tomorrow, do you hear me? I want you to become a martial artist. I want you to grow stronger with me, and I want our children to grow up in an environment where both parents are martial artists. But, no buts, Lin Yun interrupted her. You must trust your husband. Your husband is the strongest. Don't even mention becoming a martial artist. Even if you become a star-level expert in the future, your husband can still get you pregnant. These words were both domineering and absurd, and Su Yingxue couldn't help but laugh out loud, but tears slid down her cheeks. Yes. She nodded emphatically and hugged Lin Yun tightly. I'll listen to my husband. Then, a new round of baby-making movement began. This time, Su Yingxue was exceptionally proactive and enthusiastic, as if she wanted to convey all the love in her heart to the man in front of her. Under the moonlight, their shadows overlapped, their hearts in perfect harmony. The next day, in the practice room, Su Yingxue finally entered the gravity chamber. Under the watchful eyes of Wan Yin and Lin Yun, she took out the qi and blood pill that she had treasured for a long time and swallowed it without hesitation. Triple gravity, activate. She took a deep breath and assumed the stance for the flowing cloud palm technique. As the pill entered his stomach, a surge of heat rose within him. Under gravity, the medicinal properties are rapidly activated and permeate the body through the palm techniques. Su Yingxue could clearly feel that her blood and qi were increasing at an astonishing rate. After fully absorbing the first pill, she rested briefly before taking the second one. 2 hours later, when Su Yingxue walked out of the gravity chamber, her entire demeanor had undergone a subtle change. With abundant qi and blood, bright eyes, and subtle energy fluctuations throughout the body, Wen Yin personally tested her. 105 points. Wen Yin smiled with satisfaction. Congratulations, you have reached the threshold of becoming a martial artist. Su Yingxue was too excited to speak, but she looked at Lin Yun with eyes full of gratitude and love. It's not over yet. Lin Yun stepped forward and took out a handwritten manual from his pocket. This is a top-grade yellow-level guiding technique called 5 Hearts Towards Heaven, which is even better than the water cloud technique that Grandpa gave me. Today, you will use it to break through. Even Wen Yin was surprised when Lin Yun took out the manual. Yellow-grade top-quality guiding technique. You can't find this kind of thing in Jiangxing at all. She gave Lin Yun a deep look, but didn't ask any further questions. Everyone has their own secrets, and since Lin Yun is unwilling to talk about them, she won't force him. Under Wen Yan's guidance, Su Yingxue began to try to cultivate the 5 Hearts Towards Heaven method. This is a balanced and moderate martial art, unbiased, and suitable for martial artists of any attribute. During cultivation, one must face upwards with all 5 senses. With palms of both hands, soles of both feet, and crown of the head facing upwards, one can sense the energy of the universe. It didn't go smoothly at first. Su Yingxue sat cross-legged, circulating her qi and blood according to the incantation, but she could not sense the so-called cosmic energy. Calm your mind. Don't be impatient. You already have the ability to sense energy now. All you have to do is wait and capture it. Wen Yan's voice was gentle yet powerful. Lin Yun stood to the side, watching nervously. He could sense the fluctuations in Su Yingxue's qi and blood, a sign that she was about to break through. Time passed second by second. Suddenly, Su Yingxue's body trembled slightly. She felt a strange fluctuation, like a gentle breeze or a ray of light, slowly seeping into her from above. Now, Wen Yin said in a low voice, guide it. Let it circulate along the cultivation path. Su Yingxue dared not be negligent, concentrating all her energy to guide that faint wisp of cosmic energy along a specific route. It was difficult at first. The energy was like a naughty child, always trying to break free from control. But with her patient guidance, they finally completed their first week. As the energy completes its circulation, a warm current rises from the dantian and instantly flows throughout the body. Su Yingxue felt a qualitative change in her body. Bones become stronger, muscles become firmer, and the 5 senses become more acute. Even the world around her became much clearer in her eyes. She slowly opened her eyes, a glint of silver light flashing within them. You've succeeded. Wen Yin nodded. Congratulations on officially becoming a first-tier martial artist. Su Yingxue stood up, feeling the surging power within her, too excited to speak. She looked at Lin Yun, her eyes filled with tears. These are tears of joy. Lin Yun stepped forward and embraced her. I knew you could do it. Thank you, my husband. Su Yingxue choked up as she spoke. On this same day, Su Yingxue ovulated for the first time since marrying into the Lin family. That night, as the two were entwined in passion, a system notification suddenly sounded in Lin Yun's mind. Detection indicates that spouse Su Yingxue is pregnant. Due date, 297 days from now. Fetal condition, healthy. Lin Yun paused. Then a surge of joy welled up inside him. What's wrong, my husband? Su Yingxue noticed his unusual behavior and asked softly. Lin Yun cupped her face in his hands, his eyes filled with excitement. Yingxue, you're pregnant. We're going to be parents. Su Yingxue was taken aback at first, then a bright smile bloomed on her face. She didn't ask Lin Yun why he was so sure. Over the past few days, she had grown accustomed to the mysterious abilities her husband occasionally displayed. She simply hugged Lin Yun tightly and buried her face in his chest. Really, that's great. My husband, I'm so happy. Her voice was choked with emotion. I'm very happy too. Lin Yun gently stroked her belly. Although it was still completely flat, he knew that their child was growing there. At that moment, all worries vanished. Suing Xuan no longer needs to worry about having difficulty conceiving after becoming a martial artist, and Lin Yun no longer needs to worry about his grandfather not being able to hold his great-grandson. Moonlight streamed through the curtains, gently bathing the two people in their embrace. Suing Xue gently placed her hand on her lower abdomen, imagining the little life growing there, and her heart was filled with an unprecedented sense of happiness. Lin Yun silently made a vow in his heart. In this life, he not only wants to become a strong person, but also to protect this family, the wife in his arms, and the child in her womb. With the system for getting married and having children, none of this is a fantasy. We still need to work harder to further develop the system's ingenious uses. The night sky outside the window is filled with twinkling stars, as if celebrating the arrival of this new life. Chapter 8. Yingxue becomes pregnant. Wen Yin panics. Wen Yin stood in the center of the training room, glanced at the clock on the wall, and frowned slightly. It was already 10 minutes later than usual, and the young couple still hadn't arrived. This is very unusual. Since they began guiding their cultivation, Lin Yun and Suing Xue have been present every day on time, and often even arrive early to prepare. Although Wen Yin didn't say it, she admired their diligence. Could it be that he was too tired from yesterday's breakthrough and overslept? Wen Yin made a guess in her heart, but then shook her head to deny it. After Suing Xue becomes a martial artist, her energy will only be more vigorous, and she shouldn't be unable to get up. After waiting a few more minutes, the door to the practice room was finally pushed open. Lin Yun led Suing Xue in. Both of them wore undisguised smiles, especially Suing Xue, whose cheeks were flushed and eyes were glistening with tears, radiating a glow that seemed to come from love. Good morning, Sister Wen Yin. Lin Yun greeted him with a smile, his voice cheerful. Wen Yin crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Good morning? What time is it? You're so lazy and you still think about defeating me and marrying me. Lin Yun wasn't annoyed at all. Instead, he retaliated with a grin. Don't worry, Sister Wen Yin. I'll work hard and I'll be able to marry you soon. Suing Xue blushed even more and quickly explained to her husband. Sister Wen Yin, it's not your fault. I overslept. Wen Yin chuckled softly, her gaze sweeping back and forth between the two of them. Don't think I don't know what you do every night. Everyone in the manor knows that the lights in your new house are on until the wee hours every night. These words were so blunt that Suing Xue wished she could disappear into the ground. She lowered her head, her ears turning bright red. Lin Yun was incredibly thick-skinned. Far from being shy, he launched a courtship offensive. Is Sister Wen Yin paying attention to us? She even knows what time we turn off the lights. Is she also looking forward to that day? Before she finished speaking, Wen Yin had already made her move. Lin Yun felt a blur before his eyes, and an irresistible force pressed him to the ground. Wen Yin used only one hand to render him unable to move. I told you not to talk nonsense. Wen Yin looked down at him, her face expressionless, but her ears were slightly red. If you're so capable, then hurry up and become a martial artist instead of just talking nonsense. Even though Lin Yun was pinned to the ground, he didn't behave himself and grinned. Is Sister Wen Yin angry because she's embarrassed? Wen Yin increased the pressure on his hand. Sister Wen Yin, please have mercy. Suing Xue quickly stepped forward, carefully helped Lin Yun up, and gently brushed the dust off his training clothes. Wen Yin rolled her eyes. Just spoil him. This kid's a smooth talker who knows how many women he'll marry in the future. These were meant as a joke, but to everyone's surprise, Suing Xue nodded seriously, looking at Lin Yun with eyes full of tenderness. As long as my husband is happy, I'll marry as many as I want. Lin Yun felt a warmth in his heart and lowered his head to kiss Suing Xue on the lips. My wife is the most sensible. Then he turned to look at Wen Yin and said smugly, Sister Wen Yin, my chi and blood points are already at 88. Just wait, I'll become a martial artist in a few days, and then I'll be one step closer to marrying you. Wen Yin looked at the young couple openly showing affection in front of her and was momentarily at a loss for words. One is glib and shameless, the other is gentle and indulgent. They're a match made in heaven. One or two, really. Wen Yin shook her head helplessly and decided to change the subject. All right, stop lingering here. Yingxue, now that you've become a martial artist, today's training needs to be upgraded. She walked to the control panel in the training area and quickly entered a series of commands. In the morning, in the gravity chamber, we will conduct 2 hours of basic strength training under 10 times the gravity. In the afternoon, we will learn the movement technique, cloud trace step, that comes with flowing cloud palm. In the evening, we will conduct live fire simulation training. During the breaks, practice the guiding techniques. After hearing this, Su Yingxue looked a little nervous. Sister Wenyan, isn't this too much? Lin Yun frowned as well. Yingxue just broke through yesterday. Isn't it too much of a rush to put her into such an intense workout today? Wenyan turned around and looked at Su Yingxue with a serious expression. You're already a first-level martial artist, and you call this much training? Do you still want to pursue martial arts? I was planning to teach you a few real martial arts techniques in a few days, but now it seems. A hint of disappointment flashed in Wenyan's eyes. If you can't endure hardship, you won't go far on the path of martial arts. Wenyan was indeed somewhat disappointed. She originally thought highly of Su Yingxue, believing that the girl had a solid foundation, a resilient character, and was a promising talent. She also planned to leave the Lin family to seek opportunities for breakthroughs when Su Yingxue grew up and was able to stand on her own. But now, Su Yingxue actually thinks this amount of training is too much? Did her passion for martial arts decline after she became a martial artist? Su Yingxue panicked and quickly waved her hand. No, Sister Wenyan, it's not that I'm afraid of hardship. I'm not afraid of this amount of training. It's just... She bit her lip, a blush rising to her cheeks, and after fidgeting for a moment, whispered, But I have a baby now. I'm worried that this amount of training might affect the baby. The practice room was silent for 3 seconds. Wenyan's expression shifted from serious to confused, then to shocked, and finally to a face full of question marks. Huh? She uttered a short question, then launched into a barrage of questions. You're pregnant? Didn't you just become a martial artist yesterday? How could she have conceived so quickly? The conception rate among martial artists is extremely low, which is illogical. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Could she have been pregnant for a few days? Su Yingxue was a little flustered by the question, but still answered honestly. Yes, it was last night. Last night. Wenyan's voice suddenly rose in pitch. You only became a martial artist yesterday, and you achieved that in just one night? That's impossible. Are you mistaken? How could a martial artist conceive so quickly? Her inner turmoil was beyond measure. On the one hand, as a second-tier perfected martial artist, she was well aware of the difficulty of a martial artist conceiving. The stronger one's qi and blood, the higher the degree of energy transformation in the body, and the more obvious the reproductive isolation from ordinary life forms. While first-tier martial artists are not completely infertile, their conception rate is already very low, requiring a long period of effort and good fortune. On the other hand, for some reason, upon hearing the news of Su Yingxue's pregnancy, she felt an indescribable bitterness and panic. Sister Wenyan, there's no mistake, Su Yingxue whispered. My husband has already confirmed it. Wenyan suddenly turned to look at Lin Yun, her eyes full of suspicion. You confirmed it? How did you confirm it? These things require professional testing to determine. Lin Yun was extremely proud at this moment, puffing out his chest. Of course I confirmed it. Don't you even know who planted the seed? Don't even mention Yingxue. Even if you came, I could still make you. Chapter 9 Congratulations to you all. Shut up. Wenyan was so angry that her face turned red, and she grabbed Lin Yun's ear just like when they were children. Stop talking nonsense. Go. Go to the medical room right now and get a pregnancy test. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Sister Wenyan, let go. I'm going right now. Wenyan let go of his hand, and Lin Yun rubbed his reddened ears, muttering to himself as he walked to the medical room. Since Lin Yun got married, pregnancy tests have been prepared everywhere. There is a medical room in the practice room. This kid. As Wenyan watched his retreating figure, the sense of turmoil in her heart intensified. Soon, Lin Yun returned with an exquisite medical kit. Wenyan snatched the box, took out a pregnancy test, and shoved it into Su Yingxue's hand. Come on, follow me to the restroom. Wenyan pulled Su Yingxue toward the restroom attached to the training room. Lin Yun stood there, waiting with full confidence. The system has already given a warning. How could there be a mistake? A few minutes later, the bathroom door opened. Su Yingxue came out, holding the pregnancy test stick in her hand. Wenyan leaned closer, her expression complex. How about it? Wenyan asked anxiously, unaware of the tension in her voice. Su Yingxue raised her head, her face flushed with a mixture of shyness and joy. She held the pregnancy test up to Wenyan. 2 clear red horizontal lines. She is already pregnant. Su Yingxue said softly, her eyes glistening with happiness. Wenyan stared at the 2 red lines for a full 10 seconds. Her mind raced, trying to explain the phenomenon from the perspectives of martial arts, biology, and even metaphysics, but she couldn't find a reasonable answer. Ultimately, she had no choice but to accept this fact. Su Yingxue was indeed pregnant, on the second day after she became a martial artist. This is impossible, Wenyan murmured to herself, her gaze involuntarily drifting towards Lin Yun. Lin Yun had already walked to Su Yingshue's side, gently putting one arm around her shoulder and the other hand lightly stroking her lower abdomen. Although his skin is not yet completely flat, his eyes are already filled with the joy and pride of becoming a father for the first time. Sister Wenyan, do you believe me now? I already said, the seeds I planted are absolutely fine. Lin Yun smiled like a cat that had just stolen some fish. Wenyan opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but found that her throat felt like it was blocked by something. She wanted to ask Lin Yun what secret he was hiding, whether Su Yingxue was feeling unwell, and if there was anything wrong with the child. But in the end, all the problems boiled down to 3 words. Congratulations, to you all. As she said those words, Wen Yin felt an even stronger pang of sorrow. She couldn't quite put her finger on what she was being jealous of. Was it that she was jealous that Su Yingxue got pregnant so easily? Or are you just jealous of how happy this young couple is? Or perhaps, it's because he's jealous of Lin Yun's tenderness towards Su Yingxue? Starting today, the training plan will be adjusted. Wen Yin forced herself to calm down and regain her professional attitude. Yingxue, your top priority right now is to take care of your pregnancy. Although it is difficult for martial artists to get pregnant, it is not uncommon. Once successful, the fetus will be nourished by the mother's blood and qi, and its physique will be much stronger than that of ordinary people. But correspondingly, the mother's body will also be greatly depleted. She walked to the control panel and re-entered the commands. The morning will be spent on meditation and qi and blood nourishment exercises. The afternoon will be spent studying theoretical knowledge, and the evening will be for rest. Gravity chamber training is suspended, and live fire training is cancelled. Su Yingxue asked somewhat uneasily, Sister Wenyan, won't this interfere with my cultivation? No, Wenyan interrupted her. During pregnancy, the mother and fetus are connected by blood and qi. If you practice properly, it will not only not delay, but may even make progress because the circulation of blood and qi is more active. But it must be gentle, not intense. Wenyan stopped and looked at Lin Yun. As for you, double your training. Your wife is pregnant and needs more resources to nourish her. You must become strong as soon as possible in order to protect them, mother and child. Lin Yun put away his playful smile and nodded seriously. I understand, Sister Wenyan. The atmosphere became somewhat delicate during the subsequent training session. Su Yingxue engaged in gentle meditation under Wenyan's guidance, while Lin Yun sweated profusely in the gravity chamber. While Wenyan appeared to be earnestly instructing the two, his mind kept wandering away. She watched Su Yingxue's happy smile as she stroked her lower abdomen. Seeing that Lin Yun always took the time to care for his wife during training breaks. Looking at the deep, unwavering love between this young couple. What am I even expecting? Wen Yin asked herself. Could it be that I really have feelings for that kid? She dared not think any further. After training, Wen Yin left the training room in a hurry, without even having dinner with the two of them as usual. She needed to be alone to sort out her chaotic thoughts. Lin Yun and Su Yingxue walked hand in hand towards the restaurant. The setting sun cast their shadows long, overlapping each other as if they would never be separated. Husband, Sister Wen Yin seems a little strange today, Su Yingxue said softly. Lin Yun smiled and squeezed her hand. It's probably because the news of your pregnancy came too suddenly. It's okay, it'll be fine in a few days. He knew in his heart that Wen Yan's unusual reaction might not be limited to this. But he wasn't in the mood to think about it now. His mind was filled with the joy of becoming a father and his anticipation for the future. In the restaurant, Lin Jintian had already heard the good news and was so excited that tears streamed down his face. He talked to Su Yingxue for a long time and gave Lin Yun a lot of instructions. He was immersed in joy throughout the dinner. As night deepened, the lights in the new house came on again. This time, the two did not linger as usual, but instead lay in bed embracing, with Lin Yun's hand gently resting on Su Yingxue's lower abdomen. Husband, do you think it will be a boy or a girl? Su Yingxue asked softly. That's fine. Lin Yun kissed her forehead. I love any child that is ours. Su Yingxue closed her eyes happily and soon fell asleep in her husband's arms. Outside the window, the moonlight was like water. Meanwhile, in the courtyard at the other end of the manor, Wen Yin stood by the window, gazing at the bright moon in the night sky, unable to sleep all night. Chapter 10 Breakthrough, Becoming a Martial Artist. 2 days later, inside the gravity chamber. Under the pressure of 3 times gravity, Lin Yun slowly and steadily completed a set of fierce tiger fist. Sweat had already soaked through his training clothes. Every move required 3 times the effort of usual, but the results were remarkable. Stand up to finish the exercise. He could clearly feel his blood and qi surging within him, and the medicinal power of the blood and qi pill he had just taken had been completely absorbed. It's 98 points. Excitement flashed in Lin Yun's eyes. Without pausing, he took out another qi and blood pill from his pocket and swallowed it without hesitation. As the pill entered his stomach, a surge of heat rose again. Lin Yun resumed his stance and practiced his boxing techniques again under 3 times the gravity. This time, he deliberately slowed down and carefully felt the flow of qi and blood in his body. As he advanced his fist techniques, he could feel every cell greedily absorbing the medicinal power, and his qi and blood were increasing at a visible rate. After finishing the last move, Lin Yun stood still, feeling the surging power within his body, and exhaled a breath of stale air. 107 points. Finally, I've broken through the limits of the apprentice level. Wang Yin glanced at Lin Yun's condition and nodded. Not bad. Now I'll sit quietly and meditate for half an hour to stabilize my qi and blood. Lin Yun sat down cross-legged as instructed and closed his eyes to regulate his breathing. Half an hour later, Wang Yin adjusted the gravity to twice its normal value. We can start trying to guide cosmic energy. Wang Yan's voice was calm and clear. You have already memorized the 5 hearts facing heaven method. Now do as I say. Lin Yun nodded and adjusted his posture. Place your hands on your knees with your palms facing up. Sit cross-legged with the soles of your feet facing up, and keep your head and neck straight. This is the standard practice posture for the 5 hearts facing heaven method. Close your eyes and calm your mind. He gave guidance in a gentle and soft voice. First, circulate your qi and blood according to the exercise's route. Don't rush to sense the energy first. Get yourself into the best state. Lin Yun did as instructed. The operational path of the yellow grade supreme guiding technique is much more complex than that of ordinary cultivation methods. He had already rehearsed it countless times in his mind, and although his performance was somewhat clumsy, he made no mistakes. Wang Yin stood to the side, occasionally pointing out minor errors. The blood and qi are circulating too fast here. Slow down. Yes, that's it. Pay attention to the rhythm of the dantian's contraction. With Wang Yan's guidance, Lin Yun quickly corrected all the minor mistakes, and his blood and qi circulation became smoother and smoother. Gradually, a wonderful feeling emerged. Even with his eyes closed, Lin Yun seemed to see countless points of light floating around him. The points of light were colorful, some as bright as stars, some as dim as dust, and they floated slowly in the void. Lin Yun tried to guide them, but the light spots seemed to have their own will and ignored his calls. Don't rush. Wang Yin seemed to be able to sense his state. Cosmic energy has its own characteristics. The more anxious you are, the further it will drift away from you. Empty your mind and let your body naturally attract them. Lin Yun forced himself to relax. He no longer actively tried to grab those points of light, but instead continued to practice the 5 hearts towards heaven method, allowing his body to enter a state of natural rhythm. Something amazing happened. As the technique was activated, the previously drifting light spots began to approach him, especially towards the 5 centers. That is, the positions of the hands, feet, and top of the head converge. The first point of light penetrated the skin and entered the body. It was an indescribable feeling, like a cool stream or warm sunlight, flowing slowly along the path of the cultivation technique. Lin Yun carefully guided this wisp of energy, completing the first cycle. When the energy returned to his dantian, Lin Yun's entire body trembled. That's a leap in the level of life. Every cell is cheering, absorbing cosmic energy, and becoming stronger. Lin Yun could feel his muscles becoming firmer, his bones becoming stronger, and his 5 senses becoming more acute. Continue. Wang Yan's voice carried a hint of encouragement. Don't stop. Take advantage of the best opportunity to sense the energy for the first time and circulate it for several more cycles. Lin Yun continued as instructed. The second cycle, the third cycle, the energy flow becomes smoother and more light points enter the body. After 5 cycles, Lin Yun felt his body had reached a state of saturation, like someone who had just eaten a full meal and could no longer absorb any more energy. Lin Yun slowly finished his practice and opened his eyes. The lights in the gravity chamber shone brightly at that moment, and the colors of the world became even more vibrant. Lin Yun could even see the dust particles floating in the air and hear the humming sound of the machine running. Is this what a martial artist is like? Good. Wang Yan's gentle voice pulled him back to reality. Completing 5 cycles of energy on the first attempt is considered a success. Lin Yun stood up, stretched his limbs, and felt full of energy. He looked at Wang Yin and couldn't help but say, Sister Wang Yin, isn't this too bland? I've become a martial artist. A first-level martial artist. Wang Yin raised an eyebrow. I know, early stage of first rank. I was at that when I was 15. Lin Yun, you really can't compare to a genius. He secretly brought up the system panel to check Wang Yan's information. Mid-grade Xian level talent. Second-tier perfect cultivation. Looking at myself, I have a mid-grade yellow level talent at the early stage of tier 1. Looks like I still need to keep working hard, Lin Yun thought to himself. Get married more wives, have more children, and improve your talents. Otherwise, you really won't be able to marry Sister Wenyan. The two walked out of the gravity chamber. Su Yingxue was already waiting outside the door. As soon as she saw Lin Yun come out, she immediately greeted him with bright eyes. "Husband, you've successfully broken through." Her voice was full of anticipation and joy. A warm feeling welled up in Lin Yun's heart. It was his beloved wife, who knew how to appreciate him. He pulled Su Yingxue into his arms and kissed her. When Su Yingxue kissed Wenyan for the first time, she was still a little reserved. But now, although she was shy, she still responded to her husband passionately. The close interaction they've shared over the past 2 weeks has made her completely accustomed to Lin Yun's affection. After the kiss, the two separated, Su Yingxue's cheeks flushed and her eyes glistening with tears. Lin Yun looked at Wenyan smugly, as if he were showing off something. Wenyan gave a soft snort and turned to walk towards the strength testing area. "Come here and see how much strength you have after your breakthrough." Lin Yun muttered as he followed. "I'll marry you sooner or later, and then I'll show you what I'm capable of." Su Yingxue took his arm and whispered in agreement. "My husband is so capable, he'll definitely be able to marry Sister Wenyan." She had complete confidence in her husband. Although she didn't know what secret her husband was hiding, she had seen all the changes that had occurred in the past few days. It took him less than half a month to go from a martial arts failure with only 48 points of chi and blood to a martial artist. This speed of progress is simply unheard of. Although the effects are largely due to the chi and blood pill, the results are truly astonishing. Chapter 11 One Punch, 6,000 kilograms, School Beauty Lin Qianqi. A brand new punching power testing machine is set up in the strength testing area. Lin Yun stood in front of the machine, adjusted his settings, and then a punch was thrown. Bang! A dull thud resounded, and the numbers on the testing machine's display screen jumped rapidly, finally settling on an astonishing value. 6,085.56 kilograms. More than 6,000 kilograms. Su Yingxue's eyes widened, then filled with stars. "My husband is so amazing." Lin Yun was also somewhat surprised. He anticipated that his strength would increase greatly after becoming a martial artist, but he didn't expect it to be this exaggerated. It's important to know that the average adult male's punching power is around 100 kilograms. His punch is equivalent to the combined force of 60 adult males. A newly trained martial artist typically has a strength of around 5,000 kilograms, but he increased that by a full 1,000 kilograms. Lin Yun turned to look at Wenyan, his face revealing undisguised smugness. "Sister Wenyan, how are you?" Wenyan crossed her arms and remained expressionless. So. After I first absorbed cosmic energy, my punching power was 7,000 kilograms. Lin Yun's smile froze on his face. He knew perfectly well that Wenyan was a genius, so why did he humiliate himself? Su Yingxue quickly tried to smooth things over. "Sister Wenyan is amazing, but her husband is no less impressive. I only weighed 5,300 kilograms during my first test, which is far less than her husband's." Looking at the young couple, one praising and the other protecting, Wenyan suddenly felt a strange sense of powerlessness. She remembered when she first met Su Yingxue, the girl was aloof, self-possessed, and devoted to martial arts. How did she become such a doting wife whose eyes are only for her husband? "All right, that's enough for today. I'm leaving now." Wenyan waved her hand and turned to leave the training room. If she stayed any longer, she was afraid she would be overwhelmed by the couple's public displays of affection. After Wenyan left, Lin Yun did not continue cultivating. He took Su Yingxue's hand. "Come on. We're off today. Let's go out for a walk." "Okay." Su Yingxue's eyes lit up. Since marrying into the Lin family, she has been cultivating almost every day and hasn't gone out to see the world for a long time. The couple went back to their room and changed into casual clothes. Lin Yun was dressed in a simple white casual outfit, which made him look tall, handsome, and dashing. Su Yingxue wore a light purple dress, her long hair flowing over her shoulders, looking elegant and refined. The two walked the streets of Jiangqing, immediately attracting countless eyes. They were a perfect match, like a divine couple, and they were the center of attention wherever they went. The two went to the mall, and Lin Yun bought several sets of maternity clothes for Su Yingxue. Although it's not completely obvious yet, it's always good to be prepared in advance. Then they went to a jewelry store, where Lin Yun picked out an exquisite necklace and personally put it on Su Yingxue. "My lord, it's too expensive." Su Yingxue looked at the price tag and said softly, "Not expensive." Lin Yun whispered in her ear, "It's worth any price to buy things for my wife." Su Yingxue felt a surge of joy and stopped refusing. As evening fell, the two strolled along the famous riverside promenade in Jiangqing. As the sun sets, its golden rays spill onto the river, creating a shimmering effect. A gentle breeze carries the unique, moist scent of the river. Lin Yun held Su Yingxue's hand, and the two walked slowly, whispering secrets that only lovers would say. Husband, do you think the baby looks like you or me? Suing Xue asked softly. It would be best if he looked like you, Lin Yun said with a smile. As beautiful as you. If he's a boy, he'll inherit my handsomeness. If he's a girl, he'll inherit your beauty. Suing Xue was amused. How can you calculate it like that? As the two were chatting and laughing, a lively girl's voice suddenly came from behind them. Senior. Lin Yun turned around and saw a girl with a high ponytail running towards him. She was wearing a pink tracksuit, her forehead was slightly sweaty, and her cheeks had a healthy blush. She exuded youthful energy. Her ponytail swung behind her as she ran, revealing her smooth forehead. Her eyes are large, with slightly upturned corners that curve into crescent shapes when she smiles, exuding a captivating charm. She has a high, straight nose, rosy lips, and fair skin with a rosy glow. The simple sportswear accentuated the girl's developing figure. Although it lacked the mature charm of Suing Xue and Wen Yin, it possessed a unique youthful vitality. The system panel immediately appeared in Lin Yun's mind. Name, Lin Qianxi. Cultivation level, 85 points of qi and blood. Appearance rating, 94. Martial arts talent, mid-grade yellow. System rating, yellow tier excellent. Warning, you are currently a minor and do not meet the requirements for marriage. This is Lin Qianxi, the undisputed school beauty of Jiangxing No. 1 High School. She is beautiful and has a high talent for martial arts. He's still in 2nd grade, and his qi and blood value is already 85 points. If things go well next year, my qi and blood value will definitely reach 100, and I can directly get into a martial arts university. Qianxi. Lin Yun was somewhat surprised. What are you doing here? Out for a run. Suing Xue greeted her with a smile. Sister Qianxi. She and Lin Qianxi knew each other. When the two got married, Lin Qianxi, who was Lin Yun's junior at school, also attended the wedding. Lin Qianxi stopped in front of the two of them, slightly out of breath, with a bright smile on her face. Senior, Sister Xue, what a coincidence. I was just jogging over there and saw you from afar. Lin Qianxi's gaze swept between the two of them, and she said playfully, I haven't seen Sister Xue for a few days, and she's become even more beautiful. No wonder she's so infatuated with our senior that he doesn't even come back to school to see us. Suing Xue was a little embarrassed by the praise and responded with a smile. Sister Qianxi is truly beautiful. You're just underage. Otherwise, your senior might not have even liked me and would have come to propose to you directly. Upon hearing this, a barely perceptible blush appeared on Lin Qianxi's face. But she quickly covered it up, saying playfully, Oh no, with someone as beautiful as Sister Xue ahead of you. How could you possibly be interested in me? The two beautiful young women began praising each other by the river, chatting away happily. Lin Yun stood to the side, unable to get a word in edgewise. He glanced at Suing Xue, then at Lin Qianxi, and a thought suddenly popped into his mind. If only I could marry this one too. No, Qianxi isn't an adult yet. Moreover, Xue has only just become pregnant, and it's not good for him to be thinking about these things. But the yellow level top quality rating on the system panel is really tempting. If I can marry Lin Qianxi, the system rewards must be very generous, right? Just as Lin Yun was lost in thought, Lin Qianxi suddenly turned to him. By the way, Senior, I heard you broke through to become a martial artist? Is that true? Her eyes were full of curiosity and admiration, which gave Lin Yun great satisfaction. Yes, I just broke through today. Lin Yun tried to keep his tone calm, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up. He never expected that his casual remark in the graduating class group would spread so quickly and so far. That's amazing. Lin Qianxi's eyes lit up. Wasn't your qi and blood value only in the 40s before, Senior? How come it's increased so quickly? She suddenly realized that what she said might not be appropriate, so she quickly stopped talking and stuck out her tongue awkwardly. Lin Yun didn't seem to care. It's a bit of luck. As for you, you have 85 points of qi and blood, not bad. You should have no problem with the martial arts college entrance examination next year. Lin Qianxi nodded, then shook her head. It's not enough. Only 5 people from the entire Jiangxing were admitted to the martial arts university this year, and even the one with the lowest qi and blood value has 102 points. I'm still far behind. As she spoke, her eyes dimmed slightly. The competition for martial arts university is too fierce. The admission rate in Jiangxing has remained at a level of only a few per 10,000 for many years. Seeing this, Suing Xue gently comforted her. Don't be discouraged, Qianxi. You still have a year. Besides, you're so smart and hardworking, you can definitely do it. Lin Qianxi smiled again. Thank you, Sister Xue. By the way, are you going home? Would you like to take a walk together? The sun had completely set, and the streetlights along the river were lighting up one by one. The three walked side by side on the path, with 2 beautiful women on either side, attracting frequent glances from passers-by. Lin Yun walked in the middle, savoring this rare moment of tranquility. But for some reason, he always felt that Lin Qianqi's gaze towards him seemed somewhat different from before. Although she had seen herself this way before, there was definitely something different about her today. Is it just my imagination? Lin Yun shook his head, deciding not to think about it anymore. Improving our strength as soon as possible is the key. Even if we were to propose to Qianqi, that would be next year. A night breeze swept across the river, bringing a touch of coolness. Lin Yun took off his coat and gently draped it over Su Yingshue's shoulders. This subtle gesture warmed Su Yingshue's heart and also made Lin Qianqi's eyes flash with a hint of envy. The three continued walking forward, their figures gradually blending into the night of Jiangqing. Chapter 12 Yingshue's advances, Wenyan's jealousy. Night. Lin Yun prepared to turn off the lights and go to sleep. Just as my hand reached for the bedside lamp switch, it was gently grasped by a soft little hand. My husband. Su Yingxue turned to the side, her watery eyes gazing at him, her voice so soft and sweet it could drip water. Lin Yun paused. He was all too familiar with that expression. These days, Su Yingxue would show this expression whenever she wanted to be intimate. Her slightly pursed lips, her sparkling eyes, and the faint blush on her face all spoke of her longing. His heart stirred as well. Su Yingxue seemed more sensitive after becoming pregnant, radiating a gentle maternal glow that was even more alluring than usual. But Lin Yun gently squeezed her hand in return. Yingxue, you are pregnant now, we can't. Su Yingxue noticed his hesitation, snuggled closer to him, and said coquettishly, Husband, I asked Aunt Lu. She said the first few months were fine, as long as we are careful. If we take a lighter approach in the next few months, it should be fine. Aunt Lu is the head maid of the Lin family, who is 60 years old, and also an experienced doctor who has served the Lin family for more than 30 years. Lin Yun's eyes lit up. Aunt Lu really said that. Really? Su Yingxue nodded. She also said that appropriate activity is good for both pregnant women and fetuses. Lin Yun was already somewhat wavering, but he was still uneasy. But I'm a martial artist now, the kind who can deliver a punch that weighs 6,000 kilograms. What if I can't control my strength? Su Yingxue chuckled and drew circles on his chest. I'm a martial artist too. Although I'm only at the early stage of the first rank, my physical strength is much better than that of ordinary people. How could I get injured so easily? Lin Yun thought about it and agreed. Su Yingxue can now deliver a punch with a force of over 5,000 kilograms, and her physical strength far exceeds that of ordinary people. But he was still a little worried. After all, this was their first child. He took out his phone, opened the browser, and typed in precautions for martial artists during pregnancy. The search results popped up, and Lin Yun carefully examined them one by one. For martial artists in the early stages of pregnancy, appropriate exercise can help improve blood circulation. Because martial artists possess physical abilities far exceeding those of ordinary people, appropriate intimate activities during pregnancy are safe. It is recommended to maintain moderate martial arts training during pregnancy, as it helps the fetus absorb the mother's vital energy. The more Lin Yun looked, the brighter his eyes became. It turns out that a martial artist getting pregnant is completely different from an ordinary person. Because of their strong qi and blood, martial artists will not only not become weak during pregnancy, but may even be in better condition due to the nourishment of qi and blood. He put down his phone, put his arm around Su Yingxue, and chuckled. My wife, since Aunt Lu has said so and the medical data supports it, then I'll have a good discussion with you tonight. Su Yingxue blushed, her eyes filled with sweetness. Husband, come on, let me smell you first. Lin Yun lowered his head and kissed her tenderly and lingeringly. Su Yingxue responded enthusiastically, wrapping her arms around his neck. Moonlight streamed into the room through the gaps in the curtains, gently enveloping the newlyweds. The light from the bedside lamp mingled with the moonlight, casting lingering shadows on the wall. That night, the lights in the new house stayed on until late. The next morning, in the practice room, Lin Yun and Su Yingxue arrived on time, but Wen Yin had not yet arrived. This is quite rare in the past. Wen Yin usually arrives early, preparing training equipment and waiting for them. What's wrong with Sister Wen Yin today? Su Yingxue asked, puzzled. I don't know. Lin Yun shrugged. Maybe I overslept. The two waited for a full half hour before the door to the practice room was finally opened. Wen Yin walked in, still wearing that black training uniform, with a high ponytail, looking beautiful and charming. But her expression was a little off. As soon as she entered, her gaze was fixed on Lin Yun, her eyes filled with a complex mix of anger and indescribable emotions. Good morning, Sister Wen Yin, Lin Yun greeted with a smile. Why are you late today? Wen Yin replied, but walked straight up to the two of them. Her eyes swept over Lin Yun's face a few times, and then looked at Su Yingxue, whose cheeks were slightly red and whose eyes were still wet. Then she said to Lin Yun in an annoyed tone, What do you think? Lin Yun was taken aback. What? Yingxue is pregnant. You guys last night. I heard it all. The commotion at the new house was so loud. Who in the whole estate doesn't know about it? The gentle tone carried a clear hint of reproach. Su Yingshue's face flushed bright red instantly, and she wished she could disappear into the ground. She lowered her head, her fingers nervously twisting together. Lin Yun was thick-skinned, far from being embarrassed. He chuckled. Sister Wen Yin, you just don't understand, do you? Yingxue and I are both martial artists now. Exchanging ideas at night will not only not do any harm, but will actually be beneficial to our physical and mental health. This promotes marital harmony and regulates blood circulation. You're nothing. Wen Yin interrupted him, her face turning red with anger. You think I don't know anything? Even if a martial artist is physically strong during pregnancy, you can't just do whatever you want. Lin Yun blinked and took out his phone from his pocket. Sister Wen Yin, I've done the research. Look. He pulled up the page he had found last night and handed it to Wen Yin. Wen Yin didn't want to look, but her gaze still involuntarily swept over. The more I looked, the more complicated her expression became. She actually knew these medical records vaguely, but subconsciously ignored them, treating Su Yingxue as an ordinary person. As a second-tier perfected martial artist, her knowledge far surpasses that of ordinary people. But for some reason, seeing Lin Yun and Su Yingxue being intimate made her inexplicably angry. Perhaps it's because this young couple is too unreserved? Perhaps it's because she harbors some bitterness deep inside that she herself is unwilling to admit? Wen Yin quickly scanned the documents, tossed her phone back into Lin Yun's arms, and said expressionlessly, "All right, got it. Let's begin training." She turned and walked towards the training area, her back view somewhat stiff. Yingxue, continue your meditation and practice of the 5 hearts towards heaven today to consolidate your realm. Wen Yan's voice regained its usual calm and professional tone. As for you, she turned to look at Lin Yun, a glint of revenge flashing in her eyes. 10 times the gravity. Let's start with 10 sets of Tiger Fist. 10 times gravity. Su Yingxue exclaimed in surprise. Sister Wen Yin, isn't this too much? My husband just advanced to the martial artist level yesterday. Wen Yin said calmly. 10 times? Not at all. After I advanced to the level of a martial artist, I started training with 12 times the gravity. Lin Yun's lips twitched. He knew that last night's exchange must have upset Wen Yin, and that this was an attempt to retaliate against him through training. This guy is really something. He should just say he likes me. He couldn't wait to marry her. Now look at you, all coy and hesitant. But they look so cute. Her body is so hot, so mature, so alluring. His personality is surprisingly. The contrast is so adorable. Chapter 13 10 times gravity. 10 sets of fierce tiger fist. 10 times gravity. Lin Yun had never tried such a high multiplier before. Yingxue, it's all right. Lin Yun patted Su Yingshue's hand to reassure her. Listen to Sister Wen Yin. She knows more than we do. And I also want to know where my current limit is. Su Yingxue was still a little worried, but after Lin Yun reassured her, she nodded. Go. Wen Yin had already adjusted the control panel of the gravity chamber. Remember, all 10 sets of fierce tiger fist are required. Don't leave out until you've finished. Lin Yun took a deep breath and stepped into the gravity chamber. The door closed slowly. As Wen Yin pressed the start button, Lin Yun felt his body suddenly sink. 10 times the gravity. This is not just 10 times the weight, but every cell in the body is subjected to 10 times the pressure. Blood flow slowed, breathing became difficult, and even raising one's arm became extremely difficult. Huff, huff. Lin Yun adjusted his breathing, forcing himself to adapt to this state. Outside the training room, Wen Yin watched Lin Yun's situation through the monitor screen. Su Yingxue stood beside her, nervously clenching her hands. Sister Wen Yin, are you sure it's okay? Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. This kid coughed up so many pills before. His physical condition is much stronger than that of an ordinary first-level martial artist. 10 times the gravity is difficult, but it is not enough to hurt him. And a complex look flashed in Wen Yan's eyes. He must become stronger as soon as possible. Yingxue, you are pregnant now, and your future resource consumption will increase significantly. Although the Lin family is wealthy, in this dog-eat-dog world, without strength, no amount of wealth can be kept. Su Yingxue was startled. Yes, how could she not have thought of that? After becoming pregnant, she was filled with happiness and anticipation, but forgot the cruelty of reality. I understand. Su Yingxue nodded seriously. I will work hard in my cultivation and not hold my husband back. Wen Yin glanced at her and softened her tone. Your primary task right now is to take care of your pregnancy. The fetus absorbs the mother's vital energy and grows. The better you cultivate yourself, the more solid the fetus's foundation will be. But this must be a gentle form of training, not the kind of reckless training that kid does. Inside the gravity chamber, Lin Yun had already assumed the starting stance of the fierce tiger fist. The first punch was thrown at least 5 times slower than usual. The muscles trembled violently under 10 times the force of gravity, and the bones groaned in unbearable strain. But he gritted his teeth and continued. The tiger emerges from its den. The force of its punch almost freezes. The roar of a tiger echoed through the mountains and forests, a muffled, thunderous sound resonating within the gravity chamber. The hungry tiger pounces on its prey. He used almost all his strength to complete this move. After finishing the first set of punches, Lin Yun was soaked in sweat and panting heavily. But he didn't stop after a brief adjustment. He immediately started the second set. Wang Yin watched from outside, a hint of approval flashing in her eyes. To be able to endure 10 times the force of gravity, this kid's willpower is truly impressive. 3 sets, 4 sets, 5 sets. Lin Yun felt his consciousness becoming somewhat blurred. Sweat blurred my vision, and my muscles ached so much that I almost lost all feeling. But only one thought was in his mind. We can't stop. If Sister Wenyan says it's okay, then it's absolutely okay. 6 sets, 7 sets, 8 sets. By the time he got to the 9th set, Lin Yun's movements had become severely distorted. But he persevered and finished the entire set of boxing techniques through sheer willpower. The 10th set. Lin Yun threw the punch almost instinctively. He moved as slowly as a snail, but he still completed each move meticulously. When he finished the last move, his legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground, too exhausted to even stand up. The door to the gravity chamber opened, and the tenfold gravity slowly dissipated. Lin Yun felt a lightness in his body, and the feeling of returning from hell to the human world almost made him groan out loud. But he didn't even have the strength to groan. He just lay on the ground, panting heavily. Wang Yin walked in and squatted down beside him. How are you feeling? Lin Yun struggled to lift his eyelids and forced a smile. I'm all right. I won't die. Stubborn to the end. Wang Yin snorted, but there was a smile in her eyes. All right, take a 10-minute break, then begin practicing the 5 hearts towards heaven method. Practicing in a state of extreme fatigue will make absorbing cosmic energy more efficient. Lin Yun nodded. He didn't even have the strength to speak. 10 minutes later, Lin Yun sat up cross-legged and began to circulate the 5 hearts facing heaven method. This time, he clearly sensed something was different. Although the body was extremely tired, the flow of qi and blood was exceptionally smooth under the guidance of the exercise. The surrounding cosmic energy seemed to be drawn to him, frantically converging towards him. Because the body is in a state of hunger, every cell is greedily consuming cosmic energy. Lin Yun could clearly feel that his strength was increasing at a visible rate. An hour later, Lin Yun opened his eyes. The fatigue has vanished, replaced by abundant energy and even greater strength. Not bad. Wen Yin nodded. Rested? Then let's continue. 10 times the gravity again. 10 more sets of punches. Lin Yun. And so, Lin Yun spent the entire day of training under Wen Yan's special care. When tired, practiced the 5 hearts towards heaven method to recover, and once recovered, continue punching under 10 times the gravity. The cycle repeats itself almost without stopping. By the time training ended in the evening, Lin Yun was exhausted and almost collapsed, but his eyes were unusually bright. He could feel that he was much stronger than he was in the morning. As soon as he stepped out of the gravity chamber, Su Yingxue rushed over to him, wiping his sweat with a warm towel, her eyes filled with heartache. Husband, you must be exhausted. Lin Yun shook his head and took her hand. I'm not tired. What's a little hardship compared to what I'm going through for you and the kids? Looking at the couple, Wen Yin felt that indescribable emotion welling up inside her again. We'll continue tomorrow. She left those words behind and turned to leave the practice room. Back in her room, Wen Yin took off her training clothes and went into the bathroom. The warm water washed over her body, but she still felt restless. What's wrong with me? She asked herself in a low voice. We should be happy for them. Lin Yun has become stronger. Su Yingxue is pregnant, and the Lin family has a successor. Everything is moving in a positive direction. But she just couldn't be happy. Perhaps it was because of Lin Yun's words. I'll marry you sooner or later? Perhaps it's because seeing how happy they are, while I have to pursue the path of martial arts alone. Wang Yin shook her head, deciding to stop thinking about it. She dried herself off, changed into her pajamas, and lay down on the bed. Outside the window, the moonlight is just as it was yesterday. Inside the new house, Lin Yun was gently holding Su Yingxue, his palm lightly resting on her lower abdomen. Although he knew the fetus wasn't fully formed yet, he couldn't help but ask softly, was my baby a good boy-girl today? Su Yingxue smiled and nodded. Very good. Husband, you've been training so hard today. You should get some rest tonight. Lin Yun kissed her forehead. Okay, I'll listen to my wife. The two fell asleep in each other's arms. That night, the lights in the new house were not kept on until late. Chapter 14 Combat Skills. Practicing martial arts during the day and, well, at night. Wan Yin handed 2 yellowed ancient books to Su Yingxue. Although the pages are old, they are well preserved, and the writing on the cover is still clearly visible. Wan Yin pointed to the books. The frost palm is a low-grade yellow-level palm technique, which is in the same lineage as your flowing cloud palm. When practiced to a high level, it can unleash frost with the palm, freezing the opponent's blood and chi. Phantom Step, a low-grade yellow-level movement technique. Once mastered, it makes one's movements as elusive as a ghost. When combined with your palm techniques, it can produce remarkable effects. She then took out an even thicker booklet from her bosom and handed it to Lin Yun. The rock-splitting fist is a mid-grade yellow-level fist technique. It is powerful and domineering. When combined with your Tiger Fist foundation, its power can be raised to another level. Lin Yun took the boxing manual. It felt heavy in his hand. Turning to the first page, one is greeted by dense text and diagrams of the human body's meridians. His moves were exquisite, far surpassing the Tiger Fist he had practiced before. Wan Yin explained, the combat techniques you learned before were all without grades, and their power was limited. From today onwards, I will study these things carefully. The movement technique is universal, and it suits both of you. She looked at the two of them and solemnly instructed them. Remember, combat skills are not something you can improve by practicing more. Mastering 1 or 2 skills is far better than learning 10 half-baked skills. So for the next period of time, you will focus on mastering these 3 combat skills. Lin Yun and Su Yingxue both nodded seriously. Wan Yin first instructed Su Yingxue on the frosty palm technique. This palm technique is indeed in the same lineage as the flowing cloud palm, both of which conceal deadly intent within their gentle and subtle nature. But this one is even more exquisite. Wan Yin personally demonstrated, striking out with his palm, causing the temperature in the training room to plummet and a thin layer of frost to condense on the surface of the force-measuring target in the distance. The essence of the frost palm lies not in freezing, but in freezing, Wan Yin explained as he finished his practice. By using cold air to affect the opponent's blood circulation, it slows down their movements and makes them react sluggishly. When you reach a high level of skill, you can even freeze the opponent's meridians. Su Yingxue was mesmerized by what she saw and immediately began practicing. At first, her palm strikes were unremarkable, but as she circulated her chi and blood according to the technique, the palm winds gradually carried a chill. Yes, that's it. Pay attention to the angle of wrist rotation. 3 parts of the force should be in the palm and 7 parts in the fingertips. The cold air should emanate from the fingertips, not the entire palm. Meanwhile, Lin Yun was also studying the stone-splitting fist. This style of boxing is indeed domineering, emphasizing using force to overcome skill, with wide and sweeping moves. However, the difficulty lies in controlling the force. You must concentrate all your strength into one point and unleash it the instant you make contact with the target. He tried punching the sandbag a few times, but either his power was scattered or his timing was wrong. Too hasty. Wan Yin appeared behind him without him noticing. The rock-splitting fist emphasizes building up momentum before unleashing it. Look, Wan Yin casually punched the sandbag. There was no earth-shattering noise. The sandbag only swayed slightly. But when she pulled her fist back, a clear fist print appeared on the surface of the sandbag, several inches deep. Power should be contained, and only unleashed at the moment of contact. Again, Lin Yun resumed his fighting stance. This time, he slowed down his movements, feeling the flow of power. Just as his fist was about to hit the sandbag, he suddenly activated his chi and blood. Bang! The sandbag shook violently, and a shallow fist-shaped mark appeared on its surface. There has been progress. Wan Yin rarely offered a compliment. Keep practicing. When you can punch through this special sandbag, you'll have mastered the basics. Lin Yun's eyes lit up, and he practiced even more diligently. By noon, both of them were a little tired. Lin Yun was all right. After all, martial artists have plenty of stamina. However, Su Yingxue was pregnant, and although she was also a martial artist, the exertion was obviously greater, and sweat was already on her forehead. Go and recover if you're tired, Wan Yin said to Lin Yun. Gravity chamber, 10 times the gravity. Activate the 5 hearts towards heaven method. Lin Yun nodded and entered the gravity chamber. Cultivating under 10 times gravity is arduous, but the recovery efficiency is indeed high. Cosmic energy is more easily absorbed by the body under pressure, and after a full cycle, most of the fatigue is gone. Su Yingxue looked at Wan Yin expectantly. Wan Yin sighed. You can go too, but only at twice the gravity. And stop immediately if you feel any discomfort. Thank you, Sister Wan Yin. Su Yingxue happily walked into another gravity chamber. Lin Yun was initially a little worried. Can a pregnant woman really withstand the force of gravity acting on every cell? But after Su Yingxue finished her cultivation, she not only felt no discomfort, but also had a rosy complexion and abundant blood and energy, which put his mind at ease. It seems that pregnancy among martial artists is indeed different from that of ordinary people. After lunch and a short rest, training will continue in the afternoon. Wenyan focused on guiding the two in phantom step this time. This movement technique is indeed exquisite, with unpredictable footwork, allowing one to dodge and weave within a small space. Wenyan demonstrated herself, and she moved quickly in the training field, leaving faint afterimages as if three people were moving at the same time. Amazing! Su Yingxue exclaimed in amazement. Wenyan stopped and began to give instructions. The essence of phantom step lies in the interplay of illusion and reality. Every step you take must be so difficult for your opponent to discern whether it's real or fake. Remember, it's not about being as fast as possible, but about being as confusing as possible. The two began practicing. At first, my steps were clumsy, and I often tripped over myself. But with Wenyan's patient guidance, they gradually mastered the knack. Lin Yun discovered that phantom step and stone splitter fist were a perfect match. First, use movement techniques to confuse the opponent, then strike a vital point with a thunderous punch, doubling the power. On Su Yingxue's side, the combination of phantom step and frost palm is even more insidious. She can strike out with multiple palms while dodging, exuding a chilling aura that makes it impossible for her opponents to defend against. As evening fell, the day's training came to an end. Although both were exhausted, their eyes shone with excitement. Having mastered true martial arts techniques, their strength underwent a qualitative leap. The following days were spent in the same way. During the day, the couple followed Wenyan to learn martial arts and combat techniques, and practiced the 5 hearts towards heaven method. Wenyan's teaching is strict and meticulous, requiring every movement to be perfect and leaving no detail overlooked. Evenings are the couple's private time. After confirming that appropriate activity during pregnancy is not only harmless but also beneficial, the couple began to communicate more frequently. At first I was a little cautious, but when I found that it didn't have any impact, I relaxed. Wenyan has gone from being annoyed by the fact that the lights in the new house stay on until late at night every day to now completely ignoring it. She even learned a new skill. They stayed in the practice room until very late, waiting for the young couple to finish their exchange before going back to their room to rest. That way she won't hear those annoying sounds. At least that's what she told herself. Chapter 15. Perhaps marrying that boy isn't such an unacceptable thing? 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. That morning, Wenyan conducted a preliminary test on the two of them. First is Su Yingxue. She stood in the center of the training field, took a deep breath, and then moved. The figure flickered like a ghost, leaving a faint afterimage. At the same time, his palms flew up and down, releasing a chill that caused the temperature in the training ground to drop significantly. After finishing a set of frost palm techniques, she stood up, her breathing steady. Wenyan nodded. Not bad. You've mastered the basics of the frost palm and have also grasped 3 or 4 tenths of the skill in the phantom step. Come on, let's test your punching power. Su Yingxue walked to the punching power testing machine, circulated her qi and blood, and struck out with her palm. 5,632.15 kilograms. It has increased by more than 300 kilograms compared to 10 days ago. Very good. Wenyan rarely smiled. It's rare to see such progress during pregnancy. Next up is Lin Yun. He didn't use any fancy footwork, but walked directly to the testing machine and assumed the starting stance of the stone-splitting fist. Gathering strength, unleashing it. Boom! The testing machine vibrated violently, and the numbers on the screen jumped wildly. 6,587.42 kilograms. It has increased by 500 kilograms compared to 10 days ago. A hint of surprise flashed in Wenyan's eyes. This rate of progress has surpassed that of many so-called martial arts geniuses. How's your practice of the stone-splitting fist going? Lin Yun grinned and walked to the specially made sandbag. This time, he didn't hold his strength for too long, but instead threw a punch seemingly casually. Puff! A dull sound rang out. A clear fist print appeared on the surface of the sandbag, at least twice as deep as it was 10 days ago. You've already mastered the stone-splitting force. Wenyan nodded. Although it's just the basics, it's still considered an entry-level skill. She then asked Lin Yun to demonstrate phantom step. Lin Yun moved quickly across the training ground. Although he didn't have the afterimage effect of Wenyan, his movements were strange and unpredictable, showing that he had already mastered the skill. Good. Wenyan concluded. The progress you've made in these 10 days is equivalent to 6 months of hard work for an average person. But don't be arrogant. This is just the beginning. She looked at the two of them, her eyes serious. The path of martial arts is long and arduous. You are only just beginning. The road ahead is long. Especially you, Lin Yun. Wenyan stared at him. Didn't you say you would defeat me and marry me? With this little strength, you're far from it. Lin Yun was not discouraged at all, on the contrary. He was full of fighting spirit. Don't worry, Sister Wen Yin. I will continue to work hard. Sooner or later, I will defeat you fair and square and then marry you. If Wen Yin had heard this 10 days ago, she might have been angry and might have thrown him out. But now, she just snorted. We'll talk about it after you've done it. After the training session ended, Wen Yin left first. Lin Yun and Su Yingxue packed their things and prepared to go back to their room. Husband, do you think Sister Wen Yin has been acting a little different lately? Su Yingxue suddenly asked in a low voice. Lin Yun was taken aback. How is it different? Su Yingxue tilted her head and thought for a moment. I can't say. It's just that she doesn't seem as resistant to you saying you want to marry her anymore. Lin Yun's eyes lit up. Really? Su Yingxue nodded. If you had said that before, she would have gotten angry and beaten you up. But now, it seems like she's just saying it, and she's not really angry. Lin Yun's heart stirred. He recalled Wen Yan's behavior during this period. The training was still rigorous, although he still couldn't hold back with his words. But that kind of heartfelt resistance does seem to have diminished. Could it be? Lin Yun shook his head, suppressing the thought for the time being. It's too early to think about these things now. The most urgent task is to continue improving our strength. The two returned to their room, took a quick shower, and then lay down on the bed in each other's arms. Husband, how big is the baby now? Su Yingxue gently stroked her lower abdomen. Lin Yun also placed his hand on it. It should be very, very small, like a bean. But our baby will definitely be extraordinary. After all, both parents are martial artists. Su Yingxue smiled. Husband, do you think it will be a boy or a girl? Anything is fine. Lin Yun lowered his head and kissed her. If it's a boy, I'll teach him martial arts and make him a martial artist even stronger than me. If it's a girl, I'll also teach her martial arts and make her the most powerful little princess in the world. Su Yingxue felt a sweet warmth in her heart and snuggled even closer into his arms. Moonlight streamed through the curtains, gently enveloping the two of them. Lin Yun gently placed his palm on Su Yingxue's lower abdomen, feeling the new life growing there. It felt so soft and smooth to the touch. Slowly, the land of life opened up to him. The fountain of life emerges. Everything was so natural and harmonious. Life moves rhythmically, and breath communicates. The night is still long. For Lin Yun, tonight's journey has only just begun. The night outside the window deepened, and the stars twinkled in the sky. Meanwhile, at the other end of the Lin family manor, Wen Yin stood by the window, gazing at the same starry sky, her mind filled with countless thoughts. In 10 days, she witnessed Lin Yun's rapid progress firsthand. That speed, that potential, had exceeded her comprehension. Maybe that kid will actually catch up with me one day. Once the thought arises, it can no longer be suppressed. Wen Yin shook her head, forcing herself to stop thinking about it. She closed the window and lay back down on the bed. But she couldn't sleep that night. Images of Lin Yun training diligently kept flashing through her mind, as did his confident smile when he told her he wanted to marry her, and the sweet, loving scenes of the young couple. What am I thinking? Wen Yin covered her face with a pillow and muttered to herself. However, deep inside, a faint voice said, perhaps marrying that guy isn't such a hard thing to accept. Chapter 16. Coughing pill, cultivation improvement, mid-stage first rank. 5 more days passed. Lin Yun frowned slightly as he looked at the numbers that appeared on the screen. 6,673.94 kilograms. It has increased by less than 100 kilograms compared to 5 days ago. Moreover, upon closer examination, there has been almost no activity in the last 2 days, and the increase in punching power has been negligible. The period of rapid improvement for martial artists has passed, Lin Yun muttered to himself. Wen Yin had already warned about this situation. After a martial artist breaks through a barrier, their body will undergo a rapid adaptation period during which their strength increases dramatically. But after this stage, it will enter a period of steady growth, and the pace of progress will slow down significantly. Unless there is external assistance. Lin Yun took out a small jade bottle from the storage cabinet. The bottle was warm and smooth, and inside were several qi and blood pills. This is the best elixir for apprentices, each worth 1,000,000. He took one yesterday, but that pill had almost no effect. The pills used during the apprenticeship period have negligible effect on martial artists. What you need now is a pill specifically for martial artists. A gentle voice came from behind. Lin Yun turned around and saw that Wen Yin was already beside him at some point. She wore a dark blue training uniform today, and her hair was still tied in a neat high ponytail, making her look incredibly heroic. I know, so I prepared this today. Lin Yun took out another, more exquisite jade box from the storage cabinet. The box was opened, revealing a blood-red pill the size of a longan, with a faint glow flowing across its surface and emanating a rich aura. First tier qi and blood pill. The best pill for apprentices is the Qi and blood pill, and the best pill for martial artists is also called the Qi and blood pill, but with the prefix first grade. In this world of martial arts, there are many kinds of elixirs. There are pills for first-level martial artists to improve their blood and Qi, such as Dragon Elephant Blood Essence Pill, Phoenix Nirvana Blood Pill, and 10,000-Year Blood Ginseng Pill, each with a more imposing name than the last. But those who truly understand the industry know that the more fancy the name, the less effective it often is. And the best of them all is always the one with the simplest and most unadorned name, Qi Shui Dan Blood and Qi Elixir. The Qi and Blood Pill is the only pill that martial artists can absorb 100% of, and it has no side effects. The only downside is that it's expensive. Each Qi and Blood Pill during the apprenticeship stage is worth $1 million, more expensive than many first-tier pills. Even well-off families can't afford it, it's too expensive. At most, I'll buy some items worth tens of thousands, or I might simply choose to undergo rigorous asceticism. Even with rigorous training, the equipment is expensive. Just look at the price of the martial arts school, it costs $100,000 a year. An average person earns 3,000 yuan a month, which is less than a family's annual income. If pills are this expensive for apprentices, what about those for first-tier martial artists? Dragon Elephant Blood Essence pills cost 800,000 each, Phoenix Nirvana Blood pills cost 3.6 million each, and first-tier Qi and Blood pills, 20 million per pill. Yes, that's right. It costs a whopping 20 million to buy just one. This price is enough to deter 99% of martial artists. But for the Lin family, money is not a problem as long as they can improve their strength. Wang Yin looked at the pill in his hand, raised an eyebrow and asked, "Ready?" "Okay, all ready." Lin Yun answered affirmatively and took the pills into the gravity chamber. This time, he adjusted the gravity to 12 times, twice as much as when Yin had requested 10 times. This is already close to the limit he can currently endure. Sitting cross-legged, Lin Yun swallowed the first-tier Qi and blood pill worth 20 million without hesitation. The pill melted upon entering the mouth, transforming into a scorching torrent that rushed into the body. Unlike the gentle Qi and blood pills of the apprentice stage, the medicinal power of the first-order Qi and blood pills is violent and fierce, like a ferocious beast that has been imprisoned for many years suddenly breaking free of its restraints. Lin Yun dared not delay and immediately activated the 5 hearts towards heaven technique. Under the pressure of 12 times gravity, the absorption of the medicine is more efficient. That scorching torrent surged along the path of the cultivation technique, strengthening the tissues at each meridian it passed through. Qi and blood are increasing rapidly, and the energy cluster in the dantian is expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. Time passed second by second. 2 hours later, Lin Yun opened his eyes. The air inside the gravity chamber seemed to grow heavier because of his presence. He slowly stood up and stretched his limbs. His bones crackled and popped, his muscles became firmer, and a faint glow of blood and energy flowed beneath his skin. It feels different. I feel much stronger. Lin Yun clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within his body. As they stepped out of the gravity chamber, Wen Yin and Su Yingxue were already waiting outside. Su Yingxue's eyes were full of anticipation, while Wen Yin had an expression that said, "I'd like to see how much you can improve. Let's test it out." Wen Yin gestured for him to go to the punching power testing machine. Lin Yun walked up to the machine and, without much preparation, delivered a simple, straightforward straight punch. Boom! The testing machine vibrated violently, and the numbers on the screen jumped wildly before finally settling on an astonishing value. 13,247.83 kilograms. More than 13,000 kilograms. Su Yingxue's eyes curved into crescent moons. My husband is so amazing. Just one pill has improved him so much. Wen Yin simply nodded. So? A first-tier Qi and blood pill costs 20 million each, and it only increased my strength by less than 7,000 kilograms. It's a bit of a waste. Su Yingxue immediately transformed into a protective and doting wife. Sister Wen Yin, my husband is absolutely amazing, isn't he? Eating one pill raised me from the early stage of Tier 1 to the mid-stage, and I even exceeded the mid-stage Tier 1 standard by 3,000 kilograms of strength. One more pill, and we might be in the later stages. Hee, Sister Wen Yin. Just wait for your husband to marry you. Wen Yin was speechless for a moment after hearing this, and then rolled her eyes after a long while. You think taking pills is as simple as addition? Just add one, and it goes up? It's not that simple. She looked at Lin Yun, her tone serious. After you finish this pill, you'll have to wait at least a month before you can take the next one. Otherwise, the body will develop drug resistance and won't be able to absorb much of the medicine, which would be a complete waste of money. Lin Yun smiled confidently. What's there to be afraid of? One pill a month, at this rate, I'll become a second-tier martial artist in a year. No, in half a year. Wen Yin laughed at his naive idea. You think becoming a second-tier martial artist is so easy? The bottleneck from the first to the second rank is more than 10 times harder than the journey from apprentice to martial artist. Forget it. I can't be bothered to talk to you. She turned to leave, but Lin Yun called her back. Wait, Sister Wen Yin, Yingxue hasn't used it yet. I'm worried about leaving without watching over it. Lin Yun took out another jade box, opened it, and inside was another first-tier qi and blood pill. This one is for Yingxue. Su Yingxue quickly waved her hand. Husband, this is too precious. You should use it to improve your strength yourself. My cultivation is already progressing very quickly. Lin Yun leaned close to her ear and lowered his voice. I'm already in the middle stage, and you're still in the early stage. How can we communicate tonight? He deliberately emphasized the word communication, carrying a clear implication. Su Yingshue's face instantly turned bright red. Even her ears turned pink. Wen Yin was so powerful that he could hear Lin Yun even if he deliberately whispered. She said to Su Yingxue in an annoyed tone, the Lin family has plenty of money. Why are you trying to save it for them? They should use it as they need to. Lin Yun immediately chimed in. See? Sister Wen Yin already said so. Su Yingxue blushed as she accepted the pill, whispering, Thank you, my husband. He gently instructed. Remember, you can't exceed 3 times the normal gravity. You are pregnant now, and your body has limited capacity to withstand it. Moreover, the first-level qi and blood pill is very potent, and 3 times the gravity is enough to help you absorb it. Su Yingxue nodded seriously and walked into the gravity chamber with the pills in her hand. P.S. I hope that the readers who have read this far can take a moment to give this book a 5-star review. It's okay if you don't want to write a review, just give it 5 stars. It will only take a few seconds. Please, it really means a lot to me. Chapter 17. Propose to school beauty Lin Qianxi when she comes of age. 3 hours later, the door to the gravity chamber opened. Su Yingxue came out. Her temperament underwent a subtle change. Originally, he possessed a gentle yet aloof demeanor, but now he exudes the sharpness of a martial artist. The body is full of qi and blood, with subtle energy fluctuations. Let's test it out, Wen Yin said. Su Yingxue walked to the punching power testing machine, gathered her strength, and struck out with her palm. 11,236.47 kilograms. More than 11,000 kilograms. She has also reached the mid-stage of Tier 1. Congratulations. Wen Yin smiled. It seems you are indeed very talented. It's rare to make such progress during pregnancy. Su Yingxue was so happy she couldn't speak, but when she looked at Lin Yun, her eyes were overflowing with love. Lin Yun stepped forward and embraced her, saying, My wife is the best. Wen Yin looked at the loving couple, shook her head, and turned to leave. This dog food is better left uneaten. Sister Wen Yin, Lin Yun called out to her, Thank you. Wen Yin paused in her steps. Thank me for what? Lin Yun said earnestly. Thank you for your guidance. Without you, Yingxue and I wouldn't have progressed so quickly. Wen Yin was silent for a moment, then turned his back to him and said, It's what I should do if I'm paid to do something. After saying that, she quickly left the practice room. Back in her room, Wen Yin closed the door, leaned against it, and slowly exhaled. This kid, he's improving too fast. 15 days ago, his punching power was over 6,000 kilograms. 10 days later, it approached 7,000 kilograms. Now it's directly 13,000 kilograms. Although most of his cultivation level was improved by coughing up pills, it cost him countless amounts of money. But money is also an important part of martial arts, sometimes even more so than one's martial arts talent. Cough pills can boost cultivation, but that's still cultivation. Wasn't my purpose to protect the Lin family by purchasing various cultivation resources? Wen Yin walked to the window, gazing at the lights that lit up the manor, her mind filled with countless thoughts. The stronger Lin Yun becomes, the more likely her joke, I'll marry you once you defeat me, will come true. What bothered her even more was that she found herself not rejecting the possibility. What's wrong with me? Wen Yin asked herself softly, but no one could give her an answer. Lin Yun and Su Yingxue did not leave the training room immediately. Husband, I feel like the baby moved a little today. Su Yingxue suddenly said, gently placing her hand on her lower abdomen. Lin Yun's eyes lit up. Really? Let me hear it. He bent down and put his ear to Su Yingshue's abdomen. Although he can't hear anything yet, he can feel the life force emanating from there. Baby, be good and don't make mommy work too hard. Su Yingxue gently stroked his hair. Husband, do you think our baby will inherit our martial arts talent? Definitely. We are both martial artists with strong qi and blood. The baby was nourished by qi and blood in the womb, so his talent will definitely not be bad. Expectation flashed in Su Yingshue's eyes. Then we'll teach the baby martial arts. Yes, we'll teach together. Lin Yun gripped her hand tightly. Su Yingxue asked this question because she was subconsciously worried that her offspring would revert to the mean reversion Lin Yun is familiar with in his hometown before he traveled through time. If both husband and wife were top students from Tsinghua and Peking universities, it would be difficult for their descendants to get into Tsinghua and Peking universities like their parents. Some couldn't even get into a regular undergraduate program and could only attend a junior college. This is mean regression. It is impossible for descendants to be 100% better than their parents. Just like human height, even if tall people mate and reproduce, selecting the best of the best, no one has ever grown into a giant. The two packed their things and left the practice room hand in hand. During dinner, Lin Jintian heard that both of them had broken through to the mid-stage of the first rank, and he was so happy that he ate an extra bowl of rice. The old man is full of energy every day and is looking forward to the birth of his great-grandson. It's late at night in the new house. The hot, intense smell had not yet dissipated. Lin Yun gently held Su Yingxue in his arms, his hand stroking her lower abdomen. Yingxue, do you think it will be a boy or a girl? This time it was his turn to ask. Su Yingxue snuggled closer to him, finding a more comfortable position. Anything is fine. I love any child that is ours. Lin Yun kissed her forehead. Me too. Moonlight streamed through the curtains, gently enveloping the two of them. The world fell silent, leaving only the sounds of each other's breathing and heartbeats. But for Lin Yun, this was just the beginning. Mid-stage first rank is far from enough in this world. To truly protect this family and to fulfill his bold vow of marrying Wen Yan, he must become stronger. Second order, third order, and even higher. Lin Yun silently recited in his heart. System. Check the current status. Host, Lin Yun. Special physique. Fertility body activation progress 1%. Cultivation level. Mid-tier martial artist. Martial arts talent. Mid-grade yellow. Qi and blood value. Approximately 13,000 kilograms punching power. Technique. 5 hearts towards heaven technique, yellow grade supreme. Combat skills. Stone splitting fist mid-grade yellow. Phantom step low grade yellow. Spouse. Su Yingxue pregnant. Looking at the system panel, Lin Yun felt a surge of pride. With a mid-grade yellow level talent and mid-stage first-order cultivation, this is already considered quite good strength in Jiangqing. But that's not enough, far from enough. He needs to keep working hard and keep getting stronger. Time passed slowly like this. Without consuming elixirs and relying solely on arduous cultivation, Lin Yun's cultivation progress slowed significantly. Every day, I sweat profusely in the gravity chamber, but my punching power increases very little, and sometimes I don't see any significant progress for several days in a row. The improvement in combat skill proficiency is also average. The stone splitter fist technique is stuck at the bottleneck between beginner and minor mastery. I feel like I'm just one step away from a breakthrough, but I just can't seem to get past it. This is the limitation of talent. A mid-grade yellow-level talent is already considered good in Jiangcheng, but in the entire martial arts world, it can only be considered the lowest grade. Without the aid of elixirs, relying solely on arduous cultivation will indeed limit the speed of progress. Lin Yun was not discouraged, but he was even more eager for Lin Qianxi to come of age. Since their chance encounter by the river, the young woman and Lin Yun have been communicating more frequently on their phones. Sometimes they would share their lives, sometimes they would ask each other questions about martial arts, and every week they would find various reasons to talk to Lin Yun for a few minutes. Lin Yun wasn't stupid, he could naturally see Lin Qianxi's affection for him. Looks like this girl has been secretly in love with me all along, Lin Yun thought to himself with a smirk. Lin Qianxi will be an adult next year. When I go to propose marriage, I will be 100% successful. She has a 94-point appearance score, a mid-grade yellow-level martial arts talent, and a top-grade yellow-level overall rating from the system. If I marry her, my martial arts talent will definitely improve to the upper level of yellow rank. Then the cultivation speed will be even faster. Thinking about all this, Lin Yun became even more motivated to train. Chapter 18 Su Yingxue's Surprising Proposal. Time flies. Su Yingxue has been married into the Lin family for almost 2 months and is more than a month pregnant. There are still a few days until I can take another Tier 1 Qi and blood pill. That night, as usual, the lights in the new house stayed on until late. The rain had just stopped, and the air was still filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. Su Yingxue collapsed into Lin Yun's arms, her cheeks flushed, her breathing not yet fully calm. She raised her hand and gently stroked Lin Yun's face, her eyes filled with infatuation and love. My husband, she murmured softly, I love you so much. Lin Yun felt a warmth in his heart and lowered his head to kiss her forehead. Me too. The two kissed passionately for a while longer, until their breathing had completely calmed down. Su Yingxue leaned against Lin Yun's chest, her fingers unconsciously stroking his pectoral muscles, and suddenly asked softly, "Husband, what do you think of teacher Shin Yuqing?" Lin Yun was taken aback. Shin Yuqing? Who? Su Yingxue looked up at him. She's a teacher from number 2 middle school, Miss Shin Yuqing. Don't you remember? Lin Yun thought about it carefully and finally remembered. After he awakened the system, he sought marriage with Wen Yin but was thrown out. Then they collected information on eligible women throughout Jiangxing. There were no more than 5 people in the entire city who met the system requirements, and only 2 of them had an appearance score of over 90. One was his wife, Su Yingxue, whom he held in his arms, and the other was Shun Yuqing, a teacher of academic subjects at number 2 middle school. I remember now. Lin Yun nodded, then asked with some surprise, "Why did you suddenly ask about this, my wife?" Su Yingxue snuggled closer to him and whispered, "I'm just curious. Who exactly did my husband propose to before? I talked to Aunt Lu about it these past few days, and she told me some things." Lin Yun suddenly realized. "Oh, so this is what you wanted to ask Aunt Lu about these past few days?" "Uh-huh." Su Yingxue nodded, her eyes flashing with admiration. "My husband has excellent taste. All the women he's chosen are wonderful. Especially teacher Shin Yuqing. She's such a kind person and so beautiful." She began to list Shun Yuqing's strengths. "I heard that she has a gentle personality, is very knowledgeable, and is especially kind to her students. And she's really beautiful, not in a flamboyant way, but rather gentle and intellectual, like she stepped out of an ancient painting. Many students at number 2 middle school say they don't want to lose focus in her class, because just looking at her is a pleasure." As Lin Yun listened, the image of Shun Yuqing gradually appeared in his mind. He did indeed collect information on Shun Yuqing. At 22 years old, having just graduated from a regular university a year ago, I am now a high school teacher teaching academic subjects to first-year students at number 2 high school. She in the photo truly exudes a scholarly air, with gentle eyes and a serene smile, possessing an intellectual beauty. According to the records, she was the school beauty during her school years and had countless suitors, but she rejected them all on the grounds of focusing on her studies. She completed her 4-year university course in just 2 years, graduating a year early. He is indeed a very outstanding person. Lin Yun nodded, then asked with some confusion, "But wife, why are you suddenly bringing this up?" He thought for a moment, then suddenly grinned mischievously and moved closer to Su Yingxue, his hands wandering all over her body, pinching her. "Is my wife jealous? Are you worried that I'll go to her?" Su Yingxue felt ticklish from his pinching and playfully slapped his hand away, saying, "No, I'm not jealous at all. Why did that lady suddenly bring her up?" Lin Yun pressed. Su Yingxue's eyes were watery, and her face flushed. She seemed somewhat embarrassed to speak. She hesitated for a while before finally raising her head and looking at Lin Yun with deep affection. "Husband, what do you think of teacher Shin Yuqing?" Lin Yun was confused by her and replied directly, "Yes, it's very good, but not as good as my wife. This is the truth. The system scores are there. Shin Yuqing 92 points, Su Yingxue 96 points. Moreover, after spending these 2 months together, Lin Yun's feelings for Su Yingxue have long since transcended the simple contractual marriage." Upon hearing this, a sweet glint flashed in Su Yingxue's eyes, but she continued speaking to herself. "Teacher Shin Yuqing is really good. She just graduated from university a year ago, and she's young and beautiful. She was the school beauty of number 2 middle school before, and now that she's back teaching there, I wonder how many people she's captivated. I heard that when she was in high school, she received countless love letters every day, including those from people in other schools. But she refused them all and devoted herself to her studies. She was the most beautiful and popular person in the entire Jiangxing during her year. No, during those years." Lin Yun nodded. "Yes, that's true. Given her looks, she was indeed the most beautiful woman in those years. Luckily she was born a few years too early and didn't meet her wife. Otherwise the title of most beautiful in Jiangxing wouldn't have been hers." Lin Yun spoke these words sincerely and without any bias. After all, the system's rating doesn't lie. Su Yingxue's 96 points are genuine. Su Yingxue's smile deepened, but she still continued to ask, "Then, my husband, do you also think that teacher Shin Yuqing is very good?" Lin Yun finally realized that something was wrong. Su Yingxue's roundabout way of asking questions definitely wasn't just a casual inquiry. "My wife, what exactly are you trying to say?" He looked at her seriously. "Stop beating around the bush, just tell your husband directly." Su Yingxue took a deep breath, as if she had made a great decision. She sat up, cupped Lin Yun's face in her hands, her eyes firm and earnest. "I want to help my husband marry her." Lin Yun. His eyes widened, and he didn't react for a moment. "What did you say?" Lin Yun wondered if he had misheard. "I said," Su Yingxue repeated clearly, word by word, "I want to help my husband marry teacher Shin Yuqing." Lin Yun was stunned. I was completely dumbfounded. He stared blankly at Su Yingxue, his mind completely blank. After a long while, he finally spoke and asked, "My wife, are you joking?" "No." Su Yingxue shook her head, her expression extremely serious. "I am serious." Lin Yun sat up and carefully examined her expression, trying to find a trace of a joke in it. But all he saw was determination and expectation. Why? Lin Yun couldn't understand at all. Why would you want to help me marry another woman? Shouldn't you be unhappy? Su Yingxue leaned back into his arms and whispered, "At first I was a little unhappy. I knew that my husband had screened me before choosing me, so I did feel a little awkward. But I've been thinking a lot these past few days." Her voice grew softer and softer, and a hint of self-reproach flashed in her eyes. "Husband, in what way are you so strong that I, as your wife, have been unable to satisfy you? This is such a dereliction of duty." Her voice was clearly choked with emotion, and by the end, her eyes were red. Lin Yun's heart tightened at the sight of that aggrieved and self-reproachful look. Chapter 19. Su Yingxue plans to marry her husband. "Silly girl, what are you saying? How is this your fault?" Lin Yun quickly hugged her tightly and gently patted her back. "It's all my fault." Su Yingxue stubbornly shook her head, tears welling up in her eyes. "It's one thing to be unable to satisfy my husband while pregnant, but before I was pregnant, I couldn't satisfy him either." She became more and more aggrieved as she spoke, and finally tears fell. "I've already tried so hard, but my husband's energy is just too boundless. Sometimes I'm so exhausted, and he's still." Lin Yun was both amused and exasperated, but also felt incredibly sorry for him. He never expected that Su Yingxue harbored such thoughts. He cupped her face in his hands, making her look directly into his eyes. "Listen, Yingxue, this isn't your problem, really. It's because my constitution is a bit special." Lin Yun carefully chose his words, not wanting to reveal the existence of the system, but at least wanting to reassure her. "I'm naturally strong in that area, and that's not something you can control. Besides," Lin Yun stopped, looked at her seriously, and said, "I have never felt that you have failed me. Every moment I spend with you has made me happy and fulfilled." Su Yingxue blinked her wet eyes, half believing, half doubting. "Really? Of course it's true." Lin Yun nodded vigorously. "Can't you feel it? I'm always very happy every time." Su Yingxue thought for a moment, her face turning slightly red. "Indeed, although it's tiring afterward, my husband is always very engaged and enjoys it." But she was still somewhat uneasy. "I'd heard that martial artists are all very long-lasting in that area, but I didn't expect it to be this exaggerated. I'm worried about the future." "What about later?" Lin Yun raised an eyebrow. "If there are more people in the future, I'll be laughed at if I keep doing this." Su Yingxue said softly. Lin Yun was taken aback at first, then suddenly realized what was going on. This girl has already tacitly agreed that he will marry more wives in the future. He was both touched and amused, so he lowered his head and kissed her, silencing her from saying the rest of her words. The kiss was tender and lingering, filled with boundless tenderness and love. Lin Yun used all his gentleness to try to soothe the unease in her heart. After a long while, the two finally separated. A blush rose to Su Yingxue's cheeks, and her eyes glistened with a misty light. Her emotions had calmed considerably. Lin Yun gently stroked her face. "Silly girl, don't think about these things. In my heart, you are the best wife." Su Yingxue hugged him tightly in her arms. "But I really want to help my husband. I've found out everything about teacher Shen Yuqing. She is a very outstanding person, but her family background is ordinary. Her martial arts talent is the same as mine, but she didn't get into a martial arts university." Su Yingxue carefully reviewed the information and continued. "The reason she completed her university studies quickly, graduated a year early, and then returned to Jiangxing No. 2 Middle School to teach, was to continue her martial arts career." Lin Yun seemed to understand something. "You mean, she became a teacher so she could use the school's martial arts training equipment?" Su Yingxue nodded. "That's right. The tuition for a martial arts school is 100,000 yuan a year, which is simply unaffordable for ordinary families. But as long as you are a school teacher, even a teacher of academic subjects, you can use the school's martial arts equipment to continue your training." Teacher Shen Yuqing took this roundabout route. Lin Yun suddenly realized. No wonder a graduate from a prestigious university would return to a small place like Jiangxing to become a high school teacher. It turns out it was for martial arts resources. Even in the worst martial arts high school in a big city, the teachers are martial artists, which is why she acted that way. Jiangxing has a population of over 6 million, which is really too small. It's so small that the middle school doesn't even distinguish between martial arts practitioners and ordinary lieutenant colonels. So she never actually gave up on martial arts? Lin Yun asked. "Yes," Su Yingxue replied affirmatively. "Although she is ostensibly a teacher of academic subjects, she trains at school until very late every day after school. Many people at No. 2 Middle School know that she is probably the most hard-working teacher in the whole school." Lin Yun felt a growing respect for Shen Yuqing. In this world where martial arts are revered, it is truly remarkable that a woman of average talent and from a poor family can persist in pursuing her dreams. But at the same time, his expression became somewhat conflicted. Seeing this, Su Yingxue couldn't help but laugh. Is your husband afraid that she will reject your marriage proposal again? Lin Yun nodded honestly. Those guys rejected me so decisively last time. I'm traumatized by it. Puff. Su Yingxue finally couldn't help but burst out laughing, her whole body shaking with laughter. It's because my husband is so straightforward. The more she thought about it, the happier she laughed, until finally tears streamed down her face. You have no idea how funny Wen Yin told me later about how you looked the day you went to see her. Wearing his most formal clothes, with a serious expression as if he were going to negotiate, he started by saying, Aunt One, I want to marry you. And then the next second he was thrown out. Lin Yun blushed deeply as she laughed. That's because I was in a hurry. He was indeed anxious at the time. His years-long pursuit of martial arts finally saw a glimmer of hope. The system task required him to get married and have children, and he couldn't wait to complete the task and improve his talent. After failing at Wen Yin's place, he immediately began gathering information from the entire city. After screening all the women, he went straight to the women who met his criteria and immediately proposed marriage. The result was predictable. Of the 5 that met the requirements, 4 were rejected outright, and the applicants were not even allowed to meet with them. Only after Su Yingxue agreed to meet him, and finally, with a generous betrothal gift and Lin Yun's promise, did he agree to the marriage. Looking back now, I realized that what I did was really too reckless. You're still laughing. Lin Yun looked at his wife, who was laughing uncontrollably in his arms, and lowered his head in embarrassment and anger. He took her soft, tender cheek into his mouth and gently bit it. Humph, I'll bite you. A husband, stop fooling around. I'm not laughing anymore. I'm not laughing anymore. Su Yingxue was both itchy and embarrassed, and quickly begged for mercy. Lin Yun then let go, but still pretended to be angry as he looked at her. Su Yingxue slowly stopped laughing, but her eyes still held a smile. She leaned in and kissed Lin Yun's lips as an apology. After the kiss, she looked into Lin Yun's eyes and said earnestly, My husband, just watch me. This time it won't be like last time. So what are your plans? Su Yingxue smiled mysteriously. I've already made an appointment with teacher Shin Yuqing to meet tomorrow. What? You've already asked her out? Lin Yun was somewhat surprised. Su Yingxue nodded. I invited her under the pretext of exchanging martial arts insights. She knew I had become a martial artist, so she readily agreed. Lin Yun was still a little worried. But isn't this too sudden? Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Su Yingxue said confidently. Tomorrow, let's start by getting to know each other as ordinary friends and gradually get to know each other. And she winked playfully. I've already told Sister Wen Yin that my day off this month will be moved to tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll go out and have some fun, and maybe bump into teacher Shin Yuqing. Lin Yun was completely astonished. Su Yingxue not only made an appointment with Shin Yuqing, but also arranged things with Wen Yin. He didn't know what to say for a moment. So how about it? Am I a decent wife? Su Yingxue's eyes were filled with expectation, like a child waiting for praise. Chapter 20 Gentle Beauty, Shin Yuqing. Lin Yun was deeply moved. Then he hugged Su Yingxue tightly. With such a virtuous wife, what more could a husband ask for? Su Yingxue hugged him back and said tenderly, Because I love my husband too. I want him to be happy, and I want him to achieve all his dreams. The two embraced quietly, the atmosphere in the room warm and sweet. But gradually, the atmosphere began to change. Su Yingxue's soft body pressed against Lin Yun, her warm breath spraying onto his neck. Her faint body fragrance, mixed with the scent of her recent exercise, created a unique and heart-pounding aroma. Lin Yun's breathing gradually became heavy. He felt his wife trembling slightly in his arms, her body growing hotter and hotter. My husband. Su Yingxue's eyes were brimming with tears, and her lips parted slightly. The ambiguous atmosphere that had faded in the air began to intensify again. Lin Yun lowered his head and kissed her. This time, the kiss was no longer gentle, but rather carried a clear possessiveness. He whispered near her lips, Can you still? Su Yingxue said breathlessly, Be careful. You can do it. This statement became the final permission. Without further hesitation, Lin Yun rolled over and gently pinned her beneath him. This time, he was exceptionally gentle and careful, as if afraid of hurting her and the baby in her womb. Su Yingxue wrapped her arms around his neck and whispered in his ear, Husband, leave tomorrow's matters to me. You just need to cooperate. Okay, Lin Yun promised in her ear. I'll do whatever you say, my wife. Moonlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating the intertwined shadows of the two figures. This time, however, Lin Yun was exceptionally careful and gentle. He paid close attention to Su Yingshue's reaction at all times, and Lin Yun's first impression was that she was gentle and graceful. Shen Yuqing was dressed in a light blue casual outfit today, with a fitted short-sleeved shirt on top and an A-line skirt that went past her knees, simple and elegant. Her hair was tied in a low ponytail, with a few wisps of hair falling naturally across her forehead, making her face appear even softer. Her features were not as striking as Su Yingshue's, nor as dashing as Wen Yan's, but rather a gentle beauty typical of women from the Jiangnan water towns. With curved eyebrows and eyes, a straight nose, lips that are neither too thick nor too thin, and a natural upward curve at the corners of her mouth, she exudes a friendly aura even when she's not smiling. But what's most striking is her temperament. It was a scholarly air that emanated from within. She stood there, like a delicate ink painting, serene and beautiful. Yingxue, you've arrived. Shen Yuqing smiled slightly, her voice gentle and pleasant. She noticed Lin Yun beside Su Yingxue, and a hint of doubt flashed in her eyes. Teacher Yuqing, this is my husband, Lin Yun. Husband, this is teacher Shen Yuqing. Su Yingxue took the initiative to introduce herself, her tone very natural. After the introduction, he added, my husband is a mid-stage first-order martial artist. I heard that teacher Yuqing is having some trouble with martial arts cultivation, so he came with me in the hope of being able to help. Shen Yuqing was clearly taken aback. She hadn't expected Su Yingxue to be married so young. She looked no more than 18 or 19. But her good upbringing prevented her from asking further questions. She simply nodded politely. Mr. Lin, hello. You two are a perfect match. Lin Yun sighed inwardly. Shen Yuqing looked at him as if he were a complete stranger, clearly having no recollection of him whatsoever. Hello, teacher Shen, Lin Yun replied politely. After exchanging pleasantries, the three of them found a place to sit down. Su Yingxue took the initiative to start the conversation. Teacher Yuqing, I heard that you've been trying to break through to the first level of martial artist recently? Shen Yuqing nodded, a hint of helplessness flashing in her eyes. Yes, but I've been stuck at 98 points of qi and blood for 3 months now. I still can't break through that barrier and can't sense the energy of the universe. As she spoke, she took out a notebook from her bag, which was filled with dense notes about the problems she encountered in her cultivation. At first, she was quite reserved and only asked some basic questions. But as Lin Yun and Su Yingxue provided their answers, she discovered that the couple's insights far exceeded her expectations. Lin Yun, in particular, is young but has a terrifyingly profound understanding of martial arts. He could pinpoint the key to many of the problems that had troubled her for a long time with just a few words. Gradually, Shen Yuqing's questions became more numerous and in-depth. She completely forgot about her reserve and became fully immersed in the martial arts exchange. Seeing this, Su Yingxue quietly stepped aside, handing over the reins entirely to Lin Yun. Under her guidance, the subsequent communication turned into Lin Yun giving instructions to Shen Yuqing unilaterally. When it comes to martial arts, Lin Yun is completely absorbed in it. He himself was once a martial arts failure with extremely poor talent, and he empathized with people like Shen Yuqing who had ordinary talent but worked hard to pursue martial arts. He patiently answered all her questions and even personally demonstrated some key movements. Sensing the energy of the universe is not done by brute force. It's about the heart. Lin Yun said earnestly. You need to empty your mind and let your body naturally attract those energy particles instead of forcing them into your body. Shen Yuqing seemed to be deep in thought. But I've tried so many times, but I just can't feel it. That's because you're too impatient. Relax, take a deep breath. Now close your eyes and do as I say. Shen Yuqing closed her eyes as instructed. Lin Yun stood beside her and gently guided her. First, adjust your breathing. Yes, that's it. Now imagine yourself as a tree, with roots firmly planted in the earth and branches. Dishes were placed on the table one after another, their aroma filling the air. Shen Yuqing's eyes widened in amazement. This was simply too lavish. Moreover, all the ingredients are precious, especially the armored rhinoceros meat, which is clearly high-quality monster meat and is very valuable. She felt even more embarrassed. This is too much. It was supposed to be a martial arts exchange, but it's turned into me asking for guidance on my own, and now you all have to prepare lunch. Su Yingxue waved her hand and greeted her warmly. Sister Yuqing, don't be shy, come and try some. This armored rhinoceros meat is super delicious, and it's especially effective for replenishing the qi and blood of martial artists. As she spoke, she picked up a piece of meat and held it directly to Shen Yuqing's mouth. Come on, open your mouth. Shen Yuqing was flustered by her intimate gesture, and her face turned bright red. Seeing this, Lin Yun immediately understood his wife's intention and also cooperated by being jealous. My heart aches so much. My wife has forgotten her husband now that she has a sister. I don't even get this kind of treatment. Sister Yuqing, please try it quickly. I want to feed my husband. Shen Yuqing could sense Su Yingshue's sincerity and shyly accepted the offer. Su Yingxue immediately picked up another piece of meat and smilingly offered it to Lin Yun's mouth. Come on, my husband, eat too. Is that all right? Lin Yun opened his mouth with satisfaction and caught it, even deliberately chewing it exaggeratedly. What my wife feeds me is so delicious. Shen Yuqing was amused by the couple's interaction, and her previous restraint vanished. She relaxed and picked up her chopsticks. Then I'll try the other dishes too. Yes, yes, Sister Yuqing, eat more. Su Yingxue enthusiastically served her food. This silver-scaled fish is good for the skin, and this medicinal vegetable can regulate blood and qi. The three sat together, enjoying a sumptuous lunch. The atmosphere was relaxed and pleasant, not like strangers meeting for the first time, but more like old friends who had known each other for many years. While eating, Lin Yun secretly observed Shen Yuqing. She ate very elegantly, taking small bites and chewing very carefully. He always puts down his chopsticks before speaking, and when listening to others, he looks them intently into their eyes. This kind of upbringing cannot be cultivated overnight. And she is indeed very beautiful, not the kind of stunning beauty, but the kind of beauty that grows on you the more you look at her. Especially when she smiles, her eyes crinkle and her gentleness is enough to melt hearts. Husband, what are you daydreaming about? Su Yingxue gently kicked him under the table. Lin Yun snapped out of his daze and noticed Shen Yuqing looking at him, his face flushed slightly. No, it's nothing. I just feel that. Teacher Shun is really hardworking. Shen Yuqing was a little embarrassed. I just don't want to give up martial arts. Even though I'm not very talented, I still want to give it a try. What if I succeed? This is a good mindset. The path of martial arts is long. Talent is important, but perseverance is even more important. Many people are talented, but lack perseverance, so they don't go far in the end. Lin Yun said earnestly. A look of gratitude flashed in Shen Yuqing's eyes. Thank you for your encouragement, Mr. Lin. Lunch ended in a pleasant atmosphere. As the three were clearing away the dishes, Su Yingxue suddenly asked, By the way, Sister Yuqing, are you going to cultivate this afternoon? Shen Yuqing nodded. Yes, I applied for the qualification to use the gravity chamber this afternoon. Twice the gravity? Lin Yun asked. Yes, Shen Yuqing said with some helplessness. The school's equipment can only be doubled. Lin Yun and Su Yingxue exchanged a glance. Su Yingxue smiled and said, Then how about? Sister Yuqing comes to our house this afternoon. We have better cultivation equipment at home, and my husband is free this afternoon, so he can continue to guide you. Shen Yuqing was stunned. This is too much trouble for you. No trouble at all. Su Yingxue waved her hand. Anyway, my husband will be cultivating this afternoon, so having another person can help keep each other in check. Moreover, our gravity chamber can reach up to 100 times. Although you don't need that high a gravity right now, 3 to 5 times is no problem. The effect is much better than at school. Shen Yuqing was moved. As an ordinary woman who was desperately pursuing martial arts, she knew all too well the importance of cultivation resources. The Lin family's conditions were beyond her wildest dreams. But she still hesitated. But, we've only just met. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? What's wrong with it? Su Yingxue affectionately took her arm. We're friends. Isn't it normal for friends to help each other? She winked mischievously. Or, does Sister Yuqing not consider us friends? Of course not. Shen Yuqing quickly denied. Then it's settled. Su Yingxue made the decision for her directly. Come to our house this afternoon, and my husband will give you some proper guidance. We'll help you break through and become a martial artist as soon as possible. Looking into Su Yingshue's sincere eyes, and then at Lin Yun smiling beside her, Shen Yuqing finally nodded. Then, I'll have to trouble you. It's not troublesome at all. Su Yingxue said happily. Let's go back now. The three packed their things and left the martial arts classroom. Upon arriving at the school gate, a sleek, silver-gray hovercar was already quietly waiting there. The car body has an elegant, spindle-shaped exterior with a smooth, mirror-like surface. The most striking feature is the underside of the vehicle. It has no wheels whatsoever. Instead, it hovered about 10 centimeters above the ground, surrounded by a faint blue energy halo. Lin Yun walked to the car, and the side door slid open silently, revealing the luxurious interior. He politely gestured for him to proceed. Shen Yuqing sat down in the car somewhat awkwardly, followed by Su Yingxue, and Lin Yun got in last. The car doors closed automatically, shutting out outside noise. Let's go home, Lin Yun said to the maid in the front row. Yes, young master. The vehicle started silently. Shen Yuqing felt a slight jolt in the car, and then looked out the window to see the surrounding scenery slowly descending. No, it's the vehicles that are rising. Shen Yuqing couldn't help but let out a soft gasp. The vehicle rose smoothly and vertically until it was several hundred meters above the ground before changing to horizontal flight. Looking down through the car window, the entire city of Wuhan unfolds before your eyes like a miniature map, with pedestrians appearing as tiny black dots and buildings transformed into exquisite models. Chapter 22, Anti-Gravity Car. Lin Family Manor. Shen Yuqing is shocked. Anti-gravity car? Shen Yuqing murmured incredulously. She knew about this kind of car, but had never ridden in it. She had only seen it in big cities. It is said that this car uses the most advanced anti-gravity technology, enabling it to hover and fly. It is extremely expensive, with a basic model costing hundreds of millions. Moreover, they are available at a price, but not in the market. Only the truly wealthy and noble can afford them. Yes, it was a birthday gift that Grandpa gave to my husband last year. This way, it will be more convenient to travel. Su Yingxue said it casually. Shen Yuqing was deeply shocked. A birthday present? A gravity-defying car worth hundreds of millions as a birthday gift? The Lin family's wealth was far greater than she had imagined. The vehicle flew smoothly and at a high speed, but the bumps were barely felt inside the vehicle. Shen Yuqing looked down at Jiangqing through the car window, a perspective she had never seen before. The entire city unfolded beneath her feet. Streets, buildings, parks. Everything became small and distant. Is this your first time riding in a gravity-defying vehicle? Lin Yun asked gently. Shen Yuqing nodded, somewhat embarrassed. I'm sorry to have made Mr. Lin laugh at me. No, Lin Yun smiled. When I first sat in it, I was even more surprised than you. That's the truth. Although he was a time traveler, his previous life on Earth did not have such advanced technology. He was also quite shocked when he rode the anti-gravity car for the first time. Su Yingxue pulled Shen Yuqing aside and started chatting about everyday things. As the conversation continued, the vehicle began to descend. Below, a vast estate appeared, shaded by green trees, with buildings arranged in a pleasing and orderly fashion. The most eye-catching feature is a white three-story main house with a simple yet grand style, surrounded by gardens, swimming pools, training grounds, and even an artificial lake. That's our home, Su Yingxue said, pointing down. The vehicle landed on the estate's dedicated helipad. The car door opened, and the three people got out one by one. Shen Yuqing stood on the soft lawn, looked around, and was once again awestruck. This is hardly a home. It's clearly a small manor. The sheer size of the site and the comprehensiveness of its facilities far exceeded her expectations. Welcome to the Lin family, Lin Yun said with a smile. Thank you, Shen Yuqing said somewhat reservedly. Su Yingxue affectionately took her arm. Sister Yuqing, come on, I'll take you to see the practice room. Shen Yuqing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Yingxue took her directly to the practice room instead of the main house. She would be more reserved if she went directly to someone's home as a guest. Lin Yun followed behind the two, watching Su Yingxue enthusiastically introduce the layout of the manor, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously turned up. His wife is really trying her best to help him. The training room is located on the west side of the manor. It is a separate building with a simple appearance, but a large area. Pushing open the door reveals a spacious area with a ceiling at least 8 meters high and a floor covered with specially made cushioning material. Shen Yuqing stood at the door, momentarily stunned. Various advanced training equipment are neatly arranged, and against the wall is a row of gravity chamber doors, at least 6 in total. There is also a large, transparent battle zone in the middle, surrounded by an energy shield. Most striking are the several holographic projection spheres suspended on the ceiling, displaying complex energy flow diagrams. Are these all gravity chambers? Shen Yuqing asked in surprise. The second middle school has only one gravity chamber, and the maximum gravity it can reach is only twice the normal gravity. Su Yingxue nodded. However, we usually only use the two in the middle. The one on the left is for Sister Wenyan, and it can withstand 100 times the gravity. Shen Yuqing was dazzled by what she saw, and it took her a while to calm down. The conditions here are so much better than those at her school, number 2 middle school. Sister Yuqing, let's go change our clothes. Su Yingxue pulled her towards the changing room. The changing room was neatly arranged with practice clothes of various sizes. Shen Yuqing picked out a set that fit her well and changed into it. The material was soft and breathable, much more comfortable than her own set. After changing their clothes, the three of them arrived at the gravity chamber. With her husband's guidance this morning, Sister Yuqing is already able to sense cosmic energy. Now, as long as you can guide energy into your body, you can become a martial artist, Su Yingxue said. Shen Yuqing nodded, her eyes sparkling with anticipation and nervousness. She has been stuck at 98 points of qi and blood for 3 months and has been unable to break through that barrier. The door to the gravity chamber slid open, and the three of them went inside. Lin Yun adjusted the gravity to twice the normal value. Our conditions here are good. It's definitely possible. Looking into their sincere eyes, Shen Yuqing felt a warm current welling up in her heart. Thank you. Let's go to the strength training area. Since we can't break through for the time being, let's focus on refining our qi and blood first. Lin Yun greeted her. Upon arriving at the strength training area, Shen Yuqing was once again amazed by the various advanced equipment. Lin Yun patiently guided her on how to use each device, leaving out everything from usage methods to precautions. This high-frequency vibration strength training device can deeply stimulate muscles and improve blood circulation. This electromagnetic weighted squat rack allows for precise load adjustment. This blood circulation device can help you recover quickly after training. Shen Yuqing listened attentively and practiced diligently. She knew such an opportunity was rare and didn't want to waste a single minute. Chapter 23 Sending Shen Yuqing home. Su Yingxue wants a husband to love her fiercely. An afternoon flew by amidst sweat and hard work. By the time Shen Yuqing finished the last set of training, it was already evening. Sister Yuqing, please stay for dinner. Su Yingxue warmly invited. Shen Yuqing quickly waved her hand. No. I've already bothered you all afternoon. I should go back now. Are you really not keeping any? Aunt Lu's cooking is delicious. Really, it's not necessary. Thank you, Shen Yuqing insisted. Although she was very grateful, she had already troubled the other person for an entire afternoon, and it would be really inappropriate for her to stay for a meal. Su Yingxue didn't press the matter and instead said, Can my sister come again tomorrow? We can continue training together. Shen Yuqing was moved. The conditions here are indeed excellent. If she can continue to cultivate here, she has a very good chance of breaking through to 100 points of qi and blood. But she was also afraid of troubling others too much. Lin Yun noticed her hesitation and extended an invitation as well. Teacher Shen, you're too kind. Yingxue and I train every day anyway, so having another person can help encourage each other. Looking into their sincere eyes, Shen Yuqing finally nodded. Then, I'll have to trouble you. I'll definitely come tomorrow. That's great. Su Yingxue said happily. Then let your husband take you home. No need to trouble yourself. I'll take the bus. It's getting dark. Let your husband take you. Su Yingxue insisted. The anti-gravity car is fast. It'll only take a few minutes. Shen Yuqing couldn't refuse, so she had no choice but to agree. Lin Yun drove Shen Yuqing home. On the way, the two talked about martial arts, from cultivation experiences to combat techniques, from the history of martial arts to future prospects, and they found themselves getting along very well. Shen Yuqing discovered that although Lin Yun was young, he had a very profound understanding of martial arts and unique insights, many of which were refreshing to her. Lin Yun also discovered that Shen Yuqing was not only gentle and intellectual, but also had a deep passion for martial arts and unique insights. Before they knew it, the car had stopped downstairs at Shen Yuqing's house. We've arrived, Lin Yun said. Shen Yuqing then came to her senses and felt a little embarrassed. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for bringing me back. You've really gone to so much trouble today. No trouble at all, Lin Yun smiled. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. After Shen Yuqing got out of the car, Lin Yun was about to leave when he suddenly saw her parents walking out of the building. They must have just come back from get off work, as they were carrying groceries. Shen Yuqing quickly introduced. Dad, Mom, this is Mr. Lin Yun, my friend who is guiding my martial arts training today. Mr. Lin, these are my parents. Mr. Shen looked to be around 50 years old, wearing glasses, and had a refined and scholarly demeanor. Shen's mother looked gentle and virtuous, and her features resembled those of Shen Yuqing. Hello, Mr. Lin. Mr. Shen greeted him politely. Yuqing has caused you trouble. No. Teacher Shen works very hard. I admire her very much, Lin Yun quickly replied. Mrs. Shen warmly invited. Mr. Lin, would you like to come up and sit for a while? We just got back from grocery shopping. Let's have a simple meal together. Lin Yun initially wanted to refuse, but seeing their sincere expressions and remembering Su Yingxue's plan, he nodded in agreement. Then I'll take my leave. The Shen family's house wasn't big, just 2 bedrooms and a living room, but it was decorated very warmly. Although simple, it was kept clean and tidy, exuding the warmth of home. Shen's mother took the initiative to cook and quickly prepared 4 dishes and a soup. The meal was simple, but it tasted great and had a homey feel to it. During the meal, Mr. and Mrs. Shen asked Lin Yun about some basic information. They were both surprised to learn that he was the young master of the Lin family in Jiangqing. But they didn't become reserved because of this, they remained natural. Only their words became a little more polite. Lin Yun could sense that this was a very harmonious and loving family. The parents are gentle and open-minded, and the daughter is filial and sensible. Although their economic conditions are average, the family atmosphere is very good. After the meal, Lin Yun sat for a while longer before getting up to say goodbye. Shen Yuqing escorted him downstairs and thanked him again. Mr. Lin, thank you so much today. Not only did you guide me in my cultivation, but you also kindly invited me to your home for dinner. Just call me Lin Yun said. I'm very happy today. Your parents are very kind, and the food was delicious. Shin Yuqing blushed slightly. Then Lin Yun, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. When Lin Yun drove back to the Lin family home, it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. Su Yingxue was waiting for him in the living room. When she saw him return, she immediately went to greet him. My husband is back? How was he? Lin Yun recounted the incident of having dinner at the Shun family's house. Su Yingshue's eyes lit up as she listened. No wonder they were able to raise such a gentle and intellectual daughter as Yu Qing. With such a family atmosphere, it's no wonder she has such a good personality. Su Yingxue wrapped her arms around Lin Yun's neck and asked playfully, Then what does my husband think of? Sister Yu Qing? Lin Yun thought about it carefully. Very good. Gentle, hardworking, ambitious, and well-mannered. That's good. Su Yingxue nodded in satisfaction. It seems my judgment was correct. As night deepened, the two returned to their room. After washing up, Su Yingxue snuggled into Lin Yun's arms and cupped his face in her hands. My husband. I want you to love me fiercely. Her voice was soft, with a clear longing in it. Lin Yun felt that his wife exuded an irresistible charm. My mouth and throat suddenly became dry. Without further hesitation, he lowered his head and kissed her. The kiss was tender and lingering, filled with boundless love. The lights in the new house stayed on until late at night once again. The next morning, Lin Yun arrived at Shun Youqing's house on time. The anti-gravity vehicle hovered above the residential area, attracting many early rising residents to watch. Shin Yuqing was already waiting downstairs. Today she was wearing a simple white tracksuit, her hair tied in a ponytail, looking refreshing and energetic. Upon seeing Lin Yun, she smiled and said, Good morning, Lin Yun. Good morning. Lin Yun smiled. Have you had breakfast yet? Not yet. That's perfect. I haven't eaten either. Want to eat together? Lin Yun asked naturally. Okay. Shin Yuqing extended an invitation directly. I've already prepared something at home. Let us go upstairs and have some together. Lin Yun never expected that what she originally intended to invite her to would turn into going to her house again. When the two went upstairs, Shun's mother had already prepared a sumptuous breakfast. Millet porridge, fried eggs, side dishes, and freshly steamed buns. Although simple, it was steaming hot and full of the warmth of home. Shaolin is here. Please have a seat. Mother Shin greeted him warmly. That child, Yu Qing, didn't even tell me beforehand, so I just made something quick. Auntie, you're too kind. This is already a very generous meal, Lin Yun said sincerely. The breakfast atmosphere was very warm and inviting. Shin's father asked some questions about martial arts cultivation, which Lin Yun answered patiently. Shin's mother told Lin Yun to eat more, saying that he worked hard practicing martial arts and needed to replenish his energy. Shin Yuqing watched from the side, and her parents' approval and affection for Lin Yun made her happy as well. Chapter 24 introduces the two women. Wen Yan is unusually ruthless today, using 18 times the force of gravity. After breakfast, the two set off for the Lin family's house. I arrived at the practice room at exactly 9 o'clock. Pushing open the door, one could hear the sounds of fierce fighting coming from inside. In the center of the battle zone, two figures were engaged in a rapid exchange of blows. One of them was Su Yingxue. She was agile and her phantom step was already quite skilled, leaving faint afterimages on the field. The other figure was Wen Yan. She simply stood there, easily deflecting Su Yingshue's attacks from any direction. Shin Youqing's gaze was immediately drawn to it. This was the first time she had ever witnessed a fierce battle between martial artists. The exquisite movements and powerful auras of those fighters left her deeply impressed. Lin Yun introduced her softly. That's Sister Wen Yan, a second-tier perfected martial artist. Yingxue and I were able to become martial artists so quickly thanks to Sister Wen Yan's careful guidance. Just then, the battle ended. Wen Yan used only one finger to touch Su Yingshue's brow. In actual combat, this single finger strike could determine life or death. So amazing, Shin Yuqing murmured. Su Yingxue finished her practice and ran over with a grin. Sister Yuqing is here. Sister Wen Yan, this is Teacher Shin Yuqing, the one I told you about. Shin Yuqing quickly bowed. Hello, Teacher Wen Yan. Wen Yan looked her over a few times and nodded. Qi and blood 98 points. The foundation is quite solid. Su Yingxue playfully took Wen Yan's arm. Sister Wen Yan, could you give Sister Yuqing some pointers? She's been stuck at 98 points for months. Wen Yan glanced at her, said nothing, but walked towards the center of the training area. Shin Yuqing followed nervously. Perform the technique you are most familiar with, Wen Yan said calmly. After adjusting herself, Shin Yuqing assumed a fighting stance and performed a set of basic palm techniques. She learned this in middle school and practiced it for 7 years. She is very proficient at it. After finishing the set, She nervously looked at Wen Yin. The third move was unbalanced, the seventh move was launched too early, and the 12th move was finished too hastily. Point out the problem in a gentle and concise manner. Start over. Shin Yuqing was startled. She herself was aware of the problems Wen Yin pointed out, but she never knew how to change them. She typed it out again, this time paying special attention to the parts Wen Yin had mentioned. There has been progress, but it's not enough. Wen Yin personally demonstrated the third move. This move isn't simply a forward palm thrust, it involves first lowering the center of gravity and then raising it, harnessing the power of the entire body. Watch closely. She slowly struck out with her palm, seemingly simple, but Shin Yuqing could feel the change in force contained within that palm strike. Shin Yuqing seemed to be thinking about something and tried again. This time, her movements were noticeably smoother, and the power transfer was more complete. Continue, Wen Yin said. Shin Yuqing typed it out more than a dozen times, and Wen Yin would point out a few minor problems each time. Gradually, her palm technique became more and more exquisite. Although it was still the basic palm technique, its power increased by at least 20%. That's fine. Wen Yin finally nodded. Your foundation is very solid. The most important thing now is to refine your qi and blood and raise it to 100 points as soon as possible. Once you break through that barrier and become a martial artist, the power of these combat techniques will naturally increase. Thank you, Teacher Wen Yin, Shin Yuqing said excitedly. To receive personal guidance from a second-stage perfected martial artist was something she never dared to dream of. For the rest of the day, Su Yingxue accompanied Shin Yuqing as she used various devices to refine her qi and blood. She patiently taught Shin Yuqing how to use each device and shared her own cultivation experiences. Meanwhile, Lin Yun was engaged in sparring training with Wen Yin. Today we're practicing the practical application of the stone-splitting fist, Wen Yin said. Attack with all your might, don't hold back. Lin Yun nodded and got into a fighting stance. He knew Wen Yin was very strong, so he went all out from the start. He brought out the fierce and domineering power of stone-splitter fist to the fullest, with each punch carrying the sound of air being cut. But Wen Yin simply moved her feet casually and avoided all the attacks. Her movements seemed simple, but were actually incredibly skillful. She always dodged at the last moment, making Lin Yun think she was about to hit him, but she always missed. Too slow, Wen Yin commented. You have enough strength, but not enough speed. Let's try again. Lin Yun gritted his teeth and continued his attack. He noticed that Wen Yin was unusually ruthless today in previous training matches. It usually took him about 30 minutes to take him down. But only 10 minutes later, he was already panting heavily and had been knocked to the ground, unable to move. Lie down and get up, Wen Yin said expressionlessly. Go to the gravity chamber to recover. 18 times the gravity. 18 times the force of gravity. This is Lin Yun's current limit. Recovery in that environment, while highly efficient, is also extremely painful. Lin Yun gritted his teeth and entered the gravity chamber, where he practiced the 5 hearts towards heaven technique, under 18 times the normal gravity. Every muscle was screaming in agony, and every cell was under immense pressure. But he persevered because he knew that only in this way could he become stronger. When he came out of the gravity chamber, he had fully recovered. Then Wen Yin let him continue fighting. Shin Yuqing witnessed this high-intensity training. She was deeply shocked, so this was the result of the young master of the Lin family's hard work. She consciously increased the intensity of her training to her own limit. Sweat soaked through her training clothes, and her arms ached so much she could barely lift them. But she gritted her teeth and persevered. Sister Yuqing, take a rest, Su Yingxue advised. Haste makes waste. It's okay. I can still manage, Shin Yuqing said breathlessly. Lin Yun is so strong and works so hard. I can't be too bad. Looking into her resolute eyes, Su Yingxue stopped trying to persuade her and simply stayed by her side. Because she was worried that Shin Yuqing would be embarrassed to eat at the main house, Su Yingxue arranged for both lunch and dinner to be held in the training room. Aunt Lu and several maids brought a sumptuous meal, and the 3 of them ate at a small restaurant next to the training area. Sister Yuqing, eat more. Su Yingxue kept putting food on Shin Yuqing's plate. You used up a lot of energy today, so you need to replenish yourself. Shin Yuqing looked at the table full of delicacies and was deeply moved. These ingredients are all very precious, especially the meat of those demonic beasts, which has a miraculous effect on replenishing the qi and blood of martial artists. She rarely gets to eat such good food at home, maybe a few times a year. After dinner, it was already late. As usual, Su Yingxue said, Husband, why don't you take Sister Yuqing back? Shin Yuqing quickly declined. No need to trouble yourself. Lin Yun's training was so intense today, he should rest early. I can just take the bus home myself. Su Yingxue proudly retorted. Don't worry, Sister Yuqing. My husband is very strong. This kind of training is a piece of cake. Lin Yun cooperated by releasing the pressure of a mid-stage first-tier martial artist. A powerful surge of qi and blood spread out, causing Shun Yuqing to catch her breath. Looking at Lin Yun himself, he was full of energy and vitality, showing no signs of fatigue whatsoever. Shun Yuqing then agreed. Chapter 25, over 18,000 kilograms of punching power. The next few days were the same. Shun Yuqing arrives at the Lin family's training room on time every day and trains diligently, with Su Yingxue by her side. At first, she was quite embarrassed. Su Yingxue is a mid-stage first-tier martial artist, and it's really too much of a humiliation for her to train with this quasi-martial artist, with only 98 points of qi and blood. But Su Yingxue had no such idea at all. During a break, she touched her lower abdomen and whispered, "Sister Yuqing, I should actually thank you." "Thank me?" Shun Yuqing asked, puzzled. Su Yingxue nodded. "After I became pregnant, I couldn't do any strenuous training. Cultivating alone is boring, but with you by my side, I have company." Shun Yuqing then noticed Su Yingxue's lower abdomen. It wasn't noticeable before because she was wearing loose-fitting practice clothes, but now that you look closely, I still can't tell. "Congratulations." "Congratulations." Shun Yuqing sincerely congratulated her. "How many months pregnant?" "It's been almost 2 months." Su Yingxue's face was beaming with happiness. "My husband and grandfather are both very happy." She looked at Shun Yuqing and said seriously, "So, Sister Yuqing, you really don't need to be embarrassed. I'm actually happier with you cultivating with me. And we encourage each other, so we progress faster, don't we?" Looking into the other person's sincere eyes, Shun Yuqing's unease finally dissipated. From that day on, their relationship became even closer. During training breaks, they would chat about many things: martial arts, life, ideals, and even whispers between girls. Shun Yuqing discovered that although Su Yingxue came from an ordinary background, she was cheerful, kind-hearted, and had no airs of a rich young lady. Su Yingxue also discovered that Shun Yuqing was not only gentle and intellectual, but also very strong-willed and had a persistent pursuit of martial arts. Over the course of a few days, the two became inseparable best friends. Sometimes when they're tired from training, they'll sit by the window, look at the garden scenery, and share their stories. "Yingxue, why are you so supportive of Lin Yun marrying more wives?" One day, Shun Yuqing couldn't help but ask the question that had been bothering her. Because Su Yingxue told her about Lin Yun and Wen Yin. She even asked her for advice on how to help her husband win over Wen Yin sooner. Su Yingxue was silent for a moment, then said softly, "Because I love him." She looked out the window, her eyes gentle. "I hope he's happy, and I hope he achieves all his dreams. Moreover, my husband does indeed like Sister Wen Yin." Su Yingxue looked into Shun Yuqing's eyes. "Sister Yuqing, do you believe it? Some people are destined to be extraordinary. My husband is such a person. His future should not be confined to a small place like Jiangqing." Shun Yuqing seemed to be deep in thought. She recalled Lin Yun's profound understanding of martial arts, his astonishing rate of progress, and his maturity and sense of responsibility beyond his years. Perhaps Yingxue is right. And also, Su Yingxue suddenly winked playfully. "Having more sisters to share the burden makes things easier for me. You have no idea, my husband's. Well, never mind." Shun Yuqing blushed, but was also amused. This couple is really interesting. Sunlight streamed in through the window, illuminating the faces of the two young women. One is gentle and intellectual, the other is bright and charming, but both of them have an expectation for the future shining in their eyes. In the battle zone, Lin Yun was once again defeated by Wen Yin. "There has been progress today." Wen Yin rarely offered a compliment. "Not bad to last 15 minutes against my 1,000 shadow steps." Lin Yun got up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and grinned. "How far am I from defeating you?" Wen Yin rolled her eyes at him. "You're still far from it." But a complex emotion flashed in her eyes. "At this rate, perhaps, it won't take more than a few years." Lin Yun's eyes lit up. "Really?" "Fake." Wen Yin turned around. 10-minute break, then continue. She walked to the window and looked at Su Yingxue and Shun Yuqing chatting and laughing in the garden. For some reason, a strange emotion welled up in her heart. Maybe marrying this guy isn't such a hard thing to accept after all. Once the thought appeared, it could no longer be suppressed. Wen Yin shook her head, forcing herself to stop thinking about it. She still has martial arts to pursue and a wider world to explore. But deep down, a voice is saying, perhaps these two things are not contradictory? 2 more days passed. It has been a full month since I last took the first-level qi and blood pill. Inside the gravity chamber of the training room, Lin Yun sat cross-legged, holding a blood-red pill the size of a longan in his hand. This is a Tier 1 qi and blood pill, worth 20 million, which can greatly enhance a martial artist's qi and blood. It's been a month, you should be able to take it now. Lin Yun swallowed the pill in one gulp. The pill melted upon entering the stomach, transforming into a scorching torrent that rushed into the body. This time the medicine was much weaker than the last time, but Lin Yun still didn't dare to be careless. He immediately activated the 5 hearts towards heaven technique to guide the medicine along the path of the technique. 2 hours have passed. Lin Yun slowly opened his eyes, feeling the surging power within his body. He walked out of the gravity chamber and came to the punching power testing machine. After carefully sensing the surroundings, he unleashed a punch. Thump! The testing machine vibrated violently, and the numbers on the screen jumped wildly before finally settling on an astonishing value. 18,247.36 kilograms. More than 18,000 kilograms. It has increased by a full 5,000 kilograms compared to a month ago. But Lin Yun frowned slightly. After taking the first tier qi and blood pill for the first time, he gained nearly 7,000 kilograms of strength. This time it's only 5,000, a decrease of 2,000. Wen Yin appeared behind him and said, "Taking pills can increase the quantity of qi and blood, but compressing this increased quantity into quality and storing it in the Dantian tests a person's martial arts talent. Those with high talent can absorb 100% of the first tier qi and blood pills, each of which can increase their strength by 10,000 kilograms. You've only taken the second pill and your condition has already dropped so quickly the improvement will be even smaller in the future." Lin Yun sighed inwardly. This is the importance of talent. For every step a martial artist takes to improve, they must focus on both quantity and quality, otherwise they will be unable to transform and advance after reaching perfection. After the qi and blood pill entered his stomach, he tried his best to circulate his internal energy, but half of the medicinal power was still wasted. Su Yingxue, who was standing to the side, did not take any pills this time. Her training intensity decreased after she became pregnant, so it wasn't time for her to take the medication, yet she needed to accumulate it for a while longer. Shen Yuqing stood to the side, a hint of envy flashing in her eyes. A first-tier qi and blood pill is worth 20 million. She can't even afford a qi and blood pill for an ordinary apprentice, otherwise she would have become a martial artist long ago. The only time he took the elixir was when he was about to take the martial arts college entrance exam. At that time, my family spent a lot of money, using up all our savings to buy a pill worth 50,000 yuan. 50,000 would take her parents several years to save up. Chapter 26. Wasn't he supposed to marry Wen Yin? Why is he coming after me? Consolidate your cultivation. Wen Yin left the training room after saying those words. Martial arts training is just like learning. You can teach and explain every day, but students may not necessarily improve much. You often have to make him encounter many problems, rack his brains to think and understand, and only teach him when he really can't figure it out anymore. At this point, you can understand faster and remember better. Wen Yin left, so the three of them ate lunch together. Shen Yuqing has gotten used to dining at the Lin family's house these past few days and is no longer as reserved as she was at the beginning. But she still maintained proper etiquette, eating quietly and elegantly. In the afternoon, Lin Yun tested his limit of gravity 22 times. After enduring this gravity for a few minutes, he adjusted the gravity to 20 times and began to consolidate his cultivation. Shen Yuqing stopped practicing at 4 o'clock in the afternoon today. "You must be exhausted, Sister Yuqing. Here, have a bottle of water." Su Yingxue handed over a bottle of specially made blood and qi recovery liquid. Shen Yuqing took it, took a small sip, and explained. "School starts in a few days, and I need to go to school tomorrow to prepare for the start of the semester. I am truly grateful to you all these past few days." Su Yingxue pretended to be angry. "We're good sisters. Why is Sister Yuqing being so polite?" After she finished speaking, she pulled Shen Yuqing towards the bathroom. "Sister Yuqing, even though school has started, you can still come often. Husband, you should go wash up too, and then take Sister Yuqing home later." Lin Yun stopped cultivating and went to another bathroom. The women's bathroom was filled with steam. 2 young women were soaking in a spacious bathtub, with a few flower petals floating on the surface and a faint fragrance filling the air. Su Yingxue sighed contentedly. Taking a bath is so comfortable after a day of training. A bath makes all the fatigue disappear. Shen Yuqing also relaxed. These past few days together had made her used to taking a bath with Su Yingxue. The two have gone from being reserved at first to now being able to naturally expose their bodies to each other. "Yingxue, I really want to come and train with you too," Shen Yuqing said softly. "But starting tomorrow, there might not be much time left. There will be a lot to do after school starts. Lesson preparation, teaching, handling student affairs." Su Yingxue nodded understandingly. "Being a teacher is indeed hard work. Has your health improved these past few days, sister?" At this point, Shen Yuqing's eyes lit up. "I've got it. I feel like I'm just one step away from 99 points. The equipment here is amazing. It's so much more efficient than what I had at school. Congratulations, sister, you've made another step forward in your martial arts. Su Yingxue happily congratulated her. This is all thanks to Yingxue, as well as Lin Yun and Sister Wenyin's help. Xin Yuqing expressed her sincere gratitude. Hee, it's so nice to be able to help my sister. Su Yingxue picked up a bath towel and naturally began to scrub Xin Yuqing's back. The two have been helping each other out frequently these days, and it's become a habit. Su Yingxue's movements were very gentle, carefully scrubbing from her shoulders to her back. The bathroom was quiet for a moment, with only the sound of water and the two people breathing. Suddenly, Su Yingxue spoke softly. Sister Yuqing, what do you think of my husband, Lin Yun? Xin Yuqing answered frankly. Lin Yun. He is a very good character, treats people sincerely, and doesn't have the arrogance of a rich kid. He is also very handsome, the kind of person who grows on you the more you look at him. Most importantly, he works very hard in martial arts. His talent is not top-notch, but he has made such rapid progress. He must have put in a lot of hard work behind the scenes. Xin Yuqing paused, thought for a moment, and continued. And he treats you very well. I can tell, he truly loves you. In this world, it's really not easy to find a husband who loves you and is also outstanding. Su Yingxue listened quietly and only spoke after Xin Yuqing finished. Sister Yuqing also thinks her husband is very good, doesn't she? Yes. Xin Yuqing nodded. Lin Yun is indeed the most outstanding young man I have ever met. How about Sister Yuqing gets married too? Sister is so beautiful, so outstanding, gentle, and intelligent. Su Yingxue continued speaking, but Xin Yuqing was already stunned. She wondered if she was hallucinating. What had Yingxue just said? That she should marry Lin Yun too? She didn't hear a word Su Yingxue said after that, only that one sentence echoed in her mind. How about Sister Yuqing gets married too? Xin Yuqing was sure she hadn't misheard, and her whole body turned red instantly. From her cheeks to her ears, then to her neck, and then spreading to her whole body, she was tinged with a shy pink. Xin Yuqing opened her mouth, but found that she couldn't make a sound and didn't know how to answer. After a long while, she stammered. Yingxue, what nonsense are you talking about? Me. I'll marry Lin Yun too. Yes. I'm not lying. I am sincere, and my husband is sincere too. Sister, have you forgotten? Your husband even asked you for his hand in marriage. Su Yingxue's voice remained soft, but earnest, as if that was how it should be. Xin Yuqing was stunned again. Do you have it? Her mind was in complete chaos. Didn't Yingxue say that Lin Yun wanted to marry Sister Wenyin? Yingxue had told herself about the promise Lin Yun made to Sister Wenyin many times. He even asked me to help him figure out how to marry Wenyin directly. Otherwise, if we wait until Lin Yun grows up and defeats Wenyin, who knows when that will be? They were talking so well before. How come now it's turned into him wanting to marry me? Could it be? Was this all directed at me from the very beginning? Su Yingxue's voice pulled Xin Yuqing back to reality from her confusion. Sister forgot. 2 months ago, around the time the martial arts college entrance exam ended, did you encounter any people or receive any messages, sister? Xin Yuqing tried hard to recall. 2 months ago, after the martial arts college entrance exam, she remembered. At that time, several women dressed as maids did come to her, saying that their young master wanted to marry her and wanted to meet her to discuss the matter in detail. She was baffled at the time, thinking it was some spoiled brat's prank, and refused outright without even asking who the other person was. They were sent by Lin Yun. Xin Yuqing's voice trembled slightly. Yes. Su Yingxue nodded. At that time, my husband had just made up his mind to get married and found several women in the whole city who met his criteria. My older sister is one of them, and also the most outstanding one. It's a pity my sister refused back then. But it's all right. We've run into each other again now, haven't we? That's fate. Su Yingxue walked around to face Xin Yuqing, looked earnestly into her eyes, and her face was full of sincerity. Sister Yuqing, how are you? How about I marry my husband? We can be best friends for life, cultivating together, progressing together, and… Yingxue, do you know what you're saying? This is impossible. Xin Yuqing finally regained her voice, but she still stammered. Chapter 27 Husband. Sister Yuqing has agreed. Why not? Your husband is outstanding, and your sister is outstanding too. You two are a perfect match. Besides, doesn't my sister also admire her husband? Su Yingxue gave an adorable head tilt, speaking as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Admiration and marriage are two different things, Xin Yuqing said, blushing. But it can become one thing. Su Yingxue winked playfully. Sister, look into my eyes and tell me. Do you really have absolutely no feelings for your husband? Xin Yuqing was stunned. Looking into Su Yingxue's clear eyes, she couldn't help but recall the moments she had spent with Lin Yun these past few days. He patiently guided her through the cultivation process. He was explaining the key points of martial arts with great care. He was so gentle when he drove her home. His polite demeanor while dining at her house. And his bright eyes always sparkled with his love for martial arts and his passion for life. Shin Yuqing opened her mouth, but found that she couldn't say anything in denial. See, Su Yingxue smiled, a smile that contained understanding and encouragement. My sister actually likes her husband too, doesn't she? Shin Yuqing's entire body was flushed red, like a boiled shrimp. She didn't know if it was shyness or some other emotion, she just felt her heart pounding and her head spinning. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but found that she couldn't utter a single word. The bathroom fell silent, with only the sound of water echoing in the air. Su Yingxue didn't urge her, but looked at her gently, giving her time to process this sudden suggestion. Time passed second by second. Lin Yun looked on with a puzzled expression outside the bathroom door. He had already washed up and waited for a long time. So why hadn't the two of them come out yet? They usually take some time to bathe, but not this long. He waited and waited in the rest area for another half hour before the bathroom door finally opened. Su Yingxue came out first, with a bright smile on her face. Behind her, Shin Yuqing lowered her head, almost hiding behind Su Yingxue, not daring to look at Lin Yun. Lin Yun looked at them strangely. What's wrong with you guys? Why are you taking such a long bath? Su Yingxue smiled like a cat that had just stolen some cream. Husband, Sister Yuqing has agreed. What did you promise? Lin Yun didn't react for a moment. I've agreed to marry you. Su Yingxue said happily. Yingxue, Shin Yuqing was so embarrassed that she wished she could disappear into the ground. She tugged at Su Yingxue's sleeve, her voice barely audible. Yingxue, stop talking. Lin Yun was stunned. He looked at Shin Yuqing, whose face was flushed, and then at Su Yingxue, who was smiling radiantly, and for a moment he was speechless. This is real? He asked hesitantly. Su Yingxue nodded vigorously. Of course it's true. I just asked Sister Yuqing in the bathroom, and she agreed. Shin Yuqing raised her head, glanced quickly at Lin Yun, then quickly lowered her head again, her voice even softer. I haven't. Nothing yet. Su Yingxue interrupted her. Sister already agreed. You can't go back on your word now. She turned to Lin Yun and said smugly, Husband, look how clever I am. I managed to persuade Sister Yuqing. Lin Yun was filled with surprise and delight as he looked at the scene before him. He gazed at Shin Yuqing with excitement. Yuqing, is what Yingxue said true? Are you really willing? Shin Yuqing looked up and met Lin Yun's serious eyes. Those eyes were clear and bright, without any mockery or frivolity, only a sincere inquiry. She recalled everything that had happened these past few days, Lin Yun's help to her, Su Yingxue's sincerity, and the warmth of this home. She recalled the days she spent training alone at No. 2 high school, those unattainable martial arts dreams, and the worried looks in her parents' eyes. Then, she remembered what Su Yingxue had said in the bathroom earlier. We can be best friends for life, cultivating together, progressing together, and Shin Yuqing took a deep breath, as if she wanted to inhale all her courage into her heart. She looked directly into Lin Yun's eyes, her cheeks still flushed, but her gaze no longer darting away. I'm willing to give it a try. The voice was soft, but firm. Lin Yun was overjoyed. Su Yingxue cheered. Great. I knew Sister Yuqing would agree. She hugged Shin Yuqing tightly. Sister, welcome to our family. From now on, we're truly one family. Shin Yuqing was a little breathless from being hugged, but a warm feeling welled up in her heart. Perhaps, this choice isn't so bad. Lin Yun looked at the two women embracing each other and felt an indescribable sense of emotion. He embraced them both. He whispered in Su Yingxue's ear. Thank you, my wife. He whispered in Shin Yuqing's ear again. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I will treat you well, I promise. Shin Yuqing leaned against him, feeling his warm embrace and listening to his strong heartbeat, and her unease gradually subsided. Perhaps he was his destiny. This was just something I was destined to postpone for 2 months. Now, what was bound to happen has finally happened. On the way Lin Yun took Shin Yuqing home, the car was unusually quiet. The anti-gravity car flew smoothly through the air, with the dazzling night view of Jiangqing outside the window, but neither of them had the heart to appreciate it. Shin Yuqing lowered her head, her hands nervously twisting together, and dared not look at Lin Yun. Seeing her nervous expression, Lin Yun spoke softly. Yuqing, if you're not ready yet, we can. No. Shin Yuqing raised her head, a resolute glint in her eyes. I'm ready. I'm just a little nervous. Lin Yun nodded understandingly. I understand. I'll speak up when we meet your parents later. The car quickly stopped downstairs at Shen's house. This time, Lin Yun did not leave immediately, but went upstairs with Shin Yuqing. It was Shen's mother who opened the door. Seeing her daughter and Lin Yun return together, a gentle smile appeared on her face. Kobayashi is here. Come in and have a seat. Mr. Shun was watching the news in the living room when he saw Lin Yun come in and greeted him politely. What brings you here today, Xiaolin? The three sat down in the living room, and Shun's mother brought out hot tea. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment. Lin Yun glanced at Shun Yuqing, stood up, and bowed deeply to Shun's parents. Uncle and aunt, I've come today because there's something important I want to discuss with you both. Mr. and Mrs. Shun exchanged a glance, both seeing the understanding in each other's eyes. They had actually had a premonition. They had all noticed the changes in their daughter these past few days. What is it? Tell me. Mr. Shun put down his teacup. Lin Yun straightened up and said seriously, I want to marry Yu Qing, and I hope you two will agree. Chapter 28. The proposal and the wedding ceremony caused a sensation in Jiangqing. Although they were mentally prepared, Mr. and Mrs. Shun were still stunned when Lin Yun actually said it. Shin Yuqing looked at her parents nervously, her palms sweating. Mother Shin spoke first. Xiaolin, we know you're a good kid, and you've been very kind to Yuqing these days. But don't you already have a wife at home? Lin Yun nodded. Yes, Yingxue is my wife, and we have a very good relationship. She also supported my marriage to Yuqing. Lin Yun paused slightly when he mentioned his wife, then continued. In this world, it is permissible for the strong to have multiple partners. I assure you both that if Yuqing marries me, I will treat her and Yingxue equally and will never let her suffer any injustice. Mr. and Mrs. Shun remained silent. In the world of high martial arts, powerful and wealthy men can marry many wives, and women can marry many husbands as well. But they never expected that this would happen to their own daughter. My own precious daughter is now going to marry a married man. A moment later, Mr. Shun looked at his daughter. Yuqing, what do you think? All eyes were on Shin Yuqing. Shin Yuqing took a deep breath, stood up, walked to her parents, and spoke softly but with unusual firmness. Dad, Mom, I do. Lin Yun, he's really a good person. Yingxue is also very good. These days she has taken care of me like my own sister. Tears welled up in Shun Yuqing's eyes. And I really like him. I know this may be a bit hasty, but please believe me, this is a decision I made after careful consideration. Looking at her daughter, then at Lin Yun who was anxiously waiting beside her, Shun's mother finally sighed and smiled. Since you're willing, then Mom supports you. Mr. Shin nodded in agreement. We respect your choice. Xiaolin, Yuqing is in your care from now on. You must treat her well. Lin Yun felt relieved and solemnly promised. Don't worry, Uncle and Aunt. I will definitely treat Yuqing well. Still calling them Uncle and Aunt. Mother Shin smiled. Lin Yun was taken aback, then realized what he meant and corrected himself, saying, Dad, Mom. Mr. and Mrs. Shun both laughed, and the atmosphere in the living room immediately became more relaxed. However, Mr. Shin said, the proper etiquette should still be observed. The marriage proposal and the wedding ceremony are both essential. Of course. Lin Yun nodded. I will formally propose marriage tomorrow. When Lin Yun returned to the Lin family home that evening, the manor was already brightly lit. Su Yingxue was directing the maids as they busied themselves when she saw Lin Yun return and immediately came to greet him. Husband, how is it? Have Sister Yuqing's parents agreed? Lin Yun smiled and kissed her. I agree. Yingxue, thank you. No need to thank me. Su Yingxue said happily. Then we need to get ready quickly. Aunt Lu, is the gift list for tomorrow's marriage proposal ready? Young madam, everything is ready. As per your request, we have prepared double the previous betrothal gifts. Aunt Lu answered respectfully. Su Yingxue nodded in satisfaction. Very good. We also have wedding preparations to make. Time is tight. The marriage proposal is tomorrow, and the wedding will be held the day after tomorrow. Everyone, please work hard. Lin Yun was somewhat surprised. The wedding is the day after tomorrow? Isn't that too rushed? No rush, no rush. Wasn't it the same when you married me? Su Yingxue smiled. I've already planned everything. We'll propose tomorrow, and then set up the wedding venue and invite guests on the same day. The day after tomorrow is an auspicious day, suitable for marriage. She held Lin Yun's hand, a sly glint in her eyes. My lord, we must let the whole of Jiangqing know that the Lin family has a new member. Lin Yun was deeply moved by her excitement. This silly girl is truly thinking of him with all her heart. That night, almost no one in the Lin family slept. The maids were busy preparing betrothal gifts, decorating the wedding venue, and sending out invitations. The entire manor was brightly lit, a scene of festive activity. The next morning, Lin Yun arrived at the Shin family home with a large and impressive marriage proposal team. The anti-gravity vehicle led the way, followed by 10 hovercars loaded with betrothal gifts. The extravagance of the betrothal gifts caused a sensation throughout the entire neighborhood. 3 Tier 1 Qi and blood pills worth 60 million. 10 ordinary Qi and blood pills worth 10 million. Various rare medicinal herbs, jewelry, cash dowry. The total value exceeds 100 million. It was much more than the dowry when he married Su Yingxue. And all of this was arranged by Su Yingxue. Previously, the Lin family did not have a female head of the household, and Lin Yun and Su Yingxue were engaged in a pre-arranged marriage, which is why there weren't so many. Things are different now. Su Yingxue is now the mistress of the house. My husband and sister Yu Qing like each other, so of course I have to give them the best. Although Mr. and Mrs. Shun were somewhat prepared, they were still taken aback by the scene. Looking at the dowry they had prepared, they felt a little guilty towards their daughter. The neighbors were filled with envy. Not only did she not object to her husband taking a second wife, but she also helped arrange the wedding. Such magnanimity is rare. I heard that she and Shin Yuqing are very close, like sisters. Young Master Lin is so lucky to have married such an outstanding wife. Have you noticed that the young master of the Lin family seems to be a martial artist already, and his cultivation is almost at the late stage of the first level? Is there? Yes, not only him, but that young mistress is also a martial artist, and at the mid-stage of the first rank. Late stage of Tier 1. Mid-stage of Tier 1? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Isn't the young master of the Lin family a martial arts waste? And his wife, Su Yingxue, apparently didn't even get into a martial arts university. How did she reach the mid-stage of the first level in just 2 months? Old Wu, you're not a martial artist, you can't sense it. I've been at the peak of the first level for so many years, how could I be wrong? Hiss. Upon hearing this, Old Wu gasped. What was going on with the Lin family? How come they had 2 more martial artists? They could understand why Su Yingxue became a martial artist. Although she didn't get into the martial arts university, her chi and blood value was already 89 points when she graduated. A person from an ordinary family certainly wouldn't have the money to buy elixirs. They must have attained this level through arduous cultivation. Marrying into the Lin family and consuming a few elixirs will allow one to reach the level of a martial artist. That's fine. The problem is Lin Yun, the young master of the Lin family. He had been coughing up so many pills before, yet his chi and blood value still couldn't exceed 50 points. This person clearly has absolutely no talent in martial arts. How come only 2 months have passed? He not only became a martial artist, but he was also close to the late stage of the first rank. This speed is simply. The guests were buzzing with discussion, and those in the know looked on with curious eyes. Chapter 29, The Wedding Ceremony, Lin Qianqi's Disappointment. The auspicious time is approaching, and the wedding is about to begin. Inside the main hall, the guests were already seated. In the front row were Lin Jintian and Su Yingxue, with Shun's father and mother on either side. Wenyan was also sitting in the front row. Today, she wore a rare light purple dress, which made her look less heroic and more feminine. Lin Qianqi also arrived and sat in a seat slightly towards the back. She dressed up specially today, wearing a pink dress and with her hair carefully styled, making her look youthful and beautiful. But there was a hint of disappointment in her eyes. Looking at Shun Yuqing, who was about to become Lin Yun's bride on the stage, she felt an indescribable envy. The auspicious time has arrived, the MC announced loudly. As the music began, Shin Yuqing, supported by her bridesmaids, slowly walked into the hall. Today she wore a bright red wedding dress, a phoenix crown, and a red veil over her face. Although her face was not clearly visible, her slender figure and elegant demeanor had already drawn admiration from the guests present. Lin Yun stepped forward and took her hand. I bow to heaven and earth. The two bowed deeply towards the door. Second bow to the parents. He turned to Lin Jintian and Shun's parents and bowed deeply. Lin Jintian grinned from ear to ear and nodded repeatedly. Mr. and Mrs. Shun had tears in their eyes, feeling both reluctant to part and relieved. Husband and wife bowed to each other. Lin Yun and Shun Yuqing faced each other and bowed deeply. At this moment, the ceremony is complete. Watching this scene from below the stage, Wen Yin felt a complex mix of emotions welling up inside her. That brat. He said he was going to marry me, but now he's gone and married someone else. Snort. You wait. When you challenge me, I'll beat you into a pig's head. Without Wen Yin even realizing it, she had already accepted that Lin Yun would challenge her in the future. She also implicitly agreed, this dress suits you perfectly, it makes you look like a fairy descended from heaven. Su Yingxue looks really beautiful today. The pale gold dress accentuated her slender figure. After becoming pregnant, she radiated even more maternal glow, exuding a unique charm. Sister Qianqi is the prettiest. Look at you, young, beautiful, and full of energy. You're at the most beautiful age. Lin Qianqi shook her head, somewhat disappointed, and said, how can I compare to Sister Yingxue and Sister Yuqing? Only beautiful girls like you can catch the eye of the senior officer. Unlike me. What are you saying, Sister Qianqi? Su Yingxue took her hand. My husband told me that if you weren't still a minor, you would definitely be the first person he would propose to. Lin Qianqi's eyes lit up. Really? Senior, you really said that? Su Yingxue looked at her and said very seriously, of course it's true. Would I lie to you? My husband said you were the most intelligent and lovely girl he has ever met. It's just that you're still young and in school, so he doesn't dare to bother you. Lin Qianxi's face flushed instantly, her heart pounding. I'm not as good as you say, senior. You have. Su Yingxue looked at her, a sly glint in her eyes. Little sister Qianxi, I have a question for you, and you must answer it honestly. What's the problem? Su Yingxue leaned closer and lowered her voice. Do you like my husband? Lin Qianxi's face flushed crimson in an instant. She lowered her head, her fingers nervously twisting together, her voice barely audible. If you like it, you like it. If you don't like it, you don't like it. There's nothing to be embarrassed about, Su Yingxue said gently. Lin Qianxi bit her lip and finally whispered her thoughts. I like it. After saying those two words, she seemed to have used up all her strength, and she lowered her head even further. Su Yingxue smiled, a smile that contained understanding, relief, and a hint of smug satisfaction at her plan succeeding. She held Lin Qianxi's hand and said earnestly, Little sister Qianxi, how about you marry your husband next year after you come of age? Lin Qianxi suddenly raised her head, her eyes wide with disbelief, and she was completely stunned. Sister Yingxue, what did you say? I said. Su Yingxue repeated her words clearly and deliberately. Next year, after you come of age, you'll marry your husband and become one of our sisters, okay? Lin Qianxi opened her mouth, but no sound came out. Looking into Su Yingxue's sincere eyes, she felt an indescribable emotion welling up inside her. Surprise, joy, emotion, and a hint of anticipation. A night breeze blew through the garden, carrying a faint fragrance of flowers. In the distance, the noise of the wedding banquet had not completely dissipated, but in this quiet corner, a promise about the future was being quietly made. Meanwhile, in the bridal chamber, Lin Yun gently lifted Shun Youqing's red veil, revealing her blushing face. Yuqing, you look beautiful today, he said softly. Shun Youqing raised her head, her eyes misty with tears. Husband. The red candles flickered, and the night was gentle. Chapter 30, A Young Girl's First Love, The Spectators, on her wedding night. Lin Qianxi returned home, filled with joy and shyness. Under the moonlight, she walked briskly, a smile she couldn't hide on her face. Yingxue's words kept echoing in my mind. How about you marry your husband next year after you come of age? Will my senior really marry me? The girl murmured to herself, her cheeks flushed in the night. She recalled Lin Yun's gentle smile. I recall his earnest demeanor when he was instructing martial arts. I remember the image of him standing on the wedding stage, holding Shun Youqing's hand. If one day, it's me standing beside him. Oh dear, what am I thinking? Lin Qianxi covered her face and quickened her pace, but she couldn't suppress the anticipation in her heart. Meanwhile, Su Yingxue had already returned to her new house. She quickly closed the door, a hint of excitement on her face. Tonight is an important night. How could she miss it? Walking quickly to the bedside, Su Yingxue took out a tablet computer from a hidden compartment in the bedside table. With a light touch of the finger, the password was quickly entered, and the screen lit up. The screen displayed Lin Yun and Shun Youqing's new house. This is a miniature camera she secretly installed. Taking advantage of the chaos of decorating her new house, she secretly hid miniature cameras in the decorative bouquets, under the bedside lamps, and even in the carved gaps of the wardrobe. With extremely high resolution, it can clearly capture every corner of the room. All done. Su Yingxue excitedly hugged the tablet, curled up on the bed, and stared at the screen without blinking. In the scene, Lin Yun is gently embracing Shun Youqing as the two sit on the edge of the bed, whispering to each other. Shun Youqing had removed her heavy phoenix crown, and her long hair was loose, adding to her gentle beauty. She leaned on Lin Yun's shoulder, a shy yet happy smile on her face. Lin Yun was speaking in a low voice, and Shun Youqing nodded and chuckled softly, her eyes full of tenderness. Oh dear, what a miscalculation. Su Yingxue slapped her forehead in frustration. Why didn't you install more receivers? Now we can only see the picture, but we can't hear the sound. She tried turning up the tablet's volume, but could only hear some muffled static. She couldn't hear their conversation at all. Never mind, that's enough with the visuals. Anyway, we'll definitely hear something during the most important part later. Su Yingxue comforted herself. Seeing that the two wouldn't get to the main topic anytime soon, Su Yingxue playfully looked back at the previous recording. She quickly swiped the timeline and found the moment Lin Yun lifted the red veil. The scene freezes. Lin Yun holds a wedding scale in her hand and gently lifts a corner of the red veil. The veil slowly slid off, revealing Shun Youqing's blushing face. In the candlelight, her eyes sparkled, her lips were crimson, and she was breathtakingly beautiful. Wow, Yuharu Nachan is so beautiful. Su Yingxue couldn't help but admire. This angle is amazing. Luckily I had this backup plan, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to witness such a beautiful moment. She started performing various operations, zooming in, zooming out, taking screenshots, and saving. Appreciating this moment from different angles is like appreciating a work of art. The lighting is so good in this one. The expression looks so natural in this one. My husband's eyes look so gentle in this one. Suing Shua muttered to herself as she took screenshots. Save them all. Suddenly, she remembered something, and a regretful expression appeared on her face. When I got married, such an important moment, there weren't any photos or videos taken. Alas, what a blunder. She bit her lower lip, making up her mind. I must preserve the wedding photos of my husband and each of his sisters like this from now on. Let's start with Sister Wenyan, then Sister Qianxi. We can't leave any of them out. Thinking of this, a look of excitement flashed in Su Yingshua's eyes. As long as these devices are not connected to the internet, no one will notice. Hee, I'm so smart. She was pleased with her cleverness for a while before turning her attention back to the live feed. At this moment, the two in the bridal chamber had already begun drinking the nuptial wine. Lin Yun raised his wine glass, looking tenderly at his bride. The candlelight danced in his eyes, and his gaze held love, cherishment, and anticipation for a new life. Shen Yuqing also picked up her wine glass, her eyes filled with tenderness, but with a touch of the shyness of a new bride. Their arms intertwined, and the wine glass was slowly brought to their lips. Su Yingxue held her breath, as if she were in the midst of it all. She saw Lin Yun's Adam's apple bob, saw Shen Yuqing's eyelashes tremble, and saw the two of them drink their wine at the same time. After putting down his wine glass, Lin Yun's gaze became even more intense. He reached out and gently stroked Shen Yuqing's cheek, his voice low and tender. My wife, it's time to go to the bridal chamber. Su Yingxue heard these words clearly. Her heart raced, and she tensed up. In the scene, Shen Yuqing lowered her head slightly, parted her red lips, and said something. Judging from the lip movements, it should be, yes, please be kind to me, my husband. Then, Lin Yun gently pulled her into his arms and lowered his head to kiss her. Su Yingxue instinctively hugged the blanket in her arms tightly, as if it were Lin Yun. Her cheeks flushed, and her breathing became rapid. Although they are already husband and wife, and have been intimate countless times. But watching her husband be intimate with other women still gave her a strange sense of excitement. Sister Yuqing, does it hurt? Su Yingxue muttered to herself. My husband is so gentle, he probably wouldn't. After saying that, she immediately retorted. No, my husband. In the video, the two are already lying on the bed. The candlelight flickered, and the red curtains swayed gently. Su Yingxue hugged the blanket, her eyes fixed on the screen. She saw Lin Yun's gentle movements, Shen Yuqing's shy response, and their figures gradually intertwining. Her cheeks grew increasingly red, and her body became somewhat feverish. Even though it was just through a screen, she could almost feel the warmth of the new house, hear the soft sounds, and smell the ambiguous atmosphere. My husband, Su Yingxue murmured softly, burying her face in the blanket. At that moment, she was both a spectator and felt as if she were there herself. That complex feeling made her both shy and excited. Time passed slowly in the stillness. The candlelight in the bridal chamber finally went out late at night. The screen went completely dark, with only faint moonlight filtering through the window and casting hazy shadows in the room. Su Yingxue knew that tonight's live broadcast was over, but instead of immediately turning off the tablet, she held it and sat quietly on the bed. The scene I had just witnessed kept replaying in my mind. Lin Yun's gentle gaze, Shen Yuqing's blissful smile, their intertwined figures. Yuqing Neichan must be very happy now. Su Yingxue said softly, her eyes showing no jealousy, only relief. Shen Yujie was happy, and also happy for her husband. More importantly, she was happy that her plan had succeeded. Sister Wenyan, Sister Qianxi, next up are you. Su Yingxue's eyes shone. None of you will escape. Chapter 31 Yingxue Can't Sleep, Sweet Daily Life. Su Yingxue carefully placed the tablet back into the hidden compartment. I turned off the light and lay down. But when I close my eyes, those images still linger in my mind. She tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. A strange longing welled up deep within her, reminding her of Lin Yun's warm embrace, his strong arms, and those passionate nights. My husband. Su Yingxue called out softly, her hand unconsciously touching her lower abdomen. Baby, your dad is with your new mom right now. She suddenly felt a pang of regret. Should we snatch Lin Yun away tonight? After all, she was the legal wife, and she was pregnant. But the thought only flashed through my mind. She quickly shook her head and muttered to herself. No, today is Sister Yuqing's big day. I can't be so selfish. Su Yingxue turned over, hugged her pillow tightly, and tried to use sleep to dispel the longing in her heart. But the heat in her body became more and more pronounced, making her toss and turn, unable to fall asleep. Moonlight streamed in through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating her restless, sleeping posture. Su Yingxue would curl up into a ball one moment, then stretch out her legs the next, then bury her face in the pillow one moment, then lie on her back the next. Finally, she couldn't help but sit up. Fine, if I can't sleep, I won't sleep. She muttered to herself, turned on the light, took out her tablet again, and turned on the playback function. This time, however, she didn't look at the contents of the new house, but instead dug out some private videos of herself and Lin Yun. That was a record she made using the same method, a memory belonging to the two of them. In the video, Lin Yun is gently holding her and whispering sweet nothings in her ear. It was a night not long ago, the moonlight was beautiful, the atmosphere was lovely. As Su Yingxue watched, her cheeks flushed again. But this time, her eyes were filled with sweetness and happiness. My husband, she murmured softly, her fingers lightly touching Lin Yun's face on the screen. I love you so much. Night had fallen, and all was quiet. The lights in both rooms stayed on until late at night, but they were turned off at different times. The lights in the new house were turned off late at night, but in Su Yingxue's room, the lights didn't go out until the sky began to lighten. That night, there were two brides. A new beginning is welcomed in the bridal chamber, one that guards the continuation of love amidst memories and expectations. Meanwhile, Wen Yin, who was far away on the other side of the manor, was standing by the window, looking at the two lights that had been extinguished one after the other, and a feeling that was hard to describe welled up in her heart. That kid, he's still as troublesome as ever, she murmured to herself, but the corners of her mouth involuntarily turned up. Early morning, Lin Yun felt a tickling sensation on his face, as if something soft was gently touching him. He groggily opened his eyes, and what came into view was Shun Youqing's gentle, smiling face. She was lying on her side beside him, one hand supporting her head, the fingers of the other hand gently tracing the outline of his eyebrows and eyes. Morning light streamed in through the gaps in the curtains, and her long hair was spread out on the pillow, giving her an indescribable languid beauty. Woke up? Shun Yuqing asked softly, her eyes filled with the shyness and sweetness unique to newlyweds. Lin Yun blinked, not fully awake yet. Lin Yun looked refreshed and clearly had rested well. Yingxue, Shun Yuqing said somewhat embarrassedly. Why did you come to clean the room yourself? It was just a small thing, Su Yingxue said with a smile. Besides, I figured you must have gotten up late today, so I told the maids not to come in and disturb you. She pointed to the newly renovated bed. Look, I've tidied it up and even changed the sheets. Lin Yun then noticed that the messy bed from last night had been neatly made. His heart warmed, and he stepped forward to put his arm around Su Yingxue's waist. Thank you for your hard work, my wife. It's not hard work, Su Yingxue said with a smile. As long as my husband and sister Yuqing are happy, that's all that matters. Shin Yuqing also came over and took Su Yingxue's hand. Yingxue, thank you. Oh, we're all family now, no need to thank me. Su Yingxue grasped her hand in return. Let's go. Grandpa is already waiting in the restaurant. Let's not keep him waiting too long. The three of them walked out of the room together. In the corridor, the maid saw the newlyweds and the young mistress come out together and bowed respectfully. Lin Jintian was indeed already waiting in the restaurant. Upon seeing the three enter, the old man smiled so broadly that his eyes narrowed into slits. You've come. Come sit down. Come sit down. Good morning, Grandpa. The three greeted in unison. What do you mean early? It's almost 9 o'clock. Lin Jintian joked, but his tone was full of doting affection. But it's a newlywed relationship, I understand. Come on, eat up, you must be hungry. The breakfast was plentiful, but even more so, it was filled with warmth. Lin Jintian kept putting food on Shun Youqing's plate, muttering to himself. Eat more, look how thin you are. We're family now, so don't be shy. Shun Yuqing nodded gratefully. Thank you, Grandpa. Su Yingxue would occasionally give Lin Yun a meaningful look, signaling him to take good care of Shun Yuqing. Lin Yun understood and carefully moved Shun Youqing's favorite dishes in front of her, and even personally served her soup. A happy breakfast was enjoyed. Looking at this harmonious scene, Lin Jintian was filled with emotion. Chapter 32. Do I need to marry 5 more to improve my talent? Sleeping together under the same covers. After the meal, the three drove to Shun Youqing's home to visit her parents. According to custom, on the second day of their marriage, the newlyweds must return to the bride's parents' home and serve tea to the bride's parents. Although the Shun family's home is simple, it was decorated with a festive atmosphere today. Shun's mother prepared a sumptuous lunch. Mr. Shun took out his treasured wine. Dad, Mom, please have some tea. Lin Yun respectfully served tea to his father-in-law and mother-in-law. Mr. and Mrs. Shun took the teacup, their eyes filled with tears. They knew that their daughter had truly become someone else's family. But seeing how outstanding my son-in-law is and how good he is to my daughter, I feel mostly gratified. Xiaolin, I'm entrusting Yuqing to you. Mr. Shun said solemnly. Don't worry, Dad. I will definitely treat Yuqing well, Lin Yun promised earnestly. The atmosphere at lunch was warm and touching. Shin's mother kept putting food on the three of them's plates. As Shun's father and Lin Yun drank, they started talking about martial arts, and the two found themselves getting along very well. Su Yingxue and Shun Yuqing whispered to each other, occasionally letting out soft laughter. At this moment, the two families truly became one. Back at the Lin family home in the afternoon, the three of them did not go to the training room to practice as usual, but instead took a rare day to relax. In the garden pavilion, the three sat around a stone table, on which were snacks and fruits prepared by Aunt Lu. The sun was shining brightly, a gentle breeze was blowing, and birdsong could be heard in the distance. Everything was so peaceful and beautiful. Husband, try this. Su Yingxue held a piece of pastry to Lin Yun's mouth. It's a new recipe from Aunt Lu, and she says it has a very unique flavor. Lin Yun opened his mouth to catch it and savored it carefully. Not bad. You guys eat too. Shun Yuqing carefully peeled an orange for him and handed it to him segment by segment. Lin Yun smiled at her every time he ate a piece, making Shun Yuqing blush and her heart race. And so, the afternoon was spent eating, drinking, chatting, and laughing. The three of them talked for a long time. Interesting stories from the past, plans for the future, and even some far-fetched fantasies. Su Yingxue talked about her childhood dream, and Shin Yuqing shared her experience of being a teacher. Lin Yun recounted some interesting anecdotes from Earth, of course, packaged as things he had read in ancient books. I wish it could always be like this, Su Yingxue said softly, leaning on Lin Yun's shoulder. Yes, I will. Lin Yun put his arm around her shoulder and held Shin Yuqing's hand with his other hand. Our family will continue to be happy like this. Shin Yuqing smiled gently, her eyes filled with happiness. While the two women were whispering to each other, Lin Yun checked his system rewards. Marriage reward has been issued. Reward 1. Martial arts talent improvement, mid-grade yellow, current progress 50%. Reward 2 10 tier, 1 chi, and blood pills. Reward 3. The activation progress of the fertility sacred body has increased by 1%, currently 2%. Lin Yun was taken aback. Although his martial arts talent has improved, he is still only at the mid-grade yellow level. And there's an extra progress bar? Experience points are only half. System, how many more wives do I need to marry to improve my talent? Ding. You need to marry 1 wife with a system rating of yellow grade high, or 5 wives with a system rating of yellow grade low. The system also thoughtfully provides additional explanations. Although the talent level did not increase, the increase in the progress bar also brought actual bonuses. His cultivation efficiency has indeed improved compared to before. Lin Yun never expected that marrying Shin Yuqing would prevent him from successfully upgrading his talent. It should be noted that Shun Yuqing's system rating is yellow level, top grade. With a 92-point appearance and a low-grade yellow level martial arts talent, his overall rating has been raised by 2 levels. Name, Shin Yuqing. Cultivation level, 98 points of chi and blood. Appearance rating, 92. Martial arts talent, low-grade yellow level. System rating, yellow level, high quality. Looks like there's no chance of improvement this year. Lin Yun thought to himself. The system will display detailed requirements for marriage. Requirements for marriage. 1. Must be an adult. 2. Must be a virgin. 3. Appearance score, 85 or above. 4. The lowest level of martial arts talent is yellow grade low. When the system assigns ratings, scores below 90 in appearance do not receive any rating points. The rating is determined by the level of martial arts talent. But once you reach 90 points, your appearance can earn you extra points in the rating. This explains why there is such a large gap in ratings between Su Yingxue and Shin Yuqing. Both of them possessed martial arts talent at the lower level of the yellow rank. However, Su Yingshue's appearance score was 96 points, and the system's final rating jumped directly to the lower grade of Xian level, a whole major class away. Shin Yuqing's appearance score was 92 points, and the system's final rating was yellow grade high, only 2 minor grades higher. In other words, to quickly improve one's talent, one either needs to marry someone extremely beautiful, someone extremely talented, or both. Lin Yun pondered in his heart. But now, in the entire Jiangcheng, apart from Wen Yan, who is rated as Xian level upper grade, there are no other women whose system rating has reached Huang level upper grade. Wen Yan will only marry her if he defeats her. Besides these, only 3 women with a yellow level lower grade were eligible to be married. This means that he needs to marry 5 low-grade yellow level women in order to upgrade his talent to high-grade yellow level, and the entire Jiangcheng cannot find enough of them. The task is arduous and the road ahead is long. Lin Yun sighed inwardly. Husband, what are you daydreaming about? Su Yingshue's voice pulled him back from his thoughts. Lin Yun snapped out of his daze and looked at his 2 beautiful wives beside him, his heart filled with happiness. He smiled and kissed each of them on the cheek. I'm wondering if I'm dreaming to marry two such wonderful women at the same time. The two women exchanged a glance, a sly glint in their eyes. They approached Lin Yun from the left and right, and at the same time planted a kiss on his cheek. Husband, are you still dreaming? Su Yingxue asked playfully. If this is a dream, then I hope I never wake up, Shen Yuqing said gently. Lin Yun laughed heartily and pulled them both into his arms. It's not a dream, it's real. What have I, Lin Yun, done to deserve such wonderful wives as you? His laughter was filled with joy and satisfaction, a heartfelt and unreserved happiness. That night, the three of them slept together under the same quilt. The bed in the new room is large enough to accommodate 3 people. At first, Shen Yuqing was a little shy, but with Su Yingshue's guidance and Lin Yun's gentleness, she gradually relaxed. Moonlight streamed in through the window, casting a hazy glow over the room. 3 figures nestled together on the large bed, whispering secrets. Husband, do you think the baby is a boy or a girl? All is well. Then Sister Yuqing should get pregnant soon too. That way the babies will have company. Shen Yuqing blushed and snuggled closer to Lin Yun, saying, Yingxue, don't talk nonsense. Where are you talking nonsense? With my husband being so amazing, Sister Yuqing will definitely have a baby soon. Lin Yun interrupted their conversation with a smile. All right, go to sleep early. We have training tomorrow. The 2 women responded at the same time, snuggling into his arms like 2 kittens. Lin Yun embraced 2 women, feeling the warmth and softness of their bodies, and felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. This is the life he wants: a loving wife, a warm home, and a bright future. Outside the window, the moonlight was like water, and the stars twinkled. The 3 people in the room gradually drifted off to sleep amidst each other's breathing. That night, there was no passion, only warmth. Chapter 33. Shen Yuqing becomes a martial artist and begins processing her resignation upon starting school. The next day, under Lin Yun's guidance, Shen Yuqing took a qi and blood pill. Once the qi and blood energy surpass the 100-point mark, one can finally guide cosmic energy into the body. Inside the gravity chamber, the pressure of 3 times the normal environment invigorates every cell. Since Shen Yuqing was already his wife, he naturally switched his cultivation technique to the yellow grade top quality guiding technique, 5 hearts towards heaven. Now, Lin Yun's voice rang in her ears. Guide the energy into your body to complete the first cycle. Shen Yuqing gritted her teeth and concentrated all her energy. She could see those floating specks of cosmic energy, which were now frantically converging on her. It flows into the body from the 5 centers: the palms of both hands, the soles of both feet, and the crown of the head. As the last cycle was completed, a warm current rose from the dantian and instantly flowed throughout the body. Shen Yuqing opened her eyes, a glint of silver light flashing in them. I succeeded? She looked at her hands in disbelief. Lin Yun nodded with a smile. Congratulations, my lady. You are now a first-level martial artist. On the screen in the testing area, the punching power value was fixed at 5,236.48 kilograms. Although it was slightly lower than when Su Yingxue and Lin Yun first broke through, this was already the true beginning of the path of martial arts. Thank you, my husband. Tears welled up in Shen Yuqing's eyes. After more than 10 years of hard work and months of overcoming bottlenecks, I have finally broken through today. We're family, no need for thanks. Lin Yun gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Let's go tell Yingxue the good news. The news of the Lin family's young master remarrying has not only failed to subside in the past 2 days, but has instead intensified. Throughout Jiangcheng, in tea houses, restaurants, martial arts schools, and even on the streets and alleys, people were talking about this matter. Have you heard? The betrothal gifts the Lin family gave to the Shen family girl totaled over 100 million. Hundreds of millions? My goodness, the Shen family has truly risen to prominence. No wonder the young mistress of the Lin family went from someone who couldn't even get into a martial arts university to a mid-stage first-level martial artist in less than 2 months after marrying into the family. How many martial arts resources did she consume? I was wondering before. Su Yingxue is pretty, but her martial arts talent is just so-so. How come she's improved so quickly? Now I understand. It's because the Lin family spent so much money. It's so good to be rich. The discussions among ordinary people mostly focused on the generosity of the betrothal gifts and the Lin family's wealth. However, within a smaller circle of martial arts enthusiasts, attention is focused on another issue: the changes in Lin Yun himself. Wasn't the eldest young master of the Lin family a martial arts failure before? His qi and blood value was stuck at 48 points for several years. How did he suddenly soar to new heights? He just got married 2 months ago, and now he's almost a late-stage first-tier martial artist. That's faster than those martial arts geniuses. I heard he used to take pills every day, but the effects were minimal. How come he's become so effective after getting married? Could it be a dual cultivation technique? Some people speculate. Some special techniques require both men and women to practice together in order to be effective. That's possible. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense. Several wealthy families in Jiangsheng even considered marrying their daughters into the Lin family to find out more. But after they carefully inquired about Lin Yun's criteria for choosing a partner, they all had no choice but to give up. The requirements for appearance are too high. She also needs to have martial arts talent and be a virgin. There are only a handful of young women in the entire city who meet these criteria. This young master of the Lin family has really high standards. Some people said sourly. A few days later, school started. The campus of Jiangxing No. 2 Middle School should have been full of vitality on the first day of the new semester, but the atmosphere today was a little strange. The news of Ms. Shun Yoqing's resignation has already spread. When she came to the school to complete her resignation procedures, the entire office building was in an uproar. "Teacher Shin, are you really leaving? The students all like you very much." The academic affairs director asked regretfully. Shin Yuqing replied softly, "I'm sorry, director, but I have reasons for having to leave." After completing the formalities, when she walked out of the office building, a large group of students had already gathered outside. The female students were inside, the male students were outside, and everyone was staring at her expectantly. "Teacher Shun, please don't go," a girl said, her voice trembling with tears. "Yes, Teacher Shin, what will we do without you? Ms. Shun is the best teacher I've ever met." Several sentimental girls already had tears in their eyes, and although the boys didn't cry, their eyes were also full of reluctance. Looking at these familiar faces, Shun Yuqing felt a warmth in her heart. She taught at the No. 2 Middle School for a year. Although it was a short time, the students' innocence and enthusiasm made her feel the joy of being a teacher. "Students," Shun Yuqing spoke, her voice slightly choked with emotion. "Thank you. Although I'm very reluctant to leave. But all good things must come to an end, and teachers also have their own paths to walk. I became a teacher so that I could continue practicing martial arts. Now that we have better living conditions, so..." She didn't finish her sentence, but the students understood. Since the young master of the Lin family married Teacher Shin naturally no longer needs to work hard as a teacher. "Then, will Teacher Shun come back to see us again?" a student asked. "Yes, I will." Shin Yuqing nodded. "As long as I have the chance, I will definitely come back to see you." At that moment, a silver-gray anti-gravity car slowly landed on campus. The car door opened, and Lin Yun got out. "Yuqing, are the formalities completed?" He walked to Shun Yoqing's side and naturally pulled her into his arms. This action elicited a murmur from the surrounding students. So the legendary young master of the Lin family is so young and handsome, and so gentle with Teacher Shun. "It's done." Shin Yuqing nodded. Then he said to the students, "Classmates, I'm leaving now. You must study hard, whether it's martial arts or academic subjects. The future belongs to you. Goodbye, Teacher Shun. I hope Teacher Shun will be happy." Amidst the students' reluctant gazes, Lin Yun led Shin Yuqing into the car. The vehicle took off and slowly flew away from the campus. On the ground, countless hearts shattered at that moment. The male students lost their favorite teacher, while the female students envied Ms. Shun for marrying such a good husband. "I wish I could marry young Master Lin too," a girl murmured. "Stop dreaming, they have high standards. Can't you see how beautiful and elegant Ms. Shun is?" Another girl said. Inside the anti-gravity vehicle, Shin Yuqing leaned on Lin Yun's shoulder. "I'm a little reluctant to leave those children." "I understand." Lin Yun squeezed her hand. "But this is your own choice. And you can go back to see them anytime, can't you?" Shin Yuqing nodded, a determined look flashing in her eyes. Except for the first night when the lights were turned off early, they remained on until late every night after that. Even so, it took Shin Yuqing 2 whole months to conceive. This is the martial artist. The higher one's cultivation level, the more difficult it is to conceive. If Lin Yun hadn't had the blessing of this sacred body of fertility, it would have been impossible for him to achieve this so quickly. When Wen Yin learned that Shin Yuqing was pregnant, the expression on his face was priceless. The next day, Su Yingxue grabbed Shin Yuqing's hand and excitedly ran into the training room. "Sister Wen Yin, Sister Yuqing is pregnant." Wen Yin was instructing Lin Yun on movement techniques when he heard these words. He paused, his whole body stiffening. Lin Yun chuckled. He arrived early, but did not tell Wen Yin about Shin Yuqing's pregnancy. "I just wanted to show her that what I said before was true. Even the strongest martial artists can impregnate themselves." Wen Yan's gaze swept back and forth between Shin Yuqing and Lin Yun, his eyes filled with disbelief. You've only been married for 2 months." "Yes." Su Yingxue answered happily. "Sister Yuqing is pregnant too." That means our children will only be 3 months apart, and they can grow up together. Wenyan opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but found that she couldn't say anything. 2 months, a mid-stage level 1 martial artist is pregnant. This? She herself was a second-level perfected martial artist, so she knew all too well the difficulty of a martial artist conceiving. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least several years for a first-level martial artist to conceive, and even then, success is not guaranteed. But Shen Yuqing, 2 months? This completely shattered her understanding. Although Su Yingxue had already broken it before. But once, it could be considered an accident, but twice in a row. You? What exactly are you? Wenyan stared at Lin Yun with a complicated expression. Lin Yun felt a little guilty under her gaze, but maintained his composure. Maybe I was just lucky. Luck? Wenyan raised an eyebrow. Do you think I'd believe that? She walked up to Shen Yuqing and carefully examined her complexion. The blood and energy are abundant, and the fetal development is stable. It certainly looks like early pregnancy. But, she turned to look at Lin Yun. Kid, is there some secret you're not telling us? Lin Yun laughed heartily. Sister Wenyan, you're joking. What secret could I possibly have? Maybe it's just that my constitution is a bit special. Wenyan stared at him for a long time and finally sighed. Forget it. Everyone has their own secrets. As long as it's good for the child and good for Yuqing, nothing else matters. She lost interest in teaching Lin Yun and turned to leave. But when he reached the door, he stopped, turned back to look at Lin Yun, and muttered to himself. You little rascal, you're really hard to figure out. After Wenyan left, Su Yingxue asked Lin Yun, Husband, is Sister Wenyan angry? No, Lin Yun shook his head. She was just too surprised. Shen Yuqing also said softly, It really is too fast. I can't believe it myself. What's so fast about it? Su Yingxue laughed. This proves how capable my husband is. And it's wonderful that I'm pregnant. Grandpa will be so happy when he finds out. Sure enough, when Lin Jintian learned that Shen Yuqing was also pregnant, the old man was so excited that he almost stood up from his wheelchair. Good, good, good. He said good 3 times in a row, his eyes glistening with tears. Yunner, may your parents in heaven protect you. The Lin family will have descendants, and more than one. Unlike Wenyan, he didn't doubt anything. He simply believed it was God's blessing, or the protection of his son and daughter-in-law's spirits in heaven. Lin Jintian looked at the 2 women and said seriously, Yingxue, Yuqing, you both need to take good care of yourselves during pregnancy. Starting today, the training will be reduced, but the nutrition must be improved. Aunt Lu, please take good care of the 2 young mistresses. Yes, sir, Aunt Lu replied respectfully. At dinner, the Lin family's dining table was filled with an unprecedented atmosphere of joy. Lin Jintian couldn't stop smiling as he kept serving food to his 2 granddaughters-in-law. Lin Yun transformed into a doting husband, meticulously taking care of the 2 of them. Outside the window, the setting sun bathed the entire manor in gold. In the garden, Wenyan stood alone in the pavilion, gazing in the direction of the main house. She could hear the laughter coming from inside and feel the joy. 2 kids so quickly. How did this kid do that? She remembered what Lin Yun had said before. Don't even mention Yingxue. Even if you came, I could still get you pregnant. At the time, she thought it was just the arrogant talk of a young boy, but now it seems. Could it be that he really has some special ability? Wenyan frowned in thought. But soon, she shook her head and banished the thought from her mind. Regardless, Lin Yun was her employer and the child she had watched grow up. As long as he's doing well, nothing else matters. However, she said with a slight upturn of her lips, this kid is really surprising. A month ago, Lin Yun took another first-tier qi and blood pill. Wenyan had thought that the absorption of the medicine would cause the price to drop another 2,000. Who knew that Lin Yun would only lower the price by 1,000? After taking it, his strength increased by 4,000 kilograms. His total strength reached over 22,000 kilograms, and his cultivation level reached the late stage of the first rank. Another month has passed now. I wonder how much he will improve this time. 3,000? Or 4,000? As night deepened, the lights in the Lin family's main residence came on. Tonight, the lights in the new house are still on late into the night. This time, however, there was less passion and more tenderness. Chapter 35, Fourth Stone, Late Stage of First Rank, 3 major families of Jiangsheng gather. A few days later, Shen Yuqing became pregnant. Inside the training room, Lin Yun stepped into the gravity chamber once again. Started with 25 times the force of gravity. He took out a small jade box containing a first-tier qi and blood pill worth 20 million. This is the 4th one. As Lin Yun spoke, he put the pill into his mouth. The scorching medicinal power became even more violent under the pressure of 25 times gravity. Lin Yun fully activated the 5 hearts towards heaven technique, guiding this power to surge along the technique's path. 2 hours later, the door to the gravity chamber opened. Lin Yun walked out and headed straight for the punching power testing machine. Without much preparation, he delivered a simple, straightforward straight punch. Boom! The machine vibrated violently, and the numbers on the screen jumped wildly. 25,987.42 kilograms. 26,000 kilograms. It has increased by more than 3,500 kilograms compared to last time. Lin Yun's eyes lit up. This was much better than he had expected. He thought he could only lift 3,000 kilograms at most this time, but he didn't expect it to actually be more than 3,500 kilograms. 14,000 kilograms are still needed to reach the first-order perfection. It's so good to be rich. Pills can make you cough as much as you want, Lin Yun exclaimed. In just 4 months, he spent more than 80 million on pills alone. 4 Tier 1 Qi and blood pills cost 80 million, and 6 ordinary Qi and blood pills cost 6 million. This doesn't even include other costs, such as the maintenance and use of the gravity chamber and other equipment, which all cost money. In total, the cost was nearly 100 million yuan. Making rapid progress in martial arts is incredibly expensive. 100 million, Lin Yun smiled bitterly. If the Lin family weren't the richest family in Jiangxing, they simply couldn't afford such consumption. But the results are also significant. 4 months ago, he was a martial arts failure with only 48 points of Qi and blood. Now, he is a late-stage first-level martial artist with a punching power of 26,000 kilograms. Such rapid progress has naturally attracted the attention of countless people. Because Lin Yun was previously a martial arts failure, but has made such great progress in the past few months, countless eyes are naturally watching the Lin family. The Lin family has never deliberately hidden anything. Or rather, some things can't be hidden no matter how hard you try. For example, the news of Shen Youqing's pregnancy spread throughout Jiangxing's high society in just a few days. Immediately, all sorts of speculations and rumors spread like wildfire. The second young mistress of the Lin family is pregnant too? She's only been married for 2 months, right? Really? Isn't it difficult for a martial artist to get pregnant? It's absolutely true. My niece works as a maid in the Lin family and saw them celebrating with her own eyes. This is too fast. 1 pregnancy can be attributed to luck, but 2 at the same time. Could the Lin family really have some secret technique? Some people speculated. I heard that young Master Lin's progress has been rapid since he got married. Could it be a dual cultivation technique? The rumors spread wider and wider, becoming increasingly outrageous. Finally, the other 3 major families in Jiangxing besides the Lin family. The Wu family, the Wang family, and the Feng family. I couldn't sit still any longer. In a secret room, the 3 heads of the family sat around a mahogany tea table. Fine tea leaves were laid out on the table, but none of the 3 were in the mood to taste them. Wu De, the head of the Wu family, spoke first. He looked to be in his 40s, very handsome, slightly overweight, and with a shrewd expression. Old Feng, old Wang, have you heard? The second young mistress of the Lin family is also pregnant. Wang Shui, a tall, thin middle-aged man, nodded. I heard about it. When I first heard the news, I thought it was fake, so I sent someone to check it out, but it's true. Feng Zhenbong of the Feng family frowned and asked, Old Wang, you and your husband are both martial artists. Tell me, when did it become so fast for martial artists to get pregnant? Wang Shui shook his head with a wry smile. Fast what? My husband and I have only had 3 children over the years. Although we are all first-level perfected martial artists, we have not reached the second level. The life leap only happened once when we became martial artists. The same situation as the Lin family of 3. What's the situation with the Lin family? Feng Zhenbong pressed. Su Yingxue and Shen Youqing both became pregnant after they became martial artists. If you are so slow, there is no reason for them to be so fast. I don't know, Wang Shui said, spreading his hands. Otherwise, why would I have invited you 2 here? Wu De looked at the 2 of them. Do you think the rumors are true? Did Lin Yun really obtain something? Or some kind of dual cultivation technique? That's why he's progressing so quickly? The information I received is that he has already reached the late stage of the first level, and his punching power is 26,000 kilograms. Wang Shui and Feng Zhenbong remained silent. The 3 of them stared at each other, wide-eyed. They didn't believe rumors before, but now, the facts are undeniable, leaving them no choice but to believe them. Feng Zhenbong pondered for a moment, then spoke. Does any of you have a woman of marriageable age? How about we arrange for one of you to marry into our family? Wu De and Wang Shui exchanged a glance, nodded, but then shook their heads. Wang Shui sighed. Old Wu, you know how picky Lin Yun is. After he planned to get married, he looked for all the beautiful women in Jiangxing and only selected 5 in total. He then married only the 2 most beautiful women among them. Although we have many eligible men in our family, well, that kid probably wouldn't be interested. My family is the same, Wu De replied. My husband only had 1 daughter. After she got married, He had several granddaughters, but they were either too young or still pursuing martial arts, and didn't he want to get married at all. Even if I were to marry him, I doubt Lin Yun would even consider me suitable. Feng Zhenbang persisted. Besides the main family line, what about the rest? Same, Wang Shi shook his head. There are many people, but they don't meet the requirements. Wu De also said, it's the same on my end. What about you, Lao Feng? That's why I asked you guys, because I couldn't find it myself. Feng Zhenbang said helplessly. The secret room fell silent again, with only the sound of water boiling in the teapot. After a long silence, Feng Zhenbang spoke again, this time addressing Wu De directly. Old Wu, are you really not planning to marry off one of your daughters to go there and find out the situation? If the rumors are true, and there really is a dual cultivation technique or something, you can become a martial artist too. Wu De's eyelids twitched. What did you say? Didn't I just say? None of my granddaughters are suitable. You all know I only have one daughter. My husband is a second-level martial artist, so it's difficult for him to get pregnant. Feng Zhenbang looked at him with a half-smile. Old Wu, stop pretending. Everyone here knows that you secretly kept many concubines and had a lot of children in the county town of Tianshui. Didn't there be one who just entered martial arts university last year? She was very beautiful and had a lot of suitors. Wu De was startled and almost jumped up from his chair. What? Don't talk nonsense, I didn't. Old Wu, stop pretending. Wang Shi slowly took a sip of tea. Who here doesn't know? You think you can fool your tigress? She knew all along. She was just pretending not to. Who do you think you can fool? Feng Zhenbang nodded in agreement. That's right, that's right. Old Wu, your youngest daughter, Wu Qingya, is 19 years old this year and has just started martial arts university. She has good martial arts talent and is also very handsome. I heard that her suitors can stretch from Jiangsheng to Junqing. With these terms, Lin Yun should be tempted, right? Chapter 36, Marrying Off a Daughter, Extracting Secrets. Wu De's expression kept changing, and sweat was beading on his forehead. He did indeed keep several concubines in Tianshui City, and they had several children. The youngest daughter, Wu Qingya, is the most outstanding. Not only is she talented in martial arts, but she also resembles her mother in appearance, possessing a refined and elegant beauty that has made her quite famous throughout Tianshui City. But he kept this a secret from his wife, the tigress at home, Madame Wu, a second-level martial artist. Although he knew his wife might have sensed something, the two kept it to themselves and never revealed it. If Qingya were to marry Lin Yun now, this matter would be impossible to keep secret any longer. Old Wu, what are you hesitating about? Wang Shi saw through his concerns. If your partner really cared, they would have made a huge scene by now. Since nothing has happened for so many years, it means she acquiesced. Besides, marrying your daughter to the Lin family will benefit both you and the Wu family. What if there really is some kind of dual cultivation technique? Couldn't you also become a martial artist? Lifespan will increase significantly then, and you can live for hundreds of years longer. Feng Zhenbang also advised. That's right, Lao Wu, you're 63 this year, aren't you? Although ordinary people may look like they are in their 40s if they take good care of themselves, they will only live for another 40 years or so at most. Your husband is a second-tier martial artist and can live to be 400 years old. Are you willing to leave first like this? These words struck a nerve with Wu De. He is indeed over 60 years old. Although he looks young thanks to various precious medicinal herbs, his physical functions have begun to decline. His wife was Madame Wu, a second-tier martial artist. He is only a little over 100 years old now, which is the golden age for a martial artist, and he has nearly 300 years of life ahead of him. The thought that his wife might remarry or live alone for hundreds of years after his death made Wu De feel uneasy. If one could become a martial artist, even just a first-level martial artist, one could live to be 200 years old. But Qingya is a stubborn child. Wu De hesitated. She is devoted to martial arts, and she will definitely refuse if she hears that she is going to get married. How will we know if we don't try? Feng Zhenbang replied. That kid Lin Yun is a hot commodity right now. Young, handsome, from a good family, and his martial arts skills are improving rapidly. So many girls want to marry him, but can't. Wang Shi nodded in agreement. Exactly. You're not asking her to give up martial arts. Marrying into the Lin family would mean access to better cultivation resources, and perhaps even faster progress. Although you've secretly provided some martial arts resources over the years, it shouldn't be much. After all, it's right under your husband's nose. Wu De fell silent. He picked up his teacup, sipped slowly, and quickly weighed the pros and cons in his mind. The Lin family home is indeed a good place to go. Although Lin Yun was a good-for-nothing before, his current rate of progress is terrifying. If there really is any secret, Qingya can not only find out the situation by marrying into the family, but also benefit from it. Moreover, the Lin family is wealthy, so Qingya won't suffer if she marries into them. Most importantly, If there really is some kind of dual cultivation technique, he, as the father-in-law, might be able to get a share. All right. Would have finally made up his mind. I'll give it a try. But Qingya is stubborn. I can't guarantee I can persuade her. Feng Zhenbang and Wang Shiyi both laughed. Old Wu, that's right. Feng Zhenbang patted him on the shoulder. Our three families are closely connected, so we can't forget our brothers when we benefit from this. That is. Wang Shiyi also laughed. If there really is any secret, we'll share it among the three of us. The three of them discussed the details in secret, and then parted ways late at night. When Wu De returned home, his wife was already asleep. He tiptoed to the bedside, looked at the other person's peaceful sleeping face, and felt a mix of emotions. He had gone to great lengths to win over this second-tier martial artist wife. If she hadn't been stuck at the first-tier perfection level and unable to advance, she might not have had the chance. He had gone to great lengths, using countless connections and spending a fortune to buy a single elixir before he could marry her. After the couple had a daughter, the wife took the elixir and luckily advanced to the next level. It was also thanks to his wife that he was able to successfully become the head of the Wu family. After Xin Yuqing became pregnant, the intensity of her cultivation naturally decreased. Ever since she found out she was pregnant, she has been overflowing with maternal love. In addition, he had already become a martial artist, and at the mid-stage of the first rank. Therefore, her enthusiasm for martial arts diminished greatly, fearing that she might accidentally affect the fetus. After Lin Yun's cultivation reached the late stage of the first rank, he gradually reduced his cultivation time. He discovered a cruel truth. During the stable period after the elixir-assisted period ends, the benefits of arduous cultivation are simply too low. The difference in strength gain between training all day and training for half a day is negligible ultimately. One still needs elixirs to break through the bottleneck. So now, his daily routine has become regular. In the morning, I spent time with my two beautiful wives, taking a walk in the garden, enjoying tea, and chatting. I only went to the practice room with them in the afternoon to practice. Of course, once he started cultivating, Lin Yun still went all out. The exhilarating feeling of unleashing power at the limit is, in some ways, no less than the joy of a wedding night, which he finds utterly captivating. A month passed peacefully like this. The sun was shining brightly that afternoon. Just as the three were about to head to the practice room, Su Yingxue suddenly grabbed Lin Yun's arm. My lord, Sister Yuqing, and I will not be cultivating today. Lin Yun immediately became anxious. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? No, that's not it. Su Yingxue winked playfully. I just suddenly felt like taking a break. My sister Yuqing and I wanted to go for a walk in the garden, and then we had some private things to say between girls. As she spoke, she glanced at Shun Yuqing, whose face flushed slightly. Lin Yun understood and nodded with a smile. Okay, then you guys have fun. I'm going to the training room. After Lin Yun left, Su Yingshue's smile became somewhat sly. She took Xin Youqing's hand and said, Sister Yuqing, let's go find Aunt Lu first. What do you want with Aunt Lu? Xin Yuqing asked, puzzled. You'll find out when you get there. When the two found the head maid, Aunt Lu, she seemed to have been prepared. Seeing the two young mistresses approach, Aunt Lu bowed respectfully, then took out an exquisite tablet computer from her sleeve and handed it to Su Yingxue. Young madam, everything you requested is inside. As per your request, we have already done a preliminary screening and sorting. Thank you for your hard work, Aunt Lu. Su Yingxue happily accepted the tablet. He pulled Xin Yuqing and headed towards the room. Xin Yuqing was even more puzzled. Yingxue, what are you doing? Didn't we say we were going to take a stroll in the garden? Why did you drag me back to ask Aunt Lu for a tablet? Does it mean you want to watch a movie? Su Yingxue understood what was going on when she saw her like this. She knew better than anyone how powerful her husband was. It seems that her sisters share the same thought as her, all hoping that their husbands can be happy and enjoy themselves. All right, I'm not teasing you anymore. Su Yingxue said seriously. Yuqing, actually, I had the idea of finding a bride for my husband more than half a month ago. But as you know, my husband had already gathered all the information on Jiangcheng and only selected 5 women, marrying only the 2 most beautiful and best among them. It's you and me. Su Yingxue spoke with considerable pride. Now that we are looking for a husband, we must of course choose someone according to this standard. Since there was none in Jiangcheng, I turned my attention to the cities surrounding Jiangcheng. Xin Yuqing then understood. So, these documents that Aunt Lu gave you. Su Yingxue nodded. These are the preliminary screening results from 5 surrounding cities. Jiangcheng borders 5 cities, with a total population of nearly 40 million. I asked Aunt Lu to help collect information and screen out women who meet the criteria. Xin Yuqing still had some concerns. Yingxue, if we make such a presumptuous decision, won't our husband be angry? When she said this, there was no jealousy or envy in her eyes. On the contrary, she was genuinely worried. She worried that if she kept her actions a secret from her husband, he might get angry when he found out. She also hoped that her husband could enjoy himself every night, even if it meant having more female friends. Su Yingxue held her hand. Don't worry, my husband won't be angry. Once we've found someone for him, he might be overjoyed. Seeing that Xin Yuqing was still somewhat hesitant, Su Yingxue added. Besides, we're just looking around, not making a decision right away. In the end, it still depends on my husband's own wishes, doesn't it? Xin Yuqing thought for a moment and finally nodded. Okay, let's take a look. That's more like it, Su Yingxue said happily, continuing to flip through the projector. The two began to examine the information carefully. Although these materials have undergone preliminary screening, the quantity is still enormous. After all, among a population of 40 million, there are quite a few women who meet the criteria. Wow, this girl is so beautiful. She has such a great presence. Her martial arts talent is impressive. The two watched and discussed, occasionally expressing their admiration. An hour later, they finally went through all the materials. Xin Yuqing sighed. Yingxue, you're amazing. You managed to find all the most beautiful girls who graduated from these 5 cities in the last 10 years. Su Yingxue was a little smug. Of course, I've been looking for women aged 18 to 28, from innocent young girls to mature and sophisticated women. I'm sure I'll find a beautiful woman like Sister Yuqing. Xin Yuqing blushed and said, don't praise me anymore. However, Yingxue, you really put your heart into it. It's all for my husband. Let's do a second round of screening. The two then engaged in a new round of discussion. This time they were even stricter, looking not only at looks and talent, but also at character, personality, and family background. This one is pretty, but I heard she has a bit of a temper. This person has great talent, but their family situation is too complicated. This one is perfect in every way, but she's already engaged. The selection process was rigorous, and the two argued from time to time, but they always managed to reach an agreement in the end. When the screening was over, only the information of 6 women remained on the projector. Each of these 6 individuals was carefully selected. 4 of them have already gone to the county town Tianshui City to study martial arts at the university. Of the remaining 2, one continues his martial arts training at the martial arts school, honing his skills and refining his internal energy. Another student went to a regular local university and is now a senior. Wow! Xin Yuqing looked at the photos of the 6 women and couldn't help but admire them. Yingxue, you have excellent taste. These 6 are all really great. Whether it's their looks, temperament, or character, they are no less than us. Su Yingxue was also very satisfied. Of course, when we're looking for a bride for our husbands, we naturally want to find the best one. She thought for a moment, then pointed to the 2 women on the projection. I think we can start with these 2 who didn't attend martial arts university. They are both from the same hometown. One is at a martial arts school, and the other is at a university, so they are relatively easy to contact. Xin Yuqing nodded in agreement. That makes sense. So how should we begin? Su Yingxue smiled slyly. Of course, it starts with making friends. Let's add each other's contact information first, get to know each other as ordinary friends, and gradually understand each other's character. After all, you can't completely trust what the information says. You have to talk to people in person to know for sure. But what reason should we use to add them? Xin Yuqing asked. That's easy, Su Yingxue said confidently. We could say, let's say we're martial arts enthusiasts and want to exchange cultivation experiences. Or, how about we say we're members of a women's group and want to invite them to an event? After discussing it for a long time, the two finally came up with a preliminary plan. Su Yingxue was responsible for contacting the girl who was training at the martial arts school. Her name is Zhao Qinghua. She is 19 years old. Her qi and blood value is 92 points, and she is diligently training at a local martial arts school, hoping to be admitted to a martial arts university. Xin Yuqing was responsible for contacting the college girl. Her name is Chun Yue. She is 22 years old and a senior in college. Although she attends an ordinary university, she has a strong interest in martial arts and often goes to the school's martial arts hall to train. All right, the preliminary plan has been finalized. Su Yingxue stretched. The next step is to gradually get to know each other and understand each other. We can't rush things. In the days that followed, Lin Yun felt that the 2 women were a bit strange, but he didn't think much of it. So, when should we invite them? Let's wait a few more days, until we're more familiar with each other. And we need to find a suitable reason. Oh right, where were you when Mom was sick? I got into the martial arts university, and although you paid for it, you didn't even dare to attend the opening ceremony. Now look what's happened. For your so-called grand plan, you're going to marry me off as someone else's concubine. Wu Qingya became more and more excited as she spoke. I'm telling you, I'm not getting married. I'm going to walk my own path. I want to become strong through my own efforts, and not live in the shadows like my mother. An awkward silence fell over the scene. At this moment, two middle-aged women came out of the kitchen. One of them is Wu Qingya's biological mother, Zhang Wan. Another was her favorite, second mother, Li Shuhua, another concubine that Wu De kept in Tianshui City. Qingya, how can you talk to your father like that? Zhang Wan gently scolded him, but her eyes were full of heartache. Li Shuhua walked to Wu Qingya's side and gently put her arm around her shoulder. Qingya, we know you've been wronged, but this time, your father might really be thinking of you. Second aunt, even you. Wu Qingya looked at Li Shuhua in disbelief. Listen to me first, Li Shuhua explained patiently. We've also been looking into the Lin family's information these past few days. That young master of the Lin family is indeed very outstanding. Moreover, and most importantly, he treated both wives very well and equally. After Suing Xue and Shun Yuqing married into the family, they not only did not suffer any grievances, but their martial arts progressed rapidly, and now they have both become mid-stage first-order martial artists. Zhang Wan also chimed in with advice. Yes, Qingya, look at those two young mistresses. They immediately became martial artists after marrying into the family. And his progress is incredibly rapid. He reached the mid-stage of the first rank in just a month or two. You should know how much martial arts resources this requires. And they have a very good relationship, like sisters. This shows how good the young master of the Lin family is to them. Chapter 39. Someone came to propose marriage? So what? No matter how good she is, she'll still be a concubine. I don't want to end up like you, Wu Qingya said stubbornly. These words were like a knife, instantly piercing the hearts of Zhang Wan and Li Shuhua. Both of them turned pale, and a look of pain flashed in their eyes. Upon seeing this, Wu De slammed his hand on the table. Qingya, how dare you speak to your mother and stepmother like that? Wu Qingya knew she had said the wrong thing and lowered her head, but she still refused to compromise. The living room fell silent, the atmosphere so oppressive it was hard to breathe. After nearly 10 minutes, Wu De took a deep breath and changed his strategy. Qingya, his voice softened. Dad understands your thoughts. You want to forge your own path and become a strong person through your own efforts. That's great, Dad supports you. Wu Qingya raised her head, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. This was not the father she remembered. Wu De continued. But have you ever thought about how difficult the path of martial arts is? Resources, cultivation techniques, elixirs, everything requires money. You've been at the martial arts university for a year now, so you should know very well that those students who have made rapid progress all have family support behind them. Wu Qingya fell silent. What her father said was true. Seeing that things were looking promising, Wu De offered a major incentive. If you agree to marry Lin Yun, Dad will provide you with the funds to learn the yellow-level supreme guiding technique. It's not just a high-grade yellow-level item, it's a top-grade item, and you can choose any of them. Consider it your dowry. Wu Qingya was stunned. A top-grade yellow-level guiding technique. This is something she has always dreamed of. After she was admitted to the martial arts university, Wu De gave her 2 million as a reward. She used the money to upgrade the free guiding manual to a mid-grade yellow-level manual, and then learned an attack skill and a movement technique, and the money was all gone. At Tianshui Martial Arts University, most of the students who made rapid progress had learned the yellow-level supreme guiding technique. The official guide manuals for top-tier yellow-level items cost tens of millions for the cheaper ones and hundreds of millions for the more expensive ones. Although students at Budo University can enjoy a 50% discount, it is still an astronomical figure. She had mentioned to her father several times that she wanted to learn the yellow-level supreme guiding technique. But Wu De always laughed it off, saying that such a large sum of money couldn't be kept from his aunt, his legal wife, Madame Wu. I never imagined that he would offer such a condition in order to get me to marry. Wu Qingya was torn by inner turmoil. On the one hand, she really didn't want to get married so early, and even less did she want to become someone's concubine. But on the other hand, the temptation of a top-grade yellow-level guiding technique is too great. With it, one's cultivation speed can be increased by at least several times. At that time, she might even catch up with or surpass those genius classmates. Seeing his daughter's expression soften, Wu De was overjoyed and immediately struck while the iron was hot. Dad promises that he will transfer the money to you immediately if you agree. You can choose the best guiding techniques, the best combat skills, the best movement techniques. As for the Lin family, Dad will also try to get you the best possible terms. Zhang Wan and Li Shuhua also quickly offered their assistance. Qingya, the young master of the Lin family, is really outstanding. I heard he is young and handsome, and most importantly, he is very good to his wives. Yes, look at those two young mistresses, how quickly they've progressed since marrying into those families. If you were to marry into one of them, you might soon become a late-stage or even perfect first-tier martial artist. Wu Qingya bit her lip, hesitated for a long time, and then asked softly, Really? I can choose any yellow grade top-tier guiding technique. Absolutely true. As long as you nod, the money will be in your account immediately. Wuda made a guarantee on the spot. Wu Qingya frowned, took a deep breath, as if she had made a very difficult decision. Then I'll go see that person first. If he's really as good as you say, and he has to promise to let me continue my schooling and martial arts training. Of course, Wuda was overjoyed. Young Master Lin is so open-minded, he'll definitely support it. Wuda had already planned it out in his mind. As long as his daughter agreed, things would be much easier. As for Lin Yun, he believed that given his daughter's circumstances, Lin Yun wouldn't refuse. The Lin family in Jiangqing. Su Yingxue received an unexpected message. The Wu family, one of the 4 major families in Jiangqing, sent a matchmaker to their door. What? The Wu family. What are they doing here? Su Yingxue looked at Aunt Lu, who had come to report, in surprise. Aunt Lu replied respectfully. The Wu family's butler said that their master wanted to arrange a marriage for young Master Lin. The prospective bride is Master Wu's daughter from out of town, named Wu Qingya, who is currently studying at Tianshui Martial Arts University. Su Yingxue and Shun Yuqing exchanged a glance, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. They were still carefully looking for a bride for their husbands when a matchmaker unexpectedly came knocking on their door. Interesting. Curiosity flashed in Su Yingxue's eyes. Aunt Lu, please have the Wu family housekeeper wait in the living room. I will go and invite my husband over. Yes, young mistress. After Aunt Lu left, Shun Yuqing asked in a low voice. Yingxue, should we get involved in this matter? Of course I want it. It's practically delivered to my doorstep. And the Wu family's daughter. If I remember correctly, the Wu family does have an illegitimate daughter in Tianshui City. I heard she is quite talented and very beautiful. Su Yingxue's eyes were full of excitement. Perfect, we can investigate this. If Wu Qingya is really good, then wouldn't that save us a lot of trouble? Shun Yuqing thought for a moment, then smiled. That makes sense. But we should see what my husband thinks first. Of course. Su Yingxue nodded. Let us go find my husband. When the two arrived at the training room, Lin Yun had just finished a round of training and was walking out of the gravity chamber. His clothes were almost soaked with sweat, and his hair was wet and stuck to his forehead. Training under extreme gravity is tough, but it is highly effective in building strength. My husband, you've worked hard. Shun Yuqing stepped forward and gently wiped away his sweat. Su Yingxue smiled and said, Husband, I have good news to tell you. What good news? Lin Yun took the towel and wiped his face. Someone has come to our door offering to be a matchmaker for my husband. It's the Wu family, one of the 4 major families in Jiangqing. They want to marry their daughter to you. Lin Yun's eyes lit up. Really? Lin Yun was very happy. With the many children, many blessings system, the more wives he marries, the richer the rewards and the faster his talents improve. He hadn't expanded the scale before because the system had high requirements, and there were too few women who met the criteria. It's like someone has delivered themselves right to my door. It's like a pillow being delivered when I'm sleepy. What's the situation with the other side? Lin Yun asked. What do you two ladies think? Su Yingxue took out her tablet, pulled up a photo, and handed it to Lin Yun. This is a photo sent by the Wu family. Her name is Wu Qingya. She is 19 years old, and she is currently studying at Tianshui Martial Arts University. She is a first-level early-stage martial artist. Lin Yun took the tablet. On the screen was a beautiful and refined young girl. She stood in front of the gate of Wudao University, wearing the school uniform, with her long hair flowing down her shoulders, a bright smile, and her eyes radiating youthful energy. Chapter 40 Wu Qingya. She is truly a unique beauty. Look at her temperament, pure yet with a touch of stubbornness, very special. Su Yingxue commented. Shun Yuqing nodded as well. Yes, she has a girl next door vibe, making you want to get close to her at first glance. Lin Yun silently ordered in his mind. System, check Wu Qingya's information. Name, Wu Qingya. Cultivation level, early stage first tier martial artist. Appearance rating, 92. Martial arts talent, mid-grade yellow. System rating, yellow level, superior. Marriageable. The information displayed satisfied Lin Yun. It has the same rating as Shun Yuqing, which is yellow grade, top grade. Now, as long as he marries her, his martial arts talent will be guaranteed to reach the upper grade yellow level. Is my husband satisfied? Su Yingxue asked. Satisfied, of course I'm satisfied, Lin Yun said with a smile. However, it depends on the girl's wishes. Is she willing? The Wu family said they have obtained their daughter's consent, and we've arranged to meet tomorrow. If both of us feel it's a good fit, we can finalize the deal. Lin Yun thought for a moment and asked, What do you two ladies think? Shun Yuqing said gently. If my husband is happy, we are happy. Besides, having more sisters means we can take care of each other. Su Yingxue smiled slyly. Besides, husband, Haven't you always said that you want to marry more wives and have more children? We're helping you achieve your goal. Lin Yun felt a warmth in his heart and embraced both of them, saying, "Thank you, my wives. With wives like these, what more could a husband ask for?" All right, stop being so mushy, Su Yingxue said with a smile, pushing him away. Husband, go and wash up quickly. The matchmaker is still waiting in the living room. You must go and meet her in person to show your sincerity. Okay, I'll go right away. Lin Yun walked quickly towards the bathroom. As the warm water flowed, a question suddenly came to his mind. System, why are Wu Qingya and Shun Youqing's appearance scores both 92, and Wu Qingya's martial arts talent is a minor grade higher, yet their final overall ratings are the same? Both are top grade yellow. Ding. Back to host. The two women's overall ratings are indeed the same, both being top grade yellow. This is because the system rating not only looks at individual numerical values, but also comprehensively considers factors such as temperament, potential, and compatibility. Although Shen Youqing's martial arts talent is slightly lower, her intellectual temperament enhances her overall score. Special note, although the ratings are the same, marrying Wu Qingya will grant a greater talent boost than marrying Shen Youqing, because Wu Qingya possesses higher martial arts talent. Lin Yun understood. It turns out that the system rating is so complex, it's not a simple matter of addition and subtraction. Understood. He quickly finished washing up and changed into clean clothes. In the main hall of the house, the Wu family's housekeeper and a kind-looking middle-aged woman had been waiting for a long time. Upon seeing Lin Yun and his two wives enter, the two quickly stood up and bowed. Young Master Lin, greetings to the two young mistresses. This is Aunt Wang, the professional matchmaker hired by our Wu family. That's what the butler said respectfully. Aunt Wang looked Lin Yun up and down with a beaming smile, her eyes full of admiration. Oh my, young Master Lin is indeed a handsome man, even more so than in the photos. No wonder Master Wu insisted that I act as his matchmaker. After praising Lin Yun, she began to introduce Wu Qingya's situation in detail. Miss Wu is 19 years old this year and is a sophomore at Tianshui Martial Arts University. She is a first-level early-stage martial artist. Not only is she beautiful, but she also has a good personality, gentle, virtuous, well-educated, and possesses remarkable talent in martial arts. Aunt Wang talked on and on, praising Wu Qingya to the skies. Lin Yun listened patiently, nodding occasionally. Finally, Aunt Wang concluded. In short, Miss Wu is definitely a good wife and is worthy of you, Mr. Lin. Moreover, Master Wu said that if this marriage goes through, the dowry will definitely be substantial. Lin Yun smiled. Thank you for your kind words, Aunt Wang. However, marriage is a major life event, and it ultimately depends on the wishes of both parties. Since Miss Wu agrees, how about we meet tomorrow to discuss the details? Okay. Aunt Wang nodded repeatedly. Mr. Wu will personally bring Miss Wu over tomorrow. You young people can spend more time together and get to know each other better. After agreeing on a time, the Wu family members took their leave. Meanwhile, a luxurious aircraft was en route from Tianshui City to Jiangxing. Inside the aircraft, Wu Qingya sat by the window, sulking as she looked out the window, refusing to look at her father, Wu De, who sat opposite her. Qingya, are you still angry with your father? Wu De smiled awkwardly. Wu Qingya snorted coldly. You clearly said you'd give me the money as soon as I nodded. But after I did, you said the amount was too large and it would take some time, and the money wouldn't arrive until we meet tomorrow. Aren't you just messing with me? I was just afraid you'd change your mind. Wu De was a little embarrassed and said awkwardly. Besides, 50 million is no small sum. Dad needs to prepare for it too. I don't care. Wu Qingya turned her head and glared at him. The money must be in my account immediately after we meet tomorrow. Otherwise, I'm leaving right now. Yes, I will. Wu De repeatedly assured him. The atmosphere fell silent again. Wu Qingya picked up the tablet again and started looking at Lin Yun's information. This was the nth time she had watched it today, and each time she watched it, her feelings became more complicated. The information about Lin Yun shows that he is indeed very outstanding. Young, handsome, and from a good family. His martial arts progressed rapidly. There was almost nothing to criticize. Most importantly, he treated both his wives very well. But the more this happened, the more uncomfortable Wu Qingya felt. Especially when she saw the information that Lin Yun treated both of his wives as treasures, treating them equally and never favoring one over the other. She couldn't help but glare at her father fiercely. Look at them. And look at you. He hid his mother and stepmother in Tianshui City and could only see them a few times a year. Refined and elegant. Wu De saw through his daughter's thoughts and sighed. Dad knows he's sorry to your mom and the others. But this time is really different. Lin Yun is a really good kid. Wu Qingya didn't speak, but continued looking at the documents. But her resistance didn't seem to be as strong anymore. The next morning, at the Lin family manor, Wu Qingya didn't sleep well all night, but she still got up early in the morning and dressed up carefully. She chose a light blue dress, neither flashy nor tacky. Her long hair was carefully styled, and she wore light makeup, making her look fresh and refined. Qingya looks beautiful today, Zhang Wan said with satisfaction. Li Shuhuan nodded in agreement. Yes, it will definitely leave a good impression on young Master Lin. Wu Qingya felt a little uneasy. Although she agreed to meet, she hadn't actually made up her mind yet. Today's events are less like blind dates and more like assessments. She wanted to see for herself whether Lin Yun was really as good as the information described. When the aircraft landed at the Lin family manor, Wu Qingya was stunned by the sight before her. She knew the Lin family was the richest family in Jiangxing, but she didn't expect the manor to be so big and luxurious. Chapter 41 Wen Yan. You brat, you're using me to attack again. Take it easy. Wu Da patted his daughter on the shoulder. Just treat it as visiting a friend's house. When the group entered the main hall of the house, Lin Yun's family was already waiting there. Hello, Uncle Wu. Lin Yun greeted her politely. Then his gaze fell on Wu Qingya. At first glance, he confirmed that the system's rating was correct. She was even more beautiful in person than in the photos. She possesses a unique quality, like a clear mountain spring, clean and pure. Wu Qingya was also sizing up Lin Yun. She had to admit that Lin Yun was more handsome and had a better presence in person than in the photos. He doesn't have the arrogance of a rich kid. Instead, he gives off a gentle and reliable feeling. This must be Qingya, right? Su Yingxue smiled and stepped forward, naturally taking Wu Qingya's hand. She's even prettier than in the photos. Her skin, her aura. Husband, don't you think so? Lin Yun nodded. It is indeed very beautiful. Wu Qingya felt her cheeks getting hot. Lin Yun's two wives are even more beautiful than in the photos. Especially Su Yingxue, who was holding her hand, was breathtakingly beautiful, and her graceful demeanor made her feel somewhat ashamed of herself. You flatter me, sister, she said softly. You flatter me. I'm just telling the truth. Come, sit down and talk. Sister Yuqing, pour some tea for Sister Qingya. Su Yingxue affectionately pulled her to sit down. Shen Yuqing smiled gently and poured Wu Qingya a cup of tea. Qingya, please try this. This is a spiritual tea that your husband specially had brought from another place. It is beneficial for martial artists. Wu Qingya took the teacup, her feelings becoming even more complicated. These two older sisters were too good to her, so good that she felt a little uncomfortable. After a brief exchange of pleasantries and compliments, the two sides, Wu Da suggested that the young people go out for a walk and get to know each other. So, there were four of them. Lin Yun, Wu Qingya, Su Yingxue, Shen Yuqing. They walked out of the main house together. As soon as they stepped outside, Su Yingxue grabbed Wu Qingya's hand again and began her strategy. Qingya, what do you usually do at school? Are the courses at Martial Arts University tiring? It's all right. Wu Qingya answered truthfully. There's a lot of training, sometimes 7 or 8 hours a day. Wow, so hardworking. Su Yingxue exclaimed. No wonder Qingya is already a first-level martial artist at such a young age. Both my sister Yuqing and I broke through after we got married here. Before that, we were stuck at the apprentice level for a long time. Shen Yuqing also said gently. Qingya is really amazing. Unlike me, after graduating from university, I worked as a teacher for a year and still couldn't make a breakthrough. The two of them praised Wu Qingya and also brought them closer together. Before long, Wu Qingya relaxed and began chatting with the two about interesting things that happened at school. Before they knew it, the four of them had arrived near Wen Yan's residence. By the way, Qingya, Su Yingxue suddenly said, our Lin family also has a martial arts expert, Sister Wen Yan, a second-tier perfected martial artist. Would you like me to introduce you to her? Second-tier perfection? Wu Qingya's eyes lit up. Really? She has a persistent pursuit of martial arts and naturally yearns for high-level martial artists. Second-stage perfection is a rare sight even at Tianshui Martial Arts University. Of course it's true, Su Yingxue said with a smile. Sister Wen Yan is a very nice person, but she's usually a bit cold. Come on, I'll take you to visit her. When the four entered Wen Yan's courtyard, Wen Yan was practicing her swordplay there. Today she was wearing a white training uniform and holding a silver longsword. The sword flashed and made a series of whooshing sounds. Sister Wen Yan, Su Yingxue called out. Wen Yan sheathed his sword, his gaze sweeping over the four people before finally settling on Wu Qingya. She raised an eyebrow but didn't say anything. Sister Wen Yan, this is Wu Qingya, a young lady from the Wu family. Qingya, this is Wen Yan, a second-stage perfected martial artist. Su Yingxue introduced the two parties. Greetings, Senior Wen Yan. Wu Qingya bowed respectfully. Wen Yan nodded, which was considered a greeting. Lin Yun invited her to go for a walk together. Wen Yan rolled her eyes at him and joined the group. When no one was looking, she secretly reached out and pinched Lin Yun's waist hard. Lin Yun gasped in pain. Husband, what's wrong? Shin Yuqing asked with concern. And nothing. Lin Yun forced a smile. I just got bitten by a mosquito. As soon as she finished speaking, Wen Yin secretly pinched him again. Lin Yun. Wu Qingya's attention was entirely focused on Wen Yin, so she didn't notice these subtle actions. This second-tier perfected martial artist is so beautiful. Moreover, her heroic and dashing demeanor made her admire him greatly. Sister Wen Yin, Qingya is also a martial artist. She has some questions about martial arts that she would like to ask you. Is that all right? Suing Shue said coquettishly. Wen Yin rolled her eyes at Lin Yun again, then said to Wu Qingya, What's the problem? Speak up. Wu Qingya blushed with excitement, but she restrained herself from asking questions immediately. She knew that such an opportunity was rare and should not be wasted. Let's go to the practice room first, Lin Yun suggested. It's more convenient there. The five of them went to the training room together. Wu Qingya was once again amazed by the equipment here. These conditions are almost on par with a martial arts university. Moreover, many of the facilities at the martial arts university are not suitable for a student as insignificant as her. Qingya, feel free to ask me anything. Su Yingxue encouraged. Sister Wen Yin is very capable, she can answer any question. Lin Yun also flattered her at the right time. Yes, Yingxue, Yu Qing and I have been able to improve so quickly, all thanks to Sister Wen Yin's guidance. Wen Yin rolled her eyes at him again, but didn't refute him. Wu Qingya finally couldn't hold back any longer and told everyone about all the problems she had encountered in her cultivation. Poor circulation of qi and blood, clumsy transitions between combat techniques, and lack of agility in movement. Wen Yin asked Lin Yun to answer the question first. His insights were profound. He pinpointed the key point in just a few words. Wu Qingya nodded repeatedly, her eyes filled with surprise and admiration. This young master of the Lin family has a truly profound understanding of martial arts. Then Wen Yin had Wu Qingya demonstrate the combat techniques and movement methods she had learned. After reading it, Wen Yin only said a few words, pointing out a few minor errors and directions for improvement. But it was these few words that enlightened Wu Qingya. She demonstrated it again following Wen Yan's instructions, and sure enough, it felt much smoother and the power was greatly increased. Thank you, Senior Wen Yin. Thank you, young Master Lin. Wu Qingya said excitedly, her eyes shining with admiration. At that moment, her opinion of Lin Yun completely changed. Everything in the information is true. This young master of the Lin family is not only from a good family and handsome, but also has a profound understanding of martial arts and is extremely considerate to his wives. Moreover, his two wives and this gentle senior are all so good to her. Perhaps marrying into this family isn't so hard to accept. Chapter 42 is complete. He marries Wu Qingya. After giving instructions on martial arts, Su Yingxue then affectionately took Wu Qingya's hand and began to tour the entire training room in detail. Qingya, look, this is the strength training area. All this equipment is the latest model. This high-frequency vibration strength trainer can deeply stimulate muscles. This is the speed and reaction training area. Look at this transparent room. Rubber bullets will be fired from all directions to train your dodging skills. And this blood circulation recovery chamber after training, lying in it for a while, makes the fatigue disappear. Wu Qingya was overwhelmed by what she saw, her eyes filled with amazement. Although the martial arts university has some advanced equipment, it is reserved for outstanding students or instructors, and ordinary students have no access to it. And these devices belonging to the Lin family. It's infinitely better than what she could get at school. Some of them I've only ever seen in martial arts magazines. How many times greater can this gravity chamber reach? Wu Qingya asked curiously. Su Yingxue led her to the most luxurious gravity chamber and smiled mysteriously. This one can reach 100 times. 100 times. Wu Qingya covered her mouth in shock. The gravity chamber she can use at school can only reach a maximum of 20 times. 100 times. That was a concept completely beyond her reach. Shen Yuqing added casually from the side. Unfortunately, Yingxue and I are too weak in cultivation to use this gravity chamber for cultivation at the moment. Otherwise, if combined with the yellow grade top quality guiding technique, 5 hearts towards heaven method, the effect will definitely be very good. Wu Qingya astutely captured the key words. The 5 hearts towards heaven method? A yellow rank top grade guiding technique. Yes. Su Yingxue nodded. Her tone as natural as if she were saying that the weather was nice today. Qingya, you have no idea how good this technique is. Sister Wen Yin has stopped learning the yellow level top grade guiding technique from the official source and started practicing this instead. Shen Yuqing also echoed in a gentle voice. The 5 hearts towards heaven technique that my husband gave us, Sister Wen Yin said, is the best yellow level top grade guiding technique she has ever seen, even better than those official ones that require hundreds of millions to learn. Wu Qingyao was a little confused. Is it even better than the official one? The official martial arts library includes almost all the martial arts techniques available on the market. She had even considered learning the official yellow level supreme guide technique once she saved enough money. But now, Su Yingxue is saying that the Lin family's is even better than the official one? But considering that Wen Yan is a second-tier perfected martial artist, her eyesight is naturally sharp. If she says it's good, then it must really be good. Wu Qingyao believed it. Su Yingxue continued to bait the bait, her tone relaxed and natural. If Qingyao marries into the Lin family, we can cultivate the 5 hearts towards heaven technique together. The more people practice together, the more we can discuss things and improve faster. Wu Qingyao asked blankly, Can I cultivate too? Of course, Su Yingxue said matter-of-factly. We're family, no need for formalities. Forget about cultivation, you can use the equipment here freely. And she leaned close to Wu Qingyao's ear, lowered her voice, and said with a smile, And my husband is very generous. After Yu Qing and I became martial artists, we have already taken 2 first-level qi and blood pills. If it weren't for the fact that pregnancy makes it difficult to replenish qi and blood, we probably would have used even more. Wu Qingyao was completely stunned. So much so that she didn't even notice the word pregnancy mentioned in Su Yingxue's words. Her mind was filled with 2 first-level qi and blood pills. A first-tier qi and blood pill costs 20 million. She's never even seen him a few times in her entire life. And Lin Yun's 2 wives have each eaten 2 of them. That's 40 million. You just ate it like that? Wu Qingyao felt that her outlook on life had been impacted. She cultivated diligently, worrying about the millions of cultivation techniques available, and scrimping and saving to afford hundreds of thousands of pills. And the Lin family casually spends tens of millions on pills? After leaving the training room, Wu Qingyao blushed slightly and began to steal glances at Lin Yun frequently. Each time she peeked, the scales in her heart tipped a little more. Lin Yun's handsome profile, gentle smile, tenderness towards his wife, and profound understanding of martial arts. Furthermore, the Lin family possesses substantial wealth and offers excellent cultivation conditions. All of this felt like a meticulously crafted dream, so beautiful that she couldn't believe it. Su Yingxue and Shun Yuqing exchanged a smile, both seeing the words, things are looking promising, in each other's eyes. Su Yingxue, holding Wu Qingyao's arm, whispered as Wu Qingyao stole another glance at Lin Yun. Qingyao, let's be best friends from now on, okay? Wu Qingyao's body stiffened. She looked into Su Yingxue's sincere eyes, then into Shun Yuqing's gentle smile, and finally her gaze settled on Lin Yun. The young, handsome man seemed to notice her gaze, turned around, and smiled slightly at her. That smile was warm and pure, like the spring sunshine. Wu Qingyao's heart suddenly raced, and she subconsciously looked away. She bit her lip, lowered her head, and replied in an almost inaudible voice, That was as light as a feather falling to the ground. Yet it clearly reached the ears of Su Yingxue and Shun Yuqing. Both of them smiled with delight. It's done. Lin Yun, who was walking to the side, also received a system notification at this moment. Ding! The favorability rating of target Wu Qingyao has greatly increased. Current favorability rating, 85 devoted. Tip. Proposal can be made success rate over 90%. Lin Yun's lips curled up slightly. It seems this marriage is settled. When Wu De heard the words, I am willing to marry from his daughter, he was so excited that he almost jumped up. Really? Qingyao, you really agreed? Wu De asked in disbelief. Wu Qingyao nodded, blushing yes. Lin Yun, he's a very good person. Sister Su and Sister Shun are very kind to me. And the Lin family can provide me with better cultivation conditions. She didn't say it very directly, but Wu De understood. The daughter was moved by the Lin family's offer. Great, great, Wu De exclaimed with delight. Dad will go and discuss it with Grandpa Lin right away, and pick a good day. He immediately found Lin Jintian, and the 2 family heads hit it off and started flipping through the almanac on the spot. The day after tomorrow is an auspicious day for marriage, Lin Jintian said, pointing to the almanac. Wu De hesitated. The day after tomorrow, wouldn't that be too rushed? The dowry and everything else haven't been prepared yet. What's the rush? Lin Jintian waved his hand dismissively. Efficiency is our top priority when it comes to things in the Lin family. Don't worry about the dowry. We can send the betrothal gifts over first, and then you can prepare the dowry. Ultimately, both parties agreed to hold the wedding 3 days later. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The Lin family manor was once again decorated with lanterns and colorful decorations, filled with a joyous atmosphere. This time, there were even more guests than last time. Not only were almost all of Jiangxing's high society present, but many families from the county town of Tianshui also sent people to offer their congratulations. After all, This is a marriage alliance between the Wu family and the Lin family of Jiangqing, which is of great significance. The wedding ceremony was the same as before, solemn and joyous. Wearing a bright red wedding dress, a phoenix crown, and a red veil over her face, Wu Qingya slowly walked into the hall with the help of her bridesmaids. Although her face was not clearly visible, her slender figure and ethereal chiverchiji, a kind of refined elegance or poise, already drew admiration from the guests present. I bow to heaven and earth. Second, bow to the parents. Husband and wife bow to each other. The ceremony is complete after 3 bows. Send them to the bridal chamber. Chapter 43. The Wedding Night. The Union of Yin and Yang. Amidst the blessings of the guests, Lin Yun took Wu Qingya's hand and slowly walked towards the new house. This time, Lin Yun's mood was somewhat different from the last time. Shen Yuqing is gentle and intellectual, while Wu Qingya is aloof and stubborn. Each has her own unique beauty. He was truly lucky to have married such a woman. At the wedding banquet, Wu De was surrounded by a group of guests, his face beaming. Wang Shui and Feng Zhenbang also arrived, and the two of them walked over to Wu De with their wine glasses in hand. "Old Wu, congratulations," Wang Shui said with a smile. "Now you've really climbed the social ladder by marrying into the Lin family." Feng Zhenbang winked and said, "Yeah, old Wu, don't forget us. We each contributed." Wu Qingya raised her head, glanced at him, then quickly lowered it again. "Husband." The sound was very soft, but very clear. Lin Yun smiled, sat down beside her, and took her hand. "Qingya, thank you for agreeing to marry me. I promise I will treat you well, treat everyone equally, and never let you suffer any injustice." Wu Qingya nodded and whispered, "I trust my husband. Sister Su and Sister Shen both told me that he treats them very well. I believe he will treat me well too." "Of course," Lin Yun said earnestly. "From today onwards, you are my wife, the one I will protect." A warm feeling welled up in Wu Qingya's heart. Looking into Lin Yun's sincere eyes, she suddenly felt that marrying him might really have been the right choice. "My husband," she whispered. I'm a little nervous." Lin Yun smiled understandingly. "Don't be nervous. We'll take it slow, no rush." He poured 2 glasses of wine for the couple to drink together and handed one to her. "Come on, let's drink the wine together first." Their arms were intertwined, and they brought their wine glasses to their lips. Wu Qingya looked at Lin Yun, who was so close to her, and her heart was pounding. The wine went down her throat, spicy with a hint of sweetness, just like her mood at that moment. I felt both nervous and afraid, yet also secretly looking forward to it. After putting down his wine glass, Lin Yun gently pulled her into his arms. His embrace was warm and strong, carrying a reassuring aura. Wu Qingya's stiff body gradually relaxed, and she closed her eyes. The red curtains fell, obscuring the candlelight and the figures of the 2 people. Ding! Successfully married. Reward issued. Reward 1. Martial arts talent upgraded to high-grade yellow, 5% more experience points. Reward 2. 10 tier, 1 chi, and blood pills. Reward 3. The activation progress of the fertility sacred body has increased by 1%, currently 3%. Ding! You have married 3 wives, triggering an extra reward. Reward. The accompanying cultivation technique for the fertility sacred body. Yin-Yang harmony technique, high-grade yellow. The Yin-Yang harmony exercise is an initiation technique you have already learned it automatically. The Yin-Yang harmony exercise is a dual cultivation method that runs automatically when couples are intimate, but can also be manually paused or turned off. The Yin-Yang harmony technique can enhance the cultivation level of both parties when it is used. When the Yin-Yang harmony technique is used, the person with lower martial arts talent can gradually move closer to the person with higher talent. The system notification sounded in Lin Yun's mind, but he had no interest in paying attention to it. The bride in his arms was so beautiful and charming. Inside the red tent, the feeling of spring intensified once again. Meanwhile, in another room, a live broadcast is underway. As soon as the wedding banquet ended, Su Yingxue pulled Shen Yuqing back to the room. As soon as she entered, she mysteriously locked the door and then took out the familiar tablet from a hidden compartment. "Yingxue, you again." Shen Yuqing saw the tablet in her hand and immediately understood. "Of course," Su Yingxue said matter-of-factly. "How could we miss such an important moment?" She skillfully entered the password, and the screen lit up. It was a live view of the new house. "Yingxue, how could you even have Qingya's room?" Shen Yuqing was stunned. "Wasn't this supposed to be about the 2 of us and my husband? How did it turn out like this?" She knew that Su Yingxue had installed cameras in her room, but she didn't expect that she would also target Wu Qingya's new house. Su Yingxue didn't care what she was thinking, pulled her to the bed, and zoomed in on the screen. The expressions on the newlyweds' faces were clearly visible. Wu Qingya's shyness and nervousness, and Lin Yun's gentleness and patience, were all vividly portrayed. From lifting the red veil to drinking the nuptial wine, and then entering the bridal chamber, the two of them witnessed it all. Shin Yuqing blushed, too embarrassed to look, yet unable to resist wanting to look. She covered her face with her hands, but secretly opened her fingers a crack, peeking at the screen through the gap. Su Yingxue was excited from beginning to end, like a child watching a great movie. I didn't expect Qingya to be so shy, Su Yingxue commented. She's even more shy than Yuqing. Yingxue, Shin Yuqing pushed her away in embarrassment and annoyance. Suddenly, Shin Yuqing realized. Yingxue, you also? Of course. Su Yingxue proudly raised her head. Such a wonderful moment should definitely be recorded. Not only should this be recorded, but I've also kept the bed sheet with your bloodstain intact, Yuqing. I'll show you Qingya's tomorrow after I get my hands on it. Shin Yuqing was stunned. The image of her wedding night involuntarily flashed through her mind. That shy and nervous version of myself, that gentle and patient husband, and that bed sheet as evidence. The more she thought about it, the redder her face became, as if it were burning up. Yingxue you. Shin Yuqing stammered, unsure of what to say. Don't worry, every sister will get one from now on. Su Yingxue patted her chest and assured him. This is our Lin family's family heirloom. Shin Yuqing was speechless. Her gaze was drawn back to the images on the tablet. Chapter 44, A king-size bed, for people sleeping under one hut. The red curtains fell, revealing only a hazy silhouette. Shin Yuqing felt both relieved and slightly disappointed. I can't see it clearly anymore. Unexpectedly, Su Yingxue tapped the tablet. The view changed, and the angle became a shot from above the foot of the bed, making it crystal clear again. This is... Shin Yuqing opened her eyes wide in surprise. Su Yingxue smiled smugly. I also installed 6 cameras inside, providing a complete, unobstructed view. Don't worry, Yuqing, everything is recorded clearly. Shin Yuqing blushed, and her breathing became heavy. She wanted to look away, yet she also wanted to keep watching. After struggling internally for a while, I finally gave up resisting. He sat right next to Su Yingxue and watched it with her. Anyway, we're already husband and wife, so there's no harm in looking at each other. She comforted herself with this thought. My husband is truly amazing. Su Yingxue sighed softly. Qingya is experiencing this for the first time. She must be feeling a bit overwhelmed. I really want to go and help her out. Yingxue, Shin Yuqing quickly covered her mouth. This is Qingya's wedding night. I know. I was just saying. Su Yingxue pulled her hand away, but her eyes never left the screen. The two of them stared intently, as if they were actually there. Wow! Su Yingxue suddenly exclaimed in admiration. I never imagined that Qingya would become so bold and proactive after her first experience. My husband has truly married a treasure this time. In the video, Wu Qingya has gone from being shy and nervous at the beginning to taking the initiative. She wrapped her arms around Lin Yun's neck, responding awkwardly but passionately, her eyes full of love and dependence. Can anyone be bolder than you? Shin Yuqing couldn't help but complain. Hee, Su Yingxue laughed. But you're still too green, not as good as Yuqing. What nonsense are you talking about? Shin Yuqing punched her in embarrassment. The two watched and discussed in hushed tones, completely losing track of time. That night, the lights in both rooms stayed on until late. The lights in the bridal chamber were for the wedding night, while the lights in Su Yingxue's room were for the live broadcast. The next morning, when Lin Yun carried Wu Qingya out of the bathroom, he was surprised to find that Su Yingxue and Shin Yuqing were already waiting in the room. When Shin Yuqing saw them, her face flushed slightly, and her gaze became somewhat evasive. Su Yingxue, on the other hand, looked completely at ease, as if this was the most normal thing in the world. Good morning, my husband and Qingya. Su Yingxue greeted them with a smile. Come try this outfit on and see if it looks good. She was holding a light pink dress, simple and elegant in style, clearly carefully chosen. Wu Qingya was so embarrassed that she didn't dare to look at anyone and shrank into Lin Yun's arms. Although they had become a real couple last night, she still felt shy that her two older sisters had seen such a private matter. Qingya, be a good girl, Su Yingxue said affectionately, taking her hand. We'll be together all the time anyway, so don't be too shy. She leaned close to Wu Qingya's ear and whispered. Also, Qingya's singing was really beautiful just now. Wu Qingya's face flushed bright red in an instant. Yingxue. She then remembered that her husband had just. I did make some noise. All right. Lin Yun said with a smile, trying to smooth things over. Yingxue, stop teasing her. Qingya is shy. Okay, Su Yingxue stuck out her tongue. Then Qingya, hurry up and try on the clothes. Finally, under the expectant gazes of the three, Wu Qingya blushed and put on the light pink dress. The dress fit her perfectly, making her skin look as white as snow. Her temperament was cool and aloof, yet with a touch of shyness, making her breathtakingly beautiful. It's so beautiful, Su Yingxue exclaimed. Don't you think so, my husband? Of course. Lin Yun nodded, his eyes full of appreciation. Xin Yuqing also said softly, Qingya looks good in anything. Wu Qingya was embarrassed by the praise and lowered her head to fidget with the hem of her skirt. At this moment, Su Yingxue suddenly noticed something, leaned close to her ear, and said in a voice only the two of them could hear. Don't worry, I've packed the sheets away. How could I possibly wash something so important? Wu Qingya was taken aback at first, but then she understood what she meant. Her face flushed again, but a hint of emotion flashed in her eyes. She hadn't expected that Su Yingxue would even think of this for her. Although I'm shy, this feeling of being cherished is wonderful. After paying their respects to their grandfather, the four of them took a walk in the garden. The sun was shining brightly, the breeze was gentle, and the flowers in the garden were in full bloom. Everything was so beautiful. As they walked, Aunt Lu came up to the four of them. Young madam, your things have arrived, Aunt Lu said respectfully to Su Yingxue. Su Yingxue's eyes lit up. Really? Where? It has been delivered to your room. Great. Su Yingxue happily pulled the three of them along. Come on, let's go take a look. Lin Yun asked curiously. Yingxue, what did you buy? Hee, you'll see when you get there, Su Yingxue said mysteriously. I guarantee you'll love it. The four returned to Su Yingxue's room, and Lin Yun was stunned as soon as he entered. In the center of the room stood an enormous bed. This bed is at least twice the size of a regular double bed, with exquisite workmanship and beautiful patterns. The mattress looked soft and comfortable, and it was covered with brand new sheets and duvet covers. This is… Lin Yun didn't react for a moment. A custom-made king-size bed. Su Yingxue said proudly. I specially hired the best craftsmen, and it took them half a month to make it. It's enough for us. As she spoke, she walked to the bedside and tested it. See, it's very sturdy, isn't it? And it's especially comfortable. Wu Qingya and Xun Yuqing looked at the bed in surprise, then at Lin Yun, their faces flushing. Yingxue, what are you doing? Lin Yun was both amused and exasperated. What's wrong with that? Su Yingxue said matter-of-factly. Since we're both husbands' wives, we can't always squeeze into a small bed, can we? This bed is so much better spacious, comfortable, and… She paused, a strange look flashing in her eyes. Besides, with more sisters around, there'll be room to sleep. Lin Yun. He suddenly had a premonition that this bed might witness a lot of history. That night, we slept together under the same covers. At first, Wu Qingya was a little shy, but with Su Yingxue's encouragement and Xun Yuqing's gentle reassurance, she gradually relaxed. Moonlight streamed in through the window, illuminating the four people. With women on either side of him, Lin Yun felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Husband, Su Yingxue nestled in his arms. From now on, our family will be together forever. Yes, forever together, Xin Yuqing responded softly. Although Wu Qingya didn't say anything, she held Lin Yun's hand tightly, expressing her feelings through her actions. Of course, Lin Yun said earnestly. We're a family, always together. That night, the room lights stayed on until late. It's late at night. Before falling asleep, Lin Yun finally had time to check the system's rewards. Martial arts talent has been upgraded to the upper grade yellow level, and the experience points increased by 5%. This means that he is one step closer to achieving the Xian level talent. 10 tier, 1 Qi and blood pills are worth 200 million. That's enough for him to reach the first tier perfection. The activation progress of the fertility body has reached 3%, and the accompanying cultivation technique, yin-yang harmony technique, has also been acquired. This dual cultivation technique is practically tailor-made for him. He feared that his wives would encounter bottlenecks in the future and would be unable to advance further no matter how many pills they took. Just like before, because he had no martial arts talent, no matter how many pills he took, his blood and Qi value could not exceed 50 points. Now we have this yin-yang harmony exercise. He was finally relieved. Dual cultivation can not only improve one's cultivation level, but also enhance the martial arts talent of the weaker party. From now on, I can make progress together with my wives. Chapter 45. If being intimate with one's husband can increase one's cultivation level, then what about later? When Wu Qingya woke up, she found herself lying on top of Lin Yun. Her cheek was pressed against his chest, so warm, and she could clearly hear her husband's strong heartbeat. This posture made Wu Qingya a little shy, but more than that, she felt a sense of security. She gently raised her head, looked at Lin Yun's sleeping face, and felt an overwhelming tenderness in her heart. The scenes from last night kept replaying in my mind. Those crazy, embarrassing, yet intoxicating scenes. Her cheeks flushed again. She never imagined there were so many tricks in marital relations, and she never expected to be so proactive. Su Yingxue taught her many things, some of which made her too shy to look at, but when she actually experienced them, she felt an unprecedented joy. Qingya, you're awake. A teasing voice rang out from the side. Wu Qingya turned her head and found that Su Yingxue had woken up and was lying on her side in Lin Yun's arms, propping her head up with one hand and looking at her with a smile. And Su Yingxue's other hand was gently stroking her back. Ah! Wu Qingya exclaimed softly, trying to get up, but Su Yingxue held her down. Don't move, Su Yingxue said with a mischievous smile. Qingya's skin is so nice. The feel is indescribable. Yingxue. Wu Qingya was so embarrassed that she didn't know what to do. The commotion they made woke up Lin Yun and Shen Yuqing. Before Lin Yun even opened his eyes, he felt the soft, delicate body pressed against his chest. He could tell by touch. The person at the top is Wu Qingya, the person on the left is Su Yingxue, and the person on the right is Shen Yuqing. 3 warm, soft bodies pressed tightly against him. The feeling was indescribable. The ladies are being naughty again. Lin Yun opened his eyes, a smile on his lips. He turned his head and kissed Su Yingxue on the forehead, then turned his head and kissed Shen Yuqing on the cheek, and finally lifted Wu Qingya's face and gently kissed her lips. Good morning, my husband, Su Yingxue said with a smile. Good morning, my husband, Shen Yuqing replied gently. Wu Qingya blushed and whispered, Good morning, my husband. The 4 of them stayed in bed like that, neither of them showing any intention of getting up. Sunlight slowly streamed in through the gaps in the curtains. The air was filled with the lingering, ambiguous atmosphere of last night. Su Yingxue curled up in Lin Yun's arms like a kitten, drawing circles on his chest with one hand. Shen Yuqing leaned gently on his shoulder and lightly stroked his chest. Although Wu Qingya was shy, she followed the example of her 2 older sisters and snuggled up to him. Husband. Su Yingxue suddenly remembered something and looked up at him. Last night when we did that, I felt something was different from usual. Lin Yun's heart stirred, knowing that it was the effect of the yin-yang harmony technique. But he pretended to be clueless. Oh? What's different? Su Yingxue tilted her head and thought for a moment, a blush rising on her face. It just feels more comfortable, more euphoric. And afterwards, my body felt warm and comfortable, like when I had just finished cultivating and my cultivation had improved. She turned to Shen Yuqing and Wu Qingya. Sister Yuqing, Sister Qingya, do you two feel the same way? Shen Yuqing blushed slightly and nodded. Indeed, it's a little different. It was comfortable before, but last night, it felt especially warm and fulfilling. She didn't finish her sentence, but everyone understood what she meant. Wu Qingya lowered her head shyly, burying her face in Lin Yun's chest, not daring to speak. Su Yingxue reached out and gently tickled her. Qingya, don't be shy, right? Su Yingxue is clearly 1 year younger than Wu Qingya, but for some reason, she liked to call her little sister, perhaps because Wu Qingya was more like the girl next door. Sister Yingxue's assistant, Wu Qingya pleaded. In the end, she whispered her feelings. I didn't feel any change. When my husband and I are in love, I am always happy. Except for the first time, there was just a little bit. Wu Qingya was telling the truth. For her, every moment with Lin Yun was wonderful, and the ultimate joy intoxicated her. As for whether there was anything different, she really didn't notice. Su Yingxue was even more puzzled. Could it be that Qingya is here, which is why we are all so excited? Lin Yun couldn't help but laugh out loud. His smile drew the attention of all 3 women. What are you laughing at, my husband? Su Yingxue asked. Lin Yun shook his head, kissed each person on the cheek, and then said, It's not a problem of having too many people. What is that? The 3 women asked in unison. Looking into their curious eyes, Lin Yun decided to stop keeping them in suspense. That's because of your husband. Because of your husband? The 3 women asked, puzzled. Yes. Lin Yun nodded. Because I possess a special physique, the sacred physique of fertility. Sacred body of fertility? The 3 women exclaimed in surprise, their faces showing astonishment. Su Yingxue was the first to react. Since Yuqing and I are already martial artists, how could we get pregnant so quickly? Is it because? Yes, Lin Yun said with certainty. It's because of the sacred body of childbirth. This physique can not only greatly increase the probability of conception, but also enhance the cultivation of both parties during intimacy and subtly improve their martial arts talent. Lin Yun concealed the existence of the system and integrated the effects of the yin-yang harmony technique into the sacred body of fertility. It wasn't that he didn't trust his 3 wives, but rather that some things were better known to as few people as possible. Lin Yun let his 3 beautiful wives feel the energy in their dantian. Upon hearing this, the 3 women closed their eyes and earnestly sensed the qi and blood energy within their dantian. The bed fell silent for a moment, with only the soft breathing of the 4 people. A moment later, Wu Qingya was the first to open her eyes, her face filled with shock. It's true. My cultivation level has really improved a little bit. Although it's very small, it's definitely real. She hadn't expected her father to be telling the truth. Intimacy with one's husband can truly lead to dual cultivation. But it's not because of the cultivation technique, but because of a special physique. Su Yingxue and Shen Yuqing also opened their eyes one after the other, their eyes filled with surprise. Mine too. Me too. Although the improvement was small, it was definitely there. The three women were shocked by this discovery. Intimacy with one's husband can actually improve one's cultivation level? This is simply unheard of. What's the point of studying so hard in the future? Su Yingxue said half-jokingly. She snuggled up to Lin Yun, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. I just want to be affectionate with my husband every day? That won't do. Lin Yun smiled and pinched her little nose. This improvement is rare, but it is ultimately just an aid. The true path of martial arts still requires solid training. Okay, Su Yingxue stuck out her tongue, then leaned in and kissed Lin Yun on the lips. Thank you, my husband. Shen Yuqing and Wu Qingya also came over and each kissed him. Lin Yun was surrounded by women on his left and right, his heart filled with happiness. He gently stroked Su Yingxue's hair, then tightened his grip on Shen Yuqing's hand, and finally planted a kiss on Wu Qingya's forehead. Chapter 46, Three Beauties Walk with Support. After a while, Lin Yun dropped another bombshell. Do you know where the five hearts facing heaven method came from? Wu Qingya naively guessed. Could it also be an extension of the sacred body of fertility? How is that possible? Lin Yun laughed and kissed her deeply. The five hearts facing heaven method was taught to me by my mentor. My husband has a mentor? Su Yingxue asked in surprise. How come I've never heard you mention him? I've never met him either. Lin Yun silenced her with a deep kiss. After the kiss, he continued. My mentor's identity is mysterious, and his cultivation is profound. After he identified me as this sacred body of fertility, he taught me some techniques and then left, saying that we would meet again when my cultivation was sufficient. Su Yingxue and Shen Yuqing suddenly realized. So the reason my husband was so eager to marry and have children was because. Shen Yuqing asked softly. Yes. Lin Yun nodded and took her mischievous hand in his. The sacred body of fertility can extract the best aspects of the martial arts talents of both husband and wife, and then feed them back to everyone. But this is a long process that requires time to accumulate. Su Yingxue's eyes lit up. My husband was intimate with us before, but he didn't improve his cultivation level, he only improved his martial arts talent. And now it can improve both martial arts talent and cultivation level. Could it be? Hearing her say that, Shen Yuqing and the other woman realized what she meant, and all three pairs of beautiful eyes looked at Lin Yun. The atmosphere on the bed suddenly became somewhat subtle. The sunlight grew brighter, casting shadows on the wall. Yes. Lin Yun smiled. The more people I cultivate with my husband, the more talents the sacred body of fertility can refine, and the more feedback it will provide. The day before yesterday, after my wedding night with Qingya, the sacred body of fertility also refined the best aspects of Qingya's martial arts talent. That's why the feeling was different when we were intimate last night. The three women suddenly realized. I see, Su Yingxue murmured. Then, an excited glint flashed in her eyes. So, if my husband marries more wives in the future, will our skills improve even faster when we're intimate? Of course, Lin Yun nodded. However, this also depends on the other party's martial arts talent and special physique. The higher the talent, the rarer the special physique, and the more essence can be extracted. The three women were all shocked by this information. They always thought that Lin Yun's marriage was just a personal preference, or that it was to continue his family line. I never imagined there was such a secret behind it. Then, how many more wives will my husband marry? Wu Qingya asked anxiously, her fingers nervously twisting together. Although he knew that her husband was very, very good and loved her very much now. But she doesn't want any girl to end up like her stepmother or biological mother. After being married, she couldn't even enter the main gate, she could only be kept outside. It depends on fate. Lin Yun took her hand and gently pried her intertwined fingers apart. I will not marry casually in order to improve my cultivation level. Only those I truly like and who are truly suitable will I marry. Just like you, they are all my most cherished wives. These words warmed the hearts of the three women. My husband. Su Yingxue's voice was choked with emotion. Don't worry, we will support you. We will support anything that is good for your husband. Shen Yuqing. As long as my husband is happy, we are happy. Wu Qingya. Me too. Touched, Lin Yun embraced them. Thank you, ladies. With wives like these, what more could a husband ask for? They could feel each other's heartbeats. The atmosphere was warm and sweet. But gradually, the ambiguous atmosphere in the air began to intensify again. The air was filled with a unique, heart-pounding scent. a blend of body odor and lingering aromas from the previous night. My husband, Su Yingxue whispered in his ear, her breath warm. Should we practice some more? I want to feel it more clearly. Although the other two did not speak, their slightly trembling bodies betrayed their anticipation. Lin Yun smiled. Good. The sunlight slowly moved from the edge of the bed to the center, and then from the center to the other side. The temperature in the room seemed to be rising, mixed with various subtle sounds. The sheets were disheveled, and a pillow was lying on the floor, but no one paid any attention. Time flowed slowly in their tender embrace. By afternoon, the sun had already begun to set in the west. Lin Yun carried the three of them to the bathroom. Warm water rinsed my body, washing away fatigue and sweat, but it couldn't wash away the red marks on my skin or the sweetness in my heart. It was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon when I left the room. In the corridor, Aunt Lu was leading several maids to prepare for cleaning. Upon seeing the 4 people, they all bowed respectfully. Young master, young ladies. Lunch is ready. Would you like it delivered to your room? Su Yingxue blushed, but quickly regained her composure. No need. Aunt Lu, let's go straight to the restaurant to eat. Okay. The 4 walked toward the restaurant. Lin Yun looked radiant, and the 3 women had flushed cheeks, their eyes filled with satisfaction and happiness, though their steps were somewhat unsteady. Wu Qingya had to lean against the wall every few steps, which made everyone chuckle. Qingya, do you want me to help you? Su Yingxue asked mischievously. No, no need. Wu Qingya said, blushing, but her hand involuntarily grabbed Lin Yun's arm. Lin Yun smiled and put his arm around her waist. Walk slowly, no rush. After finishing their meal, the 3 of them returned to normal. After all, they are martial artists with strong bodies and quick recovery. Since acquiring the yin-yang harmony technique, Lin Yun's cultivation path has entered a completely new stage. The dual cultivation technique rewarded by this system is truly amazing. It can not only run automatically during intimate moments between couples, but also enhance their cultivation and martial arts talent. What surprised Lin Yun the most was that this cultivation method greatly shortened the interval between his pills. Previously, after taking the first-tier qi and blood pill, it would take at least a month to refine one's qi and blood and fully convert the medicinal power into one's own strength. But now, with the help of the yin-yang harmony exercise, this time has been shortened to 10 days. 10 days, just 10 days. This means his cultivation speed can be 3 times faster. In the training room, Lin Yun had just finished a round of extreme training under 30 times gravity. Sweat dripped down his face like rain, but his eyes were filled with excitement. A punch with a force of 32,000 kilograms. I'm only 8,000 kilograms away from reaching the peak of the first tier. A few more qi and blood pills should be enough to break through. At the current rate, he will be able to reach the first tier perfection in a month. Chapter 47: The Wonderful Uses of the Yin-Yang Harmony Technique. Daily practice leads to Wu Qingya's pregnancy. Even more exciting was another discovery about the Yin-Yang Harmony Technique that made Lin Yun extremely excited. It was a night. Lin Yun suddenly had a brilliant idea. Since the yin-yang harmony technique can improve cultivation and talent during dual cultivation, could it also transfer medicinal power? He decided to give it a try. That night, during their intimate moment, Lin Yun took a first-level qi and blood pill. The violent medicinal power surged within his body. He circulated the 5 hearts towards heaven technique to absorb it, but about 60% of the medicinal power could not be fully converted and could only be wasted. Just then, the yin-yang harmony exercise started operating automatically. Something amazing happened. The energy that was originally going to be wasted was actually continuously transferred to his 3 wives through the cultivation technique. Su Yingxue was the first to sense something was amiss. Husband, I feel my cultivation level is rising. Me too, Shen Yuqing said softly. It feels like a warm current enters my dantian. Wu Qingya nodded. Me too. Lin Yun was overjoyed and immediately concentrated his mind, guiding the medicinal power through his cultivation technique. Although he himself did not absorb any extra medicinal power, almost 90% of the 60% of medicinal power that would have been wasted was absorbed by them after being transformed by the yin-yang harmony technique. More importantly, the medicinal power is directly transformed into pure blood and qi energy, eliminating the need for them to painstakingly refine it. That night, the room lights stayed on until dawn. As the first rays of sunlight streamed into the room, the 4 of them, though exhausted, had eyes that gleamed with excitement. In the testing area, the 3 women's punching power had all significantly improved. Su Yingxue gained approximately 1,500 kilograms. Shen Yuqing gained approximately 1,400 kilograms. Wu Qingya gained approximately 1,600 kilograms. Although the improvement is not as great as directly taking pills, this is practically free. Moreover, It has absolutely no side effects, and you don't need to go through the trouble of polishing it yourself. Husband, this is amazing. Su Yingxue exclaimed excitedly. Won't we be able to? We can't rely on this too much. Although Lin Yun was also happy, he remained clear-headed. This is just a supplementary measure. The true path of martial arts still relies on solid training. Moreover, the effect of drug delivery will gradually weaken, so it cannot be used as the main means of enhancement. Even so, this discovery still excited the four of them for a long time. From then on, Lin Yun always chose to take the pills at night. Although my own absorption efficiency has not improved, my wives can also benefit from it, so why not? Under Lin Yun's daily hard work, a little over a month after the wedding, Wu Qingya finally became pregnant. Ding! Detected that spouse Wu Qingya is pregnant. Due date, 298 days from now. Fetal condition, healthy. The system notification sounded in Lin Yun's mind. Refined and elegant. He hugged Wu Qingya tightly and kissed her several times on the face. Great news. We're having a baby. Wu Qingya blushed and said, Is really? You're pregnant so quickly? Su Yingxue and Xin Yuqing were already used to it. When the couple was pregnant before, her husband was the same way, always able to find out immediately. Now that my husband has said so, it must be true. Husband, be gentle. Su Yingxue laughed and pulled him away. Qingya is a key person to protect now too. Xin Yuqing also said gently. Yes, my husband, Qingya is newly pregnant, so we need to be careful. That night, although the room lights stayed on until late, they were unusually turned off an hour earlier than usual. This detail was noticed by the maids on night duty. Huh? Why is the light in the young master's room off so early today? A young maid asked in a low voice. Yes, it usually stays on until late at night, another maid replied. Today it was turned off before 1 o'clock. Is the young master tired? How could that be? Young master is so capable. How could he possibly get tired? The maids whispered among themselves, speculating about various possibilities. The next day, when Lin Jintian heard that Wu Qingya was pregnant, he was overjoyed. Good, good, good. The Lin family is going to have another member. Yuner, you are truly our Lin family's lucky star. That noon, the Lin family manor hosted a small family banquet to celebrate the good news. During the meal, Lin Jintian drank quite a bit of alcohol and became more talkative. Yuner, my greatest wish in this life is to see the Lin family flourish and prosper. Your parents passed away early, and Grandpa thought this wish would never come true. I never expected you to give Grandpa such a big surprise. His eyes were glistening with tears. All three of my granddaughters-in-law are pregnant. Yingxue is 5 months pregnant. Yuqing is a little over 2 months pregnant, and Qingya is pregnant now too. Grandpa wouldn't have dared to even dream of this before. Grandpa, don't get excited. Lin Yun quickly reassured him. There will be many more great-grandchildren in the future, so just wait and enjoy your retirement. Good, good. Lin Jintian nodded repeatedly. Grandpa will wait. Grandpa will definitely live to see the day when his great-grandchildren grow up. The family dinner ended in a warm and cozy atmosphere. The news spread the third young mistress is pregnant. The maids suddenly realized what was going on. So that's how it is. No wonder the young master turned off the lights so early last night. The third young mistress is pregnant, so the young master must take good care of her. Young master is truly amazing. All three young mistresses are martial artists, yet they all became pregnant so quickly. Yes, I heard from my cousin that the martial artist she married hasn't gotten pregnant in 3 years. Young master is simply a superman. The maid's gossip quickly spread throughout the entire manor. Lin Yun was currently taking a walk in the garden with his 3 wives. The sun shines brightly, and birds sing sweetly amidst the fragrance of flowers. Even with a 5-month pregnant belly, Su Yingxue's beauty was still undeniable. Shen Youqing's nearly 3-month pregnancy was already showing obvious signs of pregnancy, and Wu Qingya, although only pregnant, unconsciously placed her hand on her lower abdomen. Husband, do you think it will be a boy or a girl? Wu Qingya asked one of the most pressing questions for a new mother. Before Lin Yun could answer, she muttered to herself. I hope it's a girl. Girls are considerate. A girl would be great. Su Yingxue immediately chimed in. We can dress her up beautifully, like a little princess. The four chatted and laughed, enjoying their leisurely time. In the garden pavilion, Wan Yin sat alone, watching the 4 people in the distance. This kid, he really is. She murmured to herself, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. She remembered what Lin Yin had said to her when he approached her earlier. Sister Wen Yin, I want to improve my strength as soon as possible. I want to defeat you and then marry you. She said, You're far from it. But deep down, she knew that Lin Yun was progressing too fast. At this rate, perhaps, it won't take a year or 2. Never mind, I don't want to think about it anymore. Wan Yin shook her head, picked up her teacup, and took a small sip. The afternoon sun shone on her, casting her shadow long and thin. Chapter 48, Wen Yan's True Strength, Su Yingshue's Proposal. The group spotted Wen Yan in the pavilion and walked over together. Sister Wen Yan, why are you here all alone? Su Yingxue greeted her with a smile. Wen Yan put down her teacup and said calmly, peace and quiet. Shin Yuqing, being observant, noticed that Wen Yan's teacup was empty, so she proactively refilled it with hot tea. Sister Wen Yan, have some tea. Thank you. Wen Yan nodded. Wu Qingya also greeted her politely. Hello, Sister Wen Yan. Wen Yan glanced at her and rarely showed a smile. You're pregnant and still running around everywhere. Be careful. I know. Wu Qingyao blushed slightly. Lin Yun sat down opposite Wen Yan and said with a smile, Sister Wen Yan, you're unusually free today. Aren't you in the training room? Wen Yan glanced at him and said, how dare you say that? Since you got married, you've become increasingly lazy in your martial arts training. Especially in the past month, my daily cultivation time has been less than a third of what it used to be. As she said this, her tone carried a hint of reproach. Martial arts cultivation is like rowing against the current. If you don't advance, you fall behind. If you keep working like this, when will you ever catch up with me? Lin Yun was not angry. Sister Wen Yan, you're right. Martial arts are indeed important. But family is just as important, and life is just as important. I don't want to neglect the people around me in pursuit of martial arts. Excuse. This is not an excuse. Lin Yun shook his head. What is the purpose of martial arts? Isn't it all about protecting the people you love and living a better life? If you pursue martial arts while neglecting the people around you, wouldn't that be putting the cart before the horse? This is Lin Yun's recent insight. Since his wife became pregnant, Lin Yun's mindset has gradually changed, and he is no longer solely focused on martial arts like before. The two of them started bickering back and forth, making the three women chuckle frequently. Su Yingxue looked at Wen Yan. Then suddenly her eyes lit up, and she said with a smile, Sister Wen Yan, why don't you just marry your husband? His martial arts cultivation is progressing so quickly, it's only a matter of time anyway. Yes, Sister Wen Yan, I think you and your husband are a perfect match. And this way, we'll truly be a family. Shin Yuqing immediately provided an assist. Although Wu Qingya was shy, after spending more than a month together, she had already figured out the relationship between Wen Yan and Lin Yun. If Senior Wen Yan could become our older sister, it would be wonderful. Seeing the three women acting this way, Wen Yan glared at Lin Yun with annoyance. What kind of bewitching potion did you give them? What woman wants to find a wife for her man every day? Lin Yun smiled smugly. This is love. Sister Wen Yan, you'll feel the same way when you become my wife. You wish. Wen Yan reached out to pinch his ear. Lin Yun exaggeratedly begged for mercy. Ouch. 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 Ladies, help me. Everyone laughed, and the pavilion was filled with a joyful atmosphere. After laughing, Su Yingxue seemed to remember something and suddenly asked seriously, Sister Wen Yan, how long have you been stuck in a bottleneck? Wen Yan was taken aback. Why are you asking this? Su Yingxue thought for a moment. I remember you said that you've been stuck at the second stage perfection for more than 3 years without any progress, right? Shin Yuqing nodded. I seem to remember Sister Wen Yan saying something like that too. Wu Qingya was very surprised when she heard this. Could it be that Sister Wen Yan had already reached the second stage of perfection 3 years ago? Wow, that's amazing. Lin Yun seized the opportunity to flatter her. Of course, Sister Wen Yan is amazing. Otherwise, how could she be the guardian of the Lin family? You're so talkative. Wen Yan glared at him. No matter how eloquently you speak, you can only marry me if you defeat me. It's only a matter of time. Lin Yun declared with great enthusiasm. Wen Yan ignored him, but still answered Su Yingshue's question. I have indeed been stuck at the second stage perfection for more than 3 years. I have made almost no progress in these years, and even the second stage qi and blood pills have been of little use. She paused for a moment, then continued. To be precise, 5 years ago my boxing strength was already 640,000 kilograms, reaching the second level of perfection. After taking elixirs for the next 2 years, my strength reached 700,000 kilograms. For the next 3 years, although I took second-tier qi and blood pills every year, my boxing strength only increased by about 10,000 each time, and there was almost no change. 700,000 kilograms. Su Yingxue exclaimed in surprise. The same applies to the other two women. Wu Qingya's eyes sparkled. Wow, so amazing. Lin Yun was also shocked. At the late stage of the first rank, his punching power was only 32,000 kilograms, which was still far from the 40,000 kilograms required for the perfect first rank. And Wen Yan, more than 700,000 kilograms. That's more than 20 times his. What moved Lin Yun even more was another thing. Wen Yan had already reached the second stage of perfection 5 years ago. After reaching perfection, the second-tier qi and blood pills were almost useless to her. But she remained with the Lin family and continued to protect them. Sister Wen Yan, Lin Yun began, her voice choked with emotion. Thank you. All these years. Stop. Wen Yin raised her hand to stop him. Don't say anything mushy again. I can't stand it. Lin Yun had no choice but to swallow his words of thanks and instead said, Sister Wen Yin, don't worry. I will definitely become stronger as soon as possible. When that time comes, I will get you a pill to break through to the third rank. Wen Yin rolled her eyes. The pills that allow you to break through to the third rank are extremely precious. The Lin family simply cannot obtain them. However, Lin Yun's words still pleased her. Shen Yuqing keenly noticed something and asked, how much does a pill that can help you break through to the third rank cost? Wen Yin glanced at her and said calmly, this isn't about money. Any pill that can help you break through to the third rank is extremely rare, and there are none in a small place like Jiangxing. Even if we go to Tianshui City, the county seat, although they exist, we can't get them without connections. The three women suddenly realized, but Lin Yun knew in his heart that even if they had connections, the Lin family couldn't afford it. He knew the Lin family's financial situation all too well. A single second-tier qi and blood pill costs 400 million. As for pills that can help martial artists break through to the third rank, even the cheapest third-rank breakthrough pill costs tens of billions. Although the Lin family is the richest family in Jiangxing, their total assets are only a few tens of billions. If he really wanted to come up with 10 billion in cash, it would be impossible unless he sold off most of his business. Just then, Su Yingxue suddenly spoke up, revealing her true thoughts. Sister Wen Yin, why don't you just marry your husband? Maybe you can break through to the third tier immediately. Wen Yin? She wondered if she had misheard. Yingxue, what did you say? Marrying this guy will allow me to immediately break through to the third rank. Su Yingxue nodded, then looked at Lin Yun. Husband, don't you think so? Lin Yun immediately understood what she meant. You mean dual cultivation? Yes. Su Yingxue's eyes lit up. Wen Yin was even more confused. Dual cultivation? What dual cultivation? Chapter 49, Wen Yan's hasty escape. After thinking it over, Lin Yun decided to stop hiding it. He said to Su Yingxue, Yingxue, why don't you explain this to Sister Wen Yin? Su Yingxue nodded, turned to Wen Yin, and said earnestly, Sister Wen Yin, actually, my husband has a special constitution, the fertility sacred body. This physique not only greatly increases the chances of conception, but also allows for dual cultivation with one's husband during intimate moments, enhancing both parties' cultivation and martial arts talent. She paused, then added, and the more people there are, the better the effect. After my sister Yuqing and I became pregnant, we could only take pills once in a long while, but our strength has improved rapidly this month. It's because when my husband and I, we can cultivate together to improve our strength. Wen Yin was completely stunned after hearing this. She looked at Lin Yun, her eyes filled with disbelief. So you were in such a hurry to get married after graduation, because of this? Lin Yun nodded, yes. After my mentor pointed out my physique, he told me that this path is most suitable for me. Your mentor? Could it be that the 5 hearts facing heaven method was given to you by your mentor? Right. So your rapid progress is all because your mentor said you have this sacred body of fertility? That's right. Wen Yin was stunned. It was hard not to believe it. She knew better than anyone what kind of talent Lin Yun had previously possessed. He's a martial arts failure. His health and mana have been stuck at 48 points for years, and no amount of pills he takes can help. Without an extraordinary stroke of luck, one would never be able to embark on the path of martial arts in this lifetime. But she never expected that this opportunity would actually be due to her special physical condition, the sacred body of fertility. Wen Yin searched for this term in her mind. Having lived in the martial arts world for so many years, she has heard of all sorts of special physical conditions. Fiery spirit body, icy skin and jade bones, innate divine strength. But this sacred body of fertility was the only thing she had never heard of before. But Lin Yun's progress over the past 6 months is real and tangible. From a martial arts failure with only 48 points of qi and blood to a late-stage first-tier martial artist with a punching power of 32,000 kilograms, it only took half a year. There are also Su Yingxue and Shen Yuqing. No, at Wu Qingya as well. All 3 were martial artists, but they became pregnant not long after marrying Lin Yun. I couldn't figure it out no matter how hard I tried before. It seems that this is the reason for the sacred body of fertility. Moreover, none of the 3 women had particularly good martial arts talent. Su Yingxue and Shen Yuqing didn't even get into martial arts university. Although Wu Qingya passed the exam, she still only reached the early stage of the first level because she didn't have enough money to buy elixirs. Although the 3 of them took the elixir and made great progress. However, Su Yingxue and Shen Yuqing did not take any pills during this month because they were pregnant and did not have time to refine their qi and blood. But progress. All of this is indeed illogical without a reasonable explanation. And now, the explanation is right before our eyes: sacred body of fertility, dual cultivation for enhancement. Wenyan took a deep breath and asked again, "So this is why you two have been able to improve so quickly without taking any pills recently?" She didn't ask Wu Qingya, because Wu Qingya had taken a first-level qi and blood pill a few days after the wedding. I took another one a month later, which was last week. Su Yingxue and Shun Yuqing could not refine their qi and blood after becoming pregnant, so they did not take any pills for a long time, but their strength still improved significantly this month. Su Yingxue and Shun Yuqing nodded in unison, confirming Wen Yan's question. "It's true, Sister Wen Yan," Shun Yuqing said softly. "Although I have less time to cultivate after becoming pregnant, my cultivation level has indeed been slowly improving. I thought it was just my imagination before, but now it seems it's even more obvious on my side." Su Yingxue said excitedly. "I've barely trained this past month, but my punching power has still increased by several thousand kilograms. And I feel like my understanding of the techniques has deepened as well." Seeing how certain the two were, Wen Yan's doubts lessened. Seeing this, Su Yingxue seized the opportunity and intensified her offensive. "Sister Wen Yan, why don't you just marry your husband? Maybe you can break through to a higher level of cultivation on your wedding night when you first get intimate with him." Her eyes lit up, as if she could already see that scene. "Think about it, Sister Wen Yan. You've been stuck at this bottleneck for over 3 years. Maybe it's because you're missing this opportunity. And your husband's fertility sacred body might just be that opportunity." Shin Yuqing also gently advised. "Sister Wen Yan, I know Yingxue's suggestion might be a bit sudden, but my husband is really good, and who knows, he might actually break through." Although Wu Qingyao wasn't as bold as the two, she still mustered the courage to join the persuasion effort. "Sister Wen Yan, your husband, he truly loves you. And if this can help you break through your limitations, wouldn't that be the best of both worlds?" The three women chattered away, leaving Wen Yan completely bewildered. Wait. Wen Yan raised her hand to stop them, a rare look of panic on her face. You all, let me sort this out." She stood up and paced back and forth in the pavilion, muttering to herself. Sacred body of fertility, dual cultivation enhancement, breakthrough on the wedding night. This idea is too shocking, and also too embarrassing. She, a second-stage perfected martial artist, actually had to rely on marrying and cultivating together to break through her bottleneck. If word gets out, where will Wen Yan put her face? But deep down, a voice is saying, What if it's true? If we can truly break through this 3-year bottleneck?" No. Wen Yan shook her head, banishing the thought from her mind. "She's gentle and kind. How can you just get married casually because you want to improve your life? But that kid is really good. Oh dear, what am I thinking?" A rare blush appeared on Wen Yan's face. Lin Yun and the three women couldn't help but laugh at Wen Yan's unusually flustered appearance, but they dared not laugh out loud. Sister Wen Yan, Yingxue and the others were just joking. Lin Yun finally spoke, his tone serious. "According to our agreement, I can only marry you if I defeat you fair and square. This is our agreement and my promise, and it will not change. Of course, if Sister Wen Yan wants to." These words calmed Wen Yan down a bit. She glanced at Lin Yun, a complex mix of emotions welling up inside her. This kid at least has some principles. But Su Yingxue had no intention of giving up. "Husband, how can this be a joke? Sister Wen Yan has been stuck at a bottleneck for more than 3 years. If there is a way to help her break through, why wait?" "That's right, my husband. You and Sister Wen Yan like each other. Anyway, Sister Wen Yan will marry into this family sooner or later, so what difference does it make if she marries in a little earlier or later? Sister Wen Yan, how about we seize the day?" Wen Yan was completely overwhelmed by what the three women were saying. Looking at the family of 4 in front of her, she suddenly felt like a lamb entering a tiger's den. "No, we have to get out of here right now. You all." Wen Yan pointed at them, wanting to say something, but found that she couldn't say anything. Finally, she stomped her foot, turned around and left, leaving behind the words, You should focus on improving your strength and defeating me first. As for this method, let me think it over and see if it's really feasible." Before the words were even finished, the person had already disappeared around the corner of the garden path. That silhouette, no matter how you look at it, has a hint of a hasty retreat. The pavilion was silent for a few seconds, then, puffed. Su Yingxue was the first to burst out laughing. Ha! Lin Yun couldn't help but burst into laughter. Although Shun Yuqing and Wu Qingya covered their mouths, their eyes were full of smiles. This was the first time they had ever seen Wen Yan, who was always calm and composed, appear so flustered. "Looks like there's potential. Sister Wen Yan is interested." Yes, if it were before, she would have definitely refused outright, or even beaten up her husband. But this time, she just ran away. Lin Yun looked in the direction Wen Yin left, a slight smile playing on his lips. Perhaps it won't be long before the Lin family has another mistress. Chapter 51st Stage Perfection. New Year arrives. Ever since that day when I confronted Wen Yin in the pavilion, for more than a week, Lin Yun did not encounter her. Until one day, Lin Yun saw her in the training room. After that day, Wen Yin would appear on time to guide his cultivation and point out his shortcomings. He looked exactly the same as before, as if the previous showdown had never happened. But once the training is over, Wen Yin will disappear immediately, never giving him a chance to say another word. Lin Yun knew that this proud guardian needed time to digest that astonishing proposal. He wasn't in a hurry, and life went on as usual. In the morning, he accompanied his 3 wives on a leisurely stroll. Su Yingxue and Shen Yuqing were in high spirits after becoming pregnant. The 4 of them visited almost every famous place in Jiangxing. The old streets in the south of the city, the park in the north, the riverside walkways, the temples on the mountain. My lord, the scenery here is truly beautiful, Shen Yuqing said softly, standing by the riverbank and gazing at the distant sunset. Yes, Lin Yun put his arm around her shoulder. The sunset is so beautiful, just like you, my wife. Su Yingxue, with her 6-month pregnant belly, leaned against Lin Yun's other side. After the baby is born, we'll bring them along. Wu Qingya held Lin Yun's hand with one hand and touched her still flat belly with the other, her eyes full of anticipation. The baby will definitely like it. In the afternoon, the 4 of them went to the practice room together. Lin Yun underwent extreme training, sweating profusely in the gravity chamber. The 3 wives, on the other hand, engaged in gentle exercise, much like they were nurturing their pregnancy. Su Yingxue and Shen Yuqing are in the 2nd trimester of pregnancy and cannot engage in high-intensity training, so they do some gentle stretching exercises on the yoga mat. Although Wu Qingya was only a little over a month pregnant, she was strictly required by her 2 older sisters to only undergo the most basic training. Qingya, you're pregnant now, so you can't push yourself too hard, Su Yingxue said, supervising her like a little teacher. I understand, Sister Yingxue. Wu Qingya obediently listened. That evening, Lin Yun took another first-tier qi and blood pill. This is the 9th pill he has taken since becoming a martial artist, and the 3rd this month. Including the 6 pills he had taken before, his spending on pills had reached 180 million. Fortunately, the Lin family is wealthy, and the system provides generous rewards otherwise. They really wouldn't be able to sustain such expenditures. The pill entered the stomach, and its fiery medicinal power surged forth. Lin Yun immediately activated the 5 hearts towards heaven method, while the yin-yang harmony technique automatically activated, guiding the medicinal power to circulate among the individuals. The 3 wives worked together seamlessly. That night, the 4 of them practiced dual cultivation until late into the night. When the medicine was fully absorbed, Lin Yun could clearly feel that a certain barrier in his body had been broken. The water flows naturally, and the first step is perfect. A glint of light flashed in Lin Yun's eyes, and he quickened his pace. Finally, I've reached the 1st stage. Although the process was more difficult than expected, her martial arts talent at the top grade yellow level was still too weak. He thought 2 pills would be enough, but he ended up needing 3. Moreover, this was done with the assistance of the yin-yang harmony technique. If someone is talented, they might only need 3 pills to soar from the early stage of the 1st rank to the perfect rank. But he used 9. But in any case, the goal was achieved. Husband, you've broken through? Su Yingxue asked in surprise, sensing the change in his aura. Lin Yun nodded and pulled the other 2 women into his arms as well. 1st stage perfected. Congratulations, my husband, the 3 women exclaimed in unison. This is all thanks to the women, Lin Yun said with a smile. Without the companionship and dual cultivation assistance of his 3 wives, he could not have made such rapid progress. After Lin Yun reached the 1st stage of perfection, the new year was approaching. This is Lin Yun's 19th new year since he transmigrated to this world, but it is the most meaningful one yet. This was the first time I spent the Lunar New Year with all 3 wives, and there was also Wen Yin. The New Year's Eve dinner was very lavish, and Lin Jintian sat in the head seat, beaming from ear to ear. Lin Yun and his 3 wives sat on one side, while Wen Yin sat on the other. Come on, everyone, raise your glasses. Lin Jintian raised his glass. May our Lin family prosper and flourish in the new year. Cheers, everyone responded in unison. Looking at the happy family of Lin Yun, Wen Yin felt a surge of warmth in her heart. Over the years, she has come to regard the Lin family as her own home. After the New Year's Eve dinner, the family sat around in the living room to stay up all night. Lin Jintian was getting old and couldn't keep going, so he went to rest early. The remaining 5 continued chatting. Happy New Year, Sister Wen Yin, Lin Yun said. Holding a juice bottle, everyone was drinking juice tonight, because they had to take care of the pregnant woman. Wenyan glanced at him and picked up her glass as well. Happy New Year. Sister Wenyan, what are your plans for the new year? Su Yingxue asked. Wenyan was silent for a moment. Continue your cultivation. See if you can find an opportunity for a breakthrough. Sister Wenyan will definitely break through, Shen Yuqing said gently. Wu Qingya nodded. Sister is so amazing. She can definitely do it. Wenyan smiled but didn't say anything. That night, the Lin family's house was brightly lit until dawn. After the new year, Lin Yun, along with his 3 wives, visited their parents and elders. First, go to Su Yingshue's house. Although her parents are no longer alive, she still has some relatives. These relatives were a great help to Su Yingxue during her upbringing. Lin Yun prepared many gifts and visited them one by one. Then it's Shun Youqing's house. When Shun's parents saw their daughter return with her pregnant belly, they were overjoyed and talked to Lin Yun for a long time. Finally, there's Wu Qingya's house. This time, Wu De could finally openly receive his daughter and son-in-law, because Madame Wu had also accepted this fact. Although the atmosphere was still somewhat delicate, it was at least outwardly harmonious. After the visit, the 4 of them had nothing else to do. That night, after the 4 of them finished their intimate cultivation, Su Yingxue leaned against Lin Yun's chest and suddenly suggested, "Husband, we haven't gone out for fun in a long time. How about we go to visit some of the surrounding cities?" Lin Yun thought for a moment and nodded. "Okay, where do you want to go?" "I want to go to Qingyang City. I heard the plum blossoms there are especially beautiful, and it's the perfect season for them." "Yes, I'd like to go see the plum blossoms too." I have no objection." Su Yingshue's suggestion was immediately met with a positive response from her sisters. Seeing that all 3 women said so, Lin Yun naturally had no other opinions and immediately made the decision. "Then it's settled. We'll go to Qingyang City for a few days." "That's great." Su Yingxue cheered. Lin Yun didn't notice the sly glint in her eyes. Chapter 51. Outing for fun, meeting 2 women in succession. The next day, the 4 of them planned to invite Wenyan to go out and have fun together. "Sister Wenyan, let's go together," Su Yingxue said coquettishly. "The plum blossoms in Qingyang City are so beautiful." Wenyan refused outright. "I'm not going. I still need to cultivate." "A few more days won't make a difference in your cultivation," Shen Yuqing advised. "Yeah, Sister Wenyan, let us go have some fun together." Wu Qingya chimed in, trying to persuade her. But Wenyan's attitude was firm. "I said I'm not going, and I'm not going. You guys go have fun by yourselves." In fact, Wenyan's 6th sense told her that Yingxue and the other 2 brats were definitely trying to drag her out to help Lin Yun find a wife. She's already been fooled twice. The first time was when Shen Yuqing came to the Lin family. She, unintentionally, showed her strength, leaving a deep impression on Shen Yuqing. The second time was when Wu Qingya came to the Lin family. She was again pulled aside by Su Yingxue to get some pointers, and then, this time, who knows what kind of scheme these 3 girls are plotting this time. Wenyan guessed correctly. Su Yingxue and the other 2 women really thought the same thing. The 2 cities they were going to this time, Qingyang City and Baiyin City, were the same cities where Zhao Qingwei and Qin Yue lived. Su Yingxue and Shen Yuqing have been busy these past few months. Even though Lin Yun had already married Wu Qingya, they still kept in touch with Zhao Qingwei and Qin Yue. 2 weeks ago, Su Yingxue even created a sisters chat group with all 5 women in it. The 5 of them have now become very close friends who can talk about anything. The real purpose of this trip to Qingyang City to see the plum blossoms was to accidentally meet Zhao Qingwei. The reason for going to Baiyin City was to accidentally meet Qin Yue. The plan was perfect. First, visit the tourist attractions, then accidentally discover that Zhao Qingwei and Qin Yue were also there, and then naturally spend time together, allowing Lin Yun to get to know them. If Wenyan goes, with such a powerful expert there, he might be able to fish the 2 of them back. It's a pity that Wenyan is no longer here. All right. Then Sister Wenyan, stay home and cultivate diligently. We'll bring you some local specialties." Su Yingxue could only say regretfully. "Anyway, this is only the first time my husband has come into contact with them, so it's fine if Sister Wenyan doesn't go." Seeing the undisguised excitement in the eyes of the 3 women, Wenyan became even more certain of his guess. "Have fun," she said casually, turning and going back to her apartment. She wanted to see what tricks these girls could pull. After arriving in Qingyang City, the 4 first visited a famous scenic spot plum garden. It was early spring, and the plum blossoms were in full bloom. Pink, white, red, plum blossoms of all colors are vying for attention, their fragrance filling the air. "So beautiful," Shen Yuqing exclaimed softly. "Yes, it's prettier than the ones in Jiangqing." Su Yingxue pulled Wu Qingya to take pictures in front of her, and the 2 of them laughed like children. After playing all morning, the 4 of them found a unique restaurant to eat at. As soon as she sat down, Su Yingxue exclaimed with delight, "Oh my!" Qingwei said she's also in Qingyang City. "She's nearby." Lin Yun was taken aback. Qinghua? Who? They're just good friends we met online, Su Yingxue explained. We've been chatting for months, and we get along really well. She's also a martial arts enthusiast, and she's incredibly gentle. As she spoke, she winked at Shen Yuqing. Shen Yuqing understood and nodded. Yes, Qinghua is a very nice person. Husband, how about we invite her to come and have dinner together? Although Lin Yun felt it was a bit sudden, he didn't think much of it. Okay, since they're your friends, let's go together. Su Yingxue immediately took out her communicator to make contact. Half an hour later, a pretty and gentle girl walked into the restaurant. Yingxue, Yuqing, Qingya, the girl greeted happily. Qinghua. The three women responded enthusiastically. Lin Yun sized up the girl. She looked to be around 20 years old, with long, flowing hair, delicate features, and a gentle demeanor. Although it's not the bright beauty of Su Yingxue, nor the intellectual beauty of Shen Yuqing, nor the aloof beauty of Wu Qingya, but it has a unique charm that makes people feel good at first glance. This is Zhao Qinghua looked at Lin Yun. This is my husband, Lin Yun, Su Yingxue introduced. Husband, this is Qinghua. Hello, Mr. Lin. Zhao Qinghua greeted him politely. Hello, Miss Zhao, Lin Yun replied politely. Then, subconsciously, I asked the system to check Zhao Qinghua's information. Zhao Qinghua's martial arts talent was only at the lower level of the yellow rank, but because of her high appearance score, the system ultimately rated her as the upper level of the yellow rank. The appearance score dragged down the overall rating by 2 minor levels. Most importantly, 3 more words were displayed afterward. Marriageable. Lin Yun understood. Sure enough, the 3 ladies had premeditated it. But he didn't dislike it. In fact, he quite approved of their behavior. Zhao Qinghua is indeed a very good girl, and she fits his aesthetic preferences perfectly. The system rating is even higher, reaching the top-tier yellow level, and he also meets the requirements for marrying a wife. The 5 of them spent the next 2 days sightseeing together. Zhao Qinghua was gentle and understanding, and quickly integrated into the group. She chatted happily with the 3 women and was very polite to Lin Yun, maintaining a just right distance. Lin Yun had a very good impression of her. She was unpretentious, didn't try to please, and was very comfortable to be around. When he left Qingyang City, Zhao Qinghua came to see him off. Thank you for spending the past 2 days with me, Qinghua. We had a lot of fun. Su Yingxue held her hand. Me too. Yingxue, let's keep in touch. The 4 of them then arrived in Baiyun City. This time, the 4 of them didn't even visit any tourist attractions. Su Yingxue immediately said, Yue said she's free today and wants to treat us to dinner. Lin Yun was already quite familiar with the process. Then let's go. He wanted to see what kind of girl it was this time. Chen Yue is a completely different type from Zhao Qinghua. She looked to be in her mid-20s, a senior in college, stylishly dressed, with a cheerful personality and 2 dimples when she smiled, which was very infectious. Yingxue, Yuqing, Qingya. She gave the 3 girls a warm hug as soon as they met. Long time no see. Then she looked at Lin Yun, her eyes lighting up. This must be the legendary young Master Lin. He's indeed handsome and dashing. No wonder he's captivated Yingxue, Yuqing, and Qingya. These words are straightforward, but spoken naturally, without sounding frivolous. Miss Chun, you flatter me, Lin Yun said with a smile. The information from the system caught his eye even more. Chen Yue's martial arts talent was also at the lower level of the yellow rank, but due to the bonus from her appearance score, the system's final rating reached the upper level of the yellow rank. Marriageable. She's a high-ranking yellow-grade official and also marriageable. Lin Yun chuckled inwardly, thinking how discerning his 3 wives were. The 4 of them spent 3 days in Baiyun City. Chen Yue has an outgoing personality and took them to many great places that only locals know about. She was knowledgeable, witty, and insightful when discussing martial arts with Lin Yun. Young Master Lin has a truly profound understanding of martial arts, Chen Yue said sincerely during a conversation. Although I'm not particularly talented, I have a real passion for studying these things. Your words are more valuable than 10 years of study. Miss Chun is too modest. Your passion and insights into martial arts already surpass those of many others. Lin Yun was telling the truth. Although Chen Yue's talent is average, her love for martial arts is genuine, and she is also very good at thinking. When he left Baiyun City, Chen Yue also came to see him off. Next time you come to Baiyun City, be sure to look me up, she said with a smile. Definitely, definitely. Su Yingxue nodded. Chapter 52 Husband. How are Qinghua and Yue doing? Confession. That night, when I got home, the light stayed on until late. Afterwards, Su Yingxue leaned against Lin Yun's chest and asked seemingly casually, Husband, what do you think of Qinghua and Yue? Lin Yun knew that it was time for the assessment. He thought for a moment, then said seriously, both of them are wonderful girls. Miss Zhao is gentle, considerate, and understanding. Miss Chun is cheerful, enthusiastic, and knowledgeable. I enjoyed spending the few days with them very much. This is the truth. Although he knew it was the three women's arrangement, he did have a very good impression of the two girls. And most importantly, the system message says, "You are ready to marry her." Hearing Lin Yun's answer, the three women were very excited. Su Yingxue, in particular, had her eyes light up. "Then, my husband, would you like to consider it?" Lin Yun looked at her expectant eyes, then at Shun Yuqing and Wu Qingya, and found that they were also looking at him. He smiled and said, "If the time is right, we can consider it. But these things can't be forced. The other person has to be willing too. Of course, we're just creating opportunities ultimately. It depends on the husbands and their own wishes." Su Yingxue paused, then said seriously, "However, I think both Qingwei and Yue have quite a good impression of my husband." Lin Yun neither agreed nor disagreed, but simply smiled and hugged the three of them tightly. Husband Su Yingxue suddenly leaned close to his ear, her voice seductive. "I want it again." Lin Yun looked at the expectation in her eyes and smiled. "Okay." That night, the room lights stayed on for an unusually long time. The next day, when I came out of the room, the sun was already high in the sky. Sunlight streamed onto the corridor floor, creating bright streaks of light. Lin Yun felt refreshed and invigorated. The three women had flushed faces and a satisfied, languid air about them. "It's almost noon." Shen Yuqing looked at the clock on the wall. "What does it matter? Anyway, the most important thing right now is to take care of the baby." Su Yingxue stretched. Her pregnant belly was already very obvious. Wu Qingya took Lin Yun's arm and said, "Husband, let's go eat something delicious. I wonder what Aunt Lu has prepared today. Let's go eat." Lin Yun waved his hand, and the four of them headed towards the restaurant. Halfway through lunch, Lin Yun's communicator rang. He glanced at it, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously turned up. "Who is it?" Su Yingxue noticed the change in his expression and asked with a blink. "Qinshi asked me if I was free this afternoon." "Sister Qinshi." Su Yingxue's eyes lit up. "It's been so long since we've seen her." Shun Yuqing nodded. "Yes, it's been a long time since I've seen my lovely little sister Qinshi." Although Wu Qingya had never met Lin Qinshi, she had heard of this junior. "Is she the junior sister Yingxue often mentions, who really likes my husband?" "Yes," Su Yingxue said with a smile. "It's a good opportunity for us to get to know Qingya today." Lin Yun replied to Lin Qinshi and arranged to meet at Central Park in the afternoon. These days, this is the person Lin Yun chats with most frequently in his contacts. 2 o'clock in the afternoon, next to the fountain in the Central Park. Lin Qinshi was waiting there early. She was wearing a light blue dress today, and her long hair was tied in a high ponytail. I hadn't seen her for 2 months, and she seemed to have grown a little taller, losing some of her youthful naivete and gaining more of a girlish charm. Seeing Lin Yun and his group of four approaching, her eyes lit up, and she jogged over to greet them. "Senior, Sister Yingxue, Sister Yuqing." She greeted him happily, then looked at Wu Qingya. "This must be Sister Qingya, right?" "Hello, I'm Lin Qinshi." Looking at the bright, energetic girl in front of her, Wu Qingya immediately felt a sense of goodwill. "Hello, I'm Wu Qingya. I often hear my husband and sisters talk about you. You're really adorable." "You flatter me, Sister Qingya." Lin Qinshi blushed slightly and secretly glanced at Lin Yun. Lin Yun smiled and looked her over, saying, "Qinshi is getting more and more beautiful." These words made Lin Qinshi blush even more, and the smile in her eyes proved that she was very happy and pleased. That afternoon, the five of them explored every corner of the park. Lin Qinshi has an outgoing personality and quickly became acquainted with Wu Qingya. They chatted about school, martial arts training, and all sorts of interesting stories, their laughter never ceasing. "Senior, I heard you've broken through to the first level of perfection?" Lin Qinshi asked admiringly. "Yes, it happened not long ago." Lin Yun nodded. "Wow, that's amazing. Among all the geniuses in our school's history, very few have reached the first level perfection at your age. Sister Qinshi is amazing too. What's your qi and blood value now?" Shen Yuqing asked. 93 points. Lin Qinshi said somewhat embarrassedly. "The progress is very slow." 93 points, that's not slow, Lin Yun said seriously. "For someone your age to have such cultivation level is already quite impressive. Moreover, you have a solid foundation. If you persevere, you will definitely be able to get into a martial arts university." "Yes." Lin Qinshi nodded vigorously, her eyes filled with determination as she looked at Lin Yun. "I will definitely work hard. I need to become stronger so that I can be worthy of my senior." She spoke very softly, but everyone heard her. Su Yingxue and the other two girls exchanged a knowing smile, their eyes full of mischief. After dinner, the five of them took a walk to escort Lin Qinshi home. As they approached the residential area, Su Yingxue suddenly pulled Shen Yuqing and Wu Qingya aside. "The three of us are going to buy some things over there. You two chat first." She winked at Lin Yun, then pulled the other two women away. Lin Qianxi looked at the three women's backs, then at Lin Yun, and her heart began to race. She knew that her older sister, Su Yingxue, was creating an opportunity for her and her senior to be alone. Qianxi, Lin Yun called softly. Lin Qianxi lowered her head, her fingers nervously twisting together. Her heart was pounding like a deer, and her cheeks were burning hot. This was the first time she had been alone with her senior. Although there were still pedestrians around, for the girl, this was being alone. What would the senior say? Could it be? Could it be? Various fantasies and expectations churned in my mind, mixed with a hint of tension and unease. Lin Yun felt a surge of tenderness in his heart as he looked at her shy expression. He took her hand and led her to a large tree by the roadside. Qianxi, he looked at her earnestly. You will be an adult this year. Lin Qianxi nodded, her voice barely audible. After graduation, will you marry me? Lin Yun said directly what was on her mind. There are no fancy words, no complicated preambles, just the most direct question. But this is exactly what Lin Qianxi was looking forward to. She looked up into Lin Yun's sincere eyes, and the tension in her heart suddenly disappeared, replaced by a feeling of sweetness. She nodded vigorously, tears welling in her eyes. I do. After saying those two words, she felt light as a feather, as if she were about to fly. So this is what it feels like to be confessed to by someone you like. Lin Yun smiled and gently pulled her into his arms. Thank you, Qianxi. Lin Qianxi leaned against him, feeling his warm embrace and smelling his pleasant scent, her heart filled with happiness. At that moment, she felt like the happiest person in the world. Chapter 53, I want to marry Qianxi, and I hope my parents will agree. The two hugged quietly for a while, until Su Yingshue's cough could be heard from afar. Ahem, we've finished shopping. Lin Qianxi quickly got out of Lin Yun's arms, her face turning red again. Let's go. I'll take you downstairs. Lin Yun took her hand. When Lin Yun returned to the three women with a smile on his face, Su Yingxue immediately came up to him. So? Did Qianxi agree? I agree, Lin Yun said with a smile. Great. I knew Qianxi would agree. Su Yingxue clapped her hands happily. Since Qianxi likes her husband so much, she will definitely agree, Shen Yuqing said. Congratulations, my husband, Wu Qingya said. Su Yingxue looked at Lin Yun and suddenly asked mischievously, since Sister Qianxi just agreed, why didn't I see my husband kiss her? Lin Yun was taken aback, then laughed. All you know is how to peek. He scooped Su Yingxue up in his arms and kissed her deeply on the lips. You're the naughtiest one. Ouch. Su Yingxue pretended to struggle. Yuqing and Qingya peeked too. Lin Yun put her down, then pulled Shen Yuqing and Wu Qingya over and gave each of them a deep kiss. After the kiss, all three women had flushed cheeks and their eyes were glistening with tears. Wu Qingya leaned against Lin Yun's chest and asked softly, husband likes that girl Qianxi so much. How could you resist kissing her just now? Lin Yun patted her head. Qianxi won't turn 18 until after her birthday next month. She's still a minor, and she's shy, so we can't rush things. My husband is so considerate, Su Yingxue said with a smile. Of course, Lin Yun said smugly. He would never reveal the system's restrictions. How dare someone underage act like this? They must have a death wish. That evening, the three women were exceptionally enthusiastic. The room lights were always on. Winter break will soon be over, and school will start soon. That day, Wu Qingya held the communicator and said to Lin Yun with some hesitation, my husband, I want to ask the school for maternity leave. Lin Yun was taken aback. Take maternity leave? You're pregnant now, so it's really not suitable for you to go to school. Wu Qingya nodded. I have already submitted the application on the communicator. Tianxue Martial Arts University is not strictly managed, and the training resources in the school are obtained through academic credits. I'm not very talented, and I can only get a limited number of credits at school. It's better to just cultivate at home, so I haven't gone back to school since I got married. She paused, then continued. I'm taking leave this time because holiday time isn't counted towards my study time, so I can have more time to study later. Moreover, Martial Arts University does have many resources that are better than those of the Lin family, but I just can't get them right now. Lin Yun then remembered the special system of the Martial Arts University. Martial Arts University employs a flexible academic system. After being admitted to the university, students have 4 years of basic study time. Each breakthrough in a small level adds 4 years to your study time. For example, Wu Qingya had 4 years to get into university. Now that she has broken through to the mid-stage of the first level, her study time has become 8 years. If she breaks through to the late stage of the first tier, it will become 12 years, and so on. The graduation requirement for martial arts universities is to become a third-tier martial artist, but very few people can meet this requirement. Most people graduate directly after their study time is up, regardless of their level of cultivation. There's another reason, Wu Qingya said softly. Students at the Martial Arts University get half-price tuition on martial arts and combat techniques. Why not take advantage of such a good deal? As she spoke, she lowered her head somewhat shyly. Lin Yun smiled and patted her head. Silly girl, just take the day off. Now that you're pregnant, the most important thing is for you to stay home and rest. You can go back to school whenever you want after you give birth. Wu Qingyan nodded happily. Then I'll stay home and take good care of myself during my pregnancy, and while I'm at it, I'll also take a look at the school's list of cultivation techniques to see what's worth learning. Lin Yun was amused by her. Okay, then you can study it slowly. He knew that although Wu Qingya had married him, deep down she still wanted to prove herself and improve herself through her own efforts. This independence and self-reliance are precisely what he admires. Soon, a month had passed. Lin Qianqi's birthday has arrived. Lin Yun and his 3 companions arrived at the Lin family home as guests, bringing carefully prepared gifts. Lin Qianqi's parents warmly welcomed them. The birthday party was lively, with many of Lin Qianqi's classmates and friends attending. Everyone sang, ate cake, and played games, creating a joyful atmosphere. Although Su Yingxue was more than 7 months pregnant, she was in high spirits and, together with Shen Yuqing, helped Lin Qianqi unwrap the gifts. Wu Qingya sat quietly next to Lin Yun, a gentle smile on her face. Little Qianqi is really popular, she said softly. Yes. Lin Yun nodded, looking at Lin Qianqi surrounded by her friends, his eyes full of tenderness. After the classmates left, only the Lin family and Lin Yun remained in the living room. Lin Yun took a deep breath and solemnly said to Lin Qianqi's parents, Uncle and Aunt, besides celebrating Qianqi's birthday today, I have something important I'd like to discuss with you both. Lin Qianqi's parents exchanged a glance, a knowing look flashing in their eyes. In fact, their daughter had told them about Lin Yun a long time ago, and they were already mentally prepared. Xiaolin, what do you say? Lin's father began. Lin Yun said earnestly, I want to marry Qianqi, and I hope you two will agree. The living room fell silent for a moment. Lin Qianqi lowered her head in embarrassment, her fingers twisting together incessantly. Although she knew this day would come, she was still so nervous that her heart raced when it actually happened. Lin's mother looked at her daughter, then at Lin Yun, and asked with a smile, Qianqi, are you willing? All eyes were on Lin Qianqi. She took a deep breath, raised her head, her cheeks flushed, but her eyes resolute. I do. After saying those 2 words, she felt completely relieved. Mr. and Mrs. Lin smiled at each other, both seeing relief in each other's eyes. Since Qianqi is willing, we have no objections. As Lin's father spoke, he placed Lin Qianqi's hand in Lin Yun's hand. Xiaolin, I'm entrusting Qianqi to you. You must treat her well. Don't worry, uncle and aunt, Lin Yun solemnly promised. I will definitely treat Qianqi well, treat her equally, and never let her suffer the slightest grievance. Still calling them uncle and aunt? Lin's mother asked with a smile. Lin Yun was taken aback, then quickly changed his address. Dad, Mom. Good, good, good. Lin's father nodded with a smile. Both parties agreed that they would formally propose marriage and hold a wedding after Lin Qianqi graduated from high school. It was already evening when I left Lin Qianqi's house. The moonlight, like water, spilled onto the quiet street. Lin Yun held the hands of his 3 wives and walked slowly. Husband, my sister Qianqi will be graduating in a few months, Su Yingxue suddenly said. Lin Yun nodded. Then we can formally propose marriage, Shen Yuqing replied gently. Wu Qingya also offered her blessings. Sister Qianqi will definitely be very happy. Lin Yun looked at his 3 wives beside him and felt a warmth in his heart. With them by his side, his life was already complete. And in the future, even more happiness awaits him. A night breeze blew by, bringing the scent of early spring. Winter is over, and spring is coming. Chapter 54, A pill worth 400 million. Another month has passed. Late at night, the room lights finally went out. Lin Yun looked at the contented sleeping faces of his 3 beautiful wives beside him, but did not fall asleep immediately. Moonlight streamed in through the gaps in the curtains, casting soft shadows on the 3 women's delicate faces. Her skin tone still had a pinkish hue. This is the afterglow of exercise. Su Yingxue was due to give birth in a month. She was lying on her side, with one hand still habitually resting on Lin Yun. Shen Yuqing is almost 7 months pregnant, about half a month to go, and she sleeps the most peacefully with steady breathing. Wu Qingya was the youngest pregnant, but she was already more than 3 months along, and at that moment she was curled up in Lin Yun's arms like a kitten. Lin Yun gently stroked Wu Qingya's hair, but his mind was somewhat lost in thought. Since achieving the first stage perfection, he has taken 7 more first stage qi and blood pills in recent days. According to the original plan, this medicinal power was enough for him to compress his power from a gaseous state to a liquid state and break through to the 2nd-tier martial artist level. But reality dealt him a heavy blow. He transferred most of the medicinal power of these precious pills to the three women. Because after he reaches perfection, he can't absorb much of the medicinal power at all. Su Yingxue, Shin Yuqing, and Wu Qingya are now all late-stage first-tier martial artists. As for himself, his punching power increased to 45,000 kilograms, which is 5,000 kilograms more than the perfect level. But the most crucial step, the transformation from gas to liquid, remained stagnant. Lin Yun closed his eyes and felt the power in his dantian. The blood and qi there are as thick as the sea, surging endlessly, but they are still in a gaseous state, with no trace of liquid. To break through to the second tier, one must compress the power from a gaseous state into a liquid state. This is not only an accumulation of quantity, but also a qualitative leap. A person with such talent should have broken through long ago, given the current level of density in his work. But he couldn't sense any sign of a breakthrough. A yellow-grade superior talent is still not enough, Lin Yun sighed inwardly. It seems the only option is to slowly wear it down, using more qi and blood pills to continue compressing the power. He had considered buying some pills specifically for breakthroughs. The problem is that the Lin family has no connections in Tianshui City, so they can't buy this level of pills even if they have money. Condensing C pill, transforming liquid returning to origin pill, tide blood condensation pill, universe qi pill. These pills, specifically designed to help one break through to the second tier, range in price from 300 million to 1 billion. Lin Yun was envious, but unfortunately he had no way to buy it. Jiangcheng is still too small. A few nights later, Wu Qingyan nestled in Lin Yun's arms, gently tracing circles on his chest with her fingers, and suddenly asked softly, "Husband, have you been troubled by breaking through to the second tier lately?" "Huh? Did my wife find out? Have I been making it too obvious lately?" Wu Qingya chuckled. "It's not obvious, but we know it." Lin Yun was deeply moved. Yes, how could his wife, who was with him day and night, not notice his secret? Even though he hasn't changed much lately, they still sensed it. Lin Yun was about to say something when Wu Qingya hugged him tightly. "Husband, go to sleep now. You've been up very late again today. Look, all the sisters are asleep." Lin Yun turned his head and saw that Su Yingxue and Shin Yuqing were indeed fast asleep. He smiled and gently kissed Wu Qingya's forehead. "Okay, go to sleep." But he had a vague feeling that Wu Qingya's words seemed to have a hidden meaning. However, he was too lazy to think about it with the beauty in his arms, warm as jade. "Go to sleep." The next day, Wu Qingya pulled Lin Yun aside and said she wanted to go back to the Wu family home for a visit. "I haven't been back for so long. I miss my parents," she said coquettishly. Lin Yun naturally wouldn't refuse and drove the anti-gravity car back to the Wu family home. Wu was overjoyed to see his daughter and son-in-law return. Lunch was a sumptuous meal, and the atmosphere at the table was harmonious. After dinner, while Lin Yun was chatting with the other elders, Wu led Wu Qingya to the study. As soon as the door closed, Wu asked anxiously, "My darling daughter, how's the intelligence gathering going?" Wu is really anxious these days. The reason she married her daughter to Lin Yun was not only because she genuinely thought Lin Yun was outstanding, but more importantly, because she wanted to find out Lin Yun's secret. That kid is improving so fast, he must have had some special opportunity. Who knew that after their daughter married into the family, she would turn against them? Every time he subtly inquired, his daughter gave him a perfunctory answer. Recently, they've stopped replying to messages altogether. Wu Qingya looked at her father's anxious expression, but she wasn't worried at all. She slowly sat down in the chair, picked up her teacup, took a sip, and then said, "Dad, where are the things?" Wu feigned ignorance and asked, "What is it? What do you think?" Wu Qingya feigned anger. "We made an agreement a few days ago. I would tell you the news, and you would give me the pills." Wu's face showed a pained expression. "Qingya, you still haven't told me." Wu Qingya knew his character and wouldn't give an inch. "Take it out and let me see it first. Otherwise, how would I know if you really have it?" Wu hesitated. That pill was something he obtained with great difficulty, and it was worth 400 million. What if the daughter takes the elixir but doesn't send any message? "Dad, if you don't believe me, then forget it." Wu Qingya made a move to leave. "Anyway, my cultivation level is already at the late stage of the first rank, so I won't be short of this pill in the future." "What?" Wu jumped up from his chair in shock. "You're at the late stage of tier 1. His daughter was only at the early stage of the first level when she married him. It's only been a few months? In just over 3 months, less than 4 months, it's already in the later stages. Even if you take pills every day, it shouldn't be this fast." Wu Qingya nodded and held out her hand. "So, where are the pills?" Wu looked at his daughter, his heart filled with mixed emotions. On the one hand, he was shocked by his daughter's rapid progress, and on the other hand, he felt a pang of regret for the pill. In the end, he gritted his teeth and took out an exquisite jade box from the safe in his study. "Give." He handed the jade box to Wu Qingya, his tone filled with heartache. This is the liquid transformation and return to origin pill, which is considered quite good among the pills for breaking through to the second tier. One pill costs a whopping 400 million. I spent a fortune and pulled countless strings to get this. Wu Qingya took the jade box, opened it, and examined it. Inside was a pill the size of a longan, entirely azure blue, with a shimmering sheen on its surface, radiating a rich energy fluctuation. She nodded in satisfaction, put the jade box away, and then said, Lin Yun has a special physique, the sacred physique of fertility. Wuda, he waited for ages, only to receive this one sentence? Only the special physique, sacred body of fertility? Nothing else? Like dual cultivation techniques or something? Wuda pressed. Wu Qingya rolled her eyes at him. That's all. This is it. After saying that, she turned and left, leaving Wuda alone in the study, lost in thought. Wuda was stunned for a while before he realized what was happening, and he was so angry that his teeth itched. Girls are useless once they grow up. She's only been married for a short time, and she's already sending things back to her parents' home to support her husband's family. 400 million. That's 400 million. All that news was about a special constitution? While this information is indeed valuable, it's way too expensive. Chapter 55 The Elixir of Transformation and Return to Origin. Please protect me, with gentle words. After coming out, Wu Qingya pulled Lin Yun along and went back to the Lin family home without even having dinner. As soon as she entered the room, she mysteriously closed the door and then took the jade box out of her bag. Husband, look what this is. She handed the jade box to Lin Yun as if it were a treasure. Lin Yun opened it with a puzzled look and was completely stunned when he saw the pills inside. This is the rejuvenating elixir. Wu Qingya exclaimed happily. A pill specifically designed to help you break through to the second tier. One pill costs 400 million. Lin Yun looked at her in disbelief. Qingya, what's wrong with you? Wu Qingya then told him the whole story. The true purpose of Wu Da's daughter's marriage, and her plan to exchange information for elixirs. After listening, Lin Yun remained silent for a moment. It turns out there was such a hidden story behind the Wu family's daughter's marriage. Husband, Wu Qingya looked at him cautiously. Are you angry with me? I shouldn't have kept it from you. Lin Yun shook his head, pulled her into his arms, and kissed her fiercely. Why would I be angry? I'm overjoyed. Wu Qingya blinked. Really? Really? Lin Yun nodded. I never intended to hide my special physical condition. It was bound to spread sooner or later anyway. My wife? You really gave your husband a pleasant surprise. He truly hadn't expected that Wu Qingya would help him obtain the breakthrough pill in this way. At this moment, Su Yingxue and Xin Yuqing also walked in. Both of them were astonished to see the pills in the jade box. After listening to Wu Qingya's story, Su Yingxue smiled happily. Exactly. A mere piece of worthless information was exchanged for a pill that can help you break through to the second tier. What a steal. Xin Yuqing. Qingya is so smart. Wu Qingya blushed at the praise. Actually, I just wanted to help my husband. I know. Lin Yun hugged her tighter. Thank you, my wife. The four of them looked at each other and smiled. The atmosphere in the room was warm and sweet. The atmosphere at the Wu family's place was not so pleasant. In the study, Wu De looked at Wang Shuyi and Feng Zhenbang with an expression as if he had just eaten bitter herbs. So, Lin Yun's only advantage is because of his special physique, the sacred body of fertility? Wang Shuyi asked incredulously. That's what Qingya said, Wu De said with a wry smile. And she said there's nothing left, just this one. Feng Zhenbang was also dumbfounded. So the pills we spent 400 million on were exchanged for this news. The three looked at each other, speechless for a moment. This pill was purchased jointly by three families. Wu De contributed 200 million, and Wang Shuyi and Feng Zhenbang each contributed 100 million. If the information is valuable, it should be shared among the three parties. But now, is this news worth 400 million? However, on the other hand, Wang Shuyi said thoughtfully, the sacred body of fertility. This is indeed very important information. If Lin Yun's rapid progress is truly due to this, then what? Feng Zhenbang asked. What if we could also get the benefits of this physique? A glint of light flashed in Wang Shuyi's eyes. Wu De and Feng Zhenbang exchanged a glance, both understanding his meaning. Lin Yun made rapid progress after getting married, and his wives also benefited from it. If my daughter marries into that family. But Lin Yun is very picky. Wu De shook his head. He has very high standards for choosing a wife. It's not just anyone. So what if the standards are high? Wang Shuyi said nonchalantly. We have plenty of outstanding daughters in our family. Old Feng, didn't your granddaughter just get into a martial arts university? I heard she's quite pretty too. The three began plotting again. Although this investment seems to have resulted in a loss, there may still be a chance for a turnaround. Perhaps Marrying one's own daughter off to that family is the real investment. As night deepened, the thoughts of the three major families began to stir again. The next morning, Lin Yun got up early. Knowing that he was going to make a breakthrough today, his three wives also got up. Although Lin Yun repeatedly urged them to continue resting, they refused no matter what he said. How could we not be there for such a momentous event as my husband's breakthrough? Su Yingxue said resolutely, her pregnant belly prominent. Yes, my husband, we want to see you break through to the next level. Xin Yuqing said gently but firmly. Wu Qingya nodded. We will stay with our husbands. Looking into the three pairs of concerned eyes, Lin Yun felt a warmth in his heart and had no choice but to agree. After the four of them had breakfast, Lin Yun led the three pregnant women to Wen Yan's residence. Wen Yan was somewhat surprised to see the four of them arrive together. So early? Sister Wen Yan, my husband is trying to break through to the second level today, and I would like to ask you to help protect him. Su Yingxue got straight to the point. Wen Yan was taken aback and looked at Lin Yun. You got your hands on a breakthrough pill? Lin Yun nodded and took out the jade box. Wen Yan took the jade box, opened it, and glanced at it. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. The liquid transformation and return to origin pill? This is not cheap. It was Qingya who exchanged it from her father. Su Yingxue said with a smile as she recounted the whole story. After listening, Wen Yan gave Wu Qingya a look. Not bad. You have guts. Wu Qingya was beaming with joy. It wasn't easy to receive praise from Wen Yan. The training room is a state-of-the-art gravity chamber. Lin Yun and Wen Yan went inside. This gravity chamber can reach a maximum gravity of 100 times, and currently only Wen Yan and Lin Yun can use it. How much punching power do you have right now? Wen Yan asked. 45,000 kilograms, Lin Yun replied. Wen Yan nodded. Your foundation is very solid. Let's start adjusting your mindset. Lin Yun sat cross-legged in the center of the gravity chamber, closed his eyes, and began to circulate the 5 hearts towards heaven technique. Wen Yan manipulated gravity, slowly increasing it 5 times, 10 times, 20 times. When the gravity increased to 40 times, Lin Yun's breathing became noticeably heavier. But he persisted, fully utilizing his internal energy cultivation technique to adjust the energy in his dantian to its optimal state. Half an hour has passed. Lin Yun opened his eyes, a glint of shrewdness flashing in them. It's ready. He took out the rejuvenating elixir from the jade box. The azure pill gleamed with a captivating luster under the light. Under Wen Yan's watchful gaze, Lin Yun put the pill into his mouth. The moment the pill entered the stomach, it immediately transformed into a fierce torrent, rushing straight towards the dantian. Lin Yun gritted his teeth and tried his best to control the medicinal power as it entered his dantian. The medicinal power of the liquid returning to origin pill churned wildly within the dantian, turning the entire dantian into a massive vortex that continuously compressed towards the center. Time passed second by second. Outside the gravity chamber, the 3 women nervously watched the monitor screen. On the screen, Lin Yun's brows were furrowed and his forehead was covered in sweat, clearly under immense pressure. Husband, Wu Qingya clenched her fists. It's all right, my husband will definitely succeed. Xin Yuqing comforted softly, but her hands were trembling slightly. Although Su Yingxue didn't speak, the worry in her eyes was equally evident. The 3 held hands tightly, giving each other strength. Chapter 56 Breakthrough to the second tier. Inside the gravity chamber, the situation is not optimistic. The thick, gaseous energy spun wildly within the dantian, growing increasingly dense, but it could never condense into a liquid state. Every time we compress to the limit, we fall just short, and then it all falls apart. Lin Yun could feel that he was just one step away from a breakthrough, but he just couldn't get past that last step. Wen Yan saw his predicament and began to slowly increase the gravity. 41 times, 42 times. It kept increasing until it reached Lin Yun's limit, 45 times. With the help of gravity, the pressure inside the dantian increases sharply. Lin Yun focused all his energy into his dantian, desperately compressing the energy. Finally, a tiny water droplet appeared at the center of the whirlpool. Lin Yun was overjoyed, but dared not be careless and continued to compress the pressure as hard as he could. However, those water droplets were only fleeting. Appears, disappears, reappears, disappears again. After several attempts, it just wouldn't stabilize. Wen Yan frowned slightly. It still didn't work. Although this kid had martial arts talent because of this sacred body of fertility, it was still too difficult for him to break through with just one pill. She didn't speak, and then the gravity doubled again 47 times. At the same time, she took out a delicate little bottle from her bosom, poured out some thick, emerald green liquid, and gently dripped it onto the back of Lin Yun's hand. The liquid penetrates the skin the moment it comes into contact with it. Lin Yun felt a pure and powerful energy coming from his arm, and quickly guided it into his dantian. With the addition of this power, the small water droplet in the center of the dantian immediately stabilized and stopped dissipating. All the energy within his dantian began to converge frantically towards the water droplet, which slowly grew larger and larger. Lin Yun pushed the 5 hearts towards heaven, technique to its limit, and countless cosmic energies converged from all directions, surging into his body. Outside the gravity chamber, the 3 women were so nervous that they dared not make a sound, and even their breathing became shallow. Finally, buzz! Lin Yun's body trembled, and a powerful aura erupted from his body. The very essence of life underwent a transformation at this moment. He opened his eyes, a flash of silver light appearing before returning to normal. But his entire demeanor has changed completely. He's become more composed, more reserved, but also more dangerous. It's a success. Lin Yun murmured to himself, feeling the surging power within his body. He felt his strength had almost doubled. Wenyan looked at him and smiled slightly. Not bad. Lin Yun excitedly grabbed Wenyan's hand. Sister Wenyan, I did it. I broke through to the 2nd tier. Wenyan slapped his hand away. I know, don't touch me. The gravity chamber door opened. The 3 women immediately surrounded them. My husband. Lin Yun pulled the 3 of them into his arms. I succeeded. Congratulations, my husband, the 3 women exclaimed in unison, their eyes glistening with tears of joy. Su Yingxue touched his face. My husband, you've worked hard. Xin Yuqing looked into his eyes. We have always believed that our husband will succeed. Wu Qingya simply held him tightly, without saying a word. The 4 of them embraced each other, sharing in the joy. Wenyan couldn't stand it anymore. All right. If you want to be all lovey-dovey, I'll go back to my room. Lin Yun, go test your strength. Lin Yun then released the 3 women and walked to the punching power testing machine. He didn't gather his strength for long. He threw a punch directly. Boom! The testing machine vibrated violently, and the numbers on the screen jumped wildly before finally settling on an astonishing value. 89,347.62 kilograms. More than 89,000 kilograms. Close to 90,000. This power is doubled. It weighs almost 9,000 kilograms more than a typical early-stage second-order product. This is a qualitative leap. Aside from Wenyan, the 3 women's eyes were incredibly tender. They looked at Lin Yun with eyes full of admiration and love. Wenyan couldn't stand the atmosphere any longer. All right, the test is over. If you're feeling hot, hurry back to your room. Sister Wenyan, Su Yingxue said reproachfully. We're just happy. We're joyful. Xin Yuqing. Yes, my husband finally broke through to the 2nd level. We are so touched. Wu Qingya didn't speak. She just kept nodding. Lin Yun looked at Wenyan with great enthusiasm. Sister Wenyan, I've already reached level 2. Just you wait. I'll catch up with you very soon. Wu Qingya's eyes sparkled as she chimed in. Sister Wenyan, just wait for your husband to marry you. Wenyan rolled her eyes at them, turned around and left. I can't be bothered with you. But the slight redness at the base of her ears betrayed the turmoil in her heart. At noon, the Lin family held a grand luncheon to celebrate Lin Yun's breakthrough to the 2nd stage. Lin Jintian was overjoyed and drank several cups of wine. Well done, Yinner. Our Lin family finally has its own 2nd-tier martial artist. Although Wen Yan is also at the 2nd stage perfection level, she is an externally hired guardian deity, not a member of the Lin family. Lin Yun, however, is a true descendant of the Lin family. The news of Lin Yun's breakthrough quickly spread throughout the upper echelons of Jiangqing. Everyone was shocked. Lin Yun, that former martial arts failure, has actually become a 2nd-tier martial artist? And he's only 19. A 19-year-old 2nd-tier martial artist is a genius among geniuses in the entire Tianshui County. When Wuda heard the news, he was drinking tea and almost spat it out. What? He broke through. I just gave him the pills yesterday, and he broke through today? He asked the steward in disbelief. Absolutely true. The butler exclaimed excitedly. Young Master Lin unleashed a punch with nearly 90,000 kilograms of force, officially becoming a 2nd-tier martial artist. Wuda was stunned for a long while, then burst into laughter. Excellent. Wuda was right about him. This son-in-law is truly a genius. He completely forgot that he was heartbroken about the 400 million pill just yesterday. In retrospect, this investment was absolutely worthwhile. At the same time, the Wang and Feng families also received the news. The heads of the 2 families looked at each other, both seeing shock and fervor in each other's eyes. A single transformation pill is all it takes to break through. Wang Shi muttered to himself, this talent is simply terrifying. Feng Zhenbang nodded in agreement, and he's only 19. His future is limitless. The 2 exchanged a glance and said in unison, find them. Find all the women in the family who meet the criteria. They have made up their minds to marry into the Lin family no matter what. As long as you can establish a connection with Lin Yun, the future rewards will be unimaginable. Meanwhile, at the Lin family manor, the luncheon was still ongoing. Lin Yun sat in the main seat, surrounded by his three beautiful wives. Lin Jintian's face was full of wrinkles from smiling, and although Wen Yin still looked arrogant, there was also a smile in his eyes. Sunlight streamed in through the window, bathing everything in a warm glow. The Lin family's future is bright, but Lin Yun's story has only just begun. Second order is just a new starting point. There is still a long road ahead and higher mountains to climb. Chapter 57. Explosive Pregnancy Energy. First pregnancy is twins, a boy and a girl. After becoming a second-tier martial artist, Lin Yun quickly faced a real problem: resources. The first-tier qi and blood pill had no effect on him whatsoever. Each time I took it, the medicine seemed to sink into the ocean without causing any ripples. A single second-tier qi and blood pill costs 400 million, and with the Lin family's current financial resources, they can only afford a maximum of 3 a year. This is without considering other expenses. This is the first time I felt like I don't have enough money. Lin Yun shook his head with a wry smile. He once thought the Lin family was incredibly wealthy, with inexhaustible resources. Only now do I realize that on the true path of martial arts, no amount of wealth seems insignificant. But he didn't have any good solutions for the time being, and could only hope that the system would give him more rewards after the children were born. Although the first-tier qi and blood pill was useless to Lin Yun, it was still very useful to Su Yingxue and the other two women. Lin Yun maintained a frequency of once every 10 days or so, guiding the medicinal power into their bodies through dual cultivation. This method is more effective than them taking it directly. It has higher conversion efficiency, a more comfortable process, and no need for strenuous energy cultivation afterwards. The three women's cultivation has steadily improved, and they are now all in the late stage of the first rank, close to the perfect state. Soon, a month had passed. Su Yingxue's due date has arrived. Outside the delivery room at the Lin family manor, the Lin family members waited anxiously and expectantly. Lin Yun paced back and forth, appearing calm on the surface, but his clenched fists betrayed his inner tension. Shen Yuqing and Wu Qingya stayed by his side. Both of them were pregnant and felt his pain deeply. Their faces were full of concern. Grandpa Lin Jintian sat in a wheelchair, clutching a string of Buddhist prayer beads tightly in his hand, muttering incantations, clearly in prayer. To everyone's surprise, Wen Yin also came. She stood quietly by the window in the corridor, looking out. She seemed calm, but the occasional glances she gave towards the delivery room betrayed her concern. Time passed by, and each second felt incredibly long. Finally, wow! A loud and clear cry of a newborn baby came from the delivery room. Lin Yun's body trembled, and he froze completely. Immediately afterwards, another equally loud cry rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for having offspring reward. 10 years of martial arts cultivation insights. Ding! Congratulations to the host for having offspring reward. 10 years of martial arts cultivation insights. Ding! Congratulations, host, on the birth of twins. The martial arts talent of your offspring has been detected to be at the upper grade yellow level. Reward, secret technique, blood boiling. The system notifications kept ringing in Lin Yun's mind, but he had no time to pay attention to them. His full attention was drawn to the two cries. Twins. They really are twins. Although I already knew during the prenatal checkup, the excitement and joy of actually hearing my baby cry was something that no test report could replace. Just then, the door to the delivery room opened. To everyone's astonishment, Su Yingxue actually came out carrying 2 children. Her face was rosy and she was full of energy. Apart from a few fine beads of sweat on her forehead, she didn't look like she had just given birth. Yingxue, Lin Yun exclaimed. Why are you out here? Quick, quick, go lie down and rest. You just gave birth. He took 2 strides forward and was about to help Su Yingxue back to her room. Grandpa Lin Jintian also got anxious. That's right. Yingxue, how can you get up? You haven't even finished your postpartum confinement. How can you get out of bed? Shen Yuqing and Wu Qingya also rushed forward. Sister Yingxue, go back and lie down. If Lin Yun hadn't already been helping Su Yingxue inside, the two of them would have been ready to make their move as well. Seeing this scene, Wen Yin said speechlessly, Hey, what are you doing? Yingxue is a martial artist. At this moment, the midwife also came out smiling and offered her congratulations. Congratulations, young Master Lin. Congratulations, old master. Madam is a martial artist with abundant qi and blood, so her delivery went very smoothly. She gave birth in no time, so she's fine. Look at Madam's complexion. It's much better than many women who haven't had children. Lin Yun and the others then took a closer look at Su Yingxue. Indeed, apart from some sweat on her forehead, her complexion was rosy, Her eyes were bright, and her breathing was steady. She didn't look like she had just given birth at all. Martial artists, are they that powerful? Wu Qingyao murmured. She was also a martial artist and pregnant, and seeing Su Yingxue like this, she felt much more at ease. Of course, Wen Yin said calmly. A first-level martial artist's physical abilities far surpass those of ordinary people, so giving birth is naturally easier for them. Once you reach the second stage, the risks of childbirth will be even lower. No. It should be said that after you become martial artists, there is no risk at all in having children. Hearing this, Shen Yuqing and Wu Qingya both breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Yun was relieved, but still carefully helped Su Yingxue sit down. You still need to rest more. I know, my husband. Su Yingxue smiled sweetly. Then she looked down at the two children in her arms, her eyes filled with maternal tenderness. My husband, look at our children. Lin Yun then looked closely at the two children. The two little ones are so cute, with fair skin and delicate features. Their eyes are not yet open, but you can tell that their eyelashes are very long. Most importantly, they don't look wrinkled like ordinary babies at birth. Instead, they seem to have already grown out a bit. So beautiful. Shen Yuqing exclaimed softly. So cute. Wu Qingya also came over to look. Looking at these two tiny lives, Lin Yun felt an indescribable surge of emotion. This is his child with Yingxue. He became a father. To his even greater surprise, the system indicated that both children possessed yellow-level superior martial arts talent far better than he had anticipated. It should be noted that when Su Yingxue was pregnant, his martial arts talent was only at the middle level of the yellow rank, while Su Yingxue's was at the lower level of the yellow rank. Logically speaking, a child's talent is influenced by both parents, and it is highly likely that the talent level will be either low grade or medium grade. The system notification indicated that it was a high-grade yellow item. There is only one explanation. The fertility body not only makes it easier for martial artists to conceive, but also enhances the martial arts talent of their offspring. System, Lin Yun asked in his mind. Why are children's talents higher than their parents? Ding. Back to host. The fertility body can optimize genes, refine the best traits of both parents, and enhance the talents of offspring. Furthermore, as the activation level of the sacred body increases, the aptitude of future generations will improve. I see. Lin Yun was overjoyed. This means that not only will his children be gifted, but as he marries more wives and has more children, his holy body will become more activated, and his offspring will become even more gifted. This is simply a family heirloom. Chapter 58, Naming the Dragon and Phoenix. Martial arts combat techniques reach perfection. Husband, what are you thinking about? Su Yingxue's voice pulled him back from his thoughts. Lin Yun snapped out of his reverie, looked into her gentle eyes, and smiled. I was thinking, our child is so beautiful, just like you. No, that's not true, Su Yingxue said, blushing. Boys look like you, and girls look like you too. Of course they're both good-looking, Lin Yun said with a smile, because both my parents are good-looking. Shen Yuqing and Wu Qingya both laughed. By the way, husband, Su Yingxue said, let us give the children some names. Lin Yun thought for a moment. Boy, girl. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Since this is his first child, and he has such great talent, let's name him after two protagonists. The boy's name is Lin Feng, and the girl's name is Lin Wanner, he said. Lin Feng, Lin Wanner. Su Yingxue repeated softly, her eyes growing brighter and brighter. Fenger Wanner. What beautiful names. My husband is so good at choosing names. Lin Yun chuckled inwardly. These are the most common names for male and female protagonists in novels. I hope these two children will have a smooth and successful future, just like those protagonists. Wind. Wanner. Shen Yuqing murmured softly. So beautiful. We'll have Xiaofeng and Xiao Wanner now too. Wu Qingya was very happy. Grandpa Lin Jintian nodded in agreement. Good names. Fenger Wanner, our Lin family's eldest grandson and eldest granddaughter. Although Wen Yin didn't speak, her eyes were full of gentleness. After the couple calmed down, Lin Yun carefully took a child from Su Yingxue's arms. It was a boy, Lin Feng. The little one was sleeping soundly, his little mouth slightly open, and he would occasionally twitch his little fingers. Lin Yun held him, her movements somewhat stiff. This was the first time he had ever held such a small baby, and he was afraid of hurting him. Relax, my husband, Su Yingxue said with a smile. The baby will be uncomfortable if you keep acting like this. Lin Yun took a deep breath and slowly adjusted his posture. Sure enough, the little one stirred in his arms, found a more comfortable position, and fell into a deep sleep again. Lin Yun then carried Lin Feng and walked to his grandfather, Lin Jintian. Grandpa, look, this is the wind. Lin Jintian's hands trembled as he tried to take the child, but he was afraid that he was too old to hold him properly, so he just gently touched Lin Feng's little face. Good, good. Tears welled in the old man's eyes. Our Lin family, finally has an heir. He then looked at Lin Wanner and Su Yingshue's arms. Is that Wanna? Come, let me see her too. Su Yingxue carried Lin Wanner over. Lin Jintian looked at his two great-grandchildren, tears streaming down his face. Yun'er's parents in heaven will surely be pleased. Our Lin family has flourished. Seeing the old man like this, Lin Yun felt a pang of sadness. He knew that his grandfather had been looking forward to this day all these years. Grandpa, there will be more in the future. Once Yu Qing and Qingya's child is born, the Lin family will have more and more children. Okay. Lin Jintian nodded repeatedly. Grandpa, wait. Grandpa must live to see all his great-grandchildren grow up. The Lin family was immersed in joy for the next few days. Although Su Yingxue was a martial artist and recovered quickly, Lin Yun still forced her to rest for a few days. Lin Yun personally took care of her and her two children, providing them with meticulous care. Xin Yuqing and Wu Qingya also helped take care of the children. Although they were also pregnant, they were overcome with maternal instincts when they saw the two adorable children. Wanner is such a good girl. She doesn't cry or fuss. Xin Yuqing said gently, holding Lin Wanner in her arms. Feng'er is very well behaved, Wu Qingya said, holding Lin Feng. He just eats a lot. Su Yingxue lay on the bed, watching this scene, her face full of a happy smile. Lin Yun sat down beside her and held her hand. Thank you for your hard work, Yingxue. It's not hard work. Su Yingxue shook her head. I'm very happy to be able to bear children for my husband. She paused, then said softly, My lord, I think, after Feng'er and Wanner have been a month old, shall we formally go to Qianqi's house to propose marriage? Lin Yun was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, Okay. He didn't expect that Su Yingxue would still be thinking about this matter right after giving birth. Qianqi is a good girl. Besides, she loves her husband so much. The sooner we marry her, the sooner we can have more sisters and more children. Lin Yun looked into her gentle eyes and was deeply moved. With a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? The system rewards for the birth of the twins were far more abundant than Lin Yun had anticipated. After he received the 10 years of martial arts cultivation insights, a massive amount of martial arts experience flooded into his mind like a tidal wave. In that instant, it was as if he had truly undergone 20 years of arduous training. Day after day, I practiced combat skills year after year. I comprehended the way of martial arts. Every detail became crystal clear. The most direct changes occurred in combat techniques. I had been learning 2 combat skills for almost a year. The yellow grade low level phantom step and the yellow grade mid-level stone splitting fist. I'm always stuck at the beginner level, and even reaching the junior high level seems like an impossible dream. Lin Yun initially thought this was a limitation of his talent and that he needed more time to hone his skills. But after 20 years of martial arts enlightenment, the level of these 2 combat skills began to rise wildly. Go directly from beginner to minor mastery, then progress from small achievements to great achievements. Finally, he broke through the great accomplishment stage and reached the perfect stage. It was completed in one go. When the enlightenment ended, Lin Yun opened his eyes, and his entire demeanor underwent a subtle change. He could clearly feel that his understanding of these 2 combat skills had reached an unprecedented level. He knew every move and every stance by heart, as naturally as breathing. Is this the state of perfection? Lin Yun murmured to himself. He tried to use the phantom step, and his figure moved quickly around the room, leaving behind 3 clear afterimages. This is not the blurry shadow from before, but an afterimage that is almost indistinguishable from the real thing. Then he activated the stone-splitting fist and threw a punch. He didn't use his full strength, but the air around the punch emitted a sharp, explosive sound. He could feel that the power of this punch was concentrated to the extreme, with all the power focused on one point, without any waste. This is the power of the perfect state. Lin Yun reached a level that ordinary people might not be able to achieve even after decades of arduous training, all in a mere instant. That's not all. The secret technique, blood boiling, awarded by the system, is even more overpowered. Lin Yun carefully studied the introduction to this secret technique, becoming increasingly alarmed with each reading. Reaching the perfect level of cultivation can actually double one's strength. This secret technique, it's practically made for battle. Lin Yun was extremely excited. He had browsed through the official skill manual database many times, but had never seen such a monstrous skill. Of course, it's also possible that his access level is too low, preventing him from accessing truly top-tier secret techniques. However, after 20 years of martial arts enlightenment, Lin Yun easily cultivated blood boiling to the great perfection. He can now exert 1.6 times his own strength. This means that if he unleashes his full power with blood boiling, his punching force can soar from 90,000 kilograms to over 140,000 kilograms. This is absolutely a killer move. Chapter 59. The aloof school beauty is pregnant again. Wen Yan's shock and Lin Yun's explanation. Su Yingxue was only forced to rest for a week before she couldn't take it anymore. My husband. I'm really healed. She clung to Lin Yun's arm and acted coquettishly. Look at me. I'm full of energy and vitality, and I'm perfectly fine. Looking at her rosy complexion and bright eyes, Lin Yun realized that she didn't seem like someone who needed to stay in bed any longer. But he was still worried. Rest a few more days, having a baby is a big deal. No, Su Yingxue rarely acted childishly. I want to go to the training room. I want to cultivate. In the end, Lin Yun couldn't persuade her otherwise and had to agree. However, he set conditions: the training must be conducted under his supervision and cannot be too intense. Su Yingxue readily agreed. However, once she entered the practice room, her true colors were revealed. 20 times gravity. Activate. She shouted excitedly and walked straight into the gravity chamber. Lin Yun was startled and quickly followed her inside. Yingxue, 20 times the weight is too heavy. You now. He froze before he could finish speaking. Under 20 times the gravity, Su Yingxue actually performed a set of punches with ease. His movements were fluid, his breathing was steady, and he didn't seem to be struggling at all. See, my husband, I'm really fine, Su Yingxue said proudly. I'm a martial artist, and a martial artist who has just given birth. Lin Yun then truly believed that Su Yingxue had indeed recovered very well. In the following days, Su Yingxue would go to the training room whenever she had free time. Although Lin Yun felt much more at ease, he still stayed by her side closely, fearing that something might happen to her. After Su Yingxue was able to cultivate to her heart's content, she pestered Lin Yun that very night to have a good time cultivating together. That night, Su Yingxue stunned both Xin Yuqing and Wu Qingya. Sister Yingxue, you're so amazing today. Yeah, it feels even worse than before. Su Yingxue smiled smugly. Of course. After holding it in for so long. Of course I have to make it up to you. Lin Yun also enjoyed his wife's enthusiasm. But there was one problem that troubled him. Su Yingxue's fertility was off the charts. She conceived on her first ovulation, and it was twins. She had only given birth a little over a week ago, and Lin Yun really didn't want her to get pregnant again so soon. Yingxue, should we wait a bit? Lin Yun asked softly. Su Yingxue hugged him, breathing warm air into his ear. Husband, it's all right, I'm perfectly healthy, and I want to have another baby for you. As she spoke, she deliberately rubbed against him. Lin Yun softened his heart and couldn't hold back. Then, 1 week later, on an evening, the system notification sounded in Lin Yun's mind. Ding. Detected that spouse Su Yingxue is pregnant. Due date, 298 days from now. Fetal condition, healthy. Special note, during conception, the mother's physical development speed increases by 50%, and the fetus will inherit the excellent genes of both parents. Lin Yun. He was completely stunned. Su Yingxue, this former aloof school beauty, her pregnancy is absolutely explosive. She's pregnant again less than 2 weeks after giving birth. When Lin Yun told Su Yingxue the news, her reaction was completely unexpected. Really? Su Yingxue's eyes lit up, and she hugged him tightly with joy. That's wonderful. I can have another baby for my husband. She wasn't flustered at all, on the contrary. She was overjoyed. Lin Yun was both amused and exasperated. Yingxue, don't you think it's too fast? I don't think so, Su Yingxue shook her head. I love having babies for my husband, and look, I have no health problems at all. As she spoke, she performed a few difficult moves for Lin Yun. This caused Lin Yun to grit his teeth and inhale, as if to prove that he was indeed in good condition. The next day, Wen Yin was speechless when she heard the news. Aren't you wholeheartedly pursuing martial arts? What's wrong with you now? Su Yingxue said with pride. What's more important than martial arts cultivation than giving birth to a baby for my husband? Besides, cultivating together with my husband is much faster than practicing alone, and the process is so beautiful too. She said this without blushing or skipping a beat, completely devoid of her previous shyness. Wen Yin. She was speechless. Then Su Yingxue leaned close to her ear with a mischievous grin. Sister Wen Yin, forget about any promises, just marry your husband. It's only a matter of time anyway. Wen Yin glared at her, then turned and left. But that afternoon, Wen Yin gave Lin Yun a fierce training session in the training room. Give it your all. Let me see your current strength. She spoke coldly, her actions anything but gentle. Lin Yun dared not slack off and went all out. When he unleashed the perfected versions of Phantom Step and Stone-Splitting Fist, Wen Yin was stunned. This is... She looked at Lin Yun in disbelief. She could clearly sense that Lin Yun's understanding and control of combat skills were completely different now. That smooth and effortless feeling can only be obtained by cultivating combat skills to the point of perfection. But Lin Yun has only been practicing these two combat skills for less than a year. Before, it couldn't even reach the level of a small Chengdu. So how come it's perfect now? How did you do that? Wen Yin asked. Lin Yun was prepared for this. He explained, following his prepared explanation. This is because of the sacred body of fertility. When Feng'er and Wan'er were born, I felt a surge of bloodline power, and then a secret technique called blood qi boiling appeared in my mind. Not only that, but various martial arts insights related to the cultivation of secret techniques also appeared at the same time, and my two combat skills were directly perfected in this way. Wen Yin stared blankly at him, her expression somewhat bewildered. Bloodline pulsation? Secret technique? Martial arts enlightenment. Lin Yun nodded, then activated the blood qi boiling technique. Instantly, his blood and qi surged, and his aura increased by 1.6 times. Wen Yin was completely stunned. After a long while, she finally spoke. Come on, punch me hard. Lin Yun dared not be careless and threw a punch with all his might. Wen Yin caught the punch with one hand, feeling the power from the fist, and was extremely shocked. That punch indeed had a force of about 140,000 kilograms. How many times stronger can your blood-boiling technique unleash at most? I'm only at the great completion stage right now, so I can only do 1.6 times. Once it's perfected, it can unleash twice the power. Wen Yin. She didn't know what to say. Bloodline pulsation, secret techniques, double strength, sacred body of fertility. These thoughts swirled wildly in her mind. She searched through all her knowledge and memories, but had never heard of such a special constitution. Suing Xue and the other two girls didn't think much of it, they just cheered for Lin Yun. My husband is so amazing. Yes, my husband always surprises us. My husband is so wonderful. The love in the eyes of the three women was overflowing, and they all expressed their desire to give their husbands many, many children. Touched, Lin Yun embraced the three women and whispered sweet nothings to them. Chapter 60 Possession? Keep it a secret. Purchase a top-tier yellow-grade combat skill. When Wen Yin finished searching through the documents and looked up, the four of them were still in the same state. Suing Xue hugged Lin Yun and acted coquettishly, feeling even more pleased with herself. My husband, how could you not tell us about something so important right away? Luckily, I didn't listen to my husband, and now I'm pregnant again. As she said this, she chuckled, touching her flat stomach. Lin Yun kissed each of them once. I've been so excited these past few days that I completely forgot about it. If it weren't for Sister Wen Yin's battle with me just now, I wouldn't even remember it. Wen Yin watched this scene and took a deep breath. Stop, stop, stop. The four of them then stopped and looked at her with suspicion. Wen Yan's expression was unusually serious. Listen carefully. Lin Yun's physique is too special, he even has a bloodline inheritance. You must keep the matter of bloodline inheritance a secret and never tell anyone. Seeing Wen Yan's serious expression, the four nodded earnestly. Don't worry, Sister Wen Yin. We will keep it a secret. Only the five of us know. Wen Yin was still worried. You absolutely must keep this a secret. Otherwise, his life might be in danger. What? The three girls panicked immediately. Why? Wen Yin explained in a deep voice. I've looked through all the information I could find about special human physical characteristics, and none of them have any bloodline inheritance. Those who can inherit bloodlines are all super powerful creatures, some of whom are even born at the 5th or 6th rank. This kind of being is a treasure from head to toe. She paused, then lowered her voice even further. Even some powerful human martial artists will try to possess such creatures. You wouldn't want to wake up one day and find that your husband isn't your husband, would you? Lin Yun and his three companions were stunned. Lin Yun was surprised that the reason he made up on a whim actually made sense. And just like in the novel, it really does have a bloodline inheritance setting. He felt fortunate, thankfully, he hadn't kept it from Wen Yin. Otherwise, if he had been accidentally exposed, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The three women were even more terrified. Possession. Suing Xue's face turned deathly pale. Then, what if my husband? As long as it's kept secret, it shouldn't be a problem, Wen Yin reassured her. But you must remember, you must never tell anyone about this, including your parents. Shen Yuqing and Wu Qingya both nodded vigorously, their eyes filled with lingering fear. Then, what about blood boiling? Lin Yun asked. Can I use it? Wen Yin thought for a moment and said, it can be used, but don't use it unless absolutely necessary. Furthermore, it's best to wait until you become a third-tier martial artist before using it. At that time, you will have a certain ability to protect yourself, and you will be able to deal with it even if you are being targeted. Lin Yun nodded. I understand. With Lin Yun's reassurance, the three wives quickly calmed down. Although the threat of possession still made them uneasy, seeing Lin Yun's confident smile and calm demeanor gradually eased their worries. As long as we keep it a secret, nothing will happen, Suing Xue said firmly, holding Lin Yun's hand. Moreover, my husband will become stronger and stronger, and then no one will be able to hurt him. Shen Yuqing and Wu Qingyan nodded in agreement. Seeing that the atmosphere had eased, the three women began to shift their attention to Lin Yun's martial arts training. My husband has now mastered both of his combat skills, but the levels are not high, only the lower middle grade of the yellow rank. Moreover, my husband is already a second-tier martial artist. Sister Wenyan, why don't you teach your husband even more powerful martial arts techniques? Wenyan thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Okay, I happen to know two top-grade yellow-level combat skills: the movement technique, 1,000 Shadow Steps, and the sword technique, Swift Shadow. However, she looked at Lin Yun. You'll have to buy these two combat skills yourself from the official website. It'll cost about 150 million in total. Why do we need to buy it? Lin Yun asked, puzzled. Sister Wenyan, can't you just teach me directly? No. Wenyan shook her head. I do not possess the manuals for these two combat techniques, and I cannot distribute them without authorization. The government has very strict copyright management over various martial arts techniques and combat skills. If I am found to have taught this privately, you will have to pay a fine of 10 times the amount, and I will also be fined 10 times the amount. That's just how the world of martial arts works. Not all martial arts techniques and combat skills can be taught casually, like the stone-splitting fist and phantom step that Wenyan taught before, and the yellow-grade superior guiding technique, water cloud technique, given to Su Yingxue by her grandfather Lin Jintian. They all have secret manuals, meaning they can be passed down to family members and apprentices. However, combat techniques without a manual must be learned through official channels. Moreover, Wenyan added, once you buy it, you can't just teach it to anyone else. Unless you obtain a submission license that incurs an additional fee. Licensing is very, very expensive. Lin Yun nodded, understood. I'll go buy it right away. He turned on his communicator and logged into the official martial arts website. Searching for 1,000 Shadow Steps and Swift Shadow in the Martial Arts and Combat Technique section, I found them. 1,000 Shadow Steps, a top-grade yellow-level movement technique, priced at 80 million. Introduction. When mastered, one can create dozens of afterimages. When perfected, one can create hundreds of afterimages, making it difficult to distinguish the true form. A Glimpse of Beauty, a top-grade yellow-level sword technique, priced at 70 million. Introduction. The sword strikes like a startled swan, and the movements are as swift as a shadow, emphasizing speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness. For a mere 150 million, Lin Yun clicked to buy directly. The sudden loss of 150 million from his account caused him immense heartache. Money really goes by in a flash. He sighed. This is nothing, Wenyan said calmly. You'll only realize how expensive it is when you reach the 3rd rank and start buying Xian-level cultivation techniques and combat skills. After the purchase was successful, the detailed information and training methods of the two combat skills were directly transmitted to Lin Yun's communicator. For the next week or so, he devoted himself entirely to practicing these two combat skills. With 20 years of martial arts experience as a foundation, coupled with the personal guidance of Wenyan, a second-stage perfected martial artist, Lin Yun's progress was astonishingly fast. In just 3 days, he mastered the basics of the 1,000 Shadow Steps and was able to create 3 clear afterimages. 7 days later, he had also mastered the basics of a Glimpse of the Beauty, and his swordsmanship already had a hint of the Glimpse of the Beauty. A little over a week later, both combat skills had reached the minor mastery level. The 1,000 Shadow Steps can create more than a dozen afterimages, while the Fleeting Shadow sword technique is even more fierce, with a faint sound of air being cut. In the training room, Wenyan watched Lin Yun's rapid progress with envy. Based on your current understanding of martial arts, you will reach the great perfection level in less than a month. Is this what bloodline inheritance is? This is too. She didn't finish speaking, but the shock in her eyes said it all. Lin Yun sheathed his long sword and smiled. Sister Wenyan, you see I have a bloodline inheritance, so it shouldn't be long before I catch up with you. How about we? Not as good as you, my foot. Wenyan gave him a sharp rap on the head. We'll talk after you defeat me. Chapter 61, Marrying the School Beauty, Lin Qianqi. Lin Yun covered his head. Okay. All right. Wenyan changed the subject. It's your turn to teach me boiling blood. 3 days ago, Lin Yun taught Wenyan the blood boiling point technique. Wenyan's reaction at the time was one of shock. The secret method of bloodline inheritance can be taught to others? Lin Yun found it somewhat amusing. The bloodline inheritance was just something he made up. The secret techniques were given to him by the system, so of course he could teach them to others. But he couldn't say that. He just said, let's give it a try. What if I can teach you? Then he taught her. However, this secret technique is indeed extremely profound. Although Wenyan was a second-tier perfected martial artist with considerable talent, 3 days had passed, and he hadn't even entered the door. The flow of qi and blood here is incorrect. Lin Yun stood behind Wen Yan, gently tapping her back with his finger. It should be like this. Wen Yan's body stiffened slightly, but she quickly relaxed and adjusted her blood circulation route according to Lin Yun's instructions. This feeling is wonderful. She used to teach Lin Yun, but now it's the other way around, and Lin Yun is teaching her. Yes, that's it. Keep running. Wen Yan closed his eyes and focused intently on circulating the blood boiling technique. She could sense that this secret technique was indeed incredibly profound, requiring an extremely high level of control over one's qi and blood. But once it is successfully forged, its power will be absolutely astonishing. Lin Yun carefully guided her, correcting her mistakes from time to time. The two of them taught and learned in this way, and time passed by unnoticed. In the blink of an eye, more than a month has passed. Lin Qianqi has graduated. Her qi and blood value reached exactly 100 points, and she successfully passed the entrance exam for the martial arts university. But to everyone's surprise, she gave up her admission to university because Lin Yun came to propose marriage. Qianqi, are you really sure about this? The opportunity to attend a martial arts university is very rare. Lin's mother asked with some concern. The reason I agreed to let Lin Yun marry my daughter was because my daughter herself was willing. The more important reason is that the chances of my daughter getting into a martial arts university are slim. The process of honing one's qi and blood during the apprenticeship period becomes increasingly difficult as it progresses. They never expected their daughter to actually achieve that. Mom, didn't we agree on this before? Lin Qianqi's attitude was very firm. For me, marrying my senior is more important than anything else. Moreover, my senior said that even if I don't go to a martial arts university, he can still teach me martial arts, and I won't lack resources. Mr. Lin sighed. Since you've made your decision, we respect it. A few days later, the Lin family manor was once again decorated with lanterns and colorful streamers. With just a few days left in the year, the Lin family held their fourth wedding. But the guests' enthusiasm remained undiminished. The news of Lin Yun's breakthrough to the second tier had already spread, and everyone wanted to cultivate a good relationship with the Lin family. The wedding ceremony remained solemn and joyous. When Lin Yun gently lifted the red veil, a breathtakingly beautiful face appeared before him. Lin Qianqi wore exquisite bridal makeup today, and her already stunning beauty was made even more radiant by the red makeup. She lowered her head shyly, not daring to look at Lin Yun, but her slightly trembling eyelashes and flushed cheeks betrayed her nervousness and excitement. She had liked Lin Yun for a long time. I first met this senior in high school. Later, through repeated chance encounters, conversations, and moments of attraction, her heart was already filled with his image. Now, she was finally going to become his wife. Qianqi, Lin Yun called softly. Lin Qianqi responded softly, finally mustering the courage to raise her head. The moment their eyes met, Lin Qianqi gazed at Lin Yun with a look of adoration, her eyes filled with love and happiness. Then, she blurted out instinctively, her voice incredibly sweet and charming. Senior. That senior made Lin Yun's heart flutter. He looked at her affectionately. Still calling me senior? Lin Qianqi blushed even more and whispered, Husband. Husband. This scene was perfectly captured by a hidden camera in the new house. Meanwhile, on the other end of the monitor, Su Yingxue, Xin Yuqing, and Wu Qingyao were huddled together, their eyes glued to the screen. Wow, 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 Su Yingxue exclaimed excitedly. Qianqi is so cute. Quick, give her a kiss. My husband kissed me. My husband kissed me. Xin Yuqing was also a little excited. Wow, so beautiful, Wu Qingyao exclaimed, her eyes filled with envy. Qianqi looks so pretty today. Hurry, hurry, take a screenshot. Su Yingxue commanded. This angle. Perfect. Wow, perfect. Xin Yuqing cooperated by operating the tablet. Afterwards, they drank the nuptial wine and entered the bridal chamber, without the three of them even blinking. Numerous excited exclamations escaped from the three women's mouths. Little Qianqi is so shy. My husband is so gentle. Wow, what an angle. Quick, take a screenshot. Fortunately, the room was very soundproof. You couldn't hear a sound from outside, otherwise. Inside the new house, red candles flickered. Lin Yun looked at the shy bride in front of him, his heart filled with tenderness. He gently pulled her into his arms. Qianqi, from today onwards, you are my wife. Lin Qianqi nestled in his arms, feeling his warmth. Husband, I'm so happy. I'm very happy too. Lin Yun lowered his head and kissed her. The red curtain slowly fell, obscuring the candlelight and the figures of the two people. That night, the lights in both rooms stayed on until late. One reason was their newlywed bliss, and the other was the live broadcast. The next morning, because it allows them to see the movements of the newlyweds. While the two were washing up, Su Yingxue quickly put away the stained sheets. Then he and Shun Yuqing sat in the restaurant waiting. The three of them glanced toward the door every now and then, each with a meaningful smile on their face. They're here, they're here. Su Yingshue's eyes lit up, and she said in a low voice. Soon, Lin Yun led Lin Qianqi in. Lin Qianqi was wearing light pink loungewear. Her face was rosy, her eyes were darting around, and her steps were a little unsteady. I didn't dare look directly at my three older sisters. Little sister Qianqi, did you sleep well last night? Su Yingxue asked with a smile, emphasizing the word sleep. Lin Qianqi's face flushed red to her ears, and she replied softly, It's all right. Are you all right? Shen Yuqing blinked. I heard quite a lot of noise from your room. Ah, Lin Qianqi exclaimed, instinctively hiding behind Lin Yun. Sister Yuqing, what? Although the rooms in our manor are well soundproofed, they are not completely soundproof. Wu Qingya smiled, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Little sister Qianqi, tell me, how did you feel on your wedding night? Lin Qianqi felt like she was on fire. Her head bowed, so low it was almost buried in her chest. Thoughts? How could you say something like that out loud? She still has the images from last night stuck in her mind. The red candles flickered, her husband's tender kisses, and then there were those things that made her blush and her heart race. All right, stop teasing her. Lin Yun laughed and pulled Lin Qianqi to sit down next to him. Qianqi is shy. My husband is biased, Wu Qingya pouted. Our bridesmaids asked us about it on our second day of marriage. That's right, Shen Yuqing chimed in. It's a tradition of our Lin family. Shen Yuqing chuckled and said, but don't be shy, Qianqi. Anyway, we'll be sleeping together in the future, so you'll get used to it. Sleeping together under the same quilt. Lin Qianqi suddenly looked up, her eyes wide open. Shen Yuqing nodded. Yes, apart from our individual wedding nights, we all sleep together afterwards. That's what makes it lively. Lin Qianqi's face was so red it looked like it could bleed. She couldn't even imagine that scene. Being alone with my senior. No, with my husband is embarrassing enough, but having to be alone with three older sisters too. Oh my, Qianqi's expression is so cute. Su Yingxue suddenly leaned close to Lin Qianqi's ear and spoke in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Tonight, we'll be watching your performance closely. Lin Qianqi froze instantly. Chapter 62, Sleeping Together Under the Same Blanket. Wen Yin breaks through to the third tier. Night falls in the master bedroom of the Lin family manor. The bed in this room is surprisingly large, big enough to accommodate 7 or 8 people lying side by side. At this moment, soft, warm yellow light illuminated the entire room. Lin Qianqi, dressed in a silk nightgown, stood helplessly by the bed. She looked at Su Yingxue, Shen Yuqing, and Wu Qingya, who were already lying on the bed, and then at Lin Yun, who was smiling and waving at her. She felt her heart was about to jump out of her chest. Sister Qianqi, come quick. Su Yingxue patted the spot next to her. Aye. Lin Qianqi stammered, but finally forced herself to climb into bed. What happened next completely overturned her understanding. The three older sisters not only made no attempt to hide it, but even took the initiative. Lin Qianqi stared in disbelief, her face burning hot. How could this be? How could there be such embarrassing actions and postures? Qianqi, don't just watch, Shen Yuqing said with a smile, pulling her along. Come on, I'll teach you. That night, the lights in the master bedroom stayed on until late. The next day, the 5 of them finally stopped their intimate encounter. After 2 nights of dual cultivation with Lin Yun, Lin Qianqi's qi and blood value had reached 110 points. Lin Yun decided to directly teach her the yellow level top grade guiding technique, 5 hearts towards heaven method. In the training room, Lin Yun patiently explained. The 5 centers refer to the palms of both hands, the soles of both feet, and the crown of the head. This guiding technique requires you to absorb cosmic energy from these 5 parts simultaneously, making it more than 3 times more efficient than ordinary guiding techniques. Lin Qianqi sat cross-legged, listening attentively. It might be difficult at first, but don't rush it. Lin Yun guided her through the posture step by step. First, feel the flow of cosmic energy. Lin Qianqi was already quite talented, and with the personal guidance of Lin Yun, a second-tier martial artist, she progressed rapidly. After most of the day of teaching and experimentation, around 3 p.m., Lin Qianqi finally completed her first full circadian rhythm. It worked, she exclaimed, opening her eyes excitedly. Very good. Lin Yun nodded. Now begin, while running the guiding incantation, adapt to gravity. He slowly adjusted the gravity to 3 times. Lin Qianqi initially struggled, but with the blessing of the 5 hearts facing heaven method, cosmic energy continuously flowed into her body, and she quickly adapted to the gravity. As time went on, she absorbed energy at an increasingly faster rate. The body's blood and qi began to boil, and the energy in the dantian gradually condensed. Now's the time, Lin Yun shouted. Charge with all your might. Lin Qianxi gritted her teeth and directed all her energy to her dantian. The next second, she felt something inside her body shatter with a bang, followed by an unprecedented feeling of exhilaration. Cosmic energy surged in, transforming her body. Half an hour later, Lin Qianxi opened her eyes, a glint of shrewdness flashing in them. "My husband, I did it," she exclaimed excitedly. Lin Yun smiled and led her to the punching power testing machine. "Give it a try." Lin Qianxi took a deep breath and launched a full-force attack. Boom, 6,000 kilograms. It weighs 1,000 kilograms more than an ordinary first-stage martial artist. Just then, Lin Yun suddenly felt the cosmic energy around him begin to flow wildly, converging towards the most luxurious gravity chamber in the training room. Wen Yin is inside. This is Lin Qianxi also sensed the abnormal flow of energy. Lin Yun's eyes lit up. Could it be that Sister Wen Yin is about to break through? Inside the gravity chamber, Wen Yin sat cross-legged in an environment with a gravity of 100 times. For a second-tier perfected martial artist like her, 100 times the gravity is nothing but a drizzle apart from accelerating the convergence of cosmic energy. It has almost no other effect. But today is different. After nearly a month of arduous practice, she finally mastered the secret technique of boiling blood and qi. Although she could only unleash 1.1 times the power, it was this extra 0.1 times that finally allowed the liquid energy in her dantian to begin to condense into a solid. Now, Wen Yin activated his cultivation technique with all his might, causing the energy within his body to spin and compress wildly. At the center of the dantian, a drop of liquid energy begins to crystallize, then attracts other energies around it like a magnet. More and more liquid energy was attracted and incorporated into the crystal. The crystal grew larger and larger, gradually forming a perfect sphere, the martial arts golden core. As the golden core took shape, Wen Yan's body began to undergo a qualitative change. Every cell was cheering and greedily absorbing the energy of the universe. Even more amazingly, she felt a membrane separating her from the planet's gravity. She can break free from gravity and soar through the sky whenever she wants. This is the third-tier Sky Warrior, also known as Star Warrior. Outside the training room, the energy fluctuations became increasingly intense, attracting Su Yingxue and the other two. "Husband, what's going on?" Su Yingxue asked in surprise. Lin Yin told them her guess. The three women exclaimed in surprise, their faces beaming with joy. "That's great. Sister Wen Yin has finally broken through." The three of them were very excited. But Su Yingxue suddenly thought of something. Then won't the time for my husband to marry Sister Wen Yin be postponed again? According to their previous agreement, Lin Yun had to defeat Wen Yin before he could marry her. Now that Wen Yin has broken through to the third tier, the gap has actually widened. Lin Yun didn't care at all. "It's okay. You have to trust your husband. I have confidence." At that moment, the convergence of cosmic energy reached its peak, and the entire training room seemed to be enveloped in a faint halo of energy. The fluctuations gradually subsided after half an hour. The door to the gravity chamber slowly opened. Wen Yin came out. She looked unchanged, but her eyes were more profound, and she exuded a subtle aura. That's an energy field unique to third-tier martial artists. "Congratulations, Sister Wen Yin, on breaking through to the third rank." Lin Yun offered his congratulations. Wen Yin looked at him, a smile playing on her lips. "Want to experience the feeling of flying?" Before Lin Yun could answer, she flashed and instantly appeared beside him, grabbing his shoulder. The next second, the two of them shot into the sky. "Wow!" the four girls exclaimed. Lin Yun was also startled. Although I knew that third-tier martial artists could fly, the actual experience was completely different. The ground receded rapidly, the wind whistling in his ears, and he instinctively grabbed Wen Yin in a tight embrace. Wen Yin didn't care at all and soared freely in the sky. She flew higher and higher until the entire city of Jiangqing shrank into a map beneath her feet. Then she began to accelerate, soaring up and down, circling left and right in the air, like a free bird. "This is what it feels like to fly," Wen Yin shouted loudly, his voice filled with joy. Lin Yun gradually got used to it, loosened his embrace, and felt the wind flowing through his fingers. From the air, everything in Jiangqing looks tiny. Distant mountains, winding rivers, densely packed buildings. This is a sight that only Sky Warriors can see. "Sister Wen Yin, is this what a third-tier martial artist is like?" Lin Yun asked. Wen Yin slowed down, hovering in midair. "Yes, this is the third stage. The energy within the body condenses into a pill, and the magnetic field emitted can counteract the planet's gravity." She looked at Lin Yun. "This is all thanks to your blood qi boiling technique. Without it, I might have been stuck at the second stage perfection for several more years. I'm glad I could help Sister Wen Yin." Lin Yun looked at her sincerely. Wen Yin smiled. a hint of tenderness flashing in her eyes. But thinking about how many wives this guy had married, he immediately reverted to his usual self. All right, let's fly a little longer and then head back. The two enjoyed the thrill of flying for a while longer before turning around and heading towards the Lin family manor. Chapter 63: The Arrogant Gentle Words. Inside the manor, the four women were eagerly waiting. Upon seeing the two descend from the sky, they immediately surrounded them, their eyes filled with admiration. Sister Wenyan, you can really fly. That's amazing. Is this what a third-tier martial artist is like? Sister Wenyan, you are my idol. With a gentle smile, he asked, who would like to try it? Me, me, me. Suing Shue was the first to raise her hand. Wenyan carried her and flew around once. Suing Shue shouted excitedly in the air, completely abandoning her usual composure. Then there's Lin Qianxi. The girl, who had just become a first-level martial artist, was both nervous and excited in the sky. She held Wenyan's arm tightly, but her eyes looked around curiously. Finally, there were two heavily pregnant women. Wenyan held them and flew slowly and steadily, so that they could safely experience the joy of flying. Wenyan only landed after everyone had finished their experience. That evening, a grand banquet was held at the Lin family manor, celebrating Wenyan's attainment of the third-tier Starry Sky Warrior. If it weren't for Wenyan's protection over the past 10 years, the Lin family might have been suppressed and swallowed up by their rivals long ago. Although it was initially a mutually beneficial arrangement, with the Lin family paying a generous reward. But after so many years together, Wenyan had long since become one with the Lin family. Otherwise, she wouldn't have said that she would marry Lin Yun if he could defeat her. The system has given me a very generous reward for marrying Lin Qianxi this time. Name, Lin Qianxi. Appearance rating, 94. Martial arts talent, mid-grade yellow. System rating, yellow tier excellent. Because her system rating reached the top tier yellow level. Therefore, Lin Yun's martial arts talent experience bar has grown at an astonishing rate. Although it is still at the upper grade yellow level, it is not far from the top grade yellow level. The system message states that marrying 6 more low-grade yellow-level women will upgrade the character. Lin Yun wasn't flustered at all, because his relationship with Zhao Qingyue and Chun Yue had progressed very well. Both of them were women whose system ratings had reached the upper grade yellow level. In addition to the improvement in martial arts talent, the activation of the fertility sacred body has also increased by 1%, and the current activation progress is 4%. At the same time, the system also rewarded the user with a second-tier qi and blood pill worth 400 million. Since Wenyan had already broken through to the 3rd level, Lin Yun planned to take the pill as soon as possible. The next day, inside the gravity chamber, Lin Yun stood in an environment with 90 times the gravity, his forehead slightly sweating. This is his current limit. Going any higher would damage his body. After taking the pill, this gravity chamber is no longer useful to me. The maximum gravity chamber is only 100 times stronger, which is indeed insufficient for him, who is about to reach the mid-stage of the 2nd tier. After adjusting his breathing for a moment and reaching his peak condition, Lin Yun silently recited in his mind, receive the 2nd-tier qi and blood pill. A blood-red pill the size of a lychee appeared out of thin air in his hand. The elixir emitted a rich fragrance. Just smelling it was enough to make one's blood surge. The system has this problem. There's no storage space, so once you take it, you can't put it back. Lin Yun shook his head and put the pill into his mouth. After the elixir entered the stomach, it transformed into a powerful current of heat that surged into the limbs and bones. Lin Yun dared not delay and immediately activated the 5 hearts towards heaven method to guide the medicinal power to circulate within his body and then flow into his dantian. Time passed second by second. Inside the gravity chamber, Lin Yun was surrounded by a faint red light, which was the energy overflowing from the qi and blood pill. He felt like a balloon being constantly inflated, his strength increasing at a visible rate. 2 hours later, most of the absorbable medicinal power had been absorbed. Lin Yun slowly opened his eyes, a glint of light flashing in them. He moved his body, and his bones made a crisp popping sound. He walked out of the gravity chamber and came to the strength testing machine. A full-force attack. Boom. The numbers on the test machine's display jumped wildly, finally settling at 159,000 kilograms. It is only 1,000 kilograms away from the 160,000 kilogram threshold of the mid-stage of the 2nd tier. A lift of 70,000 kilograms. Lin Yun felt somewhat regretful, as this improvement was far inferior to Wenyan's. My talent is still lacking. He remembered Wenyan saying that when she was in the early stages of the 2nd tier, the guiding technique she cultivated was also a top-grade yellow-level technique, but it was not as good as the 5 hearts towards heaven technique. However, after taking 1 2nd-tier qi and blood pill, His strength increased by 85,000 kilograms, allowing him to break through to the mid-stage of the second tier. The difference in talent was on full display at this moment. Still marveling at talent, a mature and alluring voice came from behind. Lin Yun turned his head and saw Wan Yin appear at the entrance of the training room at some point. Sister Wan Yin, I'm just feeling a bit sentimental. Wan Yin walked to his side and placed an exquisite jade box in his hand. This is... Open it and take a look. Lin Yun opened the jade box. Inside were 2 blood red pills, the very same second-tier qi and blood pills. This is the salary your grandfather gave me at the beginning of the year. I'm a third-tier martial artist now. This is useless to me. You can use it. He spoke gently and calmly. After saying that, she turned and left, not giving Lin Yun a chance to speak. Lin Yun watched her retreating figure, feeling both touched and somewhat amused. This woman, despite clearly caring about him, acted with an arrogant air of, I was just doing it on a whim. Just wait and see. Lin Yun gripped the jade box tightly and made a silent vow. I will improve as quickly as possible, catch up with you, defeat you, and then marry you. That evening, in the master bedroom, red candles flickered and curtains hung gently. Afterwards, Shen Yuqing lay in Lin Yun's arms. Husband, tonight is so strange. Our cultivation has improved a lot, several times more than usual when we cultivate together. But you clearly didn't take any qi and blood pills. Lin Yun explained with a smile. I took a second-tier qi and blood pill this afternoon, and some of its medicinal effects haven't been fully absorbed yet. During the dual cultivation just now, the medicinal power was transferred to you through a special method. I see. Su Yingxue suddenly realized. My husband, have you reached the mid-stage of the second tier yet? I heard from Sister Wan Yin that she broke through to the middle stage directly after taking the qi and blood pill. Lin Yun shook his head. I'm still a little short, but not far off. Compared to Sister Wan Yin, my talent is indeed lacking. I'm not afraid. Wu Qingyao suddenly said. Once my husband marries Qing Wei and Yu Wei, with their dual cultivation boost, my talent will definitely improve rapidly. Mentioning Zhao Qingwei and Chen Yue, Su Yingxue suddenly rolled over and snuggled into Lin Yun's arms, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. Oh, right, husband. We contacted Qing Wei and Yu Wei this afternoon and invited them to Jiangqing. They agreed. Shall we go pick them up tomorrow? Lin Yun was delighted, and then gave Su Yingxue a big kiss. My wife is amazing. Wu Qingyao smiled and said, once my husband wins them over and marries them, dual cultivation will definitely help him improve his talent quickly. That way, my husband won't have to worry about his cultivation level falling behind Sister Wan Yin. Except for Lin Xianxi, who shyly buried her face in Lin Yun's shoulder, the other 3 girls were very excited. Su Yingxue leaned close to Lin Yun's ear, her voice sweet and affectionate. Husband, you'd better behave well when you pick them up tomorrow. Don't worry. A confident glint flashed in Lin Yun's eyes. That night, the lights in the master bedroom stayed on for an unusually long time. Chapter 64. Zhao Qingwei and Chen Yue arrive. Early the next morning, Lin Yun set off in his luxurious anti-gravity car. Our first stop was Qingyang City. Zhao Qingwei was already waiting at the agreed intersection. She was wearing a light-colored dress, with her long hair draped over her shoulders. The morning mist added to her gentle and graceful temperament. Seeing the anti-gravity vehicle slowly descend, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, and she quickly stepped forward. She was also carrying a small handbag. Lin Yun, here. Zhao Qingyue's voice was as gentle as a spring breeze, and her cheeks were flushed. Qingyue, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Lin Yun smiled and opened the car door for her. Get in. We still need to go to Baiyun City to pick up Yue. Zhao Qingyue nodded and obediently got into the car. The soft seats and luxurious interior made her slightly reserved, her gaze curiously taking in everything inside the car. The anti-gravity vehicle smoothly took off and sped towards Baiyun City. When Chen Yue arrived in Baiyun City, she was standing at the university gate, dragging a delicate suitcase. Chen Yue was much more lively than Zhao Qingyue. She waved enthusiastically when she saw Lin Yun, and there was a rather large suitcase next to her. Young Master Lin, I'm here. She smiled and stuffed her luggage into the trunk. I brought some local specialties and gifts. I hope Yingxue and the others like them. They'll definitely like it, Lin Yun said with a smile, his gaze lingering on her bright smiling face for a moment. Chen Yue blinked, then suddenly lowered her voice. Is Qingwei already in the car? I bet she only brought a small bag, right? Lin Yun chuckled. How did you know? That girl looks gentle, but she's actually very particular. She never carries anything extra when she goes out. Chen Yue, with an expression that said, I understand her, skipped and hopped into the car. The anti-gravity vehicle took off again and flew towards Jiangqing. Inside the carriage, Zhao Qingyue and Chen Yue sat together, chatting excitedly and sharing their recent experiences. Lin Yun occasionally chimed in with a few words, filling the carriage with a cheerful atmosphere. Around noon, at the Lin family manor, the anti-gravity vehicle slowly landed on the lawn in front of the main house. The cabin door opened, and Lin Yun stepped out first. Then, he gentlemanly extended his hand to help Zhao Qingyue and Chen Yue out of the car. Su Yingxue, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately led her sisters to greet them. Qingyue, Yue, Su Yingxue smiled brightly and stepped forward to hug each of them. We've been waiting for you. Shen Yuqing, Wu Qingya, and Lin Qianxi also stepped forward with smiles. Su Yingxue pulled Lin Qianxi over and introduced her to the two of them. This is little sister Qianxi, a new member of our family. Lin Qianxi was a little shy, but still greeted them gracefully. Hello, Sister Qingyue and Sister Yue. Zhao Qingyue returned the greeting. Hello, Sister Qianxi. You are so beautiful. Chen Yue grabbed Lin Qianxi's hand and looked her up and down. Wow, she really is a beauty. No wonder Lin Yun was in such a hurry to marry her. Lin Qianxi blushed and lowered her head. Everyone laughed when they saw this. Thus, the most beautiful women from 6 cities centered around Jiangxing gathered in this manner. Jiangxing has a population of over 6 million, while the 5 surrounding cities together have a population of over 40 million. One can imagine how valuable it is. The maids trimming the flowers in the distance glanced over furtively, their eyes filled with amazement and envy, whispering amongst themselves. Young master has brought back 2 more celestial beauties. It seems our manor will be welcoming 2 more young mistresses. Young master is truly blessed. Not at all. Young master is so outstanding. These 2 are truly fortunate to have caught his eye. Su Yingxue affectionately took Chen Yue's arm, her gaze falling on the suitcase behind her, deliberately putting on a stern face. Yue, didn't I tell you to just come directly? Why did you bring luggage? Chen Yue explained with a grin. Didn't you tell me to stay with Qingyue for a few more days? So I prepared some changes of clothes. Besides, she patted her suitcase. There are also gifts I brought for everyone inside. On the other side, Zhao Qingyue also took Shen Youqing's arm and took out several exquisite sachets from her handbag. Hehe, I didn't bring that many. I prayed for peace and safety for Feng'er and Wan'er, and also for Yuqing and Qingya's babies. She looked at Shen Youqing's prominent belly, her eyes full of curiosity. Yuqing, your belly is so big. The baby must be about to be born soon, right? Shen Yuqing gently stroked her belly, her face radiating maternal glow. Yes, the baby should be able to meet everyone next month. That must be an adorable baby. Zhao Qingyue's eyes lit up as she suddenly leaned closer. Yuqing, can I hear the baby's movements? It feels so magical. I couldn't tell when we last met, but this time Yingxue has already given birth, and you're about to give birth too. And Qingya too. Her belly looks like she's 7 or 8 months pregnant. Shen Yuqing smiled and nodded. Zhao Qingyue carefully bent down and gently pressed her ear against Shen Youqing's stomach. A moment later, she looked up in surprise. Wow, I felt the baby kick me just now. What an energetic baby. Really? I want to hear it too. Chen Yue also curiously leaned over. She imitated Zhao Qingyue by pressing her ear to the ground, and soon her face lit up with surprise. It really is. The baby is moving. The two then excitedly went to listen to the baby in Wu Qingya's belly and felt the vibrant life force there as well. Zhao Qingyue straightened up, her gaze falling on Lin Qianxi, and suddenly teased. Where's little sister Qianxi? Does little sister Qianxi have a baby yet? Lin Qianxi blushed instantly, stammering, Not yet. Su Yingxue smiled and defused the situation, putting her arm around Lin Qianxi's shoulder. Qianxi just got married a few days ago. It's not that fast yet. But it's only a matter of time. Sister Yingxue, Lin Qianxi stomped her foot in embarrassment and buried her face in Su Yingxue's shoulder. Upon seeing this, the crowd burst into good-natured laughter once again. Afterwards, Su Yingxue led the two to the nursery, where Lin Feng and Lin Wan'er were sleeping soundly. The 2 little ones have fair skin, delicate features, long eyelashes that hang quietly, and slightly pouting lips. They look incredibly cute. Zhao Qingyue and Chen Yue looked at the 2 delicate, pretty faces with eyes full of affection. I gently touched their little hands until they moved, and then I reluctantly let go. So cute. Zhao Qingyue exclaimed softly. I really want to take it home, Chen Yue said with a smile. Su Yingxue said proudly. Come often in the future, there will be plenty of opportunities to hug. This time I'm inviting you all to have a good time for a while. She had already arranged for 2 adjacent rooms to be prepared, furnished in a warm and comfortable manner. But the 2 suggested they live together, saying they wanted to have company. Su Yingxue naturally agreed and arranged for them to stay in the adjacent guest house, which had a private hot spring bath. Chapter 65: The 2 Women's Inner Thoughts and Shock. Nighttime, in the guest house's hot spring pool. Water vapor rises and petals float. Zhao Qingyue and Chen Yue soaked in the warm pool water, relaxing after a long day. The Lin family is so luxurious. Zhao Qingyue looked around at the exquisite decorations and sighed softly. Yingxue and the others are so nice. They have no airs at all. Yes, Chen Yue scooped up a handful of water, letting the droplets slip through her fingers, and they have such a good relationship, like sisters. As they chatted, the topic naturally shifted to Lin Yun. Zhao Qingyue rested her chin on the edge of the pool, her eyes somewhat unfocused. Lin Yun, that womanizer, already has 3 such beautiful wives like Yingxue, and yet he still marries another one. Chen Yue turned her head to look at her, a mischievous smile in her eyes. Qingyue, are you jealous? You're talking nonsense. Zhao Qingyue's cheeks flushed, and she quickly retorted. You're the one who's jealous. I was just expressing my feelings. Chen Yue swam closer and gently nudged her with her elbow. Qianqi is such a beautiful and wonderful girl, and she's also Lin Yun's junior. If I were Lin Yun, I would marry her too. Zhao Qingyue was silent for a moment, then whispered, Lin Yun is really lucky. All 4 of his wives are so outstanding and beautiful. Yes, she's so lucky. Chen Yue looked at her meaningfully. I think it won't be long before someone becomes his wife. Zhao Qingyue panicked and splashed water at Chen Yue. You're talking nonsense. If you want to marry, then you marry. I think Lin Yun has feelings for you, and not just Lin Yun, but also Yingxue and the others. I don't know what they're thinking. It seems like they want to match you up with Lin Yun. Oh, Chen Yue wiped the water droplets from her face, her smile widening. You really only want to set me up with Lin Yun. Zhao Qingyue blushed even more and simply turned away, leaving Chen Yue with only a bright red earlobe. Meanwhile, in the artificial hot spring pool that connects to the master bedroom, in the larger bath, Lin Yun and his 4 wives also enjoyed the comfort of the warm water. Su Yingxue went around behind Lin Yun, picked up a bath towel, and gently rubbed his back. As Su Yingxue rubbed the cloth, she said with some regret, I didn't expect Sister Wenyan to go out today. Otherwise, with Sister Wenyan, a 3rd-level martial artist, around, she would definitely be able to charm Qingyue and Yue to death. Shin Yuqing leaned against the poolside and chuckled softly. It's because my husband always drags Wenyan out to fish for his wife. Wenyan is jealous, so she ran out. Lin Yun laughed heartily. What he said was indeed true. In the past, whenever a target came to the Lin family, Wenyan's strength as a 2nd-stage perfected, now 3rd-stage martial artist always left a deep impression on the other party, which helped him a lot without him even realizing it. Wenyan's most adorable trait is that she cares a lot about her image and is incredibly arrogant. Lin Yun's eyes were filled with laughter, and his tone was indulgent. But it doesn't matter. Even without Sister Wenyan, I can still win over Qingyue and Yue. My husband is so confident. Su Yingxue stopped what she was doing, wrapped her arms around his neck from behind, and whispered in his ear. Of course. Lin Yun turned around, pulled Su Yingxue into his arms, and kissed her on the lips. Come on, let me rub your back. The warm pool water rippled, reflecting the dim yellow light. The rising steam blurred their figures and masked the growing ambiguity in the air. Shen Yuqing, Wu Qingya, and Lin Qianqi exchanged smiles and gathered around. The sounds of water, laughter, and whispers mingled together. Moonlight bathed the Lin family manor, creating a tranquil atmosphere brimming with boundless vitality and anticipation. That night, the lights in the master bedroom stayed on until late. The next day, a hearty breakfast is over. Su Yingxue suggested with a smile. Qingyue, Yue, how about we go to our training room? It's fully equipped, and your husband can even give you some pointers on your cultivation. Zhao Qingyue and Chen Yue's eyes lit up, and they agreed in unison. Okay. They followed Lin Yun and his group to the training room on the west side of the manor. As the heavy door slowly opened, Zhao Qingyue was instantly stunned into silence by the sight before her. The practice room is spacious and has a high ceiling of 8 meters. It is almost the size of a standard stadium. The floor is covered with a special cushioning material, which reflects the lights on the ceiling, making it look exceptionally grand. It's huge inside. Strength training area, speed and reaction area, blood circulation area, gravity chamber area. The latest models of equipment gleamed coldly under the lights, and the pervasive smell of money in the air was invigorating. Zhao Qingyue stood there blankly, her mind involuntarily drifting back to the martial arts school in Xinjiang City where she had trained for 2 years. That martial arts school was said to be the best in Xinjiang City, and its annual tuition was twice as expensive as that of ordinary martial arts schools. Her family gave almost everything they had to support her spiritual practice. Compared to the Lin family's training room, that martial arts school was like a child's playhouse, so simple and insignificant as to be worth mentioning. She currently has 96 points of qi and blood, which is 4 points away from the 100-point threshold to become a martial artist. For these 4 reasons, she trained diligently day after day at the martial arts school, never expecting that the Lin family would have such a luxurious training environment. This is way too outrageous. Although Chen Yue had heard Su Yingxue and the others mention the Lin family's training room when they chatted online, she still didn't understand. But when I saw it with my own eyes, the visual impact was far stronger than I had imagined, and the shock I felt was still indescribable. She linked arms with Zhao Qingyue, staring blankly at everything before her. How was it? Not bad, right? Su Yingxue watched their reactions with a smile, feeling quite proud. Good. Yingxue, your standard of not bad is way too high. This is practically a martial arts university-level setup. Chen Yue snapped out of her daze and exaggeratedly clutched her chest. Let's go in and take a look. Don't stand at the door. Lin Yun greeted the two with a smile. The 2 women then seemed to wake from a dream and followed Lin Yun inside. The facilities inside are dazzling. High-frequency vibration strength training device, nerve reaction speed testing chamber, top-level blood circulation recovery chamber. Zhao Qingyue had only seen pictures of many of these devices in martial arts magazines and had never even heard of some of them. Although Chen Yue had already graduated from an ordinary university, she had long given up any thoughts of pursuing martial arts. But seeing these sophisticated and powerful devices, the embers of passion that had long been extinguished in my heart began to flicker and rekindle. After all, in the era of interstellar high-level martial arts, as long as one can become a first-level martial artist, one's lifespan can be extended to 200 years. Martial artists possess strong qi and blood, and their appearance ages extremely slowly. Their appearance will not change much until the last few decades of their lives. This is an irresistible temptation for any woman. Want to give it a try? Lin Yun's gentle voice rang out. Chen Yue snapped out of her daze and nodded somewhat shyly. I wanna, but my qi and blood points are only 82, so I can't use many of the devices, right? That's okay, we can start with the basics. It's never too late to hone your skills and improve your physical fitness. Chapter 66, Is This the Life of the Rich? All morning, Lin Yun patiently taught the two how to use the equipment to exercise and improve their blood circulation. He personally demonstrated how to operate each piece of equipment and the precautions to prevent them from getting injured. He explained things in great detail, from power generation techniques to breathing coordination, and even pointed out some easily overlooked details. Zhao Qingyue was already a veteran of the martial arts school, so she picked it up quickly and soon found a training program that suited her. Chen Yue was a true beginner, so Lin Yun stayed by her side a little longer, guiding her step by step. Occasionally, Lin Yun would also offer some pointers to Lin Xinxi, who was practicing combat skills nearby, correcting any minor deviations in her movements. Lin Xinxi practiced very seriously, striving for perfection in every move. With just a little guidance from Lin Yun, her eyes lit up, and she grasped the concepts even faster. As for Su Yingxue, Shen Yuqing, and Wu Qingya, all 3 were pregnant and had long since laid off. The 3 sat leisurely in the rest area, drinking specially made nourishing herbal tea, watching the people in the arena cultivate, occasionally chatting in hushed tones, and their faces were filled with satisfied smiles. Anyway, dual cultivation with my husband is an easy way to improve my cultivation level, much more efficient than cultivating alone, and the process is so wonderful. Who would want to work themselves to death? In the afternoon, the gravity chamber area. Lin Yun led Zhao Qingyue and Chen Yue to the door of a gravity chamber labeled Basic Type. Want to go in and give it a try? Want. As soon as Lin Yun spoke, the two answered in unison, their eyes filled with excitement. Especially Chen Yue, who had never used a gravity chamber in her life. Ordinary universities simply don't have training facilities, and the martial arts high school I attended also had only average conditions. As for using it at a martial arts school, the cost of 100,000 yuan a year is beyond the reach of an ordinary family like hers. Lin Yun opened the metal door. The interior is spacious, and the walls are covered with intricate energy patterns. The 3 of them went inside. Lin Yun closed the hatch and walked to the control panel. Ready? I'm about to begin. Ready. The 2 women stood side by side in the center of the gravity chamber, their eyes filled with anticipation and a hint of nervousness. Lin Yun pressed the start button. Buzz. A low, rumbling sound arose, and gravity began to slowly rise. 1.1 times, 1.2 times, 1.3 times. Chen Yue quickly sensed the change. Her body felt as if it were being wrapped in an invisible membrane, which tightened more and more. Breathing became slightly difficult, and my heartbeat quickened slightly. 1.5 times, 1.6 times, 1.7 times. When the gravity reached 1.8 times, Chen Yue's face turned slightly pale, fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, and she felt a little flustered and short of breath. Yue, are you alright? Lin Yun asked immediately. In nothing. I just felt a little panicked, like something was pressing on my chest. Chen Yue gritted her teeth. The increased gravity made her extremely uncomfortable. Zhao Qingyue, on the other hand, looked relaxed. She was an experienced user of the gravity chamber at the martial arts school. She patted Chen Yue on the shoulder and comforted her. This is what it's like to use a gravity chamber for the first time, since gravity acts on every single cell. Yue, your current qi and blood value is 82 points. This gravity is just right. After you adapt, the limit can be 2 times. Lin Yun nodded. Yes, 82 points of qi and blood can indeed withstand twice the gravity. But there's no rush now. Let's get used to it first. He walked over to Chen Yue and softened his voice. Come on, follow me and adjust your breathing. Inhale. Inhale slowly. Yes. Exhale. Expel all the stale air from your chest. Imagine your blood and qi flowing slowly through your body, gradually adapting to this pressure. His voice was steady, with a peculiar soothing power. Chen Yue closed her eyes and tried her best to follow his rhythm. After several cycles, the feeling of palpitations and chest tightness was indeed significantly reduced. Seeing that Chen Yue was getting into the swing of things, Zhao Qingyue simply got into a stance and started practicing basic boxing techniques. Her movements were standard and fluid, clearly showing that she had practiced hard. Every punch and kick was imbued with solid skill, remaining stable even under 1.8 times the force of gravity. After finishing her set of punches, she stopped and stood still, only to find that Lin Yun and Chen Yue were watching her. Lin Yun's eyes showed approval. Not bad. The foundation is very solid, and the point of exertion and the transfer of the center of gravity are very well done. Chen Yue looked at Qingyue with admiration. Qingyue, you're amazing. You managed to stay so steady even in such harsh conditions. Zhao Qingyue, a little embarrassed, smoothed the sweat-dampened strands of hair from her forehead and asked Chen Yue, Yue, have you adapted well? If you have, we can cultivate together. Yes, I'm much better now, thanks to Lin Yun. Otherwise I wouldn't have been able to adapt so quickly. Chen Yue nodded vigorously, and some color returned to her face. Seeing that she seemed to be in good spirits, Lin Yun asked, how about we test our limits? We'll increase the speed gradually and stop immediately if we feel uncomfortable. Chen Yue hesitated for a moment, a hint of stubbornness and curiosity flashing in her eyes, then nodded emphatically. Okay. Gravity began to slowly increase again. This time Lin Yun adjusted the increase rate even slower, giving Chen Yue enough time to adapt. 1.82x, 1.84x, 1.92x. Chen Yue's breathing became heavy again, but her eyes grew brighter and brighter. 1 minute later, the gravity stabilized at twice the normal value. Her face was flushed, her chest heaved violently, and she closed her eyes, taking several deep breaths before finally calming down. When he opened his eyes, they were filled with excitement. I did it. She looked at Zhao Qingyue, who was calm and composed beside her, and asked curiously, Qingyue, how many times the force of gravity can you withstand now? Zhao Qingyue held up 3 fingers and smiled slightly. 3 times. Chen Yue clicked her tongue in amazement. Qingyue, you're amazing. The two then asked curiously how high the gravity chamber could go. When they heard Lin Yun answer, 20 times, the two were stunned again. Completely unable to imagine what they would become under that kind of gravity, they would definitely be crushed, right? When Lin Yun casually mentioned, there's another place over there that can reach 100 times the value. The two were completely overwhelmed by the Lin family's extravagance. Is this what life is like for the rich? The two looked at each other, both seeing shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. 100 times gravity, that's practically a legendary cultivation condition. They wouldn't even dare to dream of it. The two looked at Lin Yun with a newfound complexity in their eyes. In the evening, at the guest house's hot spring pool, steam rose in wisps, and the aroma of herbs filled the air. This was a bath specially prepared by Su Yingxue for the two of them, filled with precious medicinal herbs. It can effectively relieve muscle fatigue after exercise, gently stimulate blood circulation, and accelerate the improvement of qi and blood. When Zhao Qingyue and Chen Yue noticed that the pool water had a slightly golden hue and emitted a faint medicinal fragrance, Su Yingxue had already slipped away with a grin, leaving behind only the words, enjoy it. Chen Yue has a cheerful and easygoing personality. She tested the water temperature, then confidently untied her bathrobe and stepped into the pool. Chapter 67 Progress, Heart-to-Heart Talk. That feels good. The moment the warm medicinal liquid enveloped her entire body, Chen Yue sighed with satisfaction. He looked at Zhao Qingyue, who was still hesitating by the pool. Stop being shy, come in and have some fun. Everything's already prepared. Looking at her composed demeanor, Zhao Qingyue thought about it carefully and realized that it seemed to be true. It would seem pretentious to refuse someone's kind offer. So she took off her bathrobe, lifted her jade-like feet, and slowly stepped into the pool. The warm spring water washed over my body, carrying the nourishing power of the medicinal herbs, penetrating into every part of my body. The fatigue gradually dissipated, and I felt lighter all over. The two leaned against the poolside and closed their eyes to enjoy the moment. Yue, Zhao Qinghua suddenly spoke, her voice muffled by the steam. Are you planning to marry into this family? Otherwise, why are you so calm about it? Chen Yue didn't open her eyes, but a smile played on her lips. Guess. Zhao Qinghua, having been thoroughly intrigued, gave her a playful push. He snorted coldly, then turned and pushed her into the water. Caught off guard, Chen Yue took a small sip of water, struggled to sit up, and coughed as she retorted, Oh, you ambushed me. The two immediately started playing around in the not-so-large hot spring pool, splashing water and laughing. After a while, they both leaned back against the pool, exhausted and panting. After calming down, Chen Yue gazed at the carved ceiling and sighed softly. It's so good to be rich. These cultivation conditions, this kind of life. I never dared to dream of them before. Zhao Qinghua glanced at her, her tone slightly sour. You said you didn't want to get married, but you've already been won over, haven't you? Chen Yue turned her head, her wet black hair clinging to her cheeks, but her eyes were unusually clear. Qinghua, your idea is not good. What does it mean to be captured? It means mutual affection. If you meet someone you like, someone who is suitable, and someone you want, and you still hold back and act coy, that's what makes you a fool. Zhao Qinghua was taken aback by what she said, and her cheeks turned even redder in the steam. She remained silent for a long while before submerging half her face in the water and muttering something indistinctly. I didn't have any. The sound was very soft, almost drowned out by the sound of the water. But Chen Yue heard it. She looked at her friend's reddened ears and darting eyes, smiled knowingly, closed her eyes again, and said no more. The hot spring water rippled gently, reflecting the two people's faces, each lost in their own thoughts. Outside the window, the lights of the Lin family manor gradually came on, marking another warm and long night. The next few days, the days seemed to replicate the pattern of the previous day. Early morning, Lin Yun had breakfast with his 4 wives and 2 guests. Then I became immersed in the sweat and breathing sounds in the practice room. The morning session focused on basic skills refinement and combat technique instruction. The afternoon was dedicated to gravity chamber training and targeted exercises. We ate together in the evening, chatted about our cultivation experiences, and shared interesting stories from various places. A medicinal bath at night to nourish blood and qi can relieve the fatigue of the day. Lin Yun's teaching was patient and precise, and he could always pinpoint the shortcomings of Zhao Qinghua and Chen Yue. He always answered their questions without reservation, and occasionally he would personally demonstrate and correct their movements. Zhao Qinghua and Chen Yue already had feelings for Lin Yun. Under his gentle advances, the relationship between the 3 of them quickly warmed up, and their interactions became more ambiguous and hard to define. Zhao Qingyue's gaze toward Lin Yun gradually shifted from initial politeness and distance to one of trust and closeness. Chen Yue became more cheerful and direct, no longer reserved when asking questions, and occasionally made a few harmless jokes, which made Lin Yun laugh. 3 days later, it was another fulfilling afternoon. Lin Xianqi had just finished a round of gravity chamber, training. Her forehead was slightly damp, and her face was flushed with a healthy blush. She walked out of the gravity chamber and into the spacious and bright rest area. Little sister Qianqi, are you tired? Come and have some water. Su Yingxue smiled and handed her a bottle of specially made rehydration solution, then pulled her to sit down next to her. Shen Yuqing and Wu Qingya also sat together, with delicate tea snacks and fruits laid out on the table. All 4 of them turned their gazes toward the combat training area not far away. There, Lin Yun was instructing Zhao Qinghua and Chen Yue on a basic set of palm techniques. Yue, you're not using your waist to generate power correctly. It's not about twisting, it's about rotating. Use your waist and hips to drive your arms. As Lin Yun spoke, he naturally walked behind Chen Yue. With one hand gently supporting her waist and the other supporting her arm, I helped her adjust her posture. Feel it. Isn't it smoother to exert force this way, and the power is easier to project? Their bodies were almost touching, and Lin Yun's warm breath brushed against Chen Yue's ear. Chen Yue's body stiffened slightly, but she quickly relaxed, adjusted as instructed, and her eyes lit up. It really does. It feels completely different. Yes, remember this feeling. Lin Yun released his hand and turned to Zhao Qinghua, who was standing to the side. Qinghua, your footwork is a bit disjointed. The palm strike arrives, but the footwork doesn't follow. Watching the intimate and natural interactions in the teaching area, Su Yingxue withdrew her gaze. Looking at Lin Xianqi beside him, he spoke softly. Qianxi, will you blame us? Lin Qianxi was taking small sips of water when she heard this and was taken aback. She turned to look at Su Yingxue, her clear eyes filled with confusion. Sister Yingxue, what did you say? Why would I blame you? Shun Yuqing gently chimed in from the side. Didn't you just get married a few days ago? You're still on your honeymoon. You haven't even had a chance to get intimate with your husbands yet, and we've already called Qingyue and Yue over, disrupting your time together. Wu Qingya reached out and took Lin Qianxi's hands in her own, her beautiful eyes filled with sincere apology. Yes, Qianxi, I was also involved in this, and I've always felt a little guilty towards you. When Shin Yuqing said the words, get intimate, Lin Qianxi's cheeks flushed red at a visible speed. She subconsciously glanced again in the direction of the teaching area. Lin Yun was currently correcting Zhao Qingyue's palm technique detail, their hands almost touching. Lin Qianxi's gaze swept over the three older sisters' faces before returning to the harmonious scene in the room. She bit her lip, thought seriously for a moment, then raised her eyes, her voice not loud, but very clear. At the very beginning, there was a little bit, she honestly admitted. Just a little bit. It feels like my own time has been taken away. The three older sisters all looked understanding and listened quietly. But Lin Qianxi changed the subject, a smile appearing on her face. After getting to know Sister Qingyue and Sister Yue, I found that they are both very nice people, gentle and kind, and they take good care of me. Moreover, seeing how seriously my husband teaches them, and how hard they study, I actually think it's quite good. So that little bit of feeling disappeared very quickly. Chapter 68 tonight. Let my husband love you properly. Su Yingxue carefully observed her expression, making sure she wasn't just being polite, before asking again. Really? You can't lie to your sisters. We're family. Really, there isn't any. Lin Qianxi shook her head, her eyes open and honest. Sister Yingxue, Sister Yuqing, Sister Qingya, being able to marry my husband is like having the most beautiful dream ever. My husband is so outstanding and so wonderful. How could I possibly have any other negative thoughts? Besides, as she spoke, her face flushed even more, and her voice lowered, carrying the shyness unique to young girls. What are you talking about? Su Yingxue pressed on relentlessly, leaning close to her ear and whispering her questions. Lin Qianxi covered her burning cheeks and gave Su Yingxue a reproachful look. Oh dear. Sister Yingxue, you know? I have to say it out loud. How embarrassing. Su Yingxue understood what she meant, of course. It's the kind of experience where you can be well taken care of by your husband and climb to the top together. It's that magical feeling where, through the most intimate dual cultivation, both strength and talent quietly increase. She sighed softly, her gaze returning to the three figures in the arena, her tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. Yes, I never imagined that one day I would be thinking about finding a wife for my husband every day. Shin Yuqing gently replied, Me too. I used to think that being with one person for life was the most perfect thing. But my husband's physique is too special. Dual cultivation can not only improve the strength and martial arts talent of both parties. We can also extract and integrate the best talents of each sister, and then slowly pass them on to all of us. With such talent, it would be such a waste if she didn't find more brides for her husband. Wu Qingyan nodded vigorously. She recalled her initial worries about her father's actions, but those worries had long since vanished. Yes, it would be such a waste not to marry more wives. At first, because of my own father, I was very worried that if my husband had many wives, he would neglect some of them. But now, I fully believe my husband won't. He was sincere to each and every one of us, treated everyone equally, and cherished and cared for us. As Lin Qianxi listened to her sister's words, the last trace of doubt in her heart completely disappeared, replaced by a broader sense of identity. She gripped Wu Qingya's hand tightly, then looked at her two other sisters. Yeah, so I really don't feel jealous at all right now. Helping my husband marry more wives is not only for him, but also for ourselves, and for the betterment of our family. Looking at her clear-headed expression, Su Yingxue smiled with satisfaction and reached out to pinch her cheek. Qianxi, it's so good that you think this way. Tonight, your husband will love you properly and make it up to you. Sister Yingxue. Lin Qianxi blushed instantly from her neck to her ears, so embarrassed that she rushed over to cover Su Yingxue's mouth. Oh dear, I'm just telling the truth. Su Yingxue laughed as she dodged. Shin Yuqing and Wu Qingya couldn't help but laugh as they watched the two bickering. That night, Lin Yun had a feeling he couldn't quite describe. Anyway, the light stayed on until late at night. Before we knew it, Zhao Qingyue and her companion had been staying at the Lin family's house for a week. Nighttime at the guest house's hot spring pool. The air was thick with moisture, and the aroma of herbs seemed stronger than usual. The pool water still shimmered with a faint golden hue, nourishing the body and accelerating the circulation of qi and blood. With just 7 days of regular and efficient training, plus the aid of the nightly medicinal bath, their progress was clearly visible. Zhao Qingyue's health and vitality increased from 96 points to 97 points, bringing her one step closer to the threshold of becoming a martial artist. Qin Yue's improvement was even more significant, soaring from 82 points to 84 points, and she felt much lighter and more energetic. At this moment, the two leaned comfortably against the pool, feeling the spring water enveloping their bodies and the medicinal power penetrating their limbs and bones, dispelling the fatigue of the day. This medicinal bath is truly amazing. I feel so comfortable, even in the very bones. Qin Yue let out a satisfied sigh and closed her eyes. Yes, Zhao Qingyue replied lazily. The most expensive herbal bath pack in the martial arts school is not even 1/10 as effective as this. The Lin family's resources are truly unfathomable. After a moment of silence, only the sound of the water gently rippling could be heard. Qin Yue suddenly spoke, her voice clear in the misty steam. Qin Yue, I plan to confess my feelings to Lin Yun tomorrow. There was complete silence, not a sound could be heard around. The expected surprise, questions, or objections did not materialize. Qin Yue opened her eyes in confusion and turned her head to look. Zhao Qingyue leaned against the edge of the pool, her head tilted to the side, her breathing even and deep, her long eyelashes fluttering gently in the mist. She was so comfortable, she almost fell asleep. That brat. Qin Yue shook her head, both amused and annoyed, the solemn atmosphere from before completely gone. She pursed her lips and said, Never mind, I won't say anything more. However, just as she was about to close her eyes again and enjoy the moment, Zhao Qingyue mumbled groggily, Yue, what did you just say? Qin Yue replied irritably, It's nothing. Wrong. Zhao Qingyue rubbed her eyes, clearing her mind a bit, and tried hard to recall. What? I think I just heard you say, confess your feelings? She murmured, trying to piece together the fragments of words she had captured in her half-dreaming, half-awake state. Suddenly, as if she had been scalded by something, she stood up from the water with a splash. Water droplets rolled down her smooth skin, shimmering under the light. Yue. Her eyes widened, her voice trembling with shock. Did you just say confessed? To Lin Yun. She was so shocked she could barely speak a complete sentence. Did I mishear something in a daze? Or really? But looking at Yue's calm expression, it didn't seem like she was joking. Qin Yue looked at her friend, who was stunned and speechless, sighed, and reached out to tug at her wrist. Please sit down first. Be careful not to catch a cold. And you heard me right. It's exactly what you think. As her fingertips touched Zhao Qingyue's smooth and delicate skin, Qin Yue couldn't help but mutter to herself. This girl is a bit slow-witted, but she has a really good figure. Looking at her for too long makes you feel a little unbalanced. Zhao Qingyue was pulled back into the water, but her eyes remained wide open as she stared straight at Qin Yue, as if she were seeing her for the first time. After a long while, she finally found her voice, which trembled with disbelief. Yue, do you know what you're saying? Confessing your feelings. How can it be a girl confessing to a boy? This. Qin Yue raised an eyebrow and retorted. Why not? Did anyone stipulate that? This. Zhao Qingyue was speechless when asked the question. She opened her mouth, but couldn't find a reason to refute it. Yes, the law doesn't stipulate it, and morality doesn't seem to explicitly prohibit it either. But this doesn't align with the concept that girls should be reserved, that she's been taught since childhood. The hot spring returned to silence. The two leaned against the rock side by side, neither of them speaking for a moment. Only the gentle ripples of the spring water could be heard. Chapter 69, Woman Pursuing Man? But, is this really okay? Why is it not good? Faced with Qin Yue's question, Zhao Qingyue hesitated, trying to find a reason. She thought about it for a long time before finally expressing her concerns. Lin Yun is interested in us, and Ning Xue and the others also want to set us up. It's all very obvious. Now, is it too hasty for us to confess our feelings directly? Wouldn't that make us seem unreserved, not precious enough? Qin Yue looked at her, her eyes becoming serious. Qingyue, let me ask you, compared to Ning Xue, Yu Qing, Qingya, and Qianxi, do the two of us have any advantages? Zhao Qingyue remained silent and did not speak. Advantages? Their appearances may vary, but her family background, the length of time she had known Lin Yun, and the depth of their feelings for each other, all seemed to be lacking. Qin Yue changed to a more direct question. Are we prettier than Ning Xue? Zhao Qingyue shook her head almost without thinking. Ning Xue is a different level of beauty. Su Ning Xue's bright, elegant, and radiant beauty is indeed a peak that they can hardly reach. Right? You yourself admit that you're not as pretty as Ning Xue. Qin Yue leaned back against the pool, her voice calm, yet carrying a powerful force. Then let me ask you again, if it were you, and you had such an excellent husband as Lin Yun. Would you proactively, even enthusiastically, try to set him up with other equally outstanding girls, or even girls who might threaten your status? Zhao Qinghua thought about it carefully and slowly shook her head. No, I won't. Honestly, she couldn't be that generous. She would definitely want her husband to dote on her alone. Exactly, Qinyue shrugged. Sometimes we need to let go of that little bit of unnecessary self-esteem and reserve and take the initiative. It's not necessarily a bad thing. Zhao Qinghue was in a state of utter confusion. I think Qinyue's words make sense, but I still can't get over that hurdle in my heart. But even if you don't confess, given the current pace, Lin Yun might. I knew he would. Qinyue interrupted her, looking directly into her eyes. Qinghue, have you experienced many surprises these past few days? More, please. Top-notch training conditions, patient guidance, meticulous care, and the enthusiasm of my fellow sisters. Every day is full of surprises. So, what surprise did you bring to Lin Yun? Zhao Qinghue was stunned. She thought about it carefully, and it seemed that there really wasn't. They have always been the recipients. It is Lin Yun and Ning Shui who are giving. Zhao Qinghue lowered her head somewhat shyly. It seems not. Qinyue sighed softly. Yes, neither of us could bring him any decent surprise. Confessing our feelings first is not only our first surprise for him, but also a way to give ourselves a clear answer. Is it? Silence fell over the hot spring once again, with only the soft sound of ripples. After a long while, Zhao Qinghue finally spoke again, her voice much softer and tinged with trepidation. What if you confess your feelings to Lin Yun tomorrow, and he doesn't accept you? That would be so awkward. How would we get along after that? Upon hearing this, Qinyue suddenly laughed, a laugh that was somewhat mysterious and even a little sly. Zhao Qinghue immediately sensed something was wrong and leaned closer to stare at her. Yue, are you hiding something from me? Tell me. As she spoke, she reached out to tickle Qinyue. Hey, stop it. Stop it. I'll talk. Qinyue is extremely ticklish, and she laughed and dodged while repeatedly begging for mercy. After Zhao Qinghue stopped, she calmed her breathing, a smile still on her face, and said in a low voice. This afternoon, after I finished training in the gravity chamber, I saw that you were still inside receiving individual guidance from Lin Yun, so I went to find Ning Shui and subtly inquired about her. The two trainees experienced different degrees of gravity, so they trained separately in different gravity chambers. Zhao Qingyue's heart jumped, and she looked at her nervously. Qinyue didn't keep him in suspense, her eyes crinkling with a smile. Ning Shui was so happy. She secretly told me that Lin Yun had a very good impression of both of us. He does have, well, in Ning Shui's own words, the idea of marrying both of these good girls. Really? Zhao Qingyue's eyes lit up instantly, her cheeks flushed, and a huge weight seemed to be lifted from her heart. So he really meant that. But what followed was an even stronger sense of shyness and a strange anticipation. Absolutely true. So, my success rate in confessing my feelings should be quite high. I just want to move this forward faster, and to make ourselves feel more, in this relationship. Be more valuable, rather than simply passively waiting to be chosen. Hearing this, Zhao Qinghue finally understood Qinyue's thoughts. Looking into her friend's confident and bright eyes, most of the hesitation and doubt in her heart suddenly disappeared. Instead, there was a mixture of admiration, envy, and a subtle, unconscious stirring within. So, what do you plan to say? Zhao Qinghue asked softly. I haven't fully thought it through yet, but I definitely need to be sincere. Anyway, I'll see how things go tomorrow. The two quieted down again, leaning against each other while soaking in the medicinal bath, each lost in their own thoughts. The rising steam from the hot spring seemed to carry with it a sense of determination and courage, filling the small space. Meanwhile, the master bedroom was brightly lit as always. Lin Yun felt that Su Yingshui was acting a bit strange tonight. She was exceptionally enthusiastic and proactive, and her eyes sparkled with a light. He couldn't understand, a mixture of excitement and a sense of watching the show. He pressed for an answer, but Su Yingshui simply smiled and remained silent, silencing his question with an even more passionate kiss. Husband, don't ask so many questions. Her breath was sweet and fragrant in his ear. Just know that something good might happen tomorrow. Lin Yun was so aroused by her teasing that he didn't bother to delve into the strange feeling. Anyway, that night, the lights in the master bedroom stayed on until late, as expected. The next day, at breakfast time, the atmosphere in the restaurant was as usual, with the exquisite breakfast emitting an enticing aroma, and maids quietly serving customers. Su Yingshui and her three companions, along with Zhao Qinghue and Qinyue, chatted and laughed as they enjoyed the delicious food. Lin Yun, however, felt that something was not quite right. He took a closer look. Breakfast was plentiful, and the wives' smiles remained sweet. Zhao Qinghue quietly sipped her porridge, while Chen Yue shared her experience of the medicinal bath the previous night as cheerfully as ever. It seemed that nothing had changed, but that subtle, undercurrent-like feeling just wouldn't go away. Especially Su Yingxue, whose eyes would occasionally flash with a sly and expectant look, as if she were hiding a secret. Yingxue, what happened to you today? Just as Lin Yun was about to ask a question, Su Yingxue put a crystal shrimp dumpling over his mouth and shut him up. Chapter 70. Come and see the show. Husband, eat more. I still have to guide Yue and the others in their cultivation this morning. She spoke with a smile, her eyes clear and innocent. Lin Yun chewed on a shrimp dumpling, glanced at her suspiciously, and ultimately swallowed his question. Forget it, we'll deal with whatever comes our way. He noticed that Chen Yue seemed unusually quiet today. Although she was joking around, she would quickly look away when her eyes occasionally glanced at him, and her ears would turn slightly red. Is she feeling unwell? Yue, did you not sleep well last night? Or are you feeling a little dizzy from soaking in the medicinal bath for too long? Huh? No. Lin Yun's concerned words startled Chen Yue, making her blush even more. She quickly waved her hand to indicate that she was fine. I rested very well. The medicinal bath was also very comfortable. Thank you for your concern, Lin Yun. This reaction made Lin Yun feel even more uneasy. However, he didn't think about it that way. Although this world is in the era of interstellar high-tech warfare. However, due to the presence of powerful martial artists, many countries are monarchies, including the country he is currently in, which even has a slave system. Social attitudes are more conservative than in ancient times on Earth. It's extremely rare for a girl to confess her feelings to a boy. Lin Yun hadn't even considered that possibility. Morning, in the practice room. The process of guiding the two to use the equipment to refine their qi and blood and strengthen their physique remained the same as always. Lin Yun's explanations remained patient and detailed. Zhao Qinghua studied diligently Chen Yue. Chen Yue seems a bit distracted. Her movements are occasionally a beat slow, and her eyes are wandering. Lin Yun had to remind him several times. Yue, concentrate. When exerting force, focus on feeling the flow of qi and blood in the muscles. Oh, okay. Chen Yue always seemed like a startled deer, hastily regaining her composure, but after a while she would revert to her old ways. Lin Yun became increasingly puzzled, but he didn't delve into it, assuming that she had just started systematic training and hadn't fully adapted to this high-intensity, high-focus mode yet. In the afternoon, the gravity chamber area. They are still training separately. Zhao Qinghua adapted well and was already able to try practicing basic boxing techniques under 2.5 times gravity. She then went into another gravity chamber by herself. Lin Yun led Chen Yue back into the basic gravity chamber, just as the heavy alloy door of the gravity chamber slowly closed. Su Yingshue's eyes lit up as she sat in the rest area outside. She immediately put down her health tea and pulled Lin Qianxi, who was practicing footwork on the open ground next to her, over. Huh? Sister Yingxue, what's wrong? Lin Qianxi asked, puzzled. Xin Yuqing and Wu Qingya also looked over curiously, with a mysterious smile that seemed to say, I've finally waited for this. Su Yingxue put her index finger to her lips and made a shoo sound. Then, as if by magic, he pulled a thin but powerful tablet computer out from under the sofa cushion. She quickly operated the controls a few times, and the screen lit up, displaying a clear image, the real-time monitoring of the interior of that gravity chamber. The image quality is excellent. You can even see the subtle expressions on the two people's faces. My husband is guiding Yue in cultivation? What's so interesting about that? Lin Qianxi was even more puzzled. Although she enjoyed watching her husband teach seriously, why did he specifically bring everyone over to watch this? Don't rush, okay? Su Yingxue smiled like a little fox who had stolen a chicken and placed the tablet on the table in the middle. Keep watching. The important part is coming soon. Xin Yuqing and Wu Qingya exchanged a glance, seemingly understanding something, and then both came closer. For heads were huddled together, and 8 eyes were glued to the screen. Gravity chamber, 1.8 times the gravitational force environment. Chen Yue is practicing that set of basic palm techniques. Under the influence of gravity, every movement is several times more strenuous than usual. Fine beads of sweat quickly appeared on her forehead, and her breathing became somewhat rapid. The movements inevitably became distorted. Sink your waist down another 3 points, and exert force from the heel of your palm, not your hand. Lin Yun stood beside her, his gaze sharp. He naturally reached out and gently placed one hand on her lower back, applying a little pressure to help her adjust her posture. With his other hand, he supported her forearm, guiding the direction of his strength, and his warm breath brushed past her ear. Feel it here. Yes, right here. Tense it, and then release it instantly. The two were pressed very close together for the purpose of teaching. Lin Yun could smell the faint fragrance of her hair mixed with the scent of sweat. Chen Yue could clearly feel Lin Yun's warm body temperature and his steady, powerful heartbeat coming from behind her. Her cheeks flushed uncontrollably, and her body adjusted slightly under Lin Yun's manipulation, making it seem as if she was intentionally or unintentionally leaning against him. Yue today, Shun Yuqing blinked in the rest area. How bold. Standing so close to her husband. Did you guys notice just now? It seemed like she was deliberately leaning against him. Yes. Wu Qingya and Lin Qianqi nodded at the same time. They had also noticed it. But my husband is so serious. He didn't react at all to such an ambiguous position. His eyes were only focused on the movement and the point of exertion. Look at Yue's expression. She seems a little disappointed. Wu Qingya looked at Lin Yun's focused and serious face on the screen with a mixture of admiration and amusement. Looking at her husband's single-minded focus on martial arts in the image on the screen, Lin Qianqi's eyes flashed with a hint of reminiscence and admiration, and she whispered, "After all, we are practicing martial arts now. My husband is most concerned about martial arts. Once he enters teaching mode, he becomes very serious and focused." Su Yingxue turned her head to look at her. So, was our Qianqi also attracted to such a serious and focused husband back then? Lin Qianqi blushed slightly, but did not deny it. Her gaze fell on the tall, imposing figure on the screen, her voice soft, as if recalling a beautiful dream. When I was in the school's martial arts gym, no matter how late I practiced, even if it was dark and everyone else had left the gym, I always see a figure still in the corner, practicing the most basic boxing techniques over and over again. His clothes were soaked with sweat, but his movements were meticulous. At that time, I felt this person was so special, so dazzling. A vivid image emerged from her words. The empty martial arts hall, the dim yellow lights, the tireless figure of the boy, and the girl's quiet gaze